Chapter 1. My fate is mine to command. In the realm of Qingyun, the great Liang kingdom, within the city of Luyun, there resides the Shen family. 3 enchanting young maidens frolic and bathe in a pool. Amidst the swirling mist, their alluring figures shimmer in and out of sight, creating a tempestuous allure. Qiankun gracefully raised her slender, jade-like leg, stepping from the waters towards Shen Liangcai. The voluptuous form swayed rhythmically with each step she took. Useless wretch, lick my feet clean and do it swiftly. Shen Liangcai, clad in tattered garments and bearing numerous scars, was chained to a tree by iron shackles. The remnants of a broken bowl lay scattered, emitting a foul stench. Having been deprived of his sight, he remained oblivious to the fact that Qiankun stood before him, unabashed and completely unclothed. Confronted with such humiliation, his heart simmered with rage. A gentleman may be slain, but not insulted if you possess the courage. Then strike me down. Otherwise, I shall reclaim my life and take yours and your mother's in due time. Qiankun chuckled coldly. A blind, broken wretch like you dares to speak so boldly? Let me make it clear both your life and the position of family head belong to my mother and me. You are but a dog I keep. I can command you to live or die at my whim. Do you understand? Shen Liangcai clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging painfully into his flesh. Yet Qiankun continued her tirade of humiliation. Forcefully, she pressed his head to the ground, her foot planted upon it, grinding it mercilessly. Shen Liangcai struggled fiercely. Despite his grievous injuries, the intense shame fueled his will to rise. Useless fool, you dare to resist? Have you lost your mind? With a swift motion, Qiankun struck him, her hand connecting with his cheek, leaving it bruised and bloodied. Were it not for my mother's compassion, you would already be dead. You are nothing compared to my junior disciple. It's like comparing heaven and earth. Qiankun held her head high, her beauty renowned throughout Luyun City as one of its 4 great beauties. In that moment, however, she resembled a rabid dog, her expression vicious. Shen Liangcai gritted his teeth, his anger boiling over. Years ago, Qiankun and her daughter had begged on the streets, and Shen Liangcai's mother, moved by their plight, brought them into the Shen family. Not only did she teach them martial arts, but they also became like sisters with a marriage pact forged between Shen Liangcai and Qiankun. Tragically, Shen Liangcai's parents were murdered. Using his youth as an excuse, Qiankun gradually seized control of the Shen family. She dismantled the ancestral hall and consumed the family's treasured artifact, the 9 turns jade emperor ginseng, catapulting her cultivation to the acquired realm. Martial arts are classified into 7 realms. Blood exchange, bone forging, acquired, innate, master, and grandmaster. The acquired realm stands as the pinnacle within Luyun City. Stripped of his right to inherit the family headship, Shen Liangcai endured unrelenting torment. His eyes were gouged out, only to be implanted into his junior disciple, Qiankun, a heinous act devoid of humanity. Do you look so defiant because you're angry? If you have the ability, then bite me. Qiankun sneered, tauntingly slapping Shen Liangcai's face. You worthless being, you wouldn't dare? Any man as feeble as you, should I marry you, my life would be over. With ample resources at her disposal, Qiankun now possessed latest-stage bone forging cultivation. Even without injuries, Shen Liangcai would be no match for her. Yet the continuous torment and humiliation ignited a fierce rebellion within him. Summoning an unknown courage, he lunged at Qiankun. Caught off guard, she was taken aback by Shen Liangcai's audacity. Unprepared, she was toppled to the ground by his sudden assault. Shen Liangcai felt the weight of her body pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. Without a second thought, he opened his mouth and bit down. Qiankun shrieked in shock. Despite her latest-stage bone forging prowess, the bite to her sensitive area sent tremors of pain coursing through her body. Useless fool, you seek death. Qiankun kicked Shen Liangcai away with a fierce force. He let out a muffled groan, his body crashing against a boulder, tumbling to the ground. Humiliated by being overpowered and bitten, Qiankun felt her dignity crumble. Furious, she stomped down hard on Shen Liangcai's chest. Puff! The tremendous force caused Shen Liangcai to spit blood, darkness creeping into his vision. Though he fought to remain conscious, it was futile. His injuries were too severe. Despair washed over him as he felt his consciousness gradually fade, ultimately succumbing to oblivion. Enough! At some point, Qiankun appeared. Though she had surpassed 30, she exuded an aura of maturity, well-preserved and alluring, especially in her bosom, which seemed even more pronounced than her daughter Qiankun, enticing and prominent. I told you before, unless absolutely necessary, do not take his life. If he dies, our reputation will surely suffer. Upon seeing her mother, Qiankun finally relented. Master, it seems Shen Liangcai has lost his breath. At that moment, the other two maidens approached. The speaker, named Yuanan, was Qiankung's disciple, ranked second among them. Beside her stood Wu Huiwei, youthful yet strikingly voluptuous, ranking third. The youngest was Qin Haoshuan, who had received Shen Liangcai's eyes. Upon hearing this, Qiankun furrowed her brow but soon returned to her usual demeanor. Then let's take him to the back mountain and bury him. To Qiankun, Shen Liangcai's death was inconsequential. What mattered to her was her own reputation. Now that he was dead, she felt no further concern. Shen Liangcai was buried upon a hillside by two servants. No sooner had they left than dark clouds loomed overhead, with fierce winds and thunder rumbling. Crack! A purple lightning bolt, as thick as a bowl, struck down. Following that, torrential rain poured down, quickly swelling into a flash flood. Perhaps fate had not yet abandoned him. Recently buried, Shen Liangcai was unearthed by the raging waters. He opened his eyes violently, enduring the pain as he clawed his way out of the grave. Heaven, I, Shen Liangcai, have committed no heinous acts. Why do you treat me so? Why do you allow the venomous duo of Qiankun and Qiankun to roam free? Why? Why is this happening to me? Shen Liangcai's expression was one of sorrow and fury. He spread his arms wide, howling at the heavens, letting the torrential rain drench him. Whoosh! A gust of wind combined with rain swept through, knocking Shen Liangcai to the ground. Defiantly, he rose again, only to be blown down once more. He persisted, rising again and again, refusing to yield. With an accusatory finger pointed skyward, he declared, "Fine, even you wish for my demise. Then let me tell you, my fate is mine to command, not yours." As soon as the words left his lips, a thicker bolt of lightning struck him directly. Shen Liangcai's body convulsed violently, his eyes wide with defiance. Perhaps having borne too much injustice, he kept his eyes open until the moment he fell. It was this very lightning that began to awaken something within Shen Liangcai. The rain did not relent. Instead, it intensified. At a certain moment, a figure cloaked in black emerged from the dense forest, approaching Shen Liangcai. Chapter 2. The yin-yang harmony technique. Beneath the cloak, a haze enveloped the figure, obscuring its features, save for a pair of ethereal blue eyes that glimmered. Leaning closer, the figure placed a hand over Shen Liangcai's pulse, and a flicker of astonishment danced in its pupils. After centuries of arduous searching, it was truly unexpected to encounter a pure yang celestial body in this mere mortal realm. Indeed, a treasure sought after without effort. As the words faded, the figure formed intricate seals with its hands, violet light radiating forth, intermingled with waves of spiritual energy that enveloped Shen Liangcai's body. In an instant, a formidable force of life spread outwards. The next moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. Under the influence of this life force, Shen Liangcai's injuries began to heal at an astonishing rate, including the eyes that had been cruelly gouged out by Qiankun and her daughter, which were now being reformed. In a mere blink, Shen Liangcai's wounds were completely mended, transforming him as if reborn. He opened his eyes to behold the figure cloaked in black. "Senior, was it you who saved me?" The cloaked figure waved a hand dismissively. "This is of little consequence. You must first listen to my words. I am a close friend of the pure young true monarch. 500 years ago, in pursuit of the alchemical treasure, the supreme Qiankun furnace, 6 tribulation transcendents united to assault the pure young true monarch. Alone, he vanquished them all, only to be betrayed by his beloved, the fairy Baiyao. On his deathbed, he entrusted me with the task of finding one possessing a pure young celestial body to impart his lifelong knowledge. You are the one the pure young true monarch sought." Before the words could fully settle, the cloaked figure flicked a finger, and a burst of brilliance surged, embedding itself into Shen Liangcai's brow. He felt a sharp pain erupt in his head as a torrent of complex memories forcibly invaded his mind. Yin-Yang Harmony Technique, Supreme Qiankun Furnace. Shen Liangcai's expression shifted to one of shock. As his consciousness delved deeper, he discovered a technique named Yin-Yang Harmony Technique indelibly etched in his memory. Additionally, he noticed that above his dantian, a furnace the size of a broad bean had manifested. This furnace, though small, was exquisitely crafted, its surface adorned with dragons and phoenixes, exuding waves of celestial energy. The Yin-Yang Harmony Technique was a method for complementing yin with yang, intended for dual cultivation with a female counterpart to enhance one's cultivation. While the path of immortality is inherently defiant against the heavens, one must never contravene a woman's will, aside from punishing the wicked and uplifting the virtuous. With the legacy of the pure young true monarch, you become his disciple. Should you achieve mastery in the future, you must avenge the pure young true monarch by confronting the fairy Baiyao. Furthermore, today's events must not be disclosed to anyone. Both the Yin-Yang Harmony Technique and the Supreme Qiankun Furnace are unparalleled treasures in the realm of cultivation. For 5 centuries, the fairy Baiyao has never ceased her search for these 2 items. Until you possess the strength for self-preservation, never reveal your connection to the pure young true monarch. After imparting these urgent warnings, the cloaked figure vanished into the rain-drenched night. Cultivation. So, does this mean I am now a cultivator? Shen Liangcai found himself momentarily at a loss, and had it not felt so vividly real, he might have believed he was merely dreaming. As he sifted through his memories, he learned that cultivation is divided into 8 realms. Qi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, God transformation, integration, great ascension, and tribulation crossing. Shen Liangcai, possessing the first level of Qi refinement, had only just embarked on the path of a cultivator. Situated in the Great Liang Kingdom, Luyun City was home to many martial arts experts. However, the strongest within the Great Liang Kingdom were mere grandmasters of martial arts, and an insurmountable chasm lay between them and cultivators. It is no exaggeration to state that even the weakest cultivator could easily overpower a grandmaster. To the denizens of the Great Liang Kingdom, cultivators were celestial beings, pursuing the Tao with single-minded devotion, seldom descending to the mundane world. Thus, Shen Liangcai had only ever heard fragmented tales of cultivators throughout his life, never having had direct contact. And yet, now Shen Liangcai had become a true cultivator, possessing both the Yin-Yang Harmony Technique and the Supreme Qiankun Furnace, 2 treasures of the cultivation world. How could he not feel exhilarated? Yet, the thought of the pure young true monarch's vengeance weighed heavily upon him. According to the cloaked figure's account, the fairy Baiyao had possessed tribulation-level cultivation 500 years ago and had relentlessly sought the Yin-Yang Harmony Technique and the Supreme Qiankun Furnace. Even if Shen Liangcai did not actively seek her out, he could be discovered and eliminated at any moment. Is it fortune or misfortune? It is a misfortune that cannot be avoided. First, I must deal with Qiao Rong, Qiao Aoxue, and Qin Haoshuan, those ungrateful wretches, before making further plans. Shen Liangcai's pupils gleamed with determination as he turned towards the direction of the Shen residence. The Shen residence, in a side chamber. Qiao Aoxue lay half reclined on her bed, draped in white gauze, her alluring form tantalizingly visible. Qin Haoshuan sat at the bedside, gazing at the enchanting figure before him, his desires igniting. "Senior sister, you are truly beautiful." Unable to restrain himself, Qin Haoshuan exclaimed, already captivated by Qiao Aoxue. Yet, due to their respective standings, he had never dared to act upon his feelings. Qiao Aoxue, with sultry eyes, lightly brushed her hand along Qin Haoshuan's neck. Her voice a soft whisper, "Since junior brother is so enamored, why do you hesitate? Senior sister has a betrothal with Shen Liangcai. Even if junior brother harbors feelings, it would be improper to disrupt the rules. How could that waste of Shen Liangcai compare to you? Senior sister's body belongs solely to junior brother." With that, Qiao Aoxue nestled into Qin Haoshuan's embrace, her soft form pressing against his chest. Her eyes brimming with longing. Faced with such temptation, Qin Haoshuan's desires flared, and he intended to pin Qiao Aoxue beneath him, ravaging her without restraint. Bang! Just then, the door was kicked open with a resounding crash. Shen Liangcai stepped inside. Qin Haoshuan hurriedly rose. Upon seeing Shen Liangcai, his brows furrowed deeply. "You waste. How is it that you are still alive?" Qiao Aoxue wore an expression of disbelief, as though she had seen a ghost. "How could I allow this pair of treacherous lovers to live while I perish?" Shen Liangcai sneered, his gaze falling upon Qiao Aoxue. Though she was veiled in gauze, The key parts of her form were still faintly discernible, especially her curves, which seemed to threaten to burst forth. In that moment, Shen Liangcai felt a stirring within him. The yin-yang harmony technique began to operate autonomously, inciting an overwhelming urge to connect intimately with Qiao Aoxue. To his astonishment, as the technique intensified, the impulse grew ever stronger, almost beyond his control. This method is indeed perverse. If I continue to cultivate it, I cannot fathom how much emotional debt I will accrue. Shen Liangcai pondered. You waste, how dare you insult senior sister Aoxue? Believe it or not, I will kill you. Qin Haoshuan, oblivious to Shen Liangcai's thoughts, felt his plans thwarted and was determined to make Shen Liangcai pay the price. Let us see if you have the ability to do so. Shen Liangcai withdrew his thoughts, a cold smile gracing his lips. Ha ha ha. A cripple with broken bones, let me see where you derive your confidence. Qin Haoshuan's expression was laced with disdain, his smile dripping with arrogance. Senior sister, wait a moment. Let me deal with this waste, and then we shall continue our romantic interlude. Chapter 3. The Roar of the Incompetent Qiao Aoxue. Her sultry gaze lingering, nodded faintly. Shen Liangcai remained unfazed as he exited the room with Qin Haoshuan. You waste, prepare to die. With that, Qin Haoshuan's large hand shot out towards Shen Liangcai, as if seizing a chick. The force behind it was tremendous, cloaked in unfathomable power, attempting to completely ensnare Shen Liangcai in an instant. As Qiao Rong's most trusted disciple, Qin Haoshuan had attained mid-stage bone refinement and was only one realm below Qiao Aoxue. His prowess ranked among the elite of the younger generation within the Shen family. With a casual strike, he was confident that Shen Liangcai, the waste, would stand no chance against him. Yet, as Qin Haoshuan's hand reached out, he suddenly felt an inexplicable force locking him in place. No matter how he struggled, he could not move even a fraction. Break. With Shen Liangcai's single word, Qin Haoshuan let out a blood-curdling scream. His arm was brutally snapped, the white bones jutting grotesquely from the flesh, a horrific sight. Blood gushed from the break, pooling on the ground and filling the air with a pungent scent of iron. Fear glimmered in Qin Haoshuan's eyes, and he broke out in a cold sweat from the pain. These eyes belong to me. Now is the time for their return. Before Qin Haoshuan could react, Shen Liangcai had already descended upon him, directly gouging out his eyes. My eyes, my eyes. Ignoring Qin Haoshuan's cries, Shen Liangcai strode back into Qiao Aoxue's chamber. Shen Liangcai, how could it be you, junior brother? Seeing Shen Liangcai's return, Qiao Aoxue was taken aback. I have dealt with him. Shen Liangcai replied flatly. Haha, what a joke. You, a waste, how could you possibly defeat my junior brother? Qiao Aoxue scoffed, her face a mask of ridicule and disdain. He must have been busy with something else and simply couldn't be bothered with you. Believe what you will. Shen Liangcai had no desire to engage in further banter with Qiao Aoxue. He approached her bed, and the proximity only amplified the allure of her semi-revealed form. This caused the yin-yang harmony technique to operate more vigorously, igniting a fierce blaze within him, in a moment of reckless abandon. He grasped Qiao Aoxue's chin. Have you lost your mind? Qiao Aoxue disdainfully rose from her seat, yet before she could make any further movements, her hands were seized by Shen Liangcai, who forcefully pressed her down onto the bed. You worthless fool, let me go, or I swear I will. Before Qiao Aoxue could finish her threat, her delicate lips were silenced by Shen Liangcai's kiss. Instinctively, she struggled against him and seized the opportunity to bite down on Shen Liangcai's tongue. What are you doing, you useless wretch? Qiao Aoxue instinctively inquired. What? Aren't you eager for this? So what if I take you? Shen Liangcai spat out a mouthful of blood, smirking wickedly. You have long been rendered useless by me. Apart from drooling all over me, what else can you do? Get lost. Qiao Aoxue surveyed Shen Liangcai with disdain, her expression reflecting her contempt. Then allow me to demonstrate my true worth. Qiao Aoxue's words ignited Shen Liangcai's inherent desire for dominance. Like a beast, he forcefully shoved her onto the bed. You brazen fool. How dare you lay a hand on me? I will kill you. Get off me at once. The yin-yang six harmonies technique began to circulate within him. In but a moment, Shen Liangcai's cultivation ascended from the first level of qi refinement to the second. The sounds of their entanglement reached the ears of Qin Haoshuan outside the room. Qin Haoshuan let out a furious roar, fully aware of the events transpiring within. A wave of inexplicable humiliation washed over him, hearing with his own ears that the woman he cherished was being taken by another. He felt utterly powerless. That sense of helplessness was far more unbearable than death itself. Shen Liangcai, I will tear you to pieces. Qin Haoshuan clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his flesh. He spoke with a certain confidence. Not only was Qin Haoshuan the disciple of Qiao Rong, but the Qin family also wielded considerable influence in Luyun City. His uncle, Qin Mingyuan, was an inner elder of the formidable Seven Mysterious sect. a peak practitioner of the postnatal realm. It could be said that Qin Haoshuan had been born with a golden key in hand. Now, being so ruthlessly tormented by Shen Liangcai, he simply could not swallow his anger. Ha! A worthless fool who cannot even protect his own woman dares to threaten to tear me apart. You will never have the chance. At that moment, Shen Liangcai emerged from Qiao Ashue's chamber, gazing mockingly at the impotent Qin Haoshuan. Upon seeing Shen Liangcai, Qin Haoshuan immediately suppressed his earlier ferocity. This indicated that he was genuinely afraid of Shen Liangcai, instinctively retreating. Shen Liangcai, however, did not spare Qin Haoshuan another glance and departed without a second thought. From the beginning to the end, Shen Liangcai had never regarded Qin Haoshuan as a threat, much less felt the need to kill him. In the luxurious room of the Shen family's rear courtyard, fragrant incense wafted through the air. Through the window, one could occasionally hear Qiaorong's low moans. Although she was barely over 30, she had long been without a man, which could be described as an insatiable desire. Since taking complete control of the Shen family, Qiaorong's life had become exceedingly extravagant. This extravagance was not only reflected in her clothing and living conditions but also in her heightened desires, which far surpassed those of ordinary women, coupled with numerous peculiar preferences. At this moment, the one serving Qiaorong was her second disciple, Yuanan. While Yuanan's inclinations were normal, she had to yield to Qiaorong's pressure. Yuanan possessed a pure and innocent appearance, reminiscent of a girl next door, and was a rare beauty. Just then, someone approached to report. Qiaorong immediately ceased her movements, reluctantly donning a robe as she inquired, "What is the cause of such urgency? The eldest miss is in trouble." Chapter 4. I learned many positions from my master. The messenger recounted in detail the events that had just transpired in Qiao Ashue's chamber. Is this true? A look of astonishment flickered in Qiaorong's eyes, disbelief etched across her face. Absolutely, I wouldn't dare lie. As anger surged within her, Qiaorong stood up from the bed, exclaiming, "That worthless scoundrel dares to treat Ashue like this. I shall go and slay this villain." However, before Qiaorong could make a move, a figure clad in white materialized silently in the courtyard. "Qiaorong, you wish to kill me. I grant you this opportunity. Strike." Shen Liangcai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at Qiaorong, whose blush had yet to fade, a smile playing on his lips. Qiaorong paused momentarily before responding with fierce determination. "I never imagined that you, a worthless fool, would seek death on your own accord." Yuanan was equally taken aback that Shen Liangcai would approach Qiaorong. It was well known that Qiaorong was a formidable practitioner of the postnatal realm, ranking among the top 3 in Luyun City. Even if Shen Liangcai possessed the ability to overpower Qiao Ashue and Qin Haoshuan, he was certainly no match for Qiaorong. Yuanan. Shen Liangcai was, in essence, courting death. Then by all means, feel free to make your move. Shen Liangcai remained unfazed, his demeanor serene. Although Qiaorong possessed formidable martial prowess in the postnatal realm, she could never hope to rival a practitioner of the immortal path. The comparison between martial arts and cultivation was akin to comparing a spark to the sun, utterly incomparable. Moreover, Shen Liangcai had just broken through to the second level of qi refinement, his strength having surged once more. Yet, Qiaorong remained oblivious to this. Upon hearing Shen Liangcai's words, a look of disdain crossed her face as she scoffed. "I fail to comprehend the source of your confidence, you worthless fool, since you are so eager for death. I shall show you the strength of a postnatal practitioner." Without further ado, Qiaorong condensed her internal true energy and struck out a palm towards Shen Liangcai. This strike utilized only 50% of her power, and she did not even budge, completely disregarding Shen Liangcai. The true energy manifested in the air, howling toward him, a display of terrifying might. This indicated that Qiaorong had mastered the ability to project her true energy outward. Although this strike employed only 50% of her power, even a postnatal practitioner would not dare to underestimate it. Yet, Shen Liangcai stood calmly in place, an invisible force enveloping him. As the palm strike surged toward him, it vanished into thin air the moment it approached that aura of spiritual energy, as if it had never existed at all. Qiaorong and Yuanan stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend the means by which Shen Liangcai had neutralized her attack. "It seems you, worthless fool, must have acquired some kind of treasure to disregard my assault," Qiaorong presumed, a cold smile creeping onto her face. "If that is the case, I shall kill you and seize your treasure." This time, Qiaorong held nothing back, channeling her true energy to its utmost, launching a full-force palm strike at Shen Liangcai, the Vajra Wind Thunder Palm, Qiaorong's most powerful technique. She had devoted over a decade to its cultivation and had reached an extraordinary level of mastery. This palm strike was fierce and domineering, accompanied by the sounds of wind and thunder. The force of her true energy shattered the air, causing Yuanan to stagger back several steps. Kill me? Do you truly believe you possess that capability? In the face of such an overwhelming palm strike, Shen Liangcai merely waved his hand nonchalantly. The spiritual energy erupted forth. Boom! Qiaorong's palm strike was shattered, and her body was sent flying backward. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted from her lips. Qiaorong felt as though her very being was being crushed, utterly devoid of combat capability. Yuanin covered her mouth in shock. Rendered completely speechless, she knew Qiaorong's strength all too well. In the initial stage of the postnatal realm, she possessed remarkable ability to challenge those of higher levels. A postnatal mid-stage practitioner had once challenged Qiaorong and had been decisively defeated, causing quite a stir in Luyun City. Yet at this moment, even after unleashing her ultimate technique, the Vajra Wind Thunder Palm, Qiaorong was effortlessly crushed by Shen Liangcai. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, Yuanin would never have believed such a thing could happen. How have you suddenly become so powerful? Qiaorong stammered, her voice trembling. She could never have imagined that one day she would be defeated in a single move by Shen Liangcai, whom she deemed a worthless fool. Shen Liangcai had no interest in exchanging pleasantries with Qiaorong. He ignored her entirely, his gaze landing upon Yuanin. Why? Yuanin trembled like a frightened bird. Shen Liangcai, although I once looked down on you and occasionally mocked you, I have never truly harmed you. I beg you, spare my life. She was still young, with a bright future ahead, and did not wish to die for no reason. In the face of death, what did pride even matter? Shen Liangcai did not respond. As Yuanin had stated, apart from her usual jabs, she had not committed any unforgivable acts. Time seemed to stretch for Yuanin as she feared Shen Liangcai would not show her mercy. She hastily added, if you spare my life, I will be yours. I can do anything for you. Shen Liangcai smiled faintly. Is that so? Of course. I can serve you, and I've learned many positions from my master that will guarantee your pleasure. She stammered. Cough, cough. Shen Liangcai's gaze turned peculiar. He was unaware of the intimate matters between Qiaorong and Yuanin. If she wished to live, it was not impossible. If she were to sever Qiaorong's tendons, he would spare her life. Shen Liangcai tossed a dagger to Yuanin. Why? Yuanin was taken aback, her heart warring with itself. Yet ultimately, she grasped the dagger and stepped toward Qiaorong one step at a time. Qiaorong's face turned ashen as she retreated across the ground. You wretched girl, what do you intend to do? Are you betraying me? Yuanin approached with the dagger raised, her expression resolute as she drew closer to Qiaorong. Master, I admit I am selfish and do not understand the importance of respecting my teacher, but I truly do not wish to die. Master, please understand my plight and do not resist. Autumnrong's face was etched with fear, her body retreating incessantly. No, you wicked girl, do not approach. However, Yuanin offered no respite, swiftly severing both of her Achilles tendons with decisive precision. The servants nearby could only watch in horrified silence, unable to believe that the usually demure and understanding Yuanin could unleash such brutality upon her own mentor. Shen Liangcai, I care not how you have grown powerful, but for daring to act against me, you shall pay dearly. Autumnrong, now incapacitated, collapsed to the ground, her voice laced with venom. Shen Liangcai remained unfazed. The commotion immediately attracted a number of Shen family members, including Autumnrong's third disciple, Wu Huiwei. Upon witnessing Autumnrong's tragic state, shock washed over their faces. Wu Huiwei was equally taken aback. Through Yuanin's account, she learned the unfolding events, her delicate hand covering her crimson lips as disbelief clouded her gaze towards Shen Liangcai. It seemed she could scarcely fathom the magnitude of Shen Liangcai as transformation in such a short span of time. Shen Liangcai, you have defied the family rules and committed an act of insubordination. Today, even if you sprout wings, you cannot escape. At that moment, Ao Shui, accompanied by the family elder Shen Tenghai and several other elders, arrived on the scene. Qin Haoshuan, supported by others, was also part of their entourage. Chapter 5. A Path to Destruction. I implore the elder to execute this wretch on the spot. Ao Shui's gaze was icy as it swept over Shen Liangcai before addressing Shen Tenghai. The mere thought of Shen Liangcai's previous actions towards her ignited a mix of shame and fury within her. Yet, inexplicably, the sensations from that fateful encounter lingered in her mind, accompanied by a hint of reluctant nostalgia. This inner conflict led Ao Shui to silently chastise herself for her lack of propriety, while the feeling of being on cloud nine refused to dissipate. Shen Tenghai nodded slightly. After all, Autumnrong had been his bedmate for many years. He could not sit idly by while she was so cruelly victimized by Shen Liangcai. With a sweeping motion of his hand, several elders surrounded Shen Liangcai. Among them, the weakest had already reached the later stages of bone refining. And Shen Tenghai himself, possessing innate strength surpassing even Autumnrong's, was a formidable force. Before Shen Tenghai, Shen Liangcai's life was forfeit. Yet, Shen Liangcai maintained an air of calm, his gaze flitting over the gathered elders. Shen Liangcai, considering your past contributions to the Shen family, I offer you the chance to submit to me, and I shall spare your life. However, should you insist on defending Autumn Rong and her daughter, you will find yourself on a path of certain death. Shen Liangcai, however, merely laughed derisively. His eyes filled with mockery as he regarded Shen Liangcai. Dao Shui wore a cold smirk. You, a worthless wretch, dare to speak so boldly before the elder? Truly, you are ignorant of your impending demise. The other members of the Shen family regarded Shen Liangcai with pity. Elder sister, do not waste your breath on this fool. Watch as I take him down. Shen Liangcai declared with a malevolent grin. Before his words had fully settled, he conjured a devastating palm strike, aimed directly at Shen Liangcai. Imbued with overwhelming destructive power, intent on extinguishing his life without mercy. Shen Liangcai's brow furrowed as the yin-yang harmony technique quietly activated. Before Shen Liangcai's attack could land, a flicker of spiritual energy illuminated his fingertips. Whoosh! Shen Liangcai barely had time to react before a gaping wound the size of a bowl appeared in his forehead. Blood gushing forth, his eyes bulged in disbelief, unable to comprehend that the once powerless Shen Liangcai had suddenly attained such formidable strength. His lips moved as if to utter a word, but it was too late. His body collapsed, lifeless. The onlookers exchanged horrified glances, stunned by the spectacle before them. They had believed that Shen Liangcai stood no chance against Shen Liangcai, that he was doomed. Yet, in an instant, he had vanquished a foe stronger than Autumn Rong. This revelation exceeded all expectations. Ao Shui trembled in disbelief, her mind racing. Perhaps only Qin Mingyuan could contend with him now. Who among you still wishes to meet their end? Shen Liangcai's gaze swept over the crowd. His words chilling to the bone. Just a single phrase sent the elders of the Shen family trembling. With Shen Liangcai felled in a single strike, they dared not pursue their own demise. Quickly dropping to their knees in supplication, Shen Liangcai had lost any interest in further bloodshed. His eyes settled upon Autumn Rong as he inquired, "Tell me, how did my parents meet their end? Who was responsible?" It must be noted that Autumn Rong was indeed a formidable character. Even with her legs destroyed, she refused to yield. "You little beast, you shall never learn the truth in this lifetime. If you have the ability, then kill me." Shen Liangcai's eyes gleamed with intensity as he coldly retorted, "To kill you would be akin to squashing an ant. However, I shan't allow you to perish so easily." With that, he commanded the Shen family members to imprison Autumn Rong and Qin Haoshuan in the dungeon. His gaze flickered. Only Autumn Rong held the key to the truth behind his parents' demise. The yin-yang harmony technique contained a soul-searching technique that could penetrate the mind of another and unveil their memories. As the crowd dispersed, only Shen Liangcai and Ao Shui remained in the courtyard. Ao Shui seemed to sense what was about to transpire, her indignation mingling with a hint of anticipation. "Wretch, what do you intend to do?" Shen Liangcai's eyes roamed over Ao Shui. "What do you think?" After their previous encounter, Ao Shui's beauty appeared to have blossomed further, her feminine allure heightened, causing the yin-yang harmony technique within Shen Liangcai to stir once more. The recollection of Ao Shui's betrayal ignited a desire for revenge through subjugation within him. Without waiting for Ao Shui to resist, he swiftly swept her into his arms, striding towards the chamber. "Release me at once, you shameless scoundrel." Ao Shui protested, struggling fiercely. Slap. Shen Liangcai delivered a stinging slap to her backside. "Behave," Ao Shui gasped, immediately ceasing her struggles. Although the pain was sharp, it was followed by an inexplicable thrill. Shen Liangcai forcefully tossed Ao Shui onto the bed, initiating a second round of deep engagement. This time, his fervor was even more intense than before, channeling all his pent-up indignation into Ao Shui. Though she felt a surge of anger, she found herself unable to resist the sensations throughout the ordeal. She was engulfed in a tumult of conflicting emotions. It took Shen Liangcai an entire hour to quell his inner fury. Ao Shui, unable to withstand the onslaught, fainted from the exertion. Shen Liangcai harbored no compassion for the woman who had betrayed him. Ordering her alongside Autumn Rong and Qin Haoshuan to be confined together. As night fell, a gentle breeze rustled the willow leaves outside the window. Shen Liangcai began to delve into the memories of the soul-searching technique. According to the records, this technique was based on celestial thought. Once mastered, it could unveil the memories of others and control their souls. The so-called celestial thought was akin to the consciousness of an ordinary person, yet considerably more potent. With his cultivation at the second level of qi refining, he had already formed a nascent celestial thought. By focusing his breath and honing his senses, he could perceive everything within 100 zhang radius. Even the flight of a mosquito could not escape his grasp. The celestial thought would grow stronger with cultivation, eventually capable of enveloping an entire realm. However, at present, Shen Liangcai's celestial thought was relatively weak, insufficient to support the practice of soul-searching techniques. He would need to find ways to elevate its level. Relying solely on the natural progression of cultivation to enhance celestial thought was too slow. It seemed he would need to resort to medicinal pills. With this thought, Shen Liangcai's consciousness sank into his inner realm. A furnace the size of a broad bean floated above his dantian. Surrounded by spirals of celestial energy, Shen Liangcai attempted to establish communication with the furnace. In an instant, the furnace radiated brilliant golden light, transforming into ancient characters that surged into his mind. Shen Liangcai felt as though his head were about to explode. An excruciating pain coursing through him. To his astonishment, the golden characters merging with his consciousness were actually a pill formula. The formula encompassed myriad methods for refining over 10,000 types of pills. Each word a treasure. To think that such profound pill recipes were concealed within the supreme Qiankun furnace. It was no wonder that the pure young true monarch had been besieged by 6 formidable tribulation experts over this artifact. Shen Liangcai was deeply shaken. Just a cursory glance revealed dozens of formulas for enhancing celestial thought. One in particular, called the spirit-nourishing pill, captured Shen Liangcai's attention. This pill was not only suitable for qi refining stage cultivators, but also composed of readily available materials that could be procured within the Great Liang Kingdom. Shen Liangcai, are you asleep? I wish to speak with you. A soft knock echoed from outside the door. Shen Liangcai's gaze fell upon a graceful silhouette barely visible through the window. Her alabaster skin and alluring curves glowed under the moonlight, mesmerizing the heart, especially her dulcet voice, which stirred the soul. What brings you here? Shen Liangcai found himself unexpectedly intrigued. Chapter 6. A willing offering at his eye. Yuanan. May I come in? Yuanan inquired cautiously, her voice delicate and timid. If there is something to discuss, do so from outside. Shen Liangcai remarked that he had recently acquired the pure young true monarch's inheritance, and there were numerous matters requiring his exploration. Thus he wished not to be disturbed. More importantly, upon awakening the supreme Qiankun furnace, he discovered an inexplicable force emerging within him. This force, akin to molten lava, coursed through his meridians, bringing with it waves of searing sensations. Shen Liangcai surmised that it must be the legendary fire attribute power. He had never practiced any techniques related to fire attribute power before. From whence could this fire attribute power originate? His thoughts immediately turned to Qiao Aoxue, who had awakened her fire attribute since childhood. Moreover, he had just engaged in dual cultivation with her. This fire attribute power must have been absorbed from her. This revelation implied that the yin-yang unity technique not only enhanced one's cultivation, but also allowed one to draw upon the attributes of their partner for personal gain. Such a technique seemed exceedingly extraordinary. Yuanan's voice once again reached his ears. It is raining outside. Shen Liangcai, please allow me to come in. Will you? Her tone bore a hint of pleading, rendering her appearance all the more pitiable. Reluctantly, Shen Liangcai acquiesced to her request at this moment. It was early autumn, and the night air was slightly cool, yet she wore only a thin veil. Though she seemed frail, her bosom was quite ample. The pristine curves barely concealed that a mere glance ignited a smoldering fire within Shen Liangcai. He considered himself no virtuous man, yet he had previously been satisfied with his self-control. However, since practicing the yin-yang unity technique, his desires had intensified. What brings you here? Yuanan glided closer to Shen Liangcai, her fragrant presence enveloping him, intoxicating his senses. As Shen Liangcai sat cross-legged on the bed, his gaze met Yuanan's pristine visage, making her features appear even more pronounced. I have come to express my gratitude for sparing my life today. Why? Yuanan settled beside Shen Liangcai, her delicate hand caressing his cheek as her body pressed against him. Shen Liangcai felt a wave of softness against his chest, and the fire within him surged anew, compelling the yin-yang unity technique to activate involuntarily. His mind, seemingly out of his control, impulsively inquired, how do you wish to repay me? Nestled in Shen Liangcai's embrace, Yuanan curled up like a docile kitten, whispering softly, I wish to surrender myself to you. From now on, I am yours to command as you please. Her cheeks flushed, her long lashes fluttering, occasionally brushing against Shen Liangcai's skin. Her breath was fragrant and gentle. Such explicit words, combined with Yuanan's innocent and gentle demeanor, wielded immense allure over any man. Junior brother, what are you waiting for? Take me. Seeing Shen Liangcai's hesitation, Yuanan urged him. She had resolved to take this step. Eye in her eyes, Shen Liangcai's act of sparing her life could not have been merely a simple matter of severing Qiurong's tendons. Now, she had irrevocably offended Xiaorong, and should she further displease Shen Liangcai, she would effectively seal her own fate. Rather than await her doom, she opted for a proactive approach, hoping to win Shen Liangcai's favor. With that, Yu Anan pressed her lips against Shen Liangcai's and guided his hand to her softest areas. Shen Liangcai's suppressed desires cowl, Qin Mingyuan rose from the ground, his gaze fixated on the young man clad in white before him. As he coldly inquired, Shen Liangcai? Shen Liangcai stood with hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor indifferent as he replied, "It is indeed you." Realization dawned upon Qin Mingyuan. "I was just about to take your life. And yet you have come here to court death." Shen Liangcai deliberately restrained his aura, appearing merely as a blood exchange realm warrior on the surface. Thus, Qin Mingyuan regarded him with utter disdain. "Heh, that depends on whether you possess the capability." Shen Liangcai chuckled. Before his words could fully dissipate, he stepped forward, his figure dissolving into countless afterimages, arriving before Qin Mingyuan in the blink of an eye. A massive hand reaching out directly, seeking death. Qin Mingyuan's gaze sharpened, astonished that Shen Liangcai dared to strike first, just as he intended to eliminate this audacious individual with a single palm. He felt as if his body were ensnared by an invisible force, rendering him utterly immobile. A grim expression overtook Qin Mingyuan's visage. The aura of a late-stage postnatal warrior erupted completely. He endeavored to break free, yet it was futile. The binding force seemed to transcend this realm. No matter how he struggled, it yielded no effect. Simultaneously, Shen Liangcai's hand descended, clamping down on Qin Mingyuan's throat like an iron vice. Qin Mingyuan felt a tightening around his windpipe, his face flushing crimson as he struggled with increasing desperation. Death, however, before he could extricate himself, his throat was abruptly crushed. His eyes widened in disbelief, an expression of horror mingling with incredulity. "How is this possible? How could you be so powerful?" Qin Mingyuan uttered incoherently. Even in his final moments, he could not fathom why he had perished at the hands of a junior. Exhausting the last vestige of his strength, Qin Mingyuan ignited the distress signal of the Qiankun sect. Whoosh! A sharp sound of air being sliced open resonated, and brilliant fireworks erupted in the night sky. In that instant, many within the Qiankun sect looked up at the heavens, their eyes glinting with cold resolve. An external enemy has invaded, in the direction of Elder Qin's residence. Quickly, capture the intruder. Soon, similar calls echoed throughout the various corners of the Qiankun sect, rapidly disseminating the urgency. Shen Liangcai's gaze fell upon a beautiful woman. The woman had long been rendered speechless by fear, her delicate form trembling incessantly. "Please, do not kill me. If you spare my life, I shall do anything for you." As she spoke, the woman unexpectedly stood up and clung to Shen Liangcai's leg. Her delicate hands becoming audacious, she attempted to barter her beauty for her life. "Get away." Shen Liangcai, however, cast her aside with a single motion, and before she could utter another word, a destructive force descended from the void. The woman's eyes widened, a blood hole the size of a thumb appearing at her throat, obliterated on the spot. Shen Liangcai did not even spare her a glance, although he had become somewhat more lustful due to the yin-yang harmonization technique. He still found no merit in preying upon such a withered flower. Before long, numerous powerful figures hastened toward Qin Mingyuan's residence, quickly surrounding the area. The sect leader, Gongliang Yuba, along with several elders, soon arrived. The first sight that greeted them was the lifeless bodies of Qin Mingyuan and the beautiful woman. The only living soul in the room was Shen Liangcai. Gongliang Yuba's expression darkened, and he was compelled to fixate his killing intent upon Shen Liangcai. "Did you slay Elder Qin?" As he posed this question, Gongliang Yuba himself found it utterly absurd. After all, this young man before him was merely at the blood exchange realm, theoretically incapable of being a match for Qin Mingyuan. "Indeed, I did." However, Shen Liangcai boldly admitted it without hesitation. The crowd fell into a stunned silence. Gongliang Yuba scrutinized Shen Liangcai deeply, his expression growing frigid as he inquired, "Why did you kill him? Are you not aware that he is an elder of our Qiankun sect?" Shen Liangcai exhibited an air of fearless defiance as he replied, "And what of it? No matter who the other party may be or what background they possess, if they offend me, Shen Liangcai, they shall meet only the path of death." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Gongliang Yuba and the others shifted, a mocking smile emerging. In their view, this young man's audacity was utterly ludicrous. They were eager to see how this little brat would repay the life of Elder Qin. One elder from the Qiankun sect spoke with jest, "You are the most arrogant blood exchange realm individual I have ever encountered. I truly wonder where you derive the audacity to utter such preposterous words. Murder demands retribution, and deaths require repayment. You may as well prepare to die." With that, several elders from the Qiankun sect released their auras in unison, intending to eradicate this arrogant fool. Yet, Gongliang Yuba raised a hand to halt them, declaring, as the foremost sect within a 1,000-mile radius, it would be a laughingstock for us to employ numbers against a single individual. Allow me, the sect leader, to personally send him on his way. Chapter 8. A palm that sends him flying. Before his words had fully dissipated, Gongliang Yuba stepped forward, unleashing the oppressive force of a prenatal realm expert. In an instant, the air within the room appeared to cease all movement. Many felt their breath constricted, compelled to utilize their energy to withstand the onslaught of the pressure. However, Shen Liangcai remained unfazed, seemingly unaffected by the oppressive force. He languidly reclined in a grand chair. Crossing his legs, "Old man, I advise you not to play with fire, lest you find yourself unable to bear the consequences." Arrogance. Witnessing this scene, Gongliang Yuba was incredulous yet utterly enraged. As a prenatal realm expert, it was the first time he had been so openly provoked by a junior. He struck out with a powerful palm. The terrifying imprint descended upon Shen Liangcai's head like a mountain pressing down. Seemingly ordinary yet concealing astonishing might, far beyond what Qin Mingyuan could compare. Even among those of the same realm, few could rival such power. The crowd exchanged alarmed glances. Their sect leader had not taken action in many years, and his strength had evidently advanced considerably. Faced with such a fearsome palm imprint, Shen Liangcai was certain to perish. Yet, Shen Liangcai showed no intention of evading. The moment the palm imprint was about to land, a radiant aura of spiritual energy enveloped his body, forming a natural barrier that shielded him entirely, resembling an unbreakable fortress, as if this space had been severed from all connection. Boom, the palm imprint struck down, yet could not even stir the luminous barrier, the impact instead reverberating through Gongliang Yuba's arm. His expression soured. The young man before him was merely at the blood exchange realm, yet he could withstand his lethal blow with mere flesh. This was simply unfathomable. The onlookers were equally astounded. They understood the terrifying nature of Gongliang Yuba's palm imprint, capable of effortlessly slaying any below the prenatal realm with a single strike. They found it hard to comprehend how Shen Liangcai had achieved this. This attack is simply too weak. Could you not employ something more formidable? Shen Liangcai derided, his gaze laced with provocation. Kid, you would do well not to be so arrogant. Try taking another palm strike from me. Gongliang Yuba, humiliated and infuriated, felt the weight of his dignity crushed before his subordinates. He bellowed in anger, his aura surging once more as he unleashed an even more ferocious palm imprint. The path of the palm imprint shattered the void, its destructive power cataclysmic, surging toward Shen Liangcai like a deluge of doom. A glimmer of danger flickered in Shen Liangcai's eyes. He would not grant his opponent another chance. The yin-yang harmonization technique activated, and the terrifying power of yin and yang converged within his palm as he retaliated with a palm strike of his own. The fearsome imprint, enveloped in astonishing spiritual energy, collided with Gongliang Yuba's palm imprint. Rumble. Accompanied by a deafening sound of shockwaves, Shen Liangcai's casual strike effortlessly shattered Gongliang Yuba's palm imprint, disintegrating it at a visible pace. Yet, the residual might of Shen Liangcai's palm imprint remained unabated, directly descending upon Gongliang Yuba's form. Boom! Gongliang Yuba let out a muffled groan, his body soaring through the air like a kite with its strings severed, crashing through multiple doors before landing in the square. Silence. The space fell into an eerie stillness. Everyone stood dumbfounded, their eyes wide with shock and disbelief. As the sect leader of the Qiankun sect and a prenatal realm expert, Gongliang Yuba was now sent flying by a youth who had not yet turned 18. The sheer astonishment defied description. Many felt as if the scene before them were a dream, utterly unreal. Yet, Shen Liangcai remained indifferent to the thoughts of those around him. He leaped into the air. Landing within the square, Gongliang Yuba's expression was one of horror. Lying on the ground, blood poured from his mouth incessantly. Had it not been for his protective treasures, he would have long since met his demise. Even so, the impact had shattered his bones and nearly ruptured his organs, leaving him on the brink of unconsciousness. He could not comprehend why this mere blood exchange realm junior possessed such overwhelming strength, such power, and yet he dared to declare his intent to kill me. How utterly laughable! Observing Gongliang Yuba's wretched state, Shen Liangcai taunted as he advanced step by step toward him. Gongliang Yuba, enraged, coughed up another mouthful of blood. His gaze toward Shen Liangcai now bore a hint of trepidation. As Shen Liangcai drew closer, Gongliang Yuba seemed to arrive at a weighty decision. A resolute light flickered in his deep-set eyes as he gritted his teeth and declared, "You have forced my hand." As the words hung in the air, Gongliang Yuba conjured an aged, yellowed piece of paper in his palm, upon which faint crimson runes flickered. The sect was in peril. He implored the celestial master to aid in vanquishing demons and dispelling evil, issuing an urgent command. Simultaneously, Gong Yang Yuber crushed the paper while reciting incantations. Shen Liangcai could nearly ascertain that the paper was a talisman. Its surface subtly exuding ethereal energy. He recognized that this was likely the work of a cultivator, the Qiankun sect, merely an ordinary martial arts sect in the Dalian kingdom. Possessing a talisman inscribed by a cultivator was indeed an anomaly. In the next moment, a spectral figure clad in a silver robe gradually materialized in the center of the square. Before long, it solidified to the extent of being indistinguishable from a living being. Witnessing this scene, Shen Liangcai's expression grew grave. He had just acquired the legacy of the pure young true monarch and was now confronted with a manifestation from the realm of cultivation. With a resounding hum, as the elder's apparition fully coalesced, an overwhelming pressure descended from the heavens, enveloping the world in an instant. Shen Liangcai felt an acute sense of suffocation. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though his very flesh, blood, meridians, and bones were on the verge of being crushed underfoot. He was certain that the elder's true form possessed at least the cultivation of the golden core stage, if not more. Meanwhile, all members of the Qiankun sect bowed in reverence towards the elder, their expressions solemn and devout, addressing him as celestial master. Wretched creature, do you know your transgressions? The elder's gaze fell upon Shen Liangcai, his voice resonating like a great bell, akin to a judgment day decree capable of deciding all matters of the world. With a youthful visage and white hair, he exuded an air of celestial grace. Appearing every bit the immortal. In this world, no one can adjudicate my sins, not even the heavenly king himself, let alone you, an old curmudgeon. Despite standing before such a formidable presence, Shen Liangcai remained unyielding. His gaze sharpening with defiance, he was keenly aware that this elder was but a fragment of celestial intent, not his true self. However, even so, the elder's strength was not to be underestimated. After all, Shen Liangcai's own cultivation was still too weak, and facing such a potent celestial thought, he had no assurance of victory. Wretched creature, dare you speak so defiantly? As he spoke, a terrifying aura radiated from the elder, enveloping Shen Liangcai's form like an oppressive net. In an instant, Shen Liangcai felt engulfed by tumultuous waves, his surroundings twisting and distorting. Before long, everything before him vanished. He seemed to have entered a brand new realm, where nothing existed but the elder's face, overshadowing the very sky. At that moment, the elder appeared as the sovereign of the world, his control extending even over Shen Liangcai's fate. His eyes were piercing, surveying from above like bolts of thunder and flames. In an instant, Shen Liangcai felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and soon he was utterly ensnared, regardless of his struggles to break free. Death. As the elder enunciated the word, an overwhelming curse descended, surging into Shen Liangcai's being with wild ferocity. Shen Liangcai's body trembled, sensing his very life force being rapidly stripped away. This was a celestial thought attack. He quickly realized that although such an attack was non-corporeal, its potency was formidable. Those subjected to such an assault could suffer mental collapse, or worse, annihilation of their very soul. The soul-searching technique Shen Liangcai practiced was, in essence, a form of celestial thought attack as well. Though the elder was merely a wisp of celestial intent, he was still a formidable golden core practitioner, and the celestial thought attack unleashed was terrifyingly powerful. If not addressed promptly, Shen Liangcai could lose his life at any moment. The dreadful curse continued to seep through him, turning Shen Liangcai's complexion a ghastly hue, bringing him to the brink of unconsciousness. He could even feel his life ebbing away. However, just as he teetered on the edge of death, a formidable force within the depths of his being was rapidly activated. This force was supremely vigorous and radiant, unleashing a torrent of life energy that spread through his meridians and swiftly coursed throughout his entire being. This sudden surge jolted Shen Liangcai awake from his stupor, his eyes regaining clarity. "It is the pure yang celestial body that has saved me," he exclaimed, swiftly channeling the yin-yang harmony technique. The forces of extreme yin and pure yang merged, unleashing boundless potential as they devoured the celestial thought attack. In the blink of an eye, the elder's celestial thought assault was consumed entirely, dissipating into nothingness. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Liangcai pressed forward, pushing the yin-yang harmony technique to its utmost limit, pointing a finger forth. A beam of annihilative brilliance tore through the heavens, descending like a bolt of lightning. The elder's colossal visage registered a look of terror, unable to evade fate. With a thunderous explosion, the elder's face erupted in a cataclysmic shatter. This ethereal realm became riddled with countless spiderweb-like fractures, swiftly collapsing into oblivion. Shen Liangcai felt the darkness envelop him, and moments later, his consciousness returned to reality. The elder's form still hovered in the center of the square. Yet it gradually grew more insubstantial. His expression darkened, a hint of unwillingness etched in his gaze. A mere junior has managed to thwart my celestial thought attack. I shall not let you escape unscathed. With that, the apparition exploded into fragments, transforming into twinkling starlight, swiftly carried away by the winds, disappearing entirely. Yet, amidst that void, a resplendent golden token descended. Shen Liangcai's eyes flickered as he deftly caught the token. It was exquisitely crafted, seemingly made of pure gold, adorned with ancient and intricate designs. The front of the token bore the inscription Ascension Order. Perplexed by its significance, he decided to stow it away for later examination. Celestial Master! Celestial Master! Witnessing this spectacle, Gong Yang Yuber and the other members of the Qiankun sect were filled with despair and fury. They fell to their knees, raising their hands skyward in anguished cries. Some even weeping profusely. At the moment the elder's apparition shattered, the faith of the Qiankun sect members crumbled alongside it. Almost simultaneously, in the core of the Qiankun sect, a towering statue of the elder loomed. Benevolent and wise, radiating an aura of celestial grace, its incense burning brightly. However, as the elder's spectral form vanished, the incense extinguished as well. Shen Liangcai averted his gaze, turning his back on the members of the Qiankun sect, leaving behind a chilling command. I do not wish for anyone to know of today's events. Should word escape, the Qiankun sect shall face annihilation. With that, he departed the scene. Gongliang Yuber's expression was grim. After a moment's pause, he took a deep breath, struggling to rise. He addressed the members of the Qiankun sect with authority. No one is to speak of this matter without my command. Do you understand? The members of the Qiankun sect nodded in unison, not daring to defy. In the realm of cultivation, at the Tianji sect, within a paradise of ethereal beauty, the sect leader, Tianji Shangren, was in seclusion. Before him stood 49 soul lamps, their flames flickering. Suddenly, one of the soul lamps erupted with a resounding bang. Tianji Shangren's eyes flew open, a sharp gleam igniting within his pupils. Who has destroyed my celestial thought? He immediately invoked a method of divination, seeking answers, yet found no trace of clues. The 49 soul lamps represented the 49 celestial thoughts left by Tianji Shangren in the mortal realm. He could peer into the memories of any celestial thought. However, this time, the destroyed celestial thought was devoid of any memory, as if deliberately erased. This infuriated Tianji Shangren, yet it also piqued his curiosity regarding the identity of the culprit. After all, he was a golden core practitioner. Even a wisp of celestial thought was beyond the reach of an ordinary martial artist. Could it be that a cultivator had emerged in the mortal realm? With this conjecture, Tianji Shangren resolved to send someone to investigate in the mortal realm. In Luyun City, at the Shen residence, third junior sister, has Shen Liangcai truly gone to the Qiankun sect? You aren't deceiving me, are you? Yu Anan inquired, having found Shen Liangcai's room empty, prompting her to seek Wu Huiwei for answers. To her surprise, before she could leave the courtyard, Wu Huiwei approached her. I'm not lying. His intention is to take the initiative rather than wait for Qin Mingyuan to come looking for him. To preemptively address potential troubles, Wu Huiwei confirmed. For the entirety of that day, she had been on edge, worrying for Shen Liangcai. This is sheer folly. Yu Anan's expression darkened. The Qiankun sect is teeming with experts. Even if they do not assist Qin Mingyuan, someone of his caliber in the late stage of the acquired realm is not someone Shen Liangcai can contend with. Third junior sister, why didn't Tu stop him? Perhaps unbeknownst to Yu Anan herself, she had begun to care for Shen Liangcai. Wu Huiwei sighed. Of course, I wanted to stop him, but how could I possibly do so? Didn't Tu notice, second senior sister, that you seem to care for him quite a bit? Yu Anan's cheeks flushed. Nonsense. I merely don't want to see him throw his life away for no reason. Upon hearing Yu Anan's words, an ominous premonition unfurled within Wu Huiwei's heart. After all, the Qiankun sect was a dominant force within a 1,000-mile radius. If Shen Liangcai were to force his way in, the consequences would be dire. Second senior sister, what shall we do if Shen Liangcai truly meets his end? Wu Huiwei suddenly asked. To her words, Yu Anan fell silent, pondering for a long while before finally responding. I will remain at the Shen residence. Remain at the Shen residence? For how long? Wu Huiwei inquired. Perhaps in this lifetime, it would suffice to assist him in completing that which remains unfinished. Yu Anan's expression grew somewhat somber, yet her clear eyes radiated a glimmer of determination as she continued. In truth, Shen Liangcai has always been rather pitiable. Master and senior sister ought not to treat him in such a manner. Since my youth, I have harbored an inexplicable aversion towards Master. a sentiment that has never dissipated. Despite her having raised me, Yuan and had been taken in by Qiankun since she was young, yet Qiankun had never shown her kindness. In her childhood, she endured torment, and as she matured, she became a mere outlet for the other's desires. Though her plight was not as tragic as that of Shen Liangcai, who was betrayed by Qiankun and her daughter, they shared a bond of mutual suffering that Yuan could empathize deeply with Shen Liangcai's experiences, especially after having shared intimate moments, the scenes of which were indelibly etched in her heart, cultivating an inexplicable reliance and concern for him. Wu Huiwei gazed into the distance, inhaling deeply as she said, "Back then, we were still young. Many matters were beyond our control. Now, I only wish for Shen Liangcai to return safely." Just then, as the two women opened their hearts to one another, a voice interrupted. Their gazes turned towards the source, and a figure clad in white appeared, wearing an expression tinged with amusement. Upon discerning the implications of the words, the faces of Yuan and Wu Huiwei flushed crimson in an instant. "Shenshidi, is it truly you? You are alive?" Wu Huiwei could scarcely believe her eyes. "If so, why don't you come back to my room? We can ascertain your humanity or otherwise." As she gazed at the upright figure before her, Shen Liangcai felt a surge of mischief ignite within him, and he replied with a wicked smile. Wu Huiwei quickly regained her composure, her seemingly youthful features suddenly ablaze with embarrassment. "This is beyond my capabilities. Perhaps it is better left to second senior sister." Yuan couldn't help but shoot Wu Huiwei a glare. "You foolish girl, what nonsense are you spouting?" Wu Huiwei displayed a knowing expression. "Senior sister, you and Shenshidi have already been through that. Why the shyness now?" Yuan understood Wu Huiwei's insinuations all too well, and at the mere thought of her entanglement with Shen Liangcai, her cheeks flushed scarlet. "You impudent child, if you utter another word, I shall strike you." The two young women engaged in playful banter, their laughter ringing out melodiously as they frolicked. Wu Huiwei, appearing petite, yet possessing an exaggerated physique, embodied a paradox of innocence and desire. Eventually, the two girls ceased their playful scuffle. Wu Huiwei wiped the fragrant sweat from her neck and asked, "Shidi, how did you manage to escape? Qin Mingyuan did not harm you." "Qin Mingyuan is already dead," Shen Liangcai responded, his eyes ablaze with intensity. At his words, the hearts of both women trembled, filled with disbelief. Qin Mingyuan was a figure of considerable stature within the inner sect of the Seven Qian sect, an esteemed martial arts power known for its fierce protection of its own. The fact that Shen Liangcai could slay Qin Mingyuan within the Seven Qian sect implied he possessed strength that could incite fear even in such a formidable entity. It was utterly astonishing. Yet, Shen Liangcai's demeanor suggested he was not fabricating tales. For a moment, both women were rendered speechless by the shock. In the days leading up, countless incredible occurrences had transpired surrounding Shen Liangcai, each capable of overturning their understanding that a once downtrodden individual confined by Qiankun and her daughter had, in a mere handful of days, transformed into a peerless powerhouse capable of contending with the Seven Qian sect. Anyone hearing this would surely be left agape. As night fell, Shen Liangcai returned to his quarters and eagerly retrieved the Ascension token, infusing it with a thread of celestial intent. The token glowed with a radiant light, revealing an inscription within. It turned out that the Ascension token originated from a sect known as the Tianji sect in the realm of cultivation. Possession of this token allowed passage through a concealed teleportation array in the mortal realm, providing access to the cultivation world and enabling one to become a disciple of the Tianji sect in exchange for a foundational elixir. Thus, this Ascension token served more as a key to the realm of cultivation. The realm of cultivation, a paradise for practitioners, far surpassed the mortal realm in terms of population, land area, prosperity, and resources for cultivation. To advance further on the path of cultivation, Shen Liangcai would inevitably need to venture into the cultivation world. However, according to the records inscribed on the Ascension token, the teleportation array would close completely in 2 months. By that time, with Shen Liangcai's current cultivation level, reaching the cultivation world would be nearly impossible. Therefore, he must locate that teleportation array within the next 2 months. The foundational elixir mentioned in the Ascension token was also recorded within the Yin-Yang 6 Harmonies technique, within the hierarchy of cultivation. After the qi refining stage comes the foundation establishment stage, and consuming the foundational elixir is essential for completing this phase, due to the complexity of its refinement process. Foundational elixirs are exceedingly rare in the realm of cultivation. Ordinary loose cultivators may never encounter one in their lifetime, and even smaller sects reserve them for only their most elite members. Moreover, consuming a foundational elixir does not guarantee successful establishment. It also depends on various factors such as the talent of the consumer and the solidity of their foundation. A cultivator's talent is primarily assessed by the grade of their spiritual root, which can be classified into 5 levels: ordinary, medium, superior, exceptional, and celestial. Ordinary spiritual roots, also known as mixed spiritual roots, are the lowest quality. In the cultivation world, individuals with mixed spiritual roots are numerous, constituting at least 90% of the total population. Such individuals possess mediocre qualifications, and most will spend their entire lives languishing in the Qi refining stage. Unable to step into the foundation establishment realm, though Shen Liangcai possesses a pure young celestial body, he is nonetheless among the ranks of those with mixed spiritual roots. This implies that establishing his foundation in the future will be quite challenging. Nevertheless, Shen Liangcai remained undeterred. Armed with the extraordinary yin-yang 6 harmonies technique, as long as he does not lack a dual cultivation partner, completing his foundation establishment is merely a matter of time. At worst, he could refine the foundational elixir himself. The mortal realm is deficient in spiritual energy and resources. After avenging his parents, he must swiftly seek out the teleportation array. Shen Liangcai pondered silently. Now, he bears too many missions. Apart from avenging his parents, he must also journey to the Pure Yang Celestial Palace to eliminate the Fairy Biel and aid the true monarch of Pure Yang in fulfilling his last wishes. This realization deepened Shen Liangcai's understanding of the importance of strength, had it not been for his Pure Yang celestial body and the yin-yang 6 harmonies technique. During his encounter with the celestial intent of the celestial master of Heaven's mechanism, he would have had no chance of victory and would have been at the mercy of others. Whether in the mortal realm or the cultivation world, strength will always reign supreme. Shen Liangcai resolved to set out for the capital at dawn. On one hand, he needed to procure materials for refining the spirit-nurturing elixir. On the other, he aimed to gather information regarding the teleportation array. What troubled Shen Liangcai was that the Ascension token contained no records of the teleportation array's location. Just the Great Liang Kingdom alone was unimaginably vast, let alone the entire mortal realm, which was boundless. Where should he even begin? Shen Liangcai felt utterly at a loss, resigned to take each step as it comes. On the morning of the second day, as Shen Liangcai slept soundly, Qiankun stealthily entered. Today, she donned a form-fitting plain dress that accentuated her alluring curves exquisitely. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist. And as she moved, a fragrant breeze wafted by, refreshing the senses. Although she had not deliberately adorned herself, her features remained captivatingly beautiful, enchanting all who beheld her. Noticing that Shen Liangcai had yet to awaken, Qiankun intended to cover him with the blanket before departing. However, as she approached his bed, her foot was unexpectedly ensnared by an object, causing her to lose her balance. "Oh no!" with a startled exclamation. Qiankun's body fell directly onto Shen Liangcai. Still lost in slumber, Shen Liangcai was jolted awake by the unexpected impact. A sharp pain coursed through him, eliciting a grimace. "Second senior sister, why are you here? Quickly, get up! It hurts." Seeing Shen Liangcai in such discomfort, Qiankun was flustered. Appearing utterly at a loss, it seemed she had not yet realized that her unintentional fall had nearly compromised Shen Liangcai's most basic male function. As she hastily explained, she scrambled to her feet, her delicate hands supporting the pained Shen Liangcai, genuinely concerned as she asked, "Shitty, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Where does it hurt? Let me take a look." Shen Liangcai, with a face full of exasperation, tentatively asked, "Senior sister, are you certain you want to help me look?" Qiankun, oblivious to the implications, replied innocently, "Is there any doubt? Hurry. Stop talking and let me see where you are injured." Her genuine concern was evident, as she feared that her earlier mishap had caused Shen Liangcai harm. Shen Liangcai couldn't help but find the situation amusing. It was not entirely his fault. Men often experience natural physiological responses in the morning. Before he could speak further, Qiankun seemed to realize something, her face flushing bright red. "Breakfast is almost ready. I'm waiting for you with third senior sister. Please wash up and join us." As she spoke, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she dashed out of the room. Observing the maiden's bashful demeanor, Shen Liangcai couldn't help but feel a flicker of desire ignite within him. He pondered when he might win her over. Qiankun, with her gentle charm akin to that of a neighborly girl, was irresistibly captivating to him. More importantly, the essence of cultivating the yin-yang 6 harmonies technique lay in seeking diverse partners for dual cultivation. Only in this manner could one achieve rapid enhancement of their abilities. Both Qiankun and Wu Huiwei had become potential targets for Shen Liangcai. However, adhering to the instructions of the shadowy figure in the black cloak, He was compelled to cultivate feelings with the two women gradually, ensuring that any dual cultivation did not contravene their will. Meanwhile, news of Qin Mingyuan's death reached Luoyun City, causing an immediate uproar. It is worth noting that Qin Mingyuan was an esteemed elder of the Seven Qian sect, a formidable force at the late stage of the acquired realm. Even the city lord of Luoyun City would show him deference. How could such a titan simply perish? Many sought answers, yet were met with an utter absence of clues. The Seven Qian sect offered no explanations regarding Qin Mingyuan's demise, and the Qin family hastily conducted his funeral, thereafter remaining tight-lipped about the matter. The attitudes of both parties were rather thought-provoking, leading some to speculate that Qin Mingyuan had offended certain powerful figures, too formidable for even the Seven Qian sect to confront. Yet, the identity of this influential individual remained shrouded in mystery, with various accounts circulating. Some attributed it to a reclusive master, while others spoke of a noble from the capital. There were even whispers suggesting that Qin Mingyuan had fallen to the hands of a cultivator. In any case, the circumstances surrounding his death spawned a myriad of rumors, becoming the most riveting topic of conversation in Luoyun City. Following Qin Mingyuan's death, the Qin family found themselves in dire straits. It was common knowledge that the family's rise was anchored by Qin Mingyuan's strength. With his passing, the Qin family effectively lost their pillar of support. As the saying goes, when the walls crumble, everyone pushes. Various factions in Luoyun City began to take action, collectively applying pressure on the Qin family. Within a day, they had seized more than half of the Qin family's assets, once a prestigious family. They now faced an inevitable decline. Due to the temporary halt of vessels to the capital, Shen Liangcai had no choice but to procure alchemical materials in Luoyun City. Wanbage, the largest supplier of cultivation materials in the Dalian Kingdom, had branches in both large and small cities. A year prior, Wanbage had opened a branch in Luoyun City. According to Wu Huiwei, this branch boasted a relatively comprehensive stock, and the manager was someone she knew, capable of offering Shen Liangcai the lowest possible discount. Naturally, Shen Liangcai would not decline this opportunity. After breakfast, he accompanied Wu Huiwei to the Wanbage branch in Luoyun City. Have you heard? Qin Mingyuan was murdered. Indeed, I have heard. However, I cannot fathom how such a powerful individual could meet his end at the hands of another. Upon their arrival, Shen Liangcai and Wu Huiwei found a throng gathered at the entrance of Wanbage. Engrossed in discussions about Qin Mingyuan's assassination, a middle-aged man, his face adorned with stubble, spoke in hushed tones. I heard that a few days ago, Qin Mingyuan's nephew, Qin Haoshuan, had his eyes gouged out at the Shen residence. Could there be a connection between his death and the Shen family? Just as his words fell, another individual dismissed him. Impossible. The Shen family is merely a second-rate clan in Luoyun City. What would they have to gain from killing Qin Mingyuan? You are overthinking this. In fact, with Qin Mingyuan's death, the Shen family is no longer accountable for Qin Haoshuan's fate, thus escaping a calamity. This statement garnered agreement from many in the crowd. Shen Liangcai paid little heed to the murmurs surrounding him and Wu Huiwei as they approached the entrance, only to be intercepted by the guards. Halt. Wanbage is currently closed for business due to the arrival of esteemed guests. Wu Huiwei's beautiful eyes sparkled as she inquired, May I ask when the esteemed guest will depart? The guard shook his head. I cannot say that if you are not in a hurry. You may wait outside for a moment. That moment, a young man stepped forth from the crowd, casting a derisive glance at Shen Liangcai and sneering. I thought it was someone significant, but it turns out to be you, worthless fool. Do you truly believe you can pry into the affairs of young Master Gu Zhanting? You ought to take a good look in the mirror. This man was named Zhang Ziyu, a mid-stage bone refinement cultivator from an obscure family in Luoyun City. Years ago, when Shen Liangcai's vision was unclouded, he had attended a private academy with Zhang Ziyu. Zhang Ziyu was known for his arrogant and tyrannical nature, often bullying others. During that time, Shen Liangcai endured frequent humiliation at his hands. The Gu Zhanting mentioned by Zhang Ziyu was the son of Gu Qiankun, the lord of Luoyun City, akin to a prince of the realm. Given Zhang Ziyu's background, he was utterly unqualified to associate with the son of the city lord. His attempts were nothing more than sycophancy. Shen Liangcai recognized Zhang Ziyu, his expression turning cold as he replied, What business is it of yours? Zhang Ziyu scoffed derisively, stepping closer to Shen Liangcai and provocatively declaring, Indeed, it has nothing to do with me. I simply find your presence distasteful. What are you going to do about it? In the past, Shen Liangcai's timid disposition led Zhang Ziyu to believe he would not dare retaliate. Moreover, given the Shen family's attitude towards Shen Liangcai, they would not intervene regardless of how he was humiliated. The commotion soon attracted the attention of many onlookers. Upon recognizing Shen Liangcai, curious expressions bloomed on their faces. The reputation of Shen Liangcai as a worthless fool was firmly entrenched in Luyuan City, and everyone awaited to witness his embarrassment. Zhang Ziyu, my junior brother has done you no wrong, do not overstep your bounds. Wu Huiwe stepped forward, glaring at Zhang Ziyu. Zhang Ziyu, however, completely disregarded her, his gaze fixed on Shen Liangcai as he raised his chin defiantly. Speak. Are you deaf? Do you require assistance in understanding me? As he spoke, he raised his hand, attempting to slap Shen Liangcai's face. Crack. Before he could make a move, Shen Liangcai's resounding slap descended like thunder. Zhang Ziyu was caught off guard, sent sprawling several feet away, landing heavily with a pained cry. One side of his face was left a bloody mess, a pitiful sight indeed. Many were taken aback, unable to comprehend how the once ineffectual Shen Liangcai had suddenly transformed into such a domineering figure. More astonishingly, Zhang Ziyu, a mid-stage bone refinement cultivator, found himself utterly powerless before Shen Liangcai. This was truly remarkable. As Zhang Ziyu prepared to retaliate, the doors of Wanbage slowly swung open, revealing Gu Zhanting leading a group of powerful figures from the city lord's estate. Young Master Gu, I am Zhang Ziyu. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Ziyu felt as though he had encountered a savior and attempted to ingratiate himself. Step aside. However, before he could approach Gu Zhanting, one of the latter's subordinates kicked him to the ground. The son of the city lord is not someone you may approach casually. Gu Zhanting didn't even spare Zhang Ziyu a glance, as if he were a stranger. Surrounded by his entourage, Gu Zhanting left Wanbage without a backward glance. Damn it! Zhang Ziyu's expression darkened further. Realizing he had fallen victim to Shen Liangcai's hands today, he shot a cold glare at Shen Liangcai, gritting his teeth. This matter will not end here, Shen Liangcai. You will pay dearly for this. After leaving behind a venomous threat, Zhang Ziyu slinked away, defeated. Many onlookers exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued. After years apart, how had this once ineffectual member of the Shen family seemingly transformed into an entirely different person? Junior brother, follow me. Shen Liangcai remained unfazed by the incident, and under Wu Huiyue's guidance, he met the manager of WMA. To his surprise, the manager turned out to be a captivating and graceful woman. Before she even arrived, her presence was already palpable. Her snow-white curves were tantalizingly visible, evoking vivid imagination. This woman was surnamed Lu, with the name Hongxing. Though she had passed her 30s, she bore no trace of age. Instead, the passage of time seemed to have enhanced her allure, making her even more enchanting. Particularly, her slightly plump figure boasted curves in all the right places, complemented by her bold and unrestrained attire. Inspiring boundless fantasies. May you, this young master is. Upon noticing Shen Liangcai's unfamiliarity, Lu Hongxing inquired. This is my junior brother, Shen Liangcai, the young master of the Shen family. Lu Hongxing's beautiful eyes sparkled. She had not previously known that the Shen family had gained a new young master. Deep down, she did not hold Shen Liangcai in high regard. However, Lu Hongxing was a clever woman. Years of navigating the business world had endowed her with exceptional emotional intelligence. With a charming smile, she said, Ah, so it is young Master Shen. Wanbage is truly honored by your presence. Shen Liangcai waved his hand modestly. Not at all. Madam, you flatter me that it must be said that Lu Hongxing possesses an undeniable charm. With every frown and smile captivating those around her, she is both round and smooth, yet her graceful curves remain unblemished. Observing this, Shen Liangcai felt a surge of restlessness within, a forbidden fire beginning to rise. Naturally, Lu Hongxing noticed Shen Liangcai's restless gaze. She slightly furrowed her brows, but quickly relaxed, choosing not to address the boy's impudent behavior. With a smile, she remarked, Young Master Shen, feel free to express your desired materials. As a disciple of my sister Huiyue, I assure you that I will offer you the lowest possible discount in this establishment. Wu Huiyue expressed her gratitude and nodded at Shen Liangcai. He presented 2 lists of materials to Lu Hongxing, one for nourishing spirit pills and the other for returning essence pills. The nourishing spirit pills are intended to elevate one's celestial consciousness, laying the groundwork for the soul-searching technique. The returning essence pills are essential for cultivating the yin-yang 6 harmonies technique. Currently, being in the mortal realm, it is exceedingly difficult for him to gather the necessary ingredients for an immortal's alchemical recipes. The returning essence pills, however, are rare spiritual herbs in the mortal world. Though their crafting process is intricate, the materials are relatively inexpensive and easy to collect. They are suitable not only for martial artists, but also possess certain benefits for qi refining stage cultivators. aiding in energy cultivation and enhancing physical prowess. For martial artists, they are particularly nourishing. Yet, due to the scarcity of skilled alchemists, they are seldom found on the market, even at premier establishments like the Wanbao Pavilion. They are rarely sold. Only a handful of influential figures in the capital occasionally have access to them. I would like 100 of each list, Shen Liangcai declared. Despite his mediocre talents, engaging in dual cultivation with a woman could indeed expedite his progress. But to establish a more solid foundation for his cultivation, it is still essential to appropriately consume medicinal pills. Are you certain about 100? Lu Hongxing inquired after reviewing the lists. The materials listed were not particularly precious, and the total of 200 would amount to an astronomical sum. She wondered where this boy found such confidence. Isn't 100 a bit excessive, junior brother? Perhaps you should consider purchasing a smaller quantity first, Wu Huiwe suggested. However, Shen Liangcai disregarded her advice and nodded firmly at Lu Hongxing. I am certain. Lu Hongxing rolled her eyes, took a deep breath, her fair bosom rising and falling, and after skillfully manipulating the abacus for a moment, she stated, for each item, calculated at an 8% discount from the market price, the total comes to 1 million taels of gold. How would young Master Shen like to proceed with the payment? Wu Huiwe covered her mouth in shock, her face reflecting disbelief. 0.1 million taels of gold. Indeed a staggering figure. No family in Luyun City could produce such a sum at once, even for the top powers in the capital. It is no trivial amount. She was left bewildered as to her junior brother's intentions. Yet, Shen Liangcai appeared unconcerned as he expressed, I wish to make a transaction with the lady. Might you be interested? Lu Hongxing's beautiful eyes flickered. Speak freely. For these 200 portions, I will initially pay you 100,000 taels of gold. The remaining 900,000 will be offset with returning essence pills. According to market value, one returning essence pill is worth at least 80,000 taels of gold that I will only charge you 50,000 for each, leaving a profit of 30,000 thus, after deducting the initial payment of 100,000 taels of gold. I will owe you 18 returning essence pills. Would you be willing to engage in this transaction? Shen Liangcai spoke calmly. He had fully mastered the crafting methods for both the nourishing spirit pills and returning essence pills. Although he had not yet practiced it, with the aid of the supreme Qiankun furnace, he felt confident. Future cultivation would require more medicinal pills as assistance, and given his limited finances, he needed to secure some funds first. However, his proposal astonished both Lu Hongxing and Wu Huiwe. Lu Hongxing, half smiling, asked, You don't mean to say you intend to craft returning essence pills, do you? She hardly believed Shen Liangcai's words, considering the mere boasts. Even the top alchemists of the Dalian kingdom could scarcely produce returning essence pills. For a boy in his late teens to demand 18 pills outright seemed nothing short of absurd. Out of respect for Wu Huiwe, Lu Hongxing refrained from directly exposing Shen Liangcai's pretensions. Is there a problem, my lady? Shen Liangcai asked, unabashed. Junior brother, alchemy is no trifling matter, especially with returning essence pills. How many individuals in the entire Dalian kingdom can craft them? Aspiring to learn alchemy is commendable, but it is wise to avoid overreaching. Wu Huiwe could no longer hold her tongue, her words growing blunt. What concern could I possibly have if young Master Shen wishes to refine immortal pills? It is none of my business. I am in no position to interfere, Lu Hongxing replied, a teasing smile adorning her face as she crossed her arms. However, it is impossible for young Master Shen to claim 1 million taels worth of materials with merely 100,000. 100,000 buys 100,000 worth of materials. For the remaining 900,000, you shall have to exchange 18 returning essence pills. Lu Hongxing was shrewd and would never engage in a losing deal. Nor did she wish to take risks. Shen Liangcai knitted his brows, a glint of determination shining in his eyes as he smiled. That is certainly feasible. However, if we proceed with this arrangement, my returning essence pills will be sold at the original price of 80,000 each. Lu Hongxing, without hesitation, agreed, setting the price as young master's prerogative, but the condition is that you must be able to refine returning essence pills. A price of 50,000 was indeed enticing. Yet Lu Hongxing had no faith in Shen Liangcai's ability to produce returning essence pills. Under this premise, any notion of profit was but a fleeting illusion. The only reason she entertained Shen Liangcai was due to Wu Huiyue's influence. Had he not already paid 100,000 taels in material fees, Lu Hongxing would have been disinclined to waste her time on him. Chapter 13. I fear this young lady cannot bear it. Following this, the two exchanged payment for goods. Shen Liangcai first procured some of the most basic alchemical materials. With the 100,000 taels of gold, he acquired the ingredients for 20 portions of returning essence pills, alongside 100 portions of low-grade alchemical materials for practice. My lady. That young master of the Shen family is notorious in Luyun City for being a waste. Please do not take his words to heart. If he could refine pills, even roosters would lay eggs. After Shen Liangcai and Wu Huiwei departed, a shop assistant approached Lu Hongxing with a scornful expression. Having grown up in Luyun City, he had heard many tales of Shen Liangcai and was naturally skeptical of the former waste's sudden transformation. In my opinion, my lady should not have given him an 8% discount. He is merely a waste and will bring no benefit to Wanao Pavilion or to you. After hearing the assistant's words, Lu Hongxing felt a twinge of regret, realizing she should not have considered Wu Huiyu's feelings. Well then, if Shen Liangcai cannot produce the returning essence pills next time, all discounts will be voided. In a cave within the Qishuan sect, Gongliang Yuber's complexion was pale, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, revealing his considerable weakness. After being gravely injured by Shen Liangcai, he had taken the finest healing elixirs. With the assistance of the 9 elders, he had barely managed to preserve his life. Yet even so, his injuries remained dire, and regaining his peak strength would require at least 6 months of recuperation. This made him deeply aware of Shen Liangcai's formidable nature. A nascent stage cultivator, Gongliang Yuber could maintain a degree of self-preservation even against opponents of the mid-nascent stage. However, before Shen Liangcai, he had been utterly helpless, easily defeated like an ant. More alarmingly, even the celestial consciousness of an immortal master had been effortlessly dispelled by this youth, shattering Gongliang Yuber's understanding of the world. Confronted with such a terrifying Shen Liangcai, even with deep-seated grievances, Gongliang Yuber found himself devoid of any desire for revenge. Father, that Shen Liangcai wreaked havoc in our Qishuan sect and severely injured you. Are we to simply swallow this grievance? Gongliang Yuber's eldest son, Gongliang Hong, entered the cave. Having just returned from the capital, he had heard of the sect's misfortunes and sought to avenge his father. A flicker of hatred momentarily glinted in Gongliang Yuber's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it, saying, "Your father also desires vengeance, but that Shen Liangcai is not someone you or I can contend with. I even believe that gathering the entirety of the Qishuan sect would only lead to our complete annihilation." Gongliang Hong's gaze sharpened, disbelief evident. Our Qishuan sect is a dominant force within a 1,000-mile radius. Father, you're underestimating our strength. Gongliang Yuber took a deep breath, speaking earnestly. No, this is not about underestimating our strength. Given Shen Liangcai's capabilities, I believe even in the capital, there are few who could rival him. To avoid our sect's destruction, we must refrain from provoking him. Upon hearing this, Gongliang Hong narrowed his eyes slightly. He understood his father's reluctance to exaggerate. Clearly, this Shen Liangcai was no ordinary individual. What shall we do then? Gongliang Yuber inhaled deeply, pacing within the cave. After a moment, he halted, stating, "If we wish for the Qishuan sect to endure, our best course of action is to mend our relationship with this individual. Convey my orders. From today onward, no one within our sect is allowed to provoke Shen Liangcai. Additionally, we shall dispatch individuals to closely monitor his movements. In Luyun City, should anyone dare to offend him, there is no need to report. They may directly utilize sect resources to suppress them." Gongliang Yuber's tone was resolute, exuding the authority befitting a decision-maker. Having traversed the rivers and lakes for decades, he possessed a profound understanding of human nature. On that day, Shen Liangcai brazenly invaded the Seven Qian sect, driven solely by the desire to eliminate Qin Ming Yuan, with no enmity towards the sect itself. If relations could be mended, the safety of the Seven Qian sect would be assured. However, Gongliang Hong seemed unable to accept his father's stance. Just as he was about to retort, he was interrupted by Gongliang Yuber. "I have made up my mind. There is no need for further discussion. In the future, you will surely comprehend a father's concerns." Faced with his father's unwavering determination, Gongliang Hong, though unwilling, could only nod in acquiescence. "Junior brother, there is a market over there. Let us take a look." After leaving Wanbao Pavilion, Shen Liangcai and his companion passed through a bustling market. The marketplace was filled with an array of cultivation materials, teeming with people coming and going. Shen Liangcai, intrigued, meandered through the market with Wu Huiyue. At one stall, he discovered a rare herb, known as dragon root grass, which he recalled was among the ingredients for crafting a foundation establishment pill. Although he could exchange for a foundation establishment pill with the ascension token upon arriving at the Heavenly Extreme sect, the chances of success for someone of his aptitude were minimal. Thus, it was highly likely that Shen Liangcai would need to concoct the pill himself. However, The concept of a foundation establishment pill did not exist in the mortal realm. Dragon root grass was primarily utilized for male vitality enhancement. Revered by the men of the Dalian kingdom for its remarkable efficacy, many individuals were bidding fervently at the stall, their faces flushed, voices raised in competition. I bid 500 taels. I bid 800 taels. I bid 1,000 taels. These bidders were all elderly gentlemen, likely striving to compensate for some dissatisfaction in life, hence their fervent bidding. Shen Liangcai, with his youthful appearance and accompanied by a stunning maiden, naturally drew considerable attention. Junior brother, what do you intend to do with this? Feeling the curious gazes of the crowd, Wu Yue's delicate face flushed crimson, wishing she could vanish into the ground. You can't possibly be thinking of giving it to second senior sister. Can you? Shen Liangcai's face darkened, a hint of exasperation in his voice. What are you thinking? This herb is for my own use. As he spoke, he joined the bidding war. Ultimately, Shen Liangcai secured the dragon root grass for the price of 3,000 taels of gold. The stall owner cast a suggestive glance at Shen Liangcai and Wu Huiwei before leaning in and whispering, "Young man, at your age, you should take it easy. You youngsters only seek pleasure without realizing that health is the foundation of everything." Just as Shen Liangcai was about to explain, the stall owner thumped his chest, assuring him, "Don't worry, all men understand this. Fortunately, you met me. I guarantee you will see results. This dragon root grass is 50 years old. Consume it with care, don't devour it all at once, or the potency may overwhelm this young lady." Although the stall owner tried to lower his voice, Wu Huiwei caught fragments of his words, causing her face to redden even further. She intended to clarify, but was swiftly pulled away by Shen Liangcai. "How about I consume this dragon root grass now and let senior sister test its effects with me?" Shen Liangcai suggested half-jokingly. "Absolutely not," Wu Huiwei protested, her face aflame. "If anyone is to test it, let it be you and second senior sister." Before they could walk far, two figures blocked their path. "I shall take that dragon root grass." Chapter 14. Let this woman accompany me for one night. Shen Liangcai turned to the source of the voice and saw a group approaching. The speaker, dressed in fine clothing and wielding a folding fan, possessed an air of arrogance. It was none other than Gu Zhanping, the son of the lord of Luyun City, whom Shen Liangcai had encountered earlier at Wanao Pavilion. It is the son of the city lord. Gu Zhanping, we must keep our distance. If we offend him, we shall suffer the consequences. Many in the crowd exhibited palpable trepidation. As the son of the city lord, Gu Zhanping had been pampered since childhood, basking in the affection of many. In Luyun City, his father was akin to a local emperor. Who would dare provoke such a prince? Shen Liangcai did not expect to encounter him again. However, he paid no heed to Gu Zhanping's status and flatly refused. "I have my own use for this dragon root grass. I cannot part with it." The crowd fell silent, astonished that Shen Liangcai would audaciously reject Gu Zhanping in public. Should Gu Zhanping take offense, the repercussions would be dire. Hearing Shen Liangcai's words, Gu Zhanping merely scoffed, a dismissive smile gracing his lips. "Isn't it just money you want? Name your price. I can accommodate you." His gaze lingered on Wu Huiwei, particularly fixating on her more delicate attributes, as he added, "Moreover, if this woman could accompany me to my residence for one night, I would offer you an even higher price if I am pleased. You might find yourself well provided for the rest of your life." Gu Zhanping's demeanor grew increasingly arrogant, as if he were bestowing a great favor upon Shen Liangcai. "You have 3 breaths to disappear from my sight. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." At his words, Shen Liangcai's brow furrowed deeply. While he could disregard Gu Zhanping's arrogance, the latter's shameless comments directed at Wu Huiwei crossed a line. The atmosphere turned tense, as no one anticipated Shen Liangcai would dare to confront Gu Zhanping so boldly. An insignificant insect dares to be arrogant before my lord. Kneel and apologize at once, or I shall end you. One of Gu Zhanping's subordinates stepped forward, his gaze icy as he glared at Shen Liangcai. Yet, before the subordinate could finish, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Smack. Before the subordinate could react, he was sent flying. His teeth shattered, eyes bulging, his head a bloody mess, he lay unconscious, teetering on the brink of death. How audacious. The crowd was instantly filled with shock. No one could fathom that Shen Liangcai would dare to strike Gu Zhanping's follower. Moreover, the ferocity of his retaliation was utterly brazen. Wu Huiwei gasped, covering her mouth. Though she felt a twinge of admiration, she couldn't help but worry for Shen Liangcai. After all, Gu Zhanping's status in Luyun City was far too elevated. Offending him meant incurring the wrath of the city lord's manor. "You're the first to dare challenge my son in Luyun City." Gu Gu Zhanping's eyes glinted with malice as he commanded his men. Dismember him and feed the pieces to the dogs, and bring the woman to my chambers. I intend to enjoy myself tonight. At his command, Gu Zhanping's subordinates swiftly surrounded Shen Liangcai and Wu Huiwei. Their murderous intent palpable. How unfortunate for him. He chose to offend the wrong person. A voice in the crowd lamented, many nodding in agreement. In Luyuan City, the city lord's manner was akin to the heavens. Anyone who dared provoke it faced a grim fate, and Shen Liangcai was no exception. Fool, surrender quietly, one of the lackeys hissed, baring his teeth, his hand lunging towards Shen Liangcai, possessing mid-stage bone refinement strength. He believed he could easily subdue Shen Liangcai. However, before his hand could reach its target, he suddenly felt a searing pain in his abdomen. Shen Liangcai had delivered a light punch, sending the subordinate curling up like a boiled shrimp. Propelling him several meters away, his dantian shattered, rendered a cripple. Many were taken aback, astonished to discover Shen Liangcai possessed such formidable strength. Yet this was merely the beginning. Before Gu Zhanping's followers could react, Shen Liangcai had already launched his counterattack. As a qi refining stage cultivator, facing these bone refinement practitioners was akin to a tiger among sheep. In mere moments, those who had threatened him lay defeated on the ground. Some with broken limbs, others lifeless, the air filled with wails of despair, a dismal scene. The onlookers were dumbfounded. They had heard tales of the so-called useless young master of the Shen family. In their minds, Shen Liangcai was a complete failure, the family wishing for his swift demise. How could such an inept existence suddenly exhibit such prowess? Shen Liangcai paid no mind to the crowd's thoughts, striding towards Gu Zhanping. The latter was equally shaken by Shen Liangcai's strength, a flicker of fear evident in his gaze. Though he had always been domineering, his cultivation was merely mid-stage bone refinement, inferior to many of his subordinates. What do you intend to do? Gu Zhanping stammered. I warn you, do not act rashly. My father is the city lord of Luyuan City. If anything happens to me, I assure you, you will not live beyond 3 days. Shen Liangcai let out a cold laugh. Are you threatening me? Mentioning his father seemed to spark a flicker of confidence in Gu Zhanping, who replied with an air of arrogance. What if I am? If you offend me, not just you, but the entire Shen family will suffer alongside you. His words resonated with many present. In a radius of 1,000 miles, it seemed that only the Kixuanzong could keep the lord of Luyuan City in check. The Shen family indeed lacked the standing to compare with the lord's estate. They did not believe that Shen Liangcai would dare to act against Gu Zhanping, that a person of your ilk is beneath my contempt. I wouldn't bother to kill you, but if you dare to harass those by my side, you might escape the death penalty, yet the punishment for living will be inescapable. However, Shen Liangcai had no intention of granting Gu Zhanping any chance. With a swift kick, he struck at the other's groin. Bang! Gu Zhanping emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. His lower body was left in a gruesome state, completely rendered impotent. The crowd gasped in horror. They could hardly believe that Shen Liangcai would disregard the threats and deliver such a brutal blow. It was utterly savage. They all knew that Gu Zhanping was the only son of the city lord. Gu Changha. Shen Liangcai had effectively severed the Gu family's lineage. This was tantamount to seeking death. Wu Huiwei's eyes widened in disbelief. She never expected Shen Liangcai to commit such a mad act for her sake. Gu Zhanping's face turned pale, his body trembling in pain as he gritted his teeth, and said to Shen Liangcai, You dare to ruin my manhood. I, Gu Zhanping, swear I will flay you alive and grind your bones to dust. Chapter 15. Ruin my manhood. After leaving this cruel declaration, Gu Zhanping, with the help of several attendants, left in utter disgrace. The crowd was left in a state of shock. They understood that with Gu Zhanping treated in such a manner, Shen Liangcai would undoubtedly face dire consequences. The lord's estate would not let this transgression go unpunished. Shen Liangcai remained unfazed and turned to the dazed Wu Huiwei, saying, Let us take our leave. Wu Huiwei, lost in thought, snapped back to reality upon hearing Shen Liangcai's words and hurriedly followed him, her heart filled with concern for Shen Liangcai. After all, he had just made an enemy of the city lord's household. The incident involving Gu Zhanping was merely a minor episode, one that Shen Liangcai did not take to heart. This man had relied on his father, Gu Changha, to rampage through Luyuan City for many years, bullying both men and women, committing all manner of atrocities. Shen Liangcai considered his actions a necessary purging of harm for the common folk. Now, he was wholly focused on matters of alchemy, quickening his pace. Upon returning to the Shen family, Shen Liangcai eagerly made his way to the back mountain, seeking out an abandoned cave. He connected his celestial will to the supreme Qiankun furnace. In the next moment, the furnace above his dantian seemed to ignite in an instant. brilliant light radiated forth. The furnace, no larger than a broad bean, was summoned and began to expand at a visible pace, ultimately transforming into a golden alchemical cauldron with a diameter of about 3 feet. An overwhelming aura of flames spread out, enveloping the entire cave in searing heat. What a terrifying flame! Shen Liangcai had to channel his spiritual energy to resist it. The ultimate form of the supreme Qiankun furnace was even more imposing than he had imagined. The mere internal release of its fiery essence was beyond what an ordinary person could endure. It was indeed a treasure once possessed by the pure young true monarch. Shen Liangcai took out 120 portions of alchemical materials, categorizing them accordingly. Prior to this, he had thoroughly studied the alchemical recipes and methods. He now began his attempt at concocting his first batch of elixirs. As Shen Liangcai released his celestial will, flames surged within the supreme Qiankun furnace. The lid of the furnace slowly opened. Hovering in midair, Shen Liangcai attempted to cast the materials for practice into the furnace, initiating the alchemical process by communicating with the supreme Qiankun furnace as per his memory. Alchemy, aside from requiring high-quality recipes and furnaces, also posed a significant test of the alchemist's temperament. If one's temperament was lacking, they would be unable to respond to the subtle changes occurring during the alchemical process, let alone make timely adjustments. The quality of an elixir often hinged upon the details. Some top-tier alchemical masters could move like shadows and sit as still as dead wood, completely integrating alchemy into their souls. Although Shen Liangcai had initially mastered the methods for concocting over 10,000 types of elixirs, his temperament and experience were still incomparable to those masters. These skills must be honed through countless practical experiences. In his first attempt, Shen Liangcai felt somewhat clumsy, unable to fully control the supreme Qiankun furnace. What should have been a revitalizing elixir was instead transformed into a lump of charred coal, emitting a burnt odor. Clearly, alchemy was no simple task. Shen Liangcai wiped the sweat from his brow, his once clear face now blackened from the smoke. Nevertheless, he did not lose heart and continued on to attempt a second batch of elixirs. However, the second batch also ended in failure. Though he consciously adjusted the flame, it still fell short of the desired state. Yet through these 2 attempts, he gradually found his rhythm. For a period of time thereafter, he became completely immersed in the alchemical process. The 3rd attempt failed, the 5th attempt failed, the 12th attempt failed, the 29th attempt failed. Even though he was already exhausted, he did not falter. He drew lessons from each failure. And through countless trials and adjustments, Shen Liangcai's alchemical skills steadily improved. The 100 types of materials were not meant for a single elixir. The first 50 were for one type, while the latter 50 comprised a dozen or more, with increasing difficulty. Thus, the cycle of failure and starting anew continued. It was not until the 47th batch that Shen Liangcai successfully concocted the first elixir of his alchemical career. That a fragrant aroma wafted slowly from the furnace. A dark red pill floated upward. He had succeeded. Shen Liangcai's face lit up with joy as he beckoned, and the elixir landed in his palm. Elixirs can be classified into 5 grades: inferior, medium, superior, extraordinary, and immortal. From its appearance, this elixir could only be deemed inferior. Yet Shen Liangcai felt a profound sense of satisfaction. With the success, his confidence soared. For an entire night, he did not cease his endeavors, remaining absorbed in the alchemical process. By the dawn of the 2nd day, he had finally completed the refining of all 100 practice materials. Out of the first 50, he had failed 46 times, succeeding 4 times. Out of the latter 50, he failed 5 times, yet succeeded 45 times. Such a success rate was quite remarkable for a novice. Of course, Shen Liangcai did not consider his alchemical talent to be particularly high. Without the supreme Qiankun furnace and the extraordinary recipe, he would never have attained such a success rate. Seizing the momentum, Shen Liangcai took only a brief rest before beginning the refinement of the Guiyuan pill. As the grade of the elixir had significantly increased, he approached this task with utmost seriousness. For 3 consecutive days, he did not leave the cave. From 20 portions of refining materials, he ultimately produced 18 Guiyuan pills, failing only twice. Moreover, 3 of the pills reached the medium grade. For a first-time alchemist, this was nothing short of miraculous. After half a day to recover his strength, Shen Liangcai exited the cave and made his way to the Wanbao Pavilion. At the Luoyuan City Lord's estate, Du Zhangping lay on his bed, his complexion still ashen. Beside him, a beautiful woman nearing 50 was tearfully tending to him. At that moment, the door swung open, and a tall, imposing figure clad in fine robes entered. This man, having surpassed 50 years of age, moved with a robust gait, his aura as deep as the ocean. It was none other than Qiankun, the lord of Luyun City, who had just returned from the capital. Upon seeing his son weakly lying on the bed, Qiankun's expression darkened. "My lord, you have finally returned." Qiankun, Gu Zhangping's mother, Zhang, was about to share her grievances with Qiankun, but was interrupted by him. "No need to speak. I am already aware." Zhang wiped her tears and said, "My lord, Zhangping is our only son. You must stand up for him." Chapter 16. The shock of Lu Hongxing. Gu Zhangping's eyes flashed with a glimmer of resentment as he gritted his teeth. "Yes, father." Qiankun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, pacing back and forth in the room, then turned his back to Gu Zhangping and his mother, saying, "I have always said that one must act with discretion. Yet you refuse to listen. How could I, Qiankun, have given birth to such a headstrong child?" After finishing his words, Qiankun's gaze fell upon Zhang. Seeing her in tears, his brow furrowed even deeper. "Stop crying. If you had not spoiled this ungrateful child day in and day out, how could he have developed such a character?" Under Qiankun's scolding, Zhang's legs buckled, and she fell to the ground. Clutching Qiankun's legs and weeping even more intensely, "My lord, please do not blame Zhangping. It is all my fault for not raising him properly. But with Zhangping so grievously harmed, my lord, can you truly swallow this anger?" Qiankun's eyes glinted with sharpness as he coldly replied, "As the saying goes, one must consider the owner when punishing the dog. How can my son, Qiankun, be casually humiliated by others and still maintain a foothold in Luyun City? Send someone to inform Shen Liangcai that I wish to meet him this afternoon at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. I want to see this young man in person." Gu Zhanyan's face lit up with delight as he readily agreed. With his father taking action, Shen Liangcai is undoubtedly doomed. Unbeknownst to Shen Liangcai, events were unfolding at the city lord's residence at this moment. He had arrived at the Wanbao Pavilion. "Why have you come again?" The young shop assistant remarked bluntly upon seeing Shen Liangcai. Previously, the lady had granted a discount of 20% to this good-for-nothing, which had left the shop assistant feeling quite disgruntled. Who would have thought that just a few days later this useless fellow would return? "I am here to seek Lady Lu. Please inform her," Shen Liangcai stated. "The lady is busy at the moment and has no time for you. Leave quickly and do not disturb our business." The shop assistant held a clear disdain for Shen Liangcai in his eyes. Conversing with this good-for-nothing was a waste of time. "Is this how you treat your guests? Is this the hospitality of Wanbao Pavilion?" Shen Liangcai retorted, his eyes gleaming with sharpness as he sneered. "What sort of guest do you think you are? Do not flatter yourself. If you do not leave, I shall have someone escort you out." The shop assistant scoffed, showing no respect for Shen Liangcai. As he spoke, he clapped his hands, summoning a few burly men who approached with eager anticipation. At that moment, Lu Hongxing appeared, swaying her waist and gesturing to the large men. Obeying her signal, they retreated to the side. Internally, Lu Hongxing harbored her own dislike for Shen Liangcai, yet she maintained a charming smile on the surface. These individuals are ignorant of the rules. "If there is any conflict, please forgive me, young Master Shen." "Not at all." Shen Liangcai waved his hand dismissively and said, "I wish to purchase some alchemical materials." Upon hearing this, Lu Hongxing instinctively rolled her eyes. Did this fellow truly consider this place a wholesale market? What could he possibly need so many alchemical materials for? Did he really believe himself to be an alchemist? It was utterly ludicrous. These thoughts raced through Lu Hongxing's mind, though she maintained her composure and asked Shen Liangcai, "Have you exhausted the previous 120 sets of materials?" Shen Liangcai nodded. Lu Hongxing took a deep breath and replied, "You may purchase materials, but our shop operates on thin margins. The 20% discount will not be available again. The last time we offered such a discount was already a favor to you." "No more discounts?" Shen Liangcai raised an eyebrow, unconcerned as he said, "If there are no discounts, I can sell my return to origin pills elsewhere." He was well aware of the high demand for return to origin pills. In any city within the Dalian kingdom, their price would not dip below 80,000 taels of gold. Moreover, once they hit the market, they would be snatched up in a frenzy. 80,000 taels was the price for inferior return to origin pills. Shen Liangcai still possessed 3 superior pills. Compared to the inferior ones, the price of superior return to origin pills would at least quintuple. Yet, despite their exorbitant price, superior return to origin pills remained exceedingly rare. Shen Liangcai could see that Lu Hongxing was clearly trying to make things difficult for him. He could easily sell his pills elsewhere. Lu Hongxing was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting as she asked, "Are you implying that you have successfully refined return to origin pills?" Shen Liangcai countered, "What, do you not believe me, madam? Madam, do not listen to his nonsense. Who does he think he is? Return to origin pills are a top-tier elixir. How many people in the entire Dalian Kingdom can refine them? How could he possibly have succeeded? The shop assistant quickly interjected with derision upon hearing Shen Liangcai's words. Lu Hongxing could not help but smirk disdainfully, remarking, "Young Master Shen, do not jest. This is not a humorous joke at all. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." As she spoke, Lu Hongxing prepared to depart, but Shen Liangcai tossed a pouch into her hands. Lu Hongxing's expression turned to one of astonishment as she instinctively opened the pouch, her face instantly freezing in disbelief. Could this truly be returned to origin pills? A total of 18, and among them, 3 were of superior quality. How could this be? How could this be possible? Lu Hongxing's face was filled with incredulity. Having worked at Wanbao Pavilion for many years, she had never seen such an abundance of return to origin pills. Furthermore, even the headquarters of Wanbao Pavilion might not be able to produce those 3 superior pills. Lu Hongxing could hardly conceal her astonishment. She had never imagined that Shen Liangcai would truly produce 18 return to origin pills. This was simply astonishing. Upon hearing Lu Hongxing's words, the shop assistant was equally taken aback, hastily stepping forward to verify the contents. The result was consistent with Lu Hongxing's findings. This completely altered the shop assistant's demeanor. Astonishment, surprise, and disbelief flooded his expression. In his eyes, Shen Liangcai had always been a worthless good-for-nothing. Yet, Shen Liangcai had slapped him in the face with his actions. Have you seen enough? If so, please return it to me, Shen Liangcai said to Lu Hongxing. Lu Hongxing felt a rush of shame, inwardly cursing herself for having looked down upon him. She hastily apologized to Shen Liangcai, saying, "I was too dismissive earlier. Please do not be angry." "Young Master Shen, I owe you an apology." As she spoke, Lu Hongxing slightly bowed to Shen Liangcai, her fair skin revealed enticingly as she leaned forward. "Will these return to origin pills be sold to her shop? Whatever alchemical materials the young master requires, I will do my utmost to gather them, and I shall still offer the 20% discount. No, 6%. Lu Hongxing proposed eagerly. In the future, whenever you wish to purchase, our shop will always offer you a 6% discount. Additionally, for these 18 return to origin pills, I am willing to pay 100,000 taels of gold for each inferior pill. And the price for the superior ones will be 5 times that. I hope young Master Shen can overlook past grievances and we can establish a long-term partnership." Chapter 17, The Drunken Immortal Pavilion. As she spoke, Lu Hongxing maintained her gaze on Shen Liangcai, her eyes filled with a hint of pleading, as if fearing his rejection. It is worth noting that during Lu Hongxing's year in Luyun City, she had not achieved much success. Acquiring these 18 return to origin pills would not only boost her personal performance but could also elevate the entire influence of the Luyun City branch. Naturally, Lu Hongxing did not want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yet, recalling that day when Shen Liangcai had sold his return to origin pills for merely 50,000 taels of gold, she was filled with regret. Feeling an impulse to slap herself, she could only blame her short-sightedness and her failure to recognize true talent. "Since you are so sincere, the return to origin pill shall belong to Wanbao Pavilion," Shen Liangcai responded, finding Lu Hongxing's performance satisfactory. After all, Wanbao Pavilion was the largest materials merchant in the Dalian Kingdom. Not only were their prices advantageous, but their inventory was also the most comprehensive. If all went as planned, Shen Liangcai would need to produce a large number of elixirs in the near future. As long as the conditions offered were not too unreasonable, he would prioritize Wanbao Pavilion for his purchases. "Thank you, young Master Shen, for your generosity. I am immensely grateful." Upon hearing Shen Liangcai's agreement, Lu Hongxing was overjoyed. "How many alchemical materials do you require? I will have someone prepare them immediately. I only need 500,000 taels of gold. The rest can be exchanged for alchemical materials," Shen Liangcai replied to at present. Apart from his urgent need to cultivate the soul retrieval technique, it was imperative to enhance his own strength. Let us not forget that he had destroyed the celestial consciousness of a core formation stage expert. Should his identity be revealed, his situation would become extremely perilous. Furthermore, the fairy Biao had been persistently searching for the whereabouts of the supreme Qiankun furnace. All these matters compelled Shen Liangcai to find ways to elevate his power. He planned to raise his cultivation to the 9th level of Qi refinement before locating the teleportation array. This way, whether he ventured into the immortal realm or encountered foes, he would be more assured of his safety. As for the 500,000 taels of gold, Shen Liangcai intended to deposit it into the Shen family's account, which should suffice for their expenditures over the next 2 years. you only require 500,000 taels of gold. And the remaining funds will allow you to purchase 666 sets of alchemical materials at the 6% rate, Lu Hongxing remarked, somewhat surprised. Shen Liangcai nodded. The elixirs produced from these materials would see 70% kept for himself, with the remaining 30% to be liquidated. My spiritual root is only of inferior quality, and my talent is as ordinary as can be. Thus, I shall compensate for my lack of innate talent with elixirs. While others treasure elixirs as if they were jewels, I shall treat them as mere candies. I refuse to believe I cannot carve out a name for myself. Those so-called prodigies and top talents will all be trampled beneath my feet. Shen Liangcai mused, a surge of ambition swelling within him. Upon hearing Shen Liangcai's words, Lu Hongxing's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she tentatively inquired, Young Master Shen, are you planning to continue refining elixirs with such a large purchase of materials? Indeed, Shen Liangcai did not conceal his intentions, nodding slightly that I have a request, and I wonder if young Master Shen could oblige. Lu Hongxing said, Speak, he replied. Taking a deep breath, Lu Hongxing's alluring figure shifted slightly as she said, In the future, if young Master Shen has surplus elixirs, would you consider selling them to our Wanbao Pavilion first? Shen Liangcai glanced at Lu Hongxing's alluring form and replied, That would depend on how you perform. Madam. Lu Hongxing's cheeks flushed, as if she had grasped the implication behind Shen Liangcai's words. As long as the young master wishes, I will do whatever it takes to meet your expectations. Upon concluding her words, Lu Hongxing deliberately cast a flirtatious glance at Shen Liangcai, embodying utmost charm. Shortly thereafter, the shop assistant, tasked with gathering supplies, returned with a ring in hand, presenting it to Shen Liangcai. Taken aback, he soon heard Lu Hongxing's voice. This storage ring is a gift for young Master Shen, containing the 50,000 taels of gold and 666 alchemical materials. Shen Liangcai raised an eyebrow, surprised by Lu Hongxing's generosity. In the Great Liang Kingdom, storage rings are notoriously expensive, with even the most ordinary ones fetching over 50,000 taels of gold. Only individuals of considerable status can afford to wear them. Though the ring before him may not be of the highest quality, it was still worth at least 150,000 taels of gold. As he took the storage ring, Shen Liangcai instinctively released his spiritual sense to verify the contents. Once assured of the quantities, he departed from Wanbao Pavilion. My lady, do you not find young Master Shen a bit unusual? After Shen Liangcai's departure, the shop assistant approached, speaking in hushed tones. What do you mean? Lu Hongxing inquired. Petit, not even 18 years of age, he is capable of refining the supreme Guiyuan pill, even if one began learning alchemy from the womb. Such an achievement would be unattainable, he explained. Lu Hongxing's beautiful eyes glimmered. Are you suggesting? The shop assistant continued. I suspect he is backed by an extraordinary figure. Those pills must have been crafted by that eminent individual. The shop assistant's reasoning resonated with Lu Hongxing, leading her to conclude that Shen Liangcai might indeed be the disciple of a hidden master. Regardless, he was someone she could not afford to offend. In fact, for a person of such stature, Lu Hongxing would go to great lengths to cultivate a relationship, even at considerable cost. Young master, please hold. As Shen Liangcai exited Wanbao Pavilion, he was intercepted by several figures in an alleyway. The speaker was an elderly man with a head of white hair. Having surpassed his 60th year, the elder emanated a robust aura, indicating his cultivation was at least at the postnatal realm. Accompanying him were individuals clad in uniform garments, exuding a palpable air of menace. What is the matter? Shen Liangcai halted and inquired. My master requests your presence at the Zui Stian Lu for a discussion. I am here on his orders, and I kindly ask for your cooperation, the elder stated, gesturing for him to follow. And who might your master be? Shen Liangcai questioned, having been imprisoned for many years. He could hardly fathom who would invite him to Zui Stian Lu. You shall find out upon arrival. Please follow me, the elder replied, his voice aged yet laced with an unsettling undertone, as he motioned for Shen Liangcai to proceed. Shen Liangcai sensed the hostility in their approach, but chose to disregard it, opting to follow their lead out of curiosity. Observing Shen Liangcai's retreating figure, the elder remained vigilant, anxious that Shen Liangcai might seize the opportunity to flee. However, until they reached their destination, Shen Liangcai exhibited no intention of escape, appearing remarkably at ease, much to the elder's astonishment, leaving him bewildered as to the source of Shen Liangcai's confidence. Zui Stian Lu, one of the premier establishments in Luoyang City, housed a private room on the top floor where Gu Changhe and his son Gu Zhangpeng awaited. Seated beside them was a gaunt middle-aged man clad in a gray robe. his countenance dark and foreboding. His sunken eyes gleamed with a dangerous light as he rolled 2 jade beads between his palms, producing a soft friction sound that I in accordance with my master's command. "I have brought Shen Liangcai," the elderly man announced as he entered the room. Chapter 18. Severing the lifeline. Qiankun eyes glinted with sharpness. "Bring him in." The elder complied. When the door to the private room swung open once more, Shen Liangcai's figure appeared. Instantly, Gu Zhamping's eyes ignited with hatred at the recollection of their previous encounter in the marketplace, wishing nothing more than to flay Shen Liangcai alive. "So it is you." Shen Liangcai recognized upon seeing Gu Zhamping. However, he showed no fear, casually pulling out a chair to sit. Exuding an air of nonchalance, Gu Zhamping's frown deepened further. "This worthless fool dares to sit. Does he think he is here as a guest? You wretch, upon seeing the city lord, should you not kneel and pay your respects?" The dark-faced middle-aged man, named Luo Sha, stated coldly, his jade beads spinning even faster in his palm. Luo Sha was one of Qiankun most formidable generals, having fought valiantly alongside him in numerous campaigns, and now served as the commander of the city lord's guards. Yet, Qiankun merely waved his hand dismissively at Luo Sha, fixing his gaze on Shen Liangcai. "I did not expect you, at such a tender age, to possess such audacity in coming to this meeting. Truly, your Shenqingtian's son.it is no disgrace for my son to be bested by you. However, you have brought about the demise of my Gu family's lineage. If word of this spreads, my family will lose face in Luyun City. Thus, you must provide this city lord with an explanation." Qiankun, as a city lord, spoke with a commanding presence, each word resonating with authority. The invisible pressure he exerted was enough to instill unease in anyone, and had Shen Liangcai not undergone significant transformation, he might have struggled to withstand it. "What explanation do you seek?" Shen Liangcai inquired. "Considering your youth, I shall not make things difficult for you." Qiankun replied coolly. "You will forfeit your cultivation, sever your lifeline, and kneel at the southern gate of the city, repenting for 7 days and nights. Should you do so, I will spare your life." Upon hearing Qiankun's words, Gu Zhamping felt a surge of excitement. To forfeit one's cultivation and sever one's lifeline seemed far worse than death. Such a punishment was hardly merciful. Gu Zhamping eagerly anticipated Shen Liangcai's forthcoming misery. "City lord, you truly are magnanimous," Qiankun remarked. "Young people are often impetuous and make mistakes. I consider this an opportunity for him to reform." "How can one reform when rendered a cripple?" Gu Zhamping gasped, astonished at how casually his father dismissed such a grave matter. Qiankun continued to scrutinize Shen Liangcai, asserting, "During your 7 days of kneeling, you must ensure that the passing citizens understand that you are being punished for provoking the majesty of the city lord's estate. This matter must circulate throughout Luyun City. Only then will it be considered resolved. Do you comprehend?" Gu Zhamping could hardly contain his exhilaration. This was the fate that befell those who dared to offend him. Surely, at this moment, Shen Liangcai must be regretting his choices, left in despair. As Luo Sha fiddled with the jade beads, he interjected, "In my view, this punishment is still too lenient." With that, he turned his gaze back to Shen Liangcai, saying, "The city lord has shown mercy. You should be grateful. Act now, and do not compel me to intervene." As he spoke, Luo Sha retrieved a dagger from his waist, tossing it before Shen Liangcai with a scornful grin. Yet, even under the combined pressure of Qiankun and Luo Sha, Shen Liangcai remained unfazed. Unhurriedly pouring himself a cup of tea, he savored a sip and remarked, "I anticipated you would devise something bolder. To think it would be merely this trifling act. How disappointing." At this, Qiankun and the others were momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom how, facing imminent death, Shen Liangcai could remain so composed, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of his situation. Feeling a chilling aura emanating from Luo Sha, who regarded him with murderous intent, Shen Liangcai heard Luo Sha say, "You may be pretending to be calm, but I know you are trembling with fear inside. If you are unwilling to act, I shall assist you." Just then, a commanding voice bellowed from outside, "Halt." Moments later, several figures entered the room. Leading them was a young man in his 20s, clad in splendid attire. Exuding an air of nobility, it was none other than Gong Yang Hong, the son of the sect master of Qishuan sect. The presence of Gong Yang Hong caught Qiankun and the others completely off guard. "Young Master Gong Liang, what brings you here?" Qiankun immediately greeted him with a smile. In a radius of 1,000 miles, the Qishuan sect was an undisputed overlord, as the son of the sect master. Gong Liang Hong commanded VIP treatment wherever he went, prompting even a city lord like Qiankun to extend a warm welcome. "City Lord Gu, I ask you to do me a favor and release young Master Shen at once." Gong Yanghong seemed disinterested in pleasantries, directly stating the purpose of his visit. Jiu Chang's expression hardened slightly, annoyance flickering in his eyes. While I would like to grant young Master Gong Yang this favor, this young man has caused my Gu family to face extinction. Today, regardless of who arrives, I must ensure he pays the price. Gong Lianghong glanced back at Shen Liangcai, relieved to see him unharmed, and continued addressing Gu Changge. City Lord, I strongly advise you to heed my words. Release young Master Shen immediately and offer your apologies. Otherwise, it will not just be you, but the entire City Lord's estate that will face dire consequences. Upon hearing these words, Gu Changhe, Gu Zhamping, and Luo Cha exchanged glances, unable to suppress their mocking laughter. A mere former waste of the Shen family. Even if he possesses some strength now, how could he possibly be as exaggerated as Gong Yanghong claims? As their laughter subsided, Gu Changhe addressed Gong Lianghong, saying, Young Master Gong Liang, I have always regarded you as a dear friend, yet you continue to speak in favor of this boy. He has crippled my son's lifeblood, and now I must apologize to him. What is your true intent? Are you here to deliberately humiliate me? If so, you are not welcome here, so please make your own arrangements. Gu Changge feared Gong Yangyuber, but it was evident that Gong Yanghong had not yet attained his father's stature. Luo Cha, take action. At Gu Changge's command, Luo Cha unleashed his murderous intent, a massive hand reaching out towards Shen Liangcai. However, before Luo Cha's hand could descend, an invisible palm print suddenly whooshed in from an unknown origin. Luo Cha, caught off guard, was sent flying. Gu Changge, you are quite bold to offend even young Master Shen. Truly, you are courting your own demise. An aged voice echoed from afar. The door to the private room swung open once more, and several figures entered, with the foremost being none other than Gong Liangyuber, the sect leader of the Seven Xuanzong. Gu Changhe furrowed his brow, astonished that this matter had indeed stirred Gong Liangyuber. What exactly is Shen Liangcai's background? Chapter 19. A late rescue. Sect leader Gong Liang. What brings you here as well? Recovering his thoughts, Gu Changhe bowed respectfully to Gong Liangyuber. Though he was a city lord, in terms of strength, prestige, and seniority, he was a tier below Gong Liangyuber. If I hadn't come, you would have caused a catastrophe of unimaginable proportions. Gong Liangyuber replied with a stern expression. Yet, when he turned to look at Shen Liangcai, a smile instantly graced his aged face. I apologize for my tardiness, young Master Shen. As he spoke, Gong Liangyuber bowed deeply to Shen Liangcai, displaying utmost humility. Jiu Changhe, Gu Zhamping, and Luo Cha wore expressions of disbelief, perplexed as to why Gong Liangyuber would show such deference to Shen Liangcai. What on earth is happening? This is my affair. What crime is it of yours? Shen Liangcai remained languidly seated. The arrival of Gong Liangyuber and his son took him by surprise, filling him with an unexpected sense of being watched, his expression darkening. However, I am quite curious as to how you two learned of my whereabouts. Noticing the chill in Shen Liangcai's tone, Gong Liangyuber broke into a cold sweat, hastily explaining, Luyun City is a place rife with chaos. I was merely concerned that some unwise individuals might offend young Master Shen, and thus I sent someone to guard you in secret. Of course, young Master Shen is fully capable of resolving any issues himself. I only wish for you to remain undisturbed, so I took the liberty of this misguided action. I hope you will not hold it against me. As he spoke, Gong Liangyuber bowed deeply to Shen Liangcai once more. Shen Liangcai waved his hand dismissively, saying lightly, given your good intentions, I shall not blame you. But do refrain from a repeat of this in the future. Gong Liangyuber wiped the sweat from his brow, immediately assuring him, Thank you for your magnanimity, young master. The dialogue between the two completely overturned everyone's understanding. Even Gong Yanghong was left stupefied. Prior to this, he had known his father's attitude toward Shen Liangcai, but he had not anticipated such humility from his father when facing Shen Liangcai. Moreover, he could see a deep-seated fear reflected in his father's eyes, a gaze he had never witnessed before in his life, akin to a child seeking forgiveness from a parent after committing an error. Witnessing his father bowing and scraping before a young man several years his junior made Gong Lianghong feel uneasy. Yet, in that moment, he dared not interject, merely bowing alongside his father, awaiting Shen Liangcai's command. Sect leader Gong Yang, have you made a mistake? This boy is nothing but a waste of the Shen family. What merit does he possess to warrant such respect from you? Gu Changhe could not help but inquire. The events unfolding before him felt surreal. Silence. Yet before Gu Changhe could finish, Gong Liangyuber interrupted. If you continue speaking, even the King of Heaven cannot save you. Taking a deep breath, Gong Liangyuber continued earnestly. Gu Changha, listen well. Young Master Shen is someone whom even I, the sect leader, must treat with utmost respect. Heed my words and kneel to young Master Shen to apologize. Only then may you have a chance to retain your position as city lord. Upon hearing this, Gu Changha's gaze flickered uncertainly, seemingly grasping the gravity of the situation. He well understood Gong Yuber's character. He never exaggerated and was resolute in his words. It was clear that the latter was not jesting. This meant that he had genuinely stumbled upon a formidable adversary today. Despite the myriad of grievances and confusion swirling within him, Gu Changha was compelled to accept this harsh reality. Thank you, sect leader Gong Yang, for your earnest concern. I, Gu Changha, shall take this fall. With those words, Gu Changha turned to Shen Liangcai and slowly bent his knee. Father, no. Gu Zhaoping's expression was one of rage and despair. His heart bleeding. To him, his father was like a mountain, the backbone of the Gu family. Yet now, due to him, his father was forced to kneel before someone else. This humiliation cut deep, more painful than death itself. Thud. Gu Changha paid no heed to Gu Zhaoping, directly kneeling before Shen Liangcai. This act shattered Gu Zhaoping's pride completely. Even if they could escape this calamity, the latter half of Gu Zhaoping's life would be forever marred. I, Gu Changha, have failed to recognize the greatness of young Master Shen and have offended him. I implore you to forgive me and my son this once, Gu Changha said, his lips twitching as he spoke. Since taking the position of city lord, he had never bowed so low to anyone. He never imagined that one day he would find himself on his knees before an obscure youth, begging for forgiveness like a dog. One must admit, Gu Changha was indeed a man of flexibility. Shen Liangcai sipped his tea and asked, I have crippled your son, yet you kneel before me seeking mercy. Do you not harbor any hatred towards me? Gu Changha's face turned grim as he suppressed his inner fury, replying, I dare not. I only seek young Master Shen's forgiveness. Nonsense. Shen Liangcai suddenly rose, fixing an icy gaze upon Gu Changha, sneering. How can such hatred be easily cast aside? Considering the face of sect leader Gong Liang, I shall spare your life. However, should you and your son wish to seek vengeance in the future, you are welcome to come find me, but I must forewarn you, should you choose this path, be prepared to bear the consequences. Gu Changha's gaze sharpened. Shen Liangcai's words signified a confidence in his own strength. It was clear that he did not regard the father and son duo as threats at all. Shouldn't you be grateful for young Master Shen's mercy? Gong Yuber quietly sighed in relief, hastily reminding them, fearing Shen Liangcai might change his mind. Gu Changha promptly expressed his gratitude. Although Gu Zhaoping was reluctant, he too knelt down, deeply wounded. Is young master satisfied with how I have dealt with this? Gong Yuber inquired cautiously. Shen Liangcai remained silent, his gaze lingering on Luo Cha, who had not spoken for a long time. Did you not wish to sever my lifeblood? Use this dagger to sever your own hand. Shen Liangcai kicked the dagger that Luo Cha had previously drawn towards him, speaking coldly. Previously, Luo Cha had been filled with disdain and relentless chatter. Naturally, Shen Liangcai had not forgotten him. A chill swept through the hearts of those present. Luo Cha's face turned pale, his voice trembling as he implored, Young Master Shen, I was wrong. May I make amends in another way? He was the captain of the guards in Luyun City, a formidable warrior at the acquired realm. Losing an arm would dim his entire martial path. Shen Liangcai remained silent, but his gaze was piercing, filling Luo Cha with dread. Luo Cha, take action. Gu Changha declared at that moment. He understood that severing an arm might be the best outcome for Luo Cha. Chapter 20. Menstrual Pain. To invoke such fear in Gong Yuber, even taking the lives of the three of them would be a trivial matter. Luo Cha's complexion turned ashen, his eyes devoid of life as he trembled while picking up the dagger. Suddenly making a swift incision, splat, a line of blood shot forth. The severed arm fell to the ground. Luo Cha's body quaked in agony, sweat cascading down his face. Gu Zhaoping was so frightened that he Gong Yuba sighed deeply, as though an old wound had been exposed. However, he did not hesitate to recount everything that transpired at the Kixuanzong that fateful day to Gu Changha and his companions. Upon hearing his words, although Gu Changha and his companions were somewhat prepared, a tumultuous wave of shock surged within them. Could this possibly be true? The earlier revelations had been too staggering, compelling Gu Changha to seek confirmation once more. It is indeed true. Do you think the head of our sect would jest about the honor or disgrace of his own lineage? Gong Yuba replied. So, does this imply that Qin Mingyuan also met his demise at the hands of this individual? Gong Yubo refrained from disclosing the cause of Qin Mingyuan's death, yet Gu Changha had already deduced it. Precisely so. Gong Yang Yuba nodded. Gu Chang's mind went blank. If he had felt a sense of unwillingness regarding the events of the day prior. At this moment, all such feelings dissipated. In fact, Gu Changhe felt a twinge of relief that he had not exhibited any resistance when Gong Liang Yuba urged him to kneel and apologize. Otherwise, he shuddered to think of the consequences. Given Shen Liangcai's terrifying prowess in sweeping through Kixuanzong, killing the three of them would indeed be as effortless as squashing an ant. To easily defeat the sect leader Gong Yang, perhaps only certain prominent figures from the capital could achieve such a feat. This individual's cultivation had likely reached the late stage of innate development, Gu Changhe mused. The more he analyzed, the more formidable Shen Liangcai appeared. However, Gu Changhe could not fathom why Shen Liangcai, once regarded as the Shen family's waste, had suddenly transformed into such a powerful figure. What exactly had transpired within him? This question had perplexed not only Gu Changhe, but had also troubled Gong Liang Yuba for quite some time. A flicker of wisdom crossed Gong Yang Yuba's weathered eyes as he remarked, the late stage of innate cultivation may not possess such overwhelming deterrent power. I even suspect he has brushed against the threshold. Gu Changhe's body trembled in surprise as he asked, are you suggesting that Shen Liangcai is the legendary cultivator? Gong Liang Yuba replied, cultivators dwell above, rarely stepping into the mundane world. He should not have entered the door yet. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, this individual is not someone we mere mortals can afford to offend. Moreover, considering his remarkable achievements at such a tender age, his future prospects are undoubtedly boundless. Therefore, all we can do now is to diligently maintain this relationship. Should he soar to greatness in the future, he will naturally not allow us to languish in mediocrity. Gong Liang Yuba, ever shrewd, had contemplated many matters during his recent convalescence, gaining a deeper understanding of how to navigate the relationship with Shen Liangcai. Upon returning to the Shen residence, Shen Liangcai intended to first return to his chamber to inventory supplies before heading to the back mountain to refine pills. Yet, Yuanan seemed to have anticipated Shen Liangcai's arrival time. Having already prepared a sumptuous feast, you've been busy these past few days and haven't tea had a proper meal. You must be famished. Come, eat while it's hot, Yuanan said with a beaming smile, resembling a devoted wife eagerly awaiting her husband's return. Indeed, I am rather hungry, Shen Liangcai chuckled. Although cultivators can abstain from food, it is still quite necessary to indulge one's palate occasionally. Halfway through the meal, Shen Liangcai suddenly recalled something and inquired of Yuanan, where is senior sister 3? Why isn't she here? Wu Huiyue is quite the foodie. It's unusual for her to miss such a lavish spread. Yuanan replied, she has been feeling a bit unwell and lacks an appetite. She informed us in advance that she wouldn't be having dinner at a stomachache. What happened? Shen Liangcai asked anxiously. Skipping a meal seems quite serious. However, Yuanan chuckled. Oh, you're so naive. Shen Liangcai, perplexed, pressed further. What exactly is going on? Could you please clarify? If you don't, I might have to resort to more forceful measures. Yuanan quickly understood. No, I'll tell you. Women have those few days every month. Don't you know that? Only then did Shen Liangcai realize that Wu Huiyue was experiencing her monthly cycle and was likely suffering from menstrual cramps. It seems this girl has some cold in her womb. I'll go check on her. Without finishing his meal, Shen Liangcai rose and headed toward Wu Huiyue's quarters. What is it with him and his concern for that girl? Watching Shen Liangcai depart, Yuanan bit her red lip. She felt a twinge of envy creeping into her heart. What is happening to me? Previously, I considered offering myself to this fellow solely for survival. How has it transformed into this? Upon reaching Wu Huiyue's quarters, Shen Liangcai knocked on the door. It's me. Shen Liangcai. Wu Huiyue's voice sounded weak. The door isn't locked. Come in. Shen Liangcai pushed the door open. Wu Huiyue lay on the bed, her body cocooned in a thick quilt, her youthful face appearing quite pale. Shenshidi, why have you come? Wu Huiyue asked. I heard that you were feeling unwell, so I came to check on you. Shen Liangcai replied with a smile. I'm fine. There is no need for you to worry. It will pass in a couple of days, Wu Huiyue said, her cheeks flushing. Such matters can be somewhat difficult for a lady to articulate. How did Shen Liangcai come to know? Let me take a look at you. From Wu Huiyue's condition, it was evident that her discomfort was not merely typical menstrual cramps. There must be something else at play. As Shen Liangcai approached her bed, he felt a chill emanating from the mattress. Instinctively, he lifted the quilt to investigate further. To his astonishment, he discovered that Wu Huiyue was completely unclothed, lying bare beneath the covers. As he lifted the quilt, the vivid scene was fully revealed. Ah! Wu Huiyue shrieked, hastily pulling the quilt back to cover herself. Yet, due to her panic and weakness, she nearly fell off the bed. Fortunately, Shen Liangcai was quick enough to catch her delicate form. However, this only resulted in Wu Hui's body being further exposed to the air, coming into close proximity with Shen Liangcai. Chapter 21. Remarkably elastic, visually snow-white and ample, her skin felt smooth and tender to the touch. Wu Hui let out a soft whimper, instinctively curling up in Shen Liangcai's embrace, much like a frightened kitten that Jiu gulped down a lump in his throat. He had imagined Wu Hui's figure before. It must appear petite, yet concealing an astonishing allure. However, upon witnessing it firsthand, he realized he had severely underestimated this woman. Not only was her skin as fair and supple as if it could exude moisture, but the prominent features of her form were also astonishingly pronounced. How impressive! Shen Liangcai couldn't help but exclaim, his hand moving almost of its own accord to squeeze. "You rogue, let go of me!" Wu Hui exclaimed, her face turning an even deeper shade of crimson as she felt the unexpected invasion. She struggled fiercely to free herself from Shen Liangcai's grasp, quickly wrapping herself in the quilt. Lowering her head and biting her lip, she fell silent. The bashful demeanor she exhibited was oddly endearing. Shen Liangcai instinctively inhaled the lingering fragrance on his palm and gazed at Wu Hui, remarking, "How delightful." He had never considered himself a virtuous man, yet his past self would never have been this brazen. Practicing the yin-yang hexagonal technique truly made one's thoughts become entangled with carnal desires at all times. Wu Hui was too embarrassed to meet Shen Liangcai's gaze. Although Shen Liangcai referred to her as Senior Sister 3, in reality, she was only a year his senior. At this moment, she was precisely 18. Still a budding young woman. How could she have ever encountered such teasing? "Shitty, you're so wicked, taking advantage of my discomfort to come here and bully me," Wu Hui said with a hint of grievance. "I came here to help you heal," Shen Liangcai replied, scratching his nose as he reached out once more. Wu Hui's expression turned wary, instinctively retreating to the corner of the bed. "Hand it over." "I'll take your pulse," Shen Liangcai chuckled. "Shen Shitty, he is adept at alchemy, so he must also possess a certain level of medical knowledge." With this thought in mind, Wu Hui cautiously extended her small hand to Shen Liangcai. Taking her hand, Shen Liangcai began to feel her pulse. The supreme Qiankun furnace contained not only the refining methods for over 10,000 elixirs, but also recorded a portion of medical techniques. In the realm of cultivation, these medical skills could only be considered elementary, yet for ordinary mortals, they could be deemed miraculous. Over the past few days, whether it was the elixirs or the medical techniques, Shen Liangcai had already memorized them thoroughly. Through his examination, Shen Liangcai discovered that, just as he had previously surmised, the true cause of Wu Hui's abdominal pain was not merely dysmenorrhea. Instead, it was a chilling attribute that penetrated to the bone. This icy attribute had always existed within Wu Hui's body, but due to the weakness brought on by her menstrual cycle, she was unable to suppress the invasion of the icy energy, which led to intensified abdominal pain. In order to investigate the source of this icy aura, Shen Liangcai had no choice but to unleash his celestial consciousness and envelop Wu Hui's body. Under the shroud of his celestial awareness, he discovered a substance within Wu Hui that bore a striking resemblance to a spiritual root, faintly discernible. Shen Liangcai wished to delve deeper, but he found that this entity seemed to be shrouded by some form of restriction. His celestial consciousness could not approach it without being utterly consumed. After several attempts, Shen Liangcai reluctantly abandoned the notion of further exploration. He could confirm that the icy attribute emanated from this entity. Shen Liangcai attempted to circulate the yin-yang 6 harmonies technique to draw the icy attribute into his own body, where he could refine and absorb it. The icy energy belonged to the yin category, which would aid his cultivation of the yin-yang 6 harmonies technique. In just a moment, Shen Liangcai felt his cultivation level reach the pinnacle of the qi refining second layer. Once he temporarily suppressed the icy attribute within Wu Hui, his cultivation successfully broke through to the qi refining third layer. Wu Hui's delicate face regained a hint of color, and her entire demeanor transformed significantly. "Do you feel better?" Shen Liangcai inquired. "I do feel better." "Shen Shitty, thank you," Wu Hui replied, her gaze towards Shen Liangcai shimmering with a unique brilliance. Ever since her childhood, she had been plagued by dysmenorrhea. She had tried numerous remedies, but none had proven effective. Who would have thought that Shen Liangcai could provide relief? However, just the thought of their previous ambiguous encounter made Wu Hui's heart race. No need for gratitude. Shen Liangcai waved his hand, and informed Wu Huiwei of the cause of her ailment. Wu Huiwei quickly asked, "What should I do?" Shen Liangcai explained, "I can only temporarily suppress that icy attribute. It will inevitably flare up again before long to completely cure it. You will need to undergo treatment at least once every 3 days." Wu Huiwei bit her lip. "Does that mean it will be very arduous for you?" "Shitty, not at all. As long as you are willing to cooperate," Shen Liangcai reassured her. Wu Huiwei obediently nodded, after chatting with her for a while longer. Shen Liangcai took his leave, yet his mind remained preoccupied with the anomaly within Wu Huiwei. Through their conversation, Shen Liangcai learned that this girl had been orphaned since childhood. She had been discovered and raised by a servant of the Shen family, who found her on a rainy night. Later, when that servant passed away, it was by chance that Xiaorong recognized Wu Huiyue's talent and took her as a disciple, considering Wu Huiyue's experiences and the peculiarities within her body. Shen Liangcai had already surmised that her parents could not possibly belong to the Great Liang Kingdom. They might even hail from beyond the Qingyan realm. Of course, all of this remained mere speculation on Shen Liangcai's part, and only time would reveal the truth. Upon returning to his residence, Shen Liangcai took a moment to rest before heading to the cave abode on the back mountain of the Shen family to embark on his path of alchemy. Now he was eager to master the soul-searching technique to uncover the true murderer of his parents. Thus, for this round of alchemy, Shen Liangcai prioritized the crafting of spirit-nourishing pills. It took him a full 7 days and nights to complete the refining of 333 sets of materials for the spirit-nourishing pills, during which he wasted 13 and successfully produced 320. Among these, there were 300 inferior grade, 18 middle grade, and 2 superior grade pills. Both the refining speed and the success rate, as well as the quality, had reached exceedingly high standards, rivaling the skills of some renowned alchemists in the realm of cultivation. Such achievements, in the mortal world, were enough to attain godhood. However, Shen Liangcai did not intend to sell these 320 spirit-nourishing pills. Before the completion of the refining process, he began to consume them fervently, treating the elixirs as if they were mere candies. During the consumption of the spirit-nourishing pills, Shen Liangcai could distinctly feel his celestial consciousness level steadily rising. While refining the return to origin pills, he simultaneously ingested the spirit-nourishing pills and did not neglect to train his celestial consciousness during the alchemical process. This led to Shen Liangcai's celestial consciousness level achieving an unmatched status among those of the same realm within a mere half-month of refining. Once he finished refining all the materials for the return to origin pills, his celestial consciousness level had also risen to a point where he could cultivate the soul-searching technique. Yet, he chose not to rush into things, but rather to continue solidifying his foundation for a period. Over the next 3 days, Shen Liangcai opted to seclude himself within the cave abode for cultivation. In just 3 days, he consumed over 200 return-to-origin pills, supplemented by training the Yin-Yang 6 Harmonies technique, allowing his cultivation to break through directly to the Qi refining 4th layer. It is worth noting that just half a month ago, his cultivation had only recently reached the Qi refining 3rd layer. In merely over 10 days, he experienced another breakthrough, a rate of cultivation that could only be described as monstrous. Shen Liangcai understood that this was entirely due to the effects of those 200 return-to-origin pills. Although the efficacy of the return-to-origin pills was relatively ordinary for cultivators, Shen Liangcai treated them as if they were sweets. In just 3 days, he consumed 200 of them, and if the top figures of the Great Liang Kingdom were to find out, they would surely be infuriated to the point of vomiting blood. After consolidating his cultivation, Shen Liangcai exited the cave abode and continued to the Wanao Pavilion, preparing to liquidate the remaining return-to-origin pills. This time, Lu Hongxing not only rushed out to greet him promptly, but also turned down several major clients in order to attend to Shen Liangcai. "Young Master Shen, it's been half a month since we last met. Have you forgotten about me?" In the room, Lu Hongxing smiled alluringly, exuding an air of captivating charm. "I've been busy with alchemy these past half-month. I just finished and came to find you." Shen Liangcai replied nonchalantly, his gaze appraising her. Upon hearing this, Lu Hongxing became intrigued and hurriedly asked, "May I inquire how many pills young Master Shen has refined this time?" The 18 return-to-origin pills from before were snatched up the moment they hit the market. This caused quite a stir in Luyun City, even drawing the attention of some prominent figures in the capital. Lu Hongxing had not only made a fortune but also gained recognition from the headquarters of the Wanao Pavilion. It is worth noting that the collective sale of 18 return-to-origin pills in a single shop had never occurred in the history of the Great Liang Kingdom. This propelled the relatively remote Luyun City into the spotlight of the entire Great Liang Kingdom. The previously suspended shipping routes to the capital had been reinstated as a special favor. The series of chain reactions had led to the Wanbao Pavilion being bustling with customers and soaring orders. With the recent sales surpassing even the headquarters in the imperial capital, most of the guests Lu Hongxing attended came in search of the return to origin pills. She understood that the current prosperity of the Wanbao Pavilion was derived from those 18 return to origin pills. If they could not maintain the stable sale of the return to origin pills, the fervor would quickly fade. This anticipation made her eagerly await Shen Liangcai's next arrival. The success rate isn't very high. I managed to produce only 120 pills, Shen Liangcai replied, withholding the truth that in reality, he had refined a total of 320 return to origin pills, consuming 200 himself and selling the remaining 120. However, before he could finish speaking, Lu Hongxing was utterly astonished. 120 pills, and you call that a low success rate? Young Master Shen, are you joking? Shen Liangcai wiped his brow, realizing he had perhaps said too much. What would Lu Hongxing think if she knew there were actually 320 return to origin pills? Do you still remember our previous agreement? Lu Hongxing gazed into Shen Liangcai's eyes as she poured him a cup of tea. Shen Liangcai took a sip. Of course, I remember. Lu Hongxing smiled sweetly. In that case, I can trade with young Master Shen right now, faced with the temptation of 120 return to origin pills. Lu Hongxing could hardly contain her eagerness. Shen Liangcai's gaze roamed over Lu Hongxing's alluring figure as he replied, the trade can happen at any time, but I believe I mentioned that I would like to see how the lady performs. Lu Hongxing instantly understood Shen Liangcai's intent. She stood up and directly sat on Shen Liangcai's lap, her delicate hand caressing his cheek, her breath fragrant and gentle. I truly wish to impress young Master Shen. I fear it may bring about dire consequences for you. As she spoke, Lu Hongxing attempted to rise, only to find her body firmly held in place by Shen Liangcai, unable to move no matter how much he struggled. Is that so? Shen Liangcai's eyes glinted with sharpness, and he could naturally discern the warning embedded in Lu Hongxing's words. Young Master Shen, cease this nonsense. The reason I express these sentiments is genuinely for your well-being. Shen Liangcai, unfazed, chuckled lightly. I, Shen Liangcai, detest threats above all. Since the lady insists, I shall witness this so-called peril to my life. She gasped for breath, the intense pain eliciting a cry from her lips, internally cursing Shen Liangcai as a lecher. She reflected that no man had ever treated her in such a humiliating manner. Shen Liangcai wore a mischievous grin. It seemed that the fairer sex could not be indulged excessively, at times. A firmer approach was necessary to conquer them through unconventional means. Just then, a series of knocks interrupted the peculiar atmosphere. Damn it, who dares to disturb my affairs? Shen Liangcai muttered under his breath. Seizing the moment Shen Liangcai paused, Lu Hongxing swiftly rose, hurriedly adjusting her collar and hair, clearing her throat before saying, Come in. The innkeeper entered. Noticing Lu Hongxing's flushed complexion and flustered demeanor, he seemed to have made a guess, but refrained from voicing it. Instead, he addressed Lu Hongxing. Madam, 2 ladies have arrived from the capital, insisting on your presence to receive them. I mentioned you were occupied, yet they paid no heed. One of the maidens claimed that if you do not attend to them, they shall wreak havoc upon our establishment. Hearing this, Lu Hongxing furrowed her brow. What audacity! Tell them to wait a moment. I must first conclude my dealings with young Master Shen. The innkeeper hesitated but said nothing further. Retreating, Shen Liangcai did not press Lu Hongxing, and soon they completed their transaction. He still requested a small sum in cash while purchasing alchemical materials with the remainder. However, this time, not only did he procure soul-nourishing pills and revitalizing pills, but also several new types of elixirs for various purposes. What right does a mere servant have to host our young lady? Did I not say before that your mistress must personally receive us? Why has she yet to arrive? A woman's voice drifted from outside the door. The innkeeper could only smile apologetically, recognizing that these 2 ladies were of considerable stature and not to be offended. I am here. I am here. Apologies for the wait. Ladies. Once Shen Liangcai's matters were thoroughly handled, Lu Hongxing hurriedly pushed the door open and stepped out. With Shen Liangcai following closely behind, he observed that 2 young women were particularly conspicuous in the hall. The one speaking was dressed as a maid, and behind her stood a woman clad in white. This woman was veiled in a light gauze, her features obscured, yet her ethereal aura could not be concealed. Simply standing there, she emanated an air of nobility, an innate quality that required no embellishment. Are you the mistress of the establishment? Upon seeing Lu Hongxing emerge, the maid immediately inquired. Indeed, I am. May I ask what brings you 2 young ladies to seek my presence? Lu Hongxing responded. Might we have a moment to speak privately? The veiled woman finally spoke, her voice delicate and cool, carrying an otherworldly resonance. Lu Hongxing invited the two women into the inner chamber. Shen Liangcai, curious about their identities, followed suit to speak candidly. We have come to inquire about a certain individual. If you could provide truthful information, there will surely be generous recompense, the veiled woman declared. Whom do you seek? Lu Hongxing asked. The master who concocts revitalizing pills. Chapter 23, Blind to the Obvious. Lu Hongxing's gaze sharpened, instinctively glancing at Shen Liangcai. She mused that the alchemical master was right before her, and that behind him likely stood an even more formidable figure in the realm of alchemy. However, she maintained her composure, asking the veiled woman, "What business do you have with the master?" The veiled woman replied, "My father suffers from a recurring ailment, and I wish to invite that master to the capital to assist in healing him." This girl displayed far more decorum than the maid, her every gesture exuding an air of refinement. "What affliction does your father suffer from? Could you elaborate?" Shen Liangcai inquired casually, having formed a favorable impression of the veiled woman. He was willing to offer insights if needed. However, before the veiled woman could respond, the maid, Lanner, frowned disdainfully, saying, "How can matters concerning my master be disclosed to a nameless junior like you? Do you even recognize your own standing?" "A nameless junior, you say?" Shen Liangcai scoffed. "How can you be so certain that this nameless junior cannot save your master? I hope you do not come to plead with me later." With that, he turned on his heel and departed. He had far too many matters to attend to. Aside from advancing his soul-searching technique, elevating his cultivation level was also urgent. Moreover, the days until the teleportation array's closure were dwindling. For instance, he still had no leads. Watching Shen Liangcai's retreating figure, Lano expressed a hint of contempt, saying, "Me plead with him. Does he truly believe himself to be that master? How laughable," though Lano was rude. The veiled woman paid her no mind. Without even glancing at Shen Liangcai, she continued to question Lu Hongxing. "If the madam could reveal the whereabouts of the esteemed master, I would be most grateful." Upon hearing this, Lu Hongxing could not help but roll her eyes. At that moment, she understood what it meant to be blind to the obvious. The master had just been chased away by you. "And yet you still come to inquire of me?" As these words left her lips, both the veiled woman and maid Lanner fell momentarily silent, taken aback. "Madam, do you mean to say that the young gentleman who just left is that master?" Lu Hongxing nodded affirmatively. Upon hearing this, both women were utterly stunned. Lanner muttered incredulously, "How can that be? He is merely a junior at the blood exchange stage. How could he possibly be a master at concocting revitalizing pills? This is absolutely impossible. You must be deceiving us." Faced with Lanner's skepticism, Lu Hongxing replied impatiently, "I have said all that I needed to say. Believe it or not, that is up to you." You, Lanner, discontented, was about to voice further objections when the veiled woman interjected, "Lanner, no need to say more. We must chase after him immediately. Otherwise, that young gentleman will be long gone." With that, they hurriedly exited the Wanbao Pavilion. Yet, there was no trace of Shen Liangcai to be found. "Miss, there are 3 diverging paths here. We have no idea which one he took. We likely cannot catch up now." Lanner expressed her frustration. Regret washed over her as she recalled her previous attitude towards Shen Liangcai. Had Lu Hongxing not informed her, she would never have imagined that the legendary alchemical master could be so young. "We shall first gather more information regarding the master and pay him a visit later," the veiled woman suggested. Shen Liangcai was unaware of the ensuing events. At this moment, he had returned to his residence. Prior to this, he had elevated his celestial consciousness to a level sufficient for practicing the soul-searching technique. Now, seated cross-legged upon his bed, he commenced an in-depth study of the soul-searching technique. His celestial consciousness whirled rapidly in his mind, delving into the mysteries contained within the technique. With the support of his powerful celestial consciousness, the practice of the soul-searching technique became significantly easier. After 2 days of uninterrupted, intensive study, Shen Liangcai had mastered the fundamentals of the soul-searching technique, making him adequately prepared to deal with Qiankun Cauldron in the Shen family dungeon. Qiankun Cauldron remained incredulous. In his heart, Qin Mingyuan was an insurmountable mountain, unshakable by any force. "You talk too much," Shen Liangcai exclaimed as he forcefully struck Qin Haoshuan to the ground, his voice brimming with dominance. He then turned his gaze upon Qirong. "Qirong, I shall ask you once more, how did my parents meet their demise?" Qirong let out a cold laugh. "I stand by my words. Even in death, I will not divulge that to you. She was a clever woman. With their escape thwarted, their fates were now sealed." Facing inevitable death, She had no desire to grant Shen Liangcai an easy end. That is not for you to decide. Before his words faded, Shen Liangcai stepped forward, descending directly before Qiankun, his hand clasping firmly atop her head. Chapter 24. The grudge against parents is greater than heaven. Qiankung's expression shifted in shock. Instinctively, she sought to evade, but it was already too late. A surge of formidable celestial energy erupted from Shen Liangcai's palm, enveloping Qiankung's form in an instant. She trembled as if struck by lightning, feeling as though her very soul was being hastily stripped away. In sheer terror, she questioned Shen Liangcai. "What are you doing to me? You little brat." Yet Shen Liangcai paid her no heed, directly employing the soul-searching technique to delve into Qiankung's memories. Qiankung's memories were chaotic, filled with numerous scandalous and shocking events. Shen Liangcai perused them meticulously, focused on uncovering the truth behind his parents' deaths. That at long last, a specific memory drifted into view. Shen Liangcai was determined not to miss a single moment, delving into the recollection with unwavering concentration. 6 years prior, the Grand Tutor Chen Xingzhou had abruptly summoned beauties from every city within the Dalian Kingdom, proclaiming that those chosen could accompany the immortal master in enjoying the flowers and snow, and that if favored, their futures would be limitless. Initially, many young women eagerly signed up, filled with hope as they were sent to the capital. However, rumors soon spread that all the chosen women had met strange and tragic ends. This plunged the entire Daxia kingdom into panic, causing no woman to dare to register. In order to satiate the immortals' desires, Chen Xingzhou resorted to coercive measures. They arrived in Luyun City, initially setting their sights on Qiankun. To preserve her life, Qiankun cleverly redirected their attention to Shen Liangcai's mother, claiming that she was more beautiful than herself. Shen Liangcai's mother, however, resolutely refused. Enraged, Chen Xingzhou prepared to forcibly take Shen Liangcai's mother to the capital. In a fit of rage, Shen Liangcai's father battled Chen Xingzhou, ultimately succumbing and meeting a tragic end. Unable to bear the humiliation, Shen Liangcai's mother took her own life. As he absorbed this revelation, an overwhelming fury erupted within Shen Liangcai. His eyes burned crimson, as if engulfed in flames of vengeance. He had believed his parents were slain by enemies, only to discover they had fallen victim to Qiankung's treachery. Becoming pawns in the hands of the powerful, Shen Liangcai realized that the immortal must be a cultivator. This illustrated how the lives of mortals were regarded as inconsequential by such beings. In this world, strength reigned supreme. The weak were destined to be slaughtered. However, Shen Liangcai could not fathom how this cultivator had crossed into the Dalian kingdom, but he yearned to uncover the identity of this individual. Yet Qiankun possessed no memories regarding them. He resolutely decided to journey to the capital to confront Grand Tutor Chen Xingzhou and unravel the final mystery. Chen Xingzhou was the murderer of his parents and must perish. Qiankun and the immortal also bore indirect responsibility, placing them on Shen Liangcai's death list. To traverse realms and descend upon the mortal plane, the being's prowess was undoubtedly unfathomable. Yet, Shen Liangcai cared not. Regardless of who they were or how formidable their strength, the grudge against his parents surpassed all. Once he discovered the specifics of their identity, he would stop at nothing to exact vengeance. Offering their blood as a tribute to his parents' spirits above, releasing the soul-searching technique, Qiankun awakened from her previous stupor. "Oh, it was you who conspired against my parents." Shen Liangcai's gaze was piercing, his voice icy. Qiankun furrowed her brow, appearing exceedingly astonished. "Indeed, they perished indirectly by my hand. But so what? They deserve to die. They have no one to blame but themselves." As she spoke, Qiankun erupted into manic laughter, her voice bordering on insanity. "Die." However, before her laughter could cease, Shen Liangcai unleashed a fist. The fist's energy, infused with intense hatred, descended upon her. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding explosion, Qiankung's head was shattered, her body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Remnants of flesh and blood scattered across the earth, the air thick with a chilling, murderous scent. Witnessing her mother's head crushed, Qiao Aoshu shed not a single tear. Her face bore no trace of sorrow. Only fear remained. As she gazed upon Qiankung's headless corpse, Shen Liangcai felt no compassion. Qiankung's death was insignificant. Alas, his parents would never return. His gaze fell upon Qiao Aoshu, causing her to tremble. "Shen Liangcai, do not approach. Do not kill me. I am willing to do anything. Just spare my life." Faced with death, Qiao Aoshu cast aside her dignity, even forsaking her grudge against the killer of her mother. Yet Shen Liangcai remained silent. Advancing step by step towards her, Qiao Aoshu trembled incessantly, her heart consumed by terror, hastily stating, "Wait." You desire my body, do you not? If you spare my life, I am willing to accompany you every night. Whatever you desire, just please. Shen Liangcai's eyes gleamed with contempt, suddenly feeling nauseated, coldly replying, Wretched woman, you overestimate yourself. Go join your mother. With those words, a devastating stream of light erupted from Shen Liangcai's fingertip. Qiao Aoshua's expression turned to one of alarm. Before she could react, the destructive light pierced through her brow. Qiao Aoshua's eyes widened, her visage filled with despair. In her final moments, she contemplated many things. She had never imagined she would meet such an untimely and inexplicable demise. At that instant, alongside her unwillingness, there was a profound sense of regret for how she had treated Shen Liangcai in the past. Had she acted differently, she would not have invited this deadly calamity upon herself. But now, it was all too late. Her brow was pierced, and life ebbed away from her. Thud, as Qiao Aoshua's body crumpled to the ground. Both she and Shirong received their just deserts. Shen Liangcai was no saint. Though he possessed a somewhat cynical demeanor, he harbored a deep-seated desire for vengeance. Regardless of who it was, anyone who dared to cross his line must pay a harrowing price. Though Qin Haoshuan was blind, he could discern from the sounds what had transpired. He, too, was taken aback by Shen Liangcai's brutal side. Nevertheless, Shen Liangcai did not spare a glance at Qin Haoshuan and turned to leave. To him, Qin Haoshuan posed no threat. The man's blindness rendered his existence perhaps more torturous than death itself. Upon learning the truth behind his parents' demise, Shen Liangcai felt an urgent need to proceed to the capital and confront Qin Xingzhou. However, just as he exited the Shen family courtyard, two figures blocked his path. These two were both young maidens. Most notably, they were the veiled woman and the maid, Lan'er, whom he had encountered previously at Wanbage. Are you here to seek me? Shen Liangcai inquired, somewhat surprised. Chapter 25. Do you wish to force my hand? Young Master Shen, or rather, Master Shen, I beseech your forgiveness for yesterday's offense, the veiled woman said, slightly bowing, her tone now laced with respect. There is no need for such formality. Speak. What brings you here? Shen Liangcai replied, My father is gravely ill, and I humbly request your assistance, she implored. Shen Liangcai promptly refused. You should seek help elsewhere. He had initially intended to offer guidance, but after being mocked by Lan'er, coupled with the revelation of his parents' murderer, he had lost all interest in the matter. If the master is willing to assist, I shall agree to any condition. The veiled woman grew anxious, her eyes pleading that I do not wish to repeat myself. I take my leave. Shen Liangcai was disinclined to engage in further conversation and turned to depart. However, Lana obstructed his path, her expression icy. How dare you refuse when the young miss begs you so? Truly ungrateful. Do you understand the esteemed status of the young miss? How many in the entire Dalian kingdom could afford her a courtesy? I will be frank with you. Today, you shall agree, whether you wish to or not. There is no choice. Shen Liangcai's brow furrowed. What, do you intend to force me? Lana held her head high, as a mere blood exchange realm warrior. Even if I were to use force, what could you do about it? Before she could finish her words, Lana swiftly struck out with her jade hand, aiming to seize Shen Liangcai, though merely a maid. Her strength was indeed formidable, and her move was as swift as lightning. Yet, before her hand could reach him, Shen Liangcai effortlessly grasped her wrist, halting her motion abruptly. Lan'er cried out in pain as Shen Liangcai twisted his arm, her face paling instantly. She had never imagined Shen Liangcai would possess such strength. Master Shen, I beg your pardon. Witnessing Lana suffer misfortune, the woman with her face veiled in light gauze furrowed her delicate brows. In a single graceful step, her form darted forward like a swift swallow, arriving before Shen Liangcai in the blink of an eye, her speed so astonishing that it eluded the naked eye. With a single palm strike, she unleashed a force akin to thunder, a powerful wave of energy rushing towards him. This woman, of similar age to Shen Liangcai, possessed a cultivation level of the acquired realm. Her combat prowess far exceeding that of her peers. She could even rival those in the mid-stage of the acquired realm. Yet, Shen Liangcai remained unfazed. With a mere glance, a captivating light ignited within his pupils. Instantly piercing into the woman's brow, before her palm could land, her body froze in place, her soul seemingly struck by a heavy blow. What kind of technique is this? Her complexion turned ashen, her delicate form trembling uncontrollably. She felt as if she had been ensnared by an overwhelming force of death. Shen Liangcai was akin to the Grim Reaper, capable of wielding power over her life and death at any moment. Particularly, the gaze from his eyes, reminiscent of the depths of hell, instilled an unprecedented terror within her. "Do not provoke me again. Otherwise, I shall show you no mercy." Shen Liangcai merely cast a dispassionate glance at the woman before turning away. The woman remained in a state of shock, cold sweat beading on her forehead, as if she could not escape the grip of fear, her voice quivering as she murmured, "His strength is truly formidable. Who would have thought such a figure could emerge from this humble Luyun city?" Lan'er, equally astonished, finally realized she had underestimated Shen Liangcai. Regaining her composure, she inquired, "Your Highness, where shall we go now?" The woman, veiled in gauze, gazed into the distance, a hint of concern flickering in her eyes. "In a month, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament will commence. His Majesty has entrusted my father with the task. But he has fallen ill once more. We must hurry back to the capital and devise a new plan. Due to the surging demand for Guiyuandan, many have flocked to Luyun City. Consequently, ships traveling from the capital to Luyun City have set sail ahead of schedule." Upon arriving at the dock, Shen Liangcai noticed several dock workers gathered, deep in conversation. The news of Guiyuandan had reached the capital, leading not only to earlier ship departures but also a significant increase in visitors to Luyun City. No one knew who could possibly refine such a large quantity of Guiyuandan in this small city. To my knowledge, not only the capital but also many influential figures from other cities have arrived with the same purpose. This has caused the price of Guiyuandan to skyrocket. Yet, despite this, many are still unable to purchase it. The demand is simply overwhelming. Indeed, I heard that several managers from our dock have visited Wanbage, but returned empty-handed. What I most wish to know is the identity of the alchemist. Just think, for a master of alchemy at this level, not even we mere dock workers, nor even the higher-ups in trade, would have the privilege to meet. Moreover, Wanbage has consistently kept its information under wraps. It appears that the alchemist prefers to remain anonymous. Alas, such matters are beyond our station. We should return to our duties. As Shen Liangcai brushed past the dock workers, one of them, engrossed in conversation, inadvertently collided with him. "Ouch, that hurts. Watch where you're going. We need to line up for the boat over there." The man grimaced in pain, shot a glare at Shen Liangcai, and then walked away. Shen Liangcai paid it no mind. After taking a couple of steps, he noticed two graceful figures rushing towards him. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, "What brings you here?" "I came to help you with cooking," Yuanan replied. I'm afraid my stomach might hurt after a while." "Junior brother, you promised to treat me every 3 days. You mustn't go back on your word." Wu Weiwei seemed to have concocted her excuse on the fly. The two women had heard of Shen Liangcai's intention to head to the capital and decided to accompany him. Very well. With Qirong's death, it was meaningless for the two women to remain in the Shen residence, thus they agreed. "Junior brother, you're so kind." Upon hearing Shen Liangcai's consent, radiant smiles adorned the faces of the two women. They approached the ticket booth to purchase their boat tickets. However, impatience echoed from within. "Tickets are sold out. Move along, don't linger here." "But the boat isn't full. Why not continue selling tickets?" Wu Weiwei questioned. The vessel was docked nearby, and they could clearly see that it was not at capacity, indicating there were still plenty of seats available. "I make the rules here. If I say there are no tickets, then there are none. Stop wasting my time." The ticket seller glared at Wu Weiwei, his demeanor exceedingly unfriendly. The shipping business in the Great Liang Kingdom was monopolized by Hongyan merchants, from the captain to the deckhands and ticket sellers. All were affiliated with this merchant group, and this dock naturally fell under Hongyun's jurisdiction. Even the city lord of Luyun had no authority over it. Shen Liangcai simply wished to reach the capital swiftly and did not desire to provoke any trouble. He contemplated taking the next boat instead, only to be informed that it would not depart for another 7 days. Just then, a group approached from a distance, led by a slender, sinister-faced youth. They too arrived at the ticket booth. Instantly, the ticket seller's expression shifted to one of deference as he presented several tickets with both hands. "Young Master Zhou, here are your tickets. Please take them." As the show's surname youth accepted the tickets, he smiled and remarked, "I apologize for intruding without queuing. Have I disrupted the order of your esteemed dock?" Though his words seemed courteous, his arrogant demeanor betrayed him. "Not at all. Rules are for common folk. As esteemed guests like young Master Zhou, you are naturally exempt from such constraints." The ticket seller wore a fawning smile while casting a disdainful glance at Shen Liangcai and the others. Observing this scene, Shen Liangcai and his companions frowned. Chapter 26, A Dreadful Turn of Events. Who would have thought that the ticket seller would be so influential, quickly arrange a first-class cabin for young Master Zhou? Yet, the ticket seller entirely disregarded Shen Liangcai and the others' expressions, instructing several deckhands nearby. The deckhands hurried over, greeting the Zhou youth enthusiastically. Zhou Hao, satisfied, nodded. Subsequently, his gaze swept over Shen Liangcai and his companions, revealing a trace of contempt. Upon noticing the beauty of Yuanan and Wu Huiwe, a glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes. He is Zhou Hao, the son of General Zhou Hung from the Grand Master's residence. He has actually come to Luyun City. Indeed, it has been many years since such a prominent figure has appeared in our Luyun City. They must be here to purchase Guiyuan Dan from Wanbage. A few individuals nearby whispered among themselves. Seeing that Zhou Hao and his companions had arrived late yet still secured tickets, Wu Huiwei could not help but inquire, "Didn't you just say there were no tickets? How did they manage to get some? Are you treating us differently?" The ticket seller's face darkened as he replied impatiently, "What of it? Do you even know your own status? What right do you have to compare yourselves to young Master Zhou?" As he spoke, his gaze towards Wu Huiwei became increasingly derisive. One of Zhou Hao's companions sneered, "You can't blame them. People from such small places as Luyun City tend to have limited experience. How could they possibly know my master's name?" Faced with such injustice and discrimination, Yu Anan and Wu Huiwei seethed with anger. Wu Huiwei could no longer contain herself, indignantly addressing the ticket seller. "We all pay for our tickets and deserve equal treatment. Today, you must give us an explanation." Though Wu Huiwei appeared delicate, she harbored a heart that loathed injustice. Witnessing this scene, the ticket seller's expression quickly darkened as he retorted, "You think you can ruin my Hongyan merchant's business? I'll count to 3. Get lost immediately." Wu Huiwei, however, refused to budge. "Unless you bring me the tickets, don't even think about making me leave." Upon hearing this, a powerful figure from Hongyan merchant's side grew furious. He stepped forward, icy words escaping his lips. "You're asking for trouble. Let me show you how I'll deal with you." Before he could finish, he raised his palm high, aiming a fierce slap at Wu Huiwei's delicate face. Possessing late-stage bone-breaking realm cultivation, the force behind this blow was tremendous. If it struck, the consequences would be dire. Wu Huiwei was instantly horrified, unable to believe someone would dare to strike publicly. However, before the palm of the Hongyun merchant's enforcer could descend, a figure swiftly shielded Wu Huiwei from behind. Grasping the assailant's wrist with lightning speed, it was none other than Shen Liangcai. The enforcer's expression soured, and he clenched his fist, preparing to retaliate against Shen Liangcai. Yet Shen Liangcai delivered a swift kick to the back of the man's knee. Bang! The Hongyan merchant's enforcer let out a cry of agony, collapsing to the ground, the excruciating pain radiating from his knee and wrist causing him to grimace. A towering man like him, yet he only knew how to bully a vulnerable woman. "Individuals like you are unworthy to exist in this world." Shen Liangcai looked down at the Hongyun merchant's enforcer, a flicker of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. "That we are all mere travelers, traversing the path of life. There is no need to let trivial matters ignite our tempers. Allow me to arrange the 3 tickets for this honorable friend. I kindly request you 3 to board the ship promptly." At that moment, a crisp and commanding voice echoed from a short distance away. The crowd turned in unison to behold a procession approaching. The speaker was a woman clad in a sleek black outfit. Her complexion was fair, and her features were exquisite, yet there lingered an air of valiance about her, a testament to her prowess that rivaled that of men. She appeared to be no older than 17 or 18. Yet she was already a formidable practitioner of the postnatal realm. Upon her arrival, the faces of the elite members of the Honyun Merchants Guild were etched with a semblance of respect. As they instinctively parted to create a pathway, it was evident that her origins were anything but ordinary, commanding a level of reverence from the individuals of the guild. As she spoke, the woman approached Shen Liangcai and handed him 3 tickets for the ship. Shen Liangcai accepted them without hesitation. The woman scrutinized him for a moment, as if detecting something peculiar about him. A flicker of intrigue crossed her eyes, but it quickly vanished, replaced by a smile as she nodded at Shen Liangcai before leading her companions aboard the vessel. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Hao and his associates displayed faint disappointment. Their anticipation of amusement dashed. Shen Liangcai paid them no mind and boarded the ship alongside Yuan Nan and Wu Huiwei. Simultaneously, he noticed 2 familiar figures, the woman veiled in gauze and her maid, Lan who had recently crossed paths with him. The gauze-clad woman approached politely, greeting Shen Liangcai, who responded courteously before stepping into the cabin. The audacity of those 3 ruffians to question the young master was indeed infuriating. It was imperative that they be taught a lesson, otherwise, what would become of the prestige of the Taisher Manor in the capital? Observing Shen Liangcai's retreating figure, Zhou Hao's companions whispered among themselves. Although Zhou Hao could hear their words clearly, he chose not to intervene, tacitly approving of their sentiments in the capital of the Dalian Kingdom. Zhou Hao wielded privileges in every circumstance, with no one daring to challenge him. The actions of Shen Liangcai and his companions were a blatant provocation, and he must ensure they understood the consequences of such insolence. The passenger ship soon set sail. This expanse of sea stretched for thousands of miles, and at the vessel's pace, it would take at least 7 days to reach the capital, should they encounter storms or attacks from formidable beasts. The journey could take even longer. The gauze-clad woman had intended to invite Shen Liangcai and his companions to the VIP cabin, but he declined, opting instead for 3 rooms on the lowest deck, one for Yu and Nan, one for Wu Huiwei, and one for himself, to facilitate his training. However, just as Shen Liangcai settled in and prepared to cultivate, a knock resounded at the door. Upon opening it, he was met by several individuals clad in sailor attire. One of them spoke in an authoritative tone. "This cabin has been requisitioned by young Master Zhou. You are to vacate immediately and ensure the cabin is cleaned. Do you understand?" Shen Liangcai was taken aback. "Are you referring to Zhou Hao?" The sailors nodded. "Young Master Zhou is a distinguished guest of our Hongyan Merchants Guild, someone you cannot afford to offend. I advise you to comply promptly. Otherwise, should young Master Zhou take offense, the consequences will be dire." At this, Shen Liangcai's brow furrowed, and a glimmer of danger flickered in his deep-set eyes. Chapter 27. Self-inflicted punishment. What is the meaning of this? On what grounds do you invade our room and toss our belongings? Almost simultaneously, a voice rang out from outside. Shen Liangcai swiftly exited his room, only to find several individuals confronting Yu and Nan and Wu Huiwei at the entrance to their cabin. The door swung open, and their personal items were being unceremoniously hurled out. While Yu and Nan and Wu Huiwei, clad only in form-fitting nightgowns, clearly had just finished their ablutions. As Wu Huiwei attempted to retrieve their scattered belongings, Yu and Nan tried to intervene, resulting in a tug-of-war. Smack. A sailor, incensed by Yu and Nan's resistance, struck her violently across the face, causing one half of her visage to swell instantly. "How dare you tussle with me? You wretched girl, do you wish for death?" the sailor bellowed, his eyes blazing as he delivered a brutal kick to Yu and Nan's abdomen. She gasped, collapsing to the ground in pain. The Hongyan Merchants Guild monopolized over 90% of the maritime trade in the Dalian Kingdom, with thousands of vessels under their command. Even the ordinary sailors on board possessed cultivation levels above the bone refinement stage. The ringleader among them was a practitioner of the postnatal realm. Yu and Nan and Wu Huiwei, both merely at the initial stage of bone refinement, were no match for them. The commotion immediately drew the attention of many on the deck, witnessing the humiliation of Yu and Nan and Wu Huiwei at the hands of several sailors. Onlookers felt a mix of anger and helplessness. Regular passengers were well aware of the guild's ruthless and domineering conduct, often exploiting ordinary travelers while flattering those of higher status. For instance, in the case of Zhou Hao, they not only provided complimentary tickets but also directly assigned him to a VIP cabin. At the mere whim of Zhou Hao, they sought to strip Shen Liangcai and his companions of their accommodations to curry favor with him. Meanwhile, the sailor who had struck Yu and Nan showed no signs of relenting. He raised his foot, aiming a vicious kick at the downed Yu and Nan. "Do not harm my second sister." Seeing this, Wu Huiwei disregarded her own safety and lunged to shield Yu and Nan from the impending blow. "Seeking death, are you?" the sailor sneered, increasing the force behind his kick, intent on making Wu Huiwei pay a heavy price. Just then, a figure clad in white descended silently, intercepting the sailor's attack. The sailor's gaze sharpened as he recognized the newcomer as a youth of the blood exchange stage, and without hesitation, he swung a punch at him. Shen Liangcai effortlessly caught the sailor's wrist, twisting it, and pivoting swiftly to deliver a sharp kick to his calf. Crack! The sound of a bone fracturing echoed as the sailor let out a howl akin to a slaughtered pig. His leg broken, the crowd fell into stunned silence, astonished by the sudden emergence of a youth of the blood exchange stage. "Release me," the sailor yelped, baring his teeth in pain, his expression a mix of fury and disbelief. He had not anticipated Shen Liangcai's formidable strength. "Harming my senior sister means this arm shall no longer remain intact." Shen Liangcai's gaze was icy, before his words had fully escaped his lips. He exerted pressure, snapping the sailor's arm with a resounding crack. Shen Liangcai was not one to seek trouble, yet he would not stand idly by while his companions were bullied. Yu and Nan and Wu Huiwei willingly stood by his side. Thus, they were under his protection, and no outsider would be permitted to oppress them. Who is this boy? How dare he lay hands on a member of the Hongyan Merchants Guild? Such audacity, indeed, judging by his attire. He must be a local from Luyun City. Who would have thought that this small town could produce such a bold youth? Regrettably, He had offended the Hongyun Merchants Guild, and his fate was almost certainly sealed. Many murmured among themselves, captivated by Shen Liangcai's courage, yet none believed he would survive the encounter. Given the guild's ruthless reputation, they would undoubtedly seek to exact a brutal revenge, with his arm shattered. The sailor succumbed to the pain, losing consciousness. Shen Liangcai, akin to kicking a dead dog, disdainfully shoved him aside before moving to Yuan Nan and Wu Huayue's side. "Second sister, are you all right?" he inquired with concern. Yuan Nan shook her head slightly. "I am fine. It's merely some superficial injuries." Upon hearing the surrounding crowd's murmurings, her expression turned tense, and she urged Shen Liangcai, "Junior brother, the Hongyun Merchants Guild is immensely powerful. Far beyond the capabilities of the Qishuan sect. You have harmed their men. They will not let this slide. With my sister and me here, you must leave quickly." She did not wish to implicate Shen Liangcai. Wu Huiyue nodded in agreement. Although Shen Liangcai's strength had grown significantly, he was still up against a commercial empire that spanned the entirety of the Qingyun realm. Even though he thrived in Luyun City, he could not possibly contend with the might of the Hongyun Merchants Guild. "Rest assured, I shall be fine." Shen Liangcai offered both women a reassuring glance, turning his attention back to the sailors of the Hongyun Merchants Guild. He declared, "I had no intention of making an enemy of the Hongyun Merchants Guild, yet you have provoked me. Now, you have but one path to appease my wrath." At this proclamation, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Many wondered if they had misheard. This boy was audacious enough to publicly injure a sailor of the Hongyun Merchants Guild and demand they quell his anger. Such arrogance was unparalleled. The leader among them, a practitioner of the postnatal realm, fixed a scornful gaze upon Shen Liangcai and inquired, "What path is that? Pray tell." The crowd leaned in, eager to hear. Shen Liangcai stood with poise, exuding an air of nonchalance as he stated, "Bring Zhou Hao before me to kneel and apologize, allowing me to deal with him as I see fit. Furthermore, all those involved in today's affair must commit self-punishment to atone for their actions. If you comply, I shall refrain from pursuing further grievances against the Hongyun Merchants Guild. Should you fail to heed my words, all of you shall pay the price alongside Zhou Hao." Chapter 28. Kneel. Upon uttering these words, everyone was taken aback, their faces displaying an array of peculiar expressions. This young man, while possessing audacity, seemed to exhibit a rather unusual mindset. Was he threatening the members of the Hongyun Trading Company? What a farce. Who did he think he was? A mere mortal on the brink of death daring to utter such hubris was utterly ludicrous. Neither Zhou Hao nor the Hongyun Trading Company were individuals that someone at the blood exchange realm could afford to offend. They were keen to witness how this arrogant and seemingly delusional fellow would meet his end. Almost simultaneously, the sound of applause echoed from afar, immediately capturing the attention of the crowd. Zhou Hao, accompanied by several subordinates, descended from the second floor of the cabin. "Exquisite, simply exquisite." Zhou Hao clapped while mocking with a grin. His gaze swept over Shen Liangcai, and with a cold sneer, he remarked, "I never expected someone at the blood exchange realm could cause such a commotion. It appears I have somewhat underestimated you." Before Zhou Hao could finish speaking, one of his subordinates chimed in with sarcasm, "Young master, you, with your invaluable life, should not waste words on a nameless wretch like him. Why not let your subordinate take care of him instead?" "Indeed, young master, this fellow is not only ignorant, but also overestimates himself. He truly deserves a lesson." Noticing Shen Liangcai's bemused expression as he remained silent, Zhou Hao fanned himself with a folding fan, his sinister features radiating a frivolous smirk. He continued nonchalantly, "Kid, did you hear that? For a nobody like you, if I wished to kill you, it would be as effortless as crushing an ant. However, I can offer you a chance at survival. If you allow these two women to serve me, I shall spare your life. What do you say?" At this, Zhou Hao's subordinates burst into laughter, recognizing that their master was deliberately toying with the youth. Zhou Hao licked his lips, his gaze provocatively fixed on Shen Liangcai, stating, "Well, have you made your decision? If so, wash them clean and send them to my room. I, Zhou Hao, am a man of my word and shall not harm you." The crowd's eyes flickered. Zhou Hao, as the son of the Grand Tutor's chief commander, exuded an innate dominance. Many speculated about Shen Liangcai's impending choice. Yet, Shen Liangcai regarded Zhou Hao with a look of disbelief. Astonished that this fool possessed such a rich inner monologue, akin to a delusional individual reveling in his own fantasies. "I am asking you a question," Zhou Hao interjected, growing increasingly irritated by Shen Liangcai's indifference. However, before he could finish his sentence, the onlookers witnessed Shen Liangcai's hand move with a flourish, and then it slowly descended. In an instant, an invisible palm print coalesced in the air, descending upon Zhou Hao's back like the weight of Mount Tai. Kneel. Shen Liangcai's voice was cold and not loud, yet it resonated in Zhou Hao's ears like a thunderous bell, sending tremors through his very soul. He felt as though his spirit might be torn from his body. Almost immediately, under the gaze of the crowd, Zhou Hao was unable to withstand the pressure and knelt before Shen Liangcai. The onlookers were astonished, utterly unprepared for the revelation of Shen Liangcai's formidable strength. Not only was his speed astonishing, but his mere words also inspired a sense of submission within them. Zhou Hao's face turned beet red as he gritted his teeth, attempting to rise. However, Shen Liangcai offered him no chance. He casually infused spiritual energy into the invisible palm imprint, rendering Zhou Hao breathless. Crack. Under the immense pressure, the deck splintered, and Zhou Hao's kneecap was crushed into fragments. He let out a blood-curdling scream, his complexion as pale as death. All present were frozen in shock. Zhou Hao, a martial artist at the initial stage of the postnatal realm, renowned for his exceptional talent and favored by the Grand Tutor's estate, now found himself utterly defenseless against the assault of a mere youth at the blood exchange realm. With his knee destroyed and easily subdued, the scene was nothing short of extraordinary. Even Yu Anan and Wu Huiwan, familiar with Shen Liangcai, were left astounded by the unfolding events. Who would have thought that in just half a month's time, Shen Shidi's strength would have progressed to such an extent? Tang Min's eyes gleamed with intensity as she inquired. I despise idle chatter. If a battle is to ensue, I shall engage at any moment. Shen Liangcai, with his hands clasped behind his back, continued. However, I must caution you not to play with fire, for the consequences are beyond what your Hongyuan trading company can bear. His words resonated with authority. Though his voice was not loud, it exuded an air of profound confidence. The crowd was momentarily stunned, bewildered at the source of Shen Liangcai's audacity. Faced with Tang Min, he exhibited neither fear nor hesitation, directly issuing a threat. Could it be that he was aware of his imminent demise and had chosen to embrace recklessness? A hint of surprise flickered across Tang Min's delicate features. Equally astonished by Shen Liangcai's audacity, this arrogant youth ought to be swiftly dealt with to uphold the dignity of the Hongyuan Trading Company. Beside Tang Min, an elderly man with a head of white hair gritted his teeth and spoke, his withered visage betraying a hint of coldness. His name was Li Huili, the captain of the vessel, possessing innate cultivation and profound martial prowess. His words were immediately met with nods of agreement from several senior figures present, each releasing their own aura. The atmosphere on the deck became palpably tense, charged with an impending confrontation. Yu Nan and Wu Huiwei felt their hearts race, utterly powerless to intervene in such a scenario. Silently praying for Shen Liangcai's safety, before Li Huili and the other high-ranking individuals could act, Tang Min gestured for them to halt. Li Huili and the others exchanged puzzled glances, but ultimately complied with her directive. Buzzing with energy, Tang Min stepped forward, landing before Shen Liangcai in a flash. She began to move her palm in front of her, summoning a swirling vortex of energy that surged forth towards him with a fierce howl. Shen Liangcai's eyes sparkled with determination as he casually struck out with his palm. Spiritual energy erupted. The vortex exploded in an instant, unleashing a terrifying wave of force that crashed into Tang Min, causing her to emit a muffled grunt as she staggered back, barely managing to withstand the onslaught. Surprise flickered in Tang Min's eyes, for it was evident that the vortex she had unleashed was not a genuine attack, but rather a test. She had acquired the answer she sought. Shen Liangcai could not help but cast a deep glance at Tang Min. Miss Tang, are you unharmed? Inquired one of the ship's senior personnel. Stepping forward with concern. I am fine. Tang Min waved her hand, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Shen Liangcai. Li Huili furrowed his brow and declared, there is no time to waste. I shall execute this scoundrel at once. Before he could make a move, Tang Min interjected, blocking his path. Li Huili's expression darkened, his reluctance palpable. This man has slain many of our Hongyuan Trading Company. How can we let him go so easily? Miss Tang, are you disregarding our company's reputation? Those willing to join me, Li Huili, in avenging our fallen comrades, please step forward. Having served in the Hongyuan Trading Company for over 40 years, Li Huili's prestige far surpassed that of Tang Min. His words were met with immediate agreement from several other senior figures, who stepped forth in solidarity. The thought of sparing Shen Liangcai would only deepen their resentment. By the decree of Hongyuan, all shall withdraw. With the situation spiraling out of control, Tang Min raised the Hongyuan decree high above her head. The decree, as its name implies, represented the ultimate authority of the Hongyuan Trading Company. Typically issued by the leaders of various branches, behold, the decree was akin to meeting the leader themselves. In a bid to intimidate them, Tang Min brandished the decree, causing Li Huai's complexion to darken. As anticipated, upon sight of the decree, the senior figures of the ship knelt in reverence, refraining from any rash actions. Tang Min, for a mere brigand who has slain many of our Hongyun trading company. You would dare to wield the decree to intimidate us. I am left to ponder your true intentions. Is this truly worth it? Li Huai sneered. Withdraw. Tang Min, with the decree raised, emanated an air of authority. Some matters could not be elucidated to Li Huai and the others in such a short span. Thus, she resorted to this drastic measure. Although Li Huai and his peers were discontent, the decree compelled them to momentarily retreat. Observing this spectacle, the onlookers were both shaken and perplexed, unable to fathom why Tang Min would act in such a manner. Could it be that this youth possessed a background formidable enough to instill fear even in the Hongyun Trading Company? Impossible. Such a notion was utterly absurd. A mere youth hailing from Luoyang City could not possibly wield such influence. Our Hongyun Trading Company has no intention of making enemies with you, yet I must caution you. This man hails from the Taisha Manor. It would be wise to spare his life. Tang Min pointed at the still kneeling Zhou Hao. Chapter 30. I wish to share a drink with you. Zhou Hao had meticulously recorded the events that had transpired. He could hardly believe that a youth of mere blood exchange realm could possess such exaggerated power, compelling even Tang Min to regard him with caution. At this moment, his knees were shattered. And without the intervention of a skilled physician, he would likely never stand again. This incited a profound hatred for Shen Liangcai within him. Yet, he clearly dared not display the same arrogance as before. Casting a desperate glance towards Tang Min for assistance, Tang Min merely cast a fleeting glance at Zhou Hao, her eyes briefly flashing with disdain. Were it not for him, the Hongyun Trading Company would not have clashed with Shen Liangcai. She was willing to speak on Zhou Hao's behalf solely to prevent any incidents aboard the Hongyun vessel. I have no desire to take his life. If he can remain kneeling until we reach the capital without dying, I shall spare him. Shen Liangcai scoffed. As for the Taisha Manor, I shall inevitably pay a visit. Within Qiaorong's memories, Shen Liangcai had learned that one of the perpetrators responsible for his parents' deaths was the current Taisha, Chun Xingzhou. Thus, as he journeyed to the capital, aside from gathering information regarding the teleportation array to the immortal realm, the foremost objective was to exact vengeance upon Chun Xingzhou for his parents' demise. Simultaneously, he sought to uncover the true identity of the immortal master, for it was this individual who had orchestrated his parents' tragic fate. Upon hearing his words, the crowd collectively gasped. The distance to the capital was no less than 10,000 miles. Under normal circumstances, the journey would take more than 7 days, provided they encountered no obstacles. Given Zhou Hao's shattered knees, he would be required to kneel on the deck for at least 7 days and nights. Such a torment was unbearable for most. It was undeniably cruel. Even Tang Min cast a sympathetic glance at Zhou Hao. His face turned ashen, filled with righteous indignation as he glared at Shen Liangcai. Yet he dared not utter another word. Kneeling until they reached the capital would undoubtedly be excruciating, but at least it afforded him a glimmer of hope for survival. As long as he lived, he could devise a means to exact vengeance upon Shen Liangcai once they arrived in the capital. With Tang Min's intervention, this conflict came to a close, and the crowd began to disperse. Before long, the blood and bodies on the deck were cleared away, as if the events had never transpired. Simultaneously, all passengers aboard the ship were informed that they were forbidden from disclosing the events of the day to anyone. Should they do otherwise, they would be deemed enemies of the Hongyun Trading Company. The crowd understood that the Hongyun Trading Company was intent on silencing the matter. No one would be foolish enough to oppose the Hongyun Trading Company by revealing such information. If they wished to avoid death, the only option was to keep this matter buried deep within their hearts. Princess, I never imagined that fellow would be so audacious as to kill members of the Hongyun Trading Company. On the second floor of the cabin, in a luxurious private room, Lana exclaimed. She had previously witnessed Shen Liangcai's arrogance, but had not anticipated it would reach such an extreme. In Lana's view, Shen Liangcai had irrevocably offended the Hongyun Trading Company. Once they initiated their revenge, that fellow would surely find it impossible to escape with his life. I too did not foresee such an occurrence. To kill so many of the Hongyun Trading Company while effortlessly escaping, he must be the only one in the great Liang nation. No, he should be regarded as the one and only across the entire Qingyun realm. The veiled woman echoed, thoroughly impressed by Shen Liangcai's recent display. Princess, your words are somewhat exaggerated. Lana countered. Let us not speak of the Qingyun realm. Even within the great Liang nation, he pales in comparison. At the very least, my senior brother is not someone he can rival. This time, At the Grand Martial Arts Assembly, my senior brother is virtually guaranteed a position among the top 10. Even the current emperor has praised my senior brother, likening him to the esteemed Taizu Emperor of Ur. Looking across the entire Qingyun realm, there are countless top-tier prodigies. Although this person's strength is formidable, he is still merely at the blood exchange realm. And compared to those elite figures, he remains insufficient. Although the woman with the veil could not entirely agree with Lanner's words, she had to concede that there was some merit in what the other had said. In the Qingyun realm, among the 6 nations, there exists an abundance of exceptionally talented individuals. One cannot equate someone merely based on a few remarkable battles with those already renowned throughout the world. In merely a month's time, the esteemed Grand Martial Arts Tournament will convene in the capital of the Dalian Kingdom. At that time, prodigies from the 6 nations of the Qingyun realm will gather to compete. And it promises to be a breathtaking martial arts spectacle. Unfortunately, due to the recurrence of his father's old ailment, it seems he will not be able to attend in person. As the conflict on the deck drew to a close, Shen Liangcai ensured that Yuanan and Wu Huiwei were settled before returning to his own chamber. Seated cross-legged on his bed, Shen Liangcai was enveloped in the swirling energies of yin and yang, conducting the great circulation within his body. Despite the many matters at hand in recent days, he had never neglected his cultivation. Through the vigorous infusion of numerous returning yuan pills, Shen Liangcai's cultivation level had ascended to the pinnacle of the 4th stage of qi refinement, just a step away from breaking through to the 5th stage. According to his plan, he must elevate his cultivation to the 9th stage of qi refinement before discovering the teleportation array leading to the realm of immortals. This way, upon arriving in the realm of immortals, he could gather foundation establishment pills to prepare for his own foundation establishment. Given the inferior grade of his spiritual roots, all his preparations must be made in advance, to be well prepared for unforeseen circumstances. After all, once he reaches the realm of immortals, the stark advantage he holds over ordinary martial artists will no longer exist. Without sufficient trump cards, survival would be exceedingly difficult. Shen Liangcai was not so easily swayed by the recent triumphs that had clouded his judgment. He was a person acutely aware of crises and did not relish engaging in battles without certainty. Everything was aimed at bolstering his strength to ensure he possessed adequate self-defense when faced with peril. Before long, evening descended, and the sky gradually darkened. Shen Liangcai consumed several more returning yuan pills, and under the effects of the medicine, he fully activated his yin-yang 6 harmonies technique, successfully breaking through to the 5th stage of qi refinement. Just as he stabilized his cultivation, a knock echoed at his door. Shen Liangcai slightly raised an eyebrow, descended from his bed, and opened the door that he had anticipated it to be Yuanan or Wu Huiwei. But to his surprise, it was Tang Min, the woman he had interacted with earlier that day. "Is there something you need?" Shen Liangcai inquired, somewhat taken aback. "I would like to share a drink with you, if you would be so kind." Tang Min replied with a smile, brandishing a wine gourd in her hand. "Please, come in." Shen Liangcai gestured for her to enter. He bore no aversion towards Tang Min as they both took their seats at the table. Tang Min poured a full cup for Shen Liangcai and promptly downed it in one go. The wine flowed down Tang Min's fair neck, exuding a certain nonchalance. Shen Liangcai followed suit, then asked, "I would like to know, as we are not acquainted, why do you assist me?" With her beautiful eyes sparkling, Tang Min took a sip and said, "Rather than saying I assist you, it would be more accurate to say I am helping the Hongyan merchants resolve a potential catastrophe that may arise in the future." Taking a deep breath, Tang Min continued, "I can see that both of us are kindred spirits, individuals who pursue aspirations beyond the ordinary. Many matters are beyond the comprehension of common folk, who fail to recognize the potential energy that we, as individuals of our kind, may unleash in the future. At this, Tang Min fixed her gaze upon Shen Liangcai's eyes, seemingly searching for an answer. Shen Liangcai remained silent, yet he comprehended the underlying implications within her words. Earlier on the deck, she had tested him with her spiritual energy. Spiritual energy is something only those who have practiced immortal cultivation methods possess. Although Tang Min had grasped a hint of spiritual energy, she was not a true cultivator. Based on Shen Liangcai's assessment, she had either practiced or was currently practicing some form of introductory immortal cultivation technique. Such introductory techniques are widely circulated in the realm of immortals and are typically employed by ordinary citizens to strengthen their bodies. However, in the mortal realm, they are considered invaluable treasures. Even those without spiritual roots can significantly enhance their physical capabilities and prolong their lifespans through cultivation. Some individuals with high comprehension and exceptional talent even have the opportunity to cultivate spiritual energy. Tang Min belonged to this category of individuals. Based on the cyclone of energy she had released earlier, her spiritual energy level had nearly touched the threshold of entry. With the passage of time and diligent practice, she could harness her spiritual energy to unleash destructive attacks to be precise. Tang Min currently stood at the crossroads between a martial artist and a cultivator. However, due to her lack of spiritual roots, her highest achievement would never exceed the Qi refinement stage. It was evident that she regarded Shen Liangcai as one of her kind. Little did she know that Shen Liangcai was a genuine cultivator whose cultivation had already reached the 5th stage of Qi refinement, a height she could never hope to attain in her lifetime. Yet, Shen Liangcai chose not to disclose this, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "Have you heard of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament?" Tang Min asked, sipping her drink once more, perhaps feeling a sense of camaraderie with a kindred spirit. Tang Min's cheeks flushed, as if she had entered a mildly intoxicated state. "I have heard some rumors," Shen Liangcai replied, being a citizen of the Daliang Kingdom and hailing from a family of martial artists. He naturally possessed some knowledge of this martial arts extravaganza in the Qingyun realm. However, due to the remote location of Luyun City, historically, neither the Shen family nor anyone from the entire Luyun City had ever participated in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. As a result, Shen Liangcai's understanding of this event was somewhat superficial, lacking insight into its core aspects. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament occurs once every 4 years, gathering the most exceptional talents from all 6 nations of the Qingyun realm. With your capabilities, if you were to participate, you would likely achieve commendable results. Would you be interested? Tang Min inquired, her long eyelashes fluttering in her slightly tipsy state. She exuded a blend of elegance and allure. In the soft candlelight, she appeared enchanting, clad in a loose, light-colored dress. Certain areas that had previously been constrained were now liberated. Shen Liangcai realized that Tang Min was even more impressive than he had initially imagined, and her figure was remarkably well-proportioned. Sensing Shen Liangcai's somewhat inappropriate gaze, Tang Min deliberately cleared her throat and adjusted herself, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. "Are you listening to what I am saying?" Shen Liangcai's expression turned awkward as he hastily averted his gaze, saying, "I have other matters to attend to in the capital and do not plan to participate in the tournament at this juncture." He had already become a cultivator. His primary purpose for visiting the capital, aside from eliminating Shen Xingshou, was to gather information regarding the teleportation array leading to the realm of immortals. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament held no significance for him. Observing Tang Min's flushed cheeks, Shen Liangcai felt a twinge of embarrassment as his cultivation progressed. He increasingly realized a growing inclination towards such matters. Nonetheless, he could not deny that the beauty and spiritedness exuded by Tang Min distinguished her from other women he had encountered, stirring within him a sense of conquest. This Grand Martial Arts Tournament is unlike any previous one. It would be a pity if you did not participate, Tang Min added, seemingly eager to witness Shen Liangcai's prowess at the tournament. "What makes it different? Please enlighten me," Shen Liangcai replied, intrigued by her words. Tang Min finished her drink and exclaimed, "This time, the tournament is not only the largest in scale, but I have also heard that the top 10 participants will be granted the opportunity to venture into the Meteor Sea." Meteor Sea? What is that place? Shen Liangcai's gaze sharpened as he questioned. This term was unfamiliar to him. It was the first time he had heard of it. The Meteor Sea is an ancient secret realm within the Qingyun realm, said to harbor numerous opportunities and unknowns. It is rumored that the founding emperor of the Daliang Kingdom entered the Meteor Sea as a commoner and returned 20 years later, slaying drought demons to establish the Daliang Empire. However, due to its enigmatic nature and the fact that it opens only once every 500 years, ordinary people rarely learn of its secrets. Yet, even though the Meteor Sea remains closed for extended periods, it does not lack those who seek to uncover its mysteries. 20 years ago, the prince of the Daliang Kingdom, along with 8 of his friends, ventured into the Meteor Sea to explore its depths, hoping to discover opportunities. As a result of the 9 individuals, only the prince returned with half his life intact, while the other 8 met with misfortune. Since then, the Meteor Sea has remained completely sealed, awaiting its quinquennial opening to allow explorers entry. In 2 months, the time for the Meteor Sea's 500-year opening will arrive, coinciding with the timing of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. The high-ranking figures from the 6 nations of the Qingyun realm collectively decided to grant the top 10 participants of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament the chance to explore the Meteor Sea. Tang Min elaborately introduced Shen Liangcai to the matters concerning the Meteor Sea, Her beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation. Upon hearing her words, Shen Liangcai found himself deeply intrigued by the meteor sea. He never imagined that the Qiankun realm harbored such an enigmatic secret realm. As a citizen of the Daliang kingdom, Shen Liangcai had heard tales about the legendary founding emperor of Daliang since childhood. What astonished him was the revelation that the establishment of the Daliang kingdom was somehow connected to the meteor sea. It was likely that during the 20 years the founding emperor spent within the meteor sea, he acquired significant fortuitous encounters, leading to a profound transformation. This aligned perfectly with the popular belief that the founding emperor possessed celestial powers. Shen Liangcai even speculated whether the meteor sea had any ties to the realm of cultivation. If so, it would be imperative for him to embark on a quest to explore it. I surmise that within the meteor sea, there must be treasures coveted by those of our ilk. My friend, are you not even the slightest bit tempted? Tang Min inquired. Her thoughts seemed to resonate with Shen Liangcai's own. Shen Liangcai replied, if what you say is true, then the meteor sea is indeed extraordinary. However, I must first attend to my affairs in the capital before making any decisions. Of course, that is perfectly understandable, Tang Min responded with a smile. Yet, should you wish to venture into the meteor sea, you must secure a position among the top 10 of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. This task may prove challenging, but given your capabilities, it is not without possibility. Shen Liangcai's gaze flickered. He still harbored reservations about participating in the tournament. The two continued to chat, sharing a few more drinks. Tang Min, appearing somewhat inebriated, seemed to sway slightly. Miss Tang, you appear to be intoxicated, Shen Liangcai remarked, observing her unsteady stance. Tang Min placed her delicate hand on her forehead. Looking slightly dazed, the tea is getting late. I should return. Thank you for your company and the drinks today. As she spoke, she slowly rose and wobbled towards the door, nearly stumbling twice. But fortunately, Shen Liangcai was quick to catch her. Junior brother, are you asleep? It's time for your assistance with my treatment, came the faint voice of Wu Huiyue from outside the door after Tang Min had left. Chapter 32. Let me solve this for you. Shen Liangcai tapped his forehead. Realizing he had neglected to attend to Wu Huiyue's treatment amidst his other duties in recent days. Opening the door, he was met with the sight of Wu Huiyue's petite figure. Clad in only a thin gauzy skirt, though small in stature, her proportions were exquisite, especially her long, slender, and fair legs, which were now almost completely exposed before Shen Liangcai. For a moment, he found it difficult to avert his gaze. Although he had seen her before, that encounter had been so sudden that he hadn't had the chance to truly appreciate it. Moreover, the allure of the veiled and mysterious often stirred the imagination. Junior brother, what are you staring at? Wu Huiyue asked. Nothing, please come in, Shen Liangcai replied, pulling his gaze away. He wondered if she was being intentional in wearing so little at such a late hour. Was she tempting him? You naughty one, do not look any further. As soon as they entered the room, Wu Huiyue seemed to realize, rising on her toes to cover Shen Liangcai's eyes with her small hand. Her eyes widened in surprise, as if she had been shocked, and she began to lightly thump Shen Liangcai's back, making soft sounds of protest. However, Shen Liangcai was unfazed. The moment Wu Huiyue stepped into the room, his yin-yang harmony technique activated automatically. Under the influence of this technique, Shen Liangcai found his body acting independently, flipping to press her onto the bed as he prepared to take the next step. Junior brother, I have come seeking your healing. This is not appropriate, Wu Huiyue cautioned, sensing something amiss. Her words instantly jolted Shen Liangcai back to reality. While he was indeed drawn to her, he had no intention of forcing her. The matter at hand was of greater importance. With this thought, he forcibly suppressed the wicked impulse that had arisen within him. Sitting upright, he distanced himself from Wu Huiyue. She appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, her breathing still rapid. After a moment, she said, Junior brother, I am ready. Hearing this, Shen Liangcai once again activated the yin-yang harmony technique, gently placing his palm on Wu Huiyue's lower abdomen. Wu Huiyue felt a warm current flowing from his palm into her body, instilling a sense of comfort within her. This sensation spread from her abdomen throughout her entire being, leaving her feeling unprecedentedly relaxed, and she gradually closed her eyes as Shen Liangcai employed the yin-yang harmony technique. He released his celestial consciousness to envelop Wu Huiyue's body, probing into her condition. The lack of treatment over the past few days had allowed the cold attributes within her body to accumulate once more, gradually spreading throughout her system. That if not addressed promptly, her menstrual cycle this month would undoubtedly bring her immense suffering. Furthermore, the entity resembling a spiritual root remained within her, seemingly more active than before. Waves of cold attributes swirled around it, transmitting throughout her body, leaving her lower abdomen icy as if trapped in a frost chamber. Shen Liangcai swiftly utilized the yin-yang harmony technique to absorb and refine the cold attributes. Eventually, as Shen Liangcai fell asleep, Wu Huiwe quietly exited the room. The following morning, Shen Liangcai awoke from his slumber. Perhaps he had been somewhat fatigued the previous night, for he had slept soundly, just as he was preparing to rise. He saw Wu Huiwe entering with a basin of toiletries. "Junior brother, you're awake," she greeted him with a sweet smile. "With my senior sister attending to me, how could I not sleep well?" Shen Liangcai replied with a grin. Wu Huiwe's face flushed crimson. "I'm not as you say." After dropping off the items, she hurriedly fled from Shen Liangcai's room, watching her retreating figure. A smile graced Shen Liangcai's face. He had not realized before how endearing she truly was. For the next few days, Shen Liangcai and his companions spent their time aboard the ship. Facing the endless expanse of the sea day after day became rather monotonous. Most of Shen Liangcai's time was devoted to cultivation, though he occasionally concocted some elixirs. During this period, Tang Min visited him several times, and they engaged in lively discussions. Through her, Shen Liangcai learned much about the Qingyun realm that had previously been beyond his reach, and their bond grew increasingly closer. Shen Liangcai held a favorable impression of her and sometimes offered her guidance on her path of cultivation. As a cultivator, each of Shen Liangcai's words transcended Tang Min's prior understanding, proving immensely beneficial to her. Her practice of the breathing techniques also broke through previous bottlenecks, bringing her closer to her goals. This only deepened Tang Min's admiration for Shen Liangcai. She could not fathom how this seemingly youthful boy possessed such profound insights. As Shen Liangcai and Tang Min grew closer, Li Huili watched with a mix of resentment and determination that he resolved that upon reaching the capital of Dalian Kingdom, he would report this matter to headquarters for their decision. In addition, during this time, Shen Liangcai treated Wu Huiwe twice more. Her condition improved significantly as a result. After each treatment, she did not forget to guide Shen Liangcai in return. Shen Liangcai found this arrangement satisfactory. However, every time he sought to advance their relationship, Wu Huiwe steadfastly maintained her defenses. He wondered when those defenses would finally yield. 7 days later, the ship finally docked at the capital of the Dalian Kingdom. Chapter 33. The First Beauty of Dalian Kingdom. The capital of the Dalian Kingdom boasted a flourishing waterway network, with numerous docks bustling with activity. Porters, merchants, travelers, and laborers transporting goods converged here, creating a vibrant scene. "Junior brother, we have finally arrived at the capital," Wu Huiwe exclaimed, her beautiful eyes shimmering with excitement as she took in the sights along the shore. This was her and Yuanen's first visit to the capital, and they were both filled with exhilaration. Every citizen of Dalian Kingdom grew up harboring an infinite yearning for their capital, as the sole central city of Dalian Kingdom. It was a hub of prosperity, surpassing Luyuan City in every conceivable aspect: population, area, economy, and other social metrics. Moreover, the martial arts scene in the capital was exceptionally vibrant, with sects and prestigious martial families flourishing, gathering over 90% of the kingdom's cultivation resources. The number of top-tier experts was beyond count. Shen Liangcai merely glanced towards a certain area along the dock and easily spotted a postnatal realm martial artist, likely a mere ordinary manager of the dock. Though older in age and of average talent, he would be considered a head of a family back in Luyuan City, a notable figure in his own right. Yet in the capital, he was relegated to being an inconspicuous small-time leader. Even those of the bone-forging realm were commonplace, with some laborers unloading cargo possessing blood exchange realm cultivation. These observations clearly indicated that the overall martial prowess of the capital was on an entirely different level compared to other cities. Let us proceed. Once the vessel had come to a complete stop, Shen Liangcai turned to the two women behind him and spoke. The two women nodded, following closely in his wake. Upon arriving at the brand-new city, their curiosity about the unfamiliar surroundings was palpable as they gazed around in wonder. Ascending the steps and passing through the deck, Shen Liangcai noticed that Zhou Hao was still kneeling there. However, after a week of excruciating torment, the man had been reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. Though he had not perished, it was as if he had lost half of his life. Upon seeing Shen Liangcai and the two women pass by, Zhou Hao weakly lifted his head, a flicker of resentment crossing his pale visage. Yet, Shen Liangcai did not spare him a glance. leading Yuanin and Wu Huiwei away without a second thought. To him, Zhou Hao was merely a petty jester whose fate was of no consequence. What Shen Liangcai did not anticipate was the sheer tenacity of Zhou Hao's will to survive after 7 days and nights without sustenance. Enduring the agony of his position on the deck, he had still managed to cling to life. Truly a miracle. Just as Shen Liangcai and his companions were about to disembark, Tang Min approached them, clad in a form-fitting outfit, and whispered that Zhou Hao is the son of the general from the Grand Master's residence. You must exercise caution on your journey to the capital. Shen Liangcai responded with a casual nod. Thank you for the warning. Tang Min clasped her fists in respect, saying, until we meet again, I look forward to crossing paths with you at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Shen Liangcai returned the gesture. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Farewell. With that, he turned to leave. Not far away, Li Huili stood alongside several high-ranking individuals from the ship, their eyes glinting with intensity. Captainly, although we have sealed off the news, there are no walls that do not allow sound to pass through. If we let this man go, and word gets out, our Hanyun Trading Company will be utterly disgraced, one of the ship's senior figures admonished. The others nodded in agreement. Having been part of the Hanyun Trading Company for decades, they had never felt so humiliated. Watching a colleague being slain while being forced to let the perpetrator escape was intolerable. Because of this, the senior figures harbored significant discontent towards Tang Min despite her being a promising star cultivated by the company, who had contributed greatly. It could not quell their dissatisfaction, given how this person treated Zhou Hao. The Grand Master's residence will not let this matter rest. We shall observe the situation for now, that if he survives, we can take action later. An icy glint flickered in Li Huili's eyes as he continued. Regardless of whether this man lives or dies, I shall report Tang Min to the captain. As Shen Liangcai and his companions disembarked, they noticed a procession approaching from one end of the street. Led by 9 majestic purple thunder lions, accompanied by a formidable display of warriors, the crowd instinctively parted to create a path, their expressions solemn. At the forefront was a tall, striking young man of about 20. With sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding an air of confidence, his silver armor gleamed in the sunlight, and his robust steed, Wu Mei, was as imposing as its rider, showcasing his formidable prowess, which had reached the late stage of the innate realm. His mere presence instantly captivated the attention of all present. It was none other than a representative from the Prince Kang's residence, and the silver-armored youth was none other than General Jiang Qichuan, a direct disciple of Prince Kang. Indeed, Jiang Qichuan had returned to the capital, with the recent military victories in the northwest, coupled with Prince Kang's recurring ailment and the imminent Grand Martial Arts Tournament in a month's time. Jiang Qichuan's return was hardly surprising. For this tournament, he had been preparing for 4 long years, representing the Dalian Kingdom with the aspiration of claiming one of the top 3 positions. Regrettably, it seemed that Prince Kang might not witness the moment of his disciple's glory. Many in the crowd were abuzz with conversation, their eyes fixated on the silver-armored youth. Jiang Qichuan, mounted on Wu Mei, surveyed the scene with a keen gaze, exuding an innate confidence. Simultaneously, from the direction of the passenger ship, 2 graceful figures approached, capturing Jiang Qichuan's attention. A smile graced his angular face. We welcome the princess back to court. Upon the appearance of the 2 figures, the entire contingent of soldiers knelt in unison, their voices resounding like thunder, reverberating through the skies. The crowd trembled at the realization that General Jiang Qichuan had come to welcome Princess Pingyang. Sister, the senior brother has come to fetch us, Lana exclaimed, her beautiful eyes sparkling with joy. However, the veiled maiden furrowed her brow slightly, saying, we set out secretly to avoid causing too much commotion. Senior brother is merely concerned for the princess's safety. You need not hold it against him, Lana replied. The veiled girl nodded. Very well, let us go. With that, she began to walk towards the soldiers. As Princess Pingyang approached, a radiant smile broke across Jiang Qichuan's handsome features. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed the princess seemed to remember something and abruptly changed direction, heading toward a specific area. That area, to his dismay, was precisely where Shen Liangcai and his companions stood. Witnessing this unfolding scene, Jiang Qichuan felt a pang of being overlooked, especially upon observing the presence of a man among the trio. His brow furrowed even deeper. Senior brother, having come to the capital, I intended to extend the courtesy of a host, but it seems someone has arrived to receive us, so I must take my leave first. I hope you won't take offense, Princess Pingyang said with a smile directed at Shen Liangcai. I did not expect you to be Princess Pingyang, Shen Liangcai responded, equally surprised. The name of Princess Pingyang resonated throughout the Dalian kingdom, and even though she was merely a prince's daughter, her reputation far surpassed that of the emperor's own daughters. This was due to her unparalleled martial arts talent, a once-in-a-century gift, and her beauty, which was deemed unmatched, earning her the title of the most beautiful woman in the Dalian kingdom that I did not intend to conceal my identity. I hope you can forgive me, Princess Pingyang said. Shen Liangcai waved his hand dismissively. No matter. And who might this be, deserving of my junior sister's personal farewell? I would very much like to make their acquaintance. As Princess Pingyang delayed her return, Jiang Qichuan approached, a hint of discontent in his voice. It was well known that even in his presence, Princess Pingyang maintained her aloof demeanor, never having acted with such initiative before. This left Jiang Qichuan feeling quite unbalanced, even harboring a tinge of jealousy. Senior brother's timing is impeccable. This is Master Shen. I, along with Lanner, have come to invite Master Shen to the capital to assist my father with his ailment. Princess Pingyang introduced Shen Liangcai to Jiang Qichuan. Jiang Qichuan raised an eyebrow, taken aback, and asked, "Are you suggesting that this person is adept in the art of alchemy?" Upon seeing Shen Liangcai's youth, a trace of disdain flickered in Jiang Qichuan's eyes. Indeed, not long ago, the Guiyuan dance sold at the Wanbao Pavilion was crafted by Master Shen, Princess Pingyang affirmed, her words imbued with admiration. So, this individual can indeed concoct Guiyuan dan? Jiang Qichuan replied, his tone laced with sarcasm. Previously, during his campaigns, he had been oblivious to the frenzy surrounding the Guiyuan dan at the Wanbao Pavilion. Princess Pingyang nodded. Jiang Qichuan, however, did not believe Princess Pingyang's words. A hint of mockery evident in his gaze. Thus, he remarked, I would be very interested to learn how this Master Shen concocts the Guiyuan dan, just as Princess Pingyang was about to explain. Jiang Qichuan waved her off, confidently asserting, Sister, it is normal to be misled by some tricksters in the martial world. Just be cautious next time. Furthermore, I have already sought out Master Fenggu, a renowned alchemist from the Qingyun realm, to prepare the Shining Rebirth pill for our mastered, in no time. He will be cured. Upon hearing this, Lanner's eyes brightened with excitement as she exclaimed, Senior brother, you have invited Master Fenggu. The prince will be saved. The Shining Rebirth pill, believed to have been lost for many years, was said to be capable of reviving the dead with just one pill. Princess Pingyang had also heard of the Shining Rebirth pill and was about to inquire further from Jiang Qichuan when Shen Liangcai interjected. While the Shining Rebirth pill possesses remarkable effects, it also harbors potent backlash for the user. Prince Kang's internal organs have already been severely damaged. The pill can only temporarily save his life. Once the backlash occurs, he shall perish within 3 days due to the decay of his internal organs. Shen Liangcai had initially wished to remain uninvolved in this matter. However, upon learning that the patient was Prince Kang, his stance softened. That it was not a desire to align himself with the prince, but rather a deep respect for the man's character, the only surviving prince of the Dalian kingdom. Prince Kang was known for his integrity and diligence, having defended the borders for over 20 years and reclaiming over 100 cities. His illustrious military career earned him the love of the Dalian citizens. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he had laid the foundation for half of the Dalian kingdom. He was a true hero. His affliction was likely a remnant of his battles. Shen Liangcai held profound admiration for such a person and could not bear to witness him suffer a fatal consequence from a misguided medicinal choice. Lanner and Jiang Qichuan both regarded him with incredulity. Stop spouting nonsense, Lanner retorted. The Shining Rebirth pill is an exceptionally rare elixir, known for its miraculous properties. How could it possibly have backlash effects? Moreover, this formula was specifically tailored for the prince by Master Fenggu. As a master alchemist from the Qingyun realm, how could he be questioned by someone so insignificant as you? Hasten to silence your tongue. Lanner, do not act unreasonably. Upon witnessing Lanner's agitation, Princess Pingyang swiftly intervened. Your Highness, you previously invited him to concoct pills for the prince, yet he flatly refused. Now, upon Master Shixiang's introduction of Master Fenggu, he spouts nonsense. I suspect he is deliberately causing disruption. Lanner shot a venomous glare at Shen Liangcai. Her eyes brimming with disdain. Wu Huiyue could no longer contain herself and furrowed her brow, saying, My junior brother offers a sincere warning. If you do not believe him, you need not heed his words. So why resort to vitriol? Yuan Nan also frowned, his gaze betraying hostility. Jiang Qichuan held Shen Liangcai's words in contempt, turning to Princess Pingyang and stating, "Sister, do you see? The Master Shen Yu invited dares to question Master Fenggu. Such audacity, I shall refrain from commenting. The decision rests with you. In the Qingyun realm, anyone with even a modicum of understanding of alchemy regards Master Fenggu as a paragon. Even Master Fenggu's disciples have long achieved renown." This was the first time Jiang Qichuan had heard someone question Master Fenggu's expertise in alchemy, leading him to equate Shen Liangcai with a charlatan. He merely acted out of a desire to save lives and harbors no ill intent. "I hope the master will not take offense. Farewell, Princess Pingyang. Until we meet again." Princess Pingyang cast a look of apology towards Shen Liangcai. Shen Liangcai's gaze flickered as he produced a small jade vial, presenting it to Princess Pingyang, saying, "The backlash from the lesser revitalization pill is exceedingly potent. Should your esteemed father find himself unable to endure it, he may consume the elixir contained within this vial to temporarily preserve his life." Princess Pingyang accepted the vial, her expression slightly hesitant. Nevertheless, she stowed it away and expressed her gratitude. That moment, a troop of cavalry thundered towards them, stirring clouds of dust in their wake, their presence formidable. The surrounding crowd displayed expressions of alarm, hastily parting to clear a path. These individuals bore fierce countenances, their murderous intent palpable. "Where is Shen Liangcai? Come forth and meet your demise," bellowed the leader as he galloped forward. "It is the people of the Grand Tutor's residence. If I am not mistaken, the leader should be the Grand Tutor's Deputy General, Wu Guozhong." A voice trembled, immediately identifying the newcomers. In the capital, the Grand Tutor's residence wielded immense power, rivaling even that of the Prince Kang's manor. Coupled with Grand Tutor Chen Xingzhou's habitual indulgence of his subordinates, they were emboldened to act with impunity, witnessing Wu Guozhong and his entourage arrive in such a manner. Many speculated which unfortunate soul had incurred the wrath of the Grand Tutor's residence, certain that they would pay a heavy price. Shen Liangcai, however, remained unperturbed. His gaze fell upon Wu Guozhong and the others. A cold smirk gracing his lips, he understood that these individuals had come seeking Zhou Hao. "General Wu, that man is Shen Liangcai. The Supreme Commander has ordered that this man be executed to avenge the young master." One individual pointed towards Shen Liangcai's position. Chapter 35. The Great Sun Ascends. Wu Guozhong's gaze landed on Shen Liangcai, his pupils shimmering with icy light. He commanded those beside him, "This scoundrel has maliciously injured the young master. Apprehend him and bring him back to the Grand Tutor's residence for the Supreme Commander's judgment." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the formidable members of the Grand Tutor's residence advanced, encircling Shen Liangcai and his companions. They possessed postnatal cultivation and held a decisive advantage in numbers. Many hearts quaked. They could hardly believe that the Grand Tutor's people had arrived so swiftly. Moreover, with Deputy General Wu Guozhong at the helm, they had mobilized over a dozen postnatal experts. Such a terrifying assembly left little hope for the youth's survival. "Brigand, surrender and submit." One mid-postnatal expert addressed Shen Liangcai coldly, his piercing gaze exuding arrogance. In his eyes, the Supreme Commander was making a mountain out of a molehill. What need was there to mobilize such forces against a mere brash youth? As they spoke, they prepared to subdue Shen Liangcai. Halt! However, before they could act, Princess Pingyang's voice rang out. Upon realizing the speaker was Princess Pingyang, they dared not move further. Wu Guozhong furrowed his brow, dismounted, and slightly bowed to Princess Pingyang, stating, "I am under the orders of the Supreme Commander to apprehend this rebel. I wonder what instructions the princess may have." Princess Pingyang replied, "I witnessed the entire incident. Your young master instigated the conflict, while Master Shen acted in self-defense. Yet you insist on labeling him a rebel. Truly, as a Deputy General of the Grand Tutor's residence, your ability to distort the truth is remarkable. That I grant you 3 breaths to withdraw. Otherwise, I shall not show you mercy." Her words were resolute, exuding an undeniable authority that vividly showcased her stature. The crowd was taken aback. They never anticipated that Princess Pingyang would openly oppose the Grand Tutor's residence to protect a mere youth in the blood exchange realm. Although Prince Kong and Grand Tutor Chen were often at odds, their conflicts typically played out in the shadows, rarely surfacing into the open. Princess Pingyang's actions undoubtedly intensified this discord. I too am merely following orders. If I do not bring this man back to the Grand Tutor's residence, I cannot report back to the Supreme Commander. I regret that I cannot comply with your command. Your Highness. Wu Guozhong's eyes gleamed with determination. Prior to this, the Supreme Commander had issued him a strict order, and he could not simply let this rebel go based on Princess Pingyang's word. Moreover, Grand Tutor Chun and Prince Kong were lifelong adversaries. As a Deputy General of the Grand Tutor's residence, how could he heed the princess's directives? The only person Wu Guozhong might have felt apprehensive about was Jiang Qichuan, the illustrious general of the Crimson Flame. Yet, seeing Jiang Qichuan remain silent, Wu Guozhong felt reassured. Seize him. He waved his hand, issuing a command to his subordinates. Let me see who dares to act. If you wish to touch Master Shen, you must first get past me. Princess Pingyang boldly positioned herself between Shen Liangcai and the assailants. Her stance made Jiang Qichuan uncomfortable. He could not comprehend why his junior sister would openly confront the Grand Tutor's residence for the sake of a mere charlatan in the blood exchange realm. What kind of enchantment had this fellow cast upon her? Even he, as her senior brother, had never received such treatment, leaving him feeling profoundly aggrieved. He stepped forward and addressed Princess Pingyang. Sister, let us not involve ourselves in the conflict with the Grand Tutor's residence. Yet, Princess Pingyang ignored him, steadfastly protecting Shen Liangcai and his companions. This only darkened Jiang Qichuan's expression, his gaze towards Shen Liangcai growing icy. What my senior brother says is true. This matter is between me and the Grand Tutor's residence. I shall resolve it myself. At that moment, Shen Liangcai, who had remained silent for a long time, finally spoke. He stepped forward, bypassing Princess Pingyang, and confronted Wu Guozhong directly, saying, I ask you, are you certain you wish to serve the Grand Tutor's residence? Disregarding your own life? Wu Guozhong seemed to grasp Shen Liangcai's intent, sneering derisively. As a Deputy General of the Grand Tutor's residence, I must obey its commands. You speak as if you possess the ability to kill me. How utterly laughable. Upon hearing this, the other strong members of the Grand Tutor's residence cast mocking glances at Shen Liangcai. I grant you 3 breaths to consider. Should you abandon the darkness and embrace the light, I may spare your life, Shen Liangcai proclaimed, seemingly unfazed as he began to count down. Has this fellow lost his mind? I cannot fathom from where he derives such confidence to utter such audacious words. Wu Guozhong was a prenatal expert. Even if Shen Liangcai possessed some strength, how could he possibly contend with someone of Wu Guozhong's caliber? Moreover, Wu Guozhong was flanked by over a dozen postnatal experts. The crowd murmured in disbelief, convinced that Shen Liangcai was far too arrogant. Almost no one believed he had the strength to challenge Wu Guozhong. His actions were undoubtedly hastening his demise, with the vast majority of onlookers eagerly anticipating the moment when he would pay the price for his hubris. Jiang Qichuan and Lan'er both wore expressions of derision, utterly incredulous that such an ignorant individual still existed in the world. They were eager to witness how this bold fool would meet his end. Yet, upon hearing Shen Liangcai's words, Wu Guozhong's gaze sharpened, as if he believed he had misheard. Unable to contain his laughter, he exclaimed, Ha! You mean to say that your life requires the mercy of a nameless brat like you? Ha! How utterly ridiculous! This is truly the most laughable thing I have ever heard. Wu Guozhong laughed uproariously, gasping for breath. However, just then, as Shen Liangcai's final countdown echoed, a brilliant cold light erupted from the void. Resembling a bolt of lightning piercing the heavens, Wu Guozhong felt an overwhelming radiance, akin to the sun blazing in the heavens. A formidable practitioner at the innate realm, his sense of impending danger was acute, and he instantly perceived the existence of a threat. However, before he could react, a chilling sensation enveloped his throat, and his body trembled as if struck by lightning. Instinctively, he touched his neck, and a torrent of warmth surged forth, rapidly gushing out like a fountain. How could you, a mere practitioner of blood exchange realm, possess such speed? Wu Guozhong's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Shen Liangcai, his voice a muddled whisper. Yet, he would never hear the answer in this life. Life was swiftly ebbing away. Even in the final moments, Wu Guozhong could not fathom that he would perish at the hands of someone of the blood exchange realm. Chapter 36. The Foundation of Nation Building. Silence. The space was enveloped in a profound stillness. Everyone stood transfixed, their eyes shimmering with sheer astonishment and disbelief that Wu Guozhong, a vice-general of the Grand Master's residence and a practitioner of the early innate realm, had been slain in an instant by a mere youth of the blood exchange realm. This utterly shattered the perceptions of all present. Had it not been witnessed firsthand, no one would dare believe such an event was real. Even the Princess of Pingyang, Yu Anan, Wu Huiyue, Lan'er, and others who had previously sailed together on the same vessel were profoundly shocked. It should be noted that at that time, although Shen Liangcai had displayed astonishing strength, he had only vanquished practitioners of the acquired realm. Yet now, against Wu Guozhong of the early innate realm, he had still achieved a single strike kill. This level of power had entirely surpassed their capacity to comprehend. Gazing upon the lifeless body on the ground, Jiang Qichuan was equally astounded. He had always considered himself quite capable of challenging those beyond his level, yet he had to concede that Shen Liangcai surpassed him significantly in this regard. Nevertheless, Jiang Qichuan did not dwell on it too much. Had it not been for his participation in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, he would have long since elevated his cultivation to the Grandmaster realm. In other words, he had been intentionally suppressing his own cultivation for the sake of the tournament. There is a saying in the Qiankun realm, a Grandmaster is like a divine dragon in the sky, surveying the world. Once a martial artist ascends to the Grandmaster realm, they undergo a transformation akin to shedding their old self, and no matter how powerful a practitioner of the innate realm may be, they are but ants in the eyes of a Grandmaster. Although Shen Liangcai had garnered attention, he still could not attract Jiang Qichuan's admiration. After all, in his eyes, the gap between them was insurmountably vast. Little did he know that Shen Liangcai had already embarked on a path of supreme excellence, a path that Jiang Qichuan would never be able to touch in his lifetime. Do not blame me for not granting you an opportunity. It is simply that you did not know how to cherish it. Observing the corpse on the ground, Shen Liangcai spoke with indifference. Subsequently, under the gaze of all present, he departed with Yuanan and Wu Huiwe. As Shen Liangcai and the others left, the remaining dozen or so practitioners of the Grandmaster's residence wore ashen faces, yet none dared to step forward to obstruct them, with Wu Guozhong having been killed in a single strike. To advance would be akin to courting death. What manner of person is he? The princess of Pingyang murmured to herself as she watched Shen Liangcai's departing figure. She had previously worried for Shen Liangcai, but it seemed her concerns were entirely unwarranted. In the face of Wu Guozhong, Shen Liangcai had possessed absolute confidence to crush his opponent. After leaving the dock, Shen Liangcai sought out a place to reside. Prior to this, he had heard that Grandmaster Chen Xingzhou had left the capital for some time. No one knew his exact whereabouts. However, Shen Liangcai was not in a hurry. As long as Chen Xingzhou remained in his position, he would not worry about the latter's return to the capital that time. It would not be too late to strike him down. Shen Liangcai planned to stay in this place for a while before making further plans. It was a modest courtyard situated at the edge of the capital city. Though not expansive or luxurious, it was well-equipped, a testament to the saying that though small, a sparrow possesses all its vital organs. The courtyard contained 3 rooms, 1 main room and 2 side rooms, sufficient for Shen Liangcai, Yuanan, and Wu Huiwe to reside comfortably. The lotus flowers in the pond had already bloomed, and the water was crystal clear. Occasionally disturbed by the movement of fish, beneath a flourishing ginkgo tree, Shen Liangcai reclined in a master's chair, resting with his eyes closed, enjoying the gentle breeze that brushed against his face. Yuanan and Wu Huiwe sat by the pond, their fair feet occasionally splashing in the water as they whispered and laughed like silver bells. The journey had left the 3 of them exceptionally weary, making this rare moment of relaxation all the more precious. Though the courtyard had cost Shen Liangcai 50,000 taels of gold, possessing such a tranquil and elegant residence in the capital was worth the expense. As the only surviving prince of the Daliang kingdom and a distinguished minister of the court, the estate of Prince Kong was exceptionally grand and imposing. The residence spanned a vast area, adorned with pavilions and towers, exuding an air of solemnity and dignity. In a particularly lavishly decorated room, Prince Kong, Liang Wenzhong, lay upon his bed, his countenance devoid of color, due to a recurrence of an old ailment. Liang Wenzhong had been on the brink of death for several days, presenting a visage of imminent demise. This had caused a stir in the court, with various factions stirring restlessly, especially the Grand Master's residence, which had been particularly active. As the foundation of the Daliang kingdom, should Prince Kong pass away, the entire kingdom would plunge into a period of unending turmoil. The royal family of Daliang exhausted every means to save Liang Wenzhong. Yet their efforts were futile. Just when everyone believed that Prince Kong had little time left, his personal disciple, General Qian Jiang Qichuan, had invited Master Fenggu, a renowned alchemist from the Qingyun realm, to the estate of Prince Kong. This news immediately sent shockwaves through the court, even reaching the ears of the 3rd prince, Liang Juntian. Liang Juntian, with his face like a jade crown. Donned a yellow python robe, exuding a gentle and refined demeanor, yet not lacking in royal authority. Simply standing there, he imparted a sense of awe akin to gazing up at a towering mountain. May I have the audacity to inquire, Master, how confident are you in saving my royal uncle? Despite being a prince, Liang Juntian remained exceedingly humble and courteous before inquiring of Master Fenggu. He first offered a deep bow to ask the prince. Liang Juntian's actions undoubtedly endeared him to Master Fenggu, who confidently replied, I have specially prepared the Shaoyin revitalizing pill for Prince Kong. Once ingested, it will preserve his life, and with additional restorative elixirs, he shall return to his former self within 3 months. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Liang Juntian's face, and he quickly bowed again, saying, My royal uncle is the foundation of our Dalian kingdom. If Master can heal him, I, Liang Juntian, shall offer my profound gratitude. Master Fenggu stroked his beard, exuding the demeanor of one who is victorious from afar. It is but a trivial matter. The third prince is overly gracious. As he spoke, Master Fenggu took out a pill, preparing to administer it to Prince Kong. It was indeed the fabled Shaoyin revitalizing pill. This pill was said to have been lost in the Qingyun realm for many years, possessing the miraculous ability to restore life to the deceased. Even Liang Juntian, a prince, was seeing it for the first time, which only increased his respect for Master Fenggu. After all, he was a renowned alchemist of the Qingyun realm, capable of effortlessly crafting such long-lost elixirs. Wait, however, before Master Fenggu could take any action, the voice of the Princess of Pingyang interrupted. Pingyang, let us discuss this matter later. Do not delay the important business. Liang Juntian addressed the Princess of Pingyang. Indeed, junior sister, let us first allow Master Fenggu to administer the medicine to our esteemed teacher. Jiang Qichuan chimed in. I have heard that the Shaoyin revitalizing pill has a backlash effect and is not suitable for someone as weak as my father to consume. Does Master know of this? The Princess of Pingyang recalled what Shen Liangcai had mentioned at the dock and inquired of Master Fenggu. Chapter 37. This prince shall personally pay a visit. Oh, Master Fenggu's gaze sharpened as he inquired, backlash effect? I have never heard of such a thing. Please enlighten me, Princess. The Princess of Pingyang promptly recounted Shen Liangcai's words from the dock. Junior sister. That person is merely a charlatan. How can you trust his words? Jiang Qichuan frowned as he saw the Princess of Pingyang bringing up Shen Liangcai again. That I have studied alchemy for decades and saved countless lives. This is the first time I have heard of such a thing. That if the princess does not trust me, she may invite the one who spoke those words to save your father. And I shall not intrude any further. Master Fenggu's irritation was evident, though he restrained himself due to his status. Master, please stay. Liang Juntian stepped forward to block him, his expression apologetic. Pingyang is still young and does not comprehend the treacheries of the world, having naively believed the slander of certain charlatans. Master, please do not take offense. I implore you to treat my royal uncle. Saying this, Liang Juntian bowed deeply again to Master Fenggu. I earnestly request Master to treat my esteemed teacher. Jiang Qichuan also pleaded. Seeing the two plead, Master Fenggu reluctantly agreed to continue treating Prince Kong. Not long after Prince Kong Liang Wenjing ingested the Shaoyin revitalizing pill, a miraculous scene unfolded. Under the influence of the medicinal properties, the complexion of Prince Kong, Liang Wenjing, visibly regained its rosy hue at an astonishing pace. Before long, he awakened. Liang Juntian and Jiang Qichuan displayed expressions of sheer astonishment. Master Fenggu truly deserves his reputation as a preeminent figure in the alchemical arts of the Qingyun realm. The chronic ailment that had plagued Prince Kong for years was effortlessly cured by his mere intervention. The Shaoyin revitalization pill indeed proved to be a miraculous elixir capable of reviving the dead and restoring flesh to bones. The Princess Pingyang was equally overwhelmed with excitement. Yet, upon recalling the words of Shen Liangcai, a tinge of apprehension crept into her heart. With Prince King's health improving, the atmosphere within the prince's residence erupted in jubilation. Everyone regarded Master Fenggu as a benefactor of immense significance. Jiang Qichuan, too, basked in the limelight, receiving adulation from all corners of the royal household, thereby elevating his status within the palace. The third prince, Liang Juntian, even personally vowed to bestow lavish rewards upon Jiang Qichuan. To express their gratitude, the princess residence hosted a grand banquet. However, before the festivities could conclude, after raising a toast, Prince Kong suddenly spat blood and promptly fell unconscious. Father, the Princess Pingyang supported the frail body of Prince Kong Liang, tears streaming down her face as she desperately channeled her internal energy into him, striving to awaken him. Yet, her efforts proved futile at that moment. Liang Wenjing's breathing was faint, slipping into a profound coma. His entire being was shrouded in a sinister aura, his condition even more precarious than before he ingested the Shaoyin revitalization pill, as if he might perish at any moment. How could this be? How could this happen? His master had clearly recovered. Why had the situation taken such a drastic turn? What on earth was transpiring? Witnessing this scene, Liang Juntian and Jiang Qichuan could not help but widen their eyes in disbelief. Liang Juntian addressed Master Fingu, saying, "My uncle is the foundation of our great Liang kingdom. No matter the cost, Master, I implore you to save him. I, Liang Juntian, am willing to pay any price." Master Fingu's expression turned grave as he hurriedly approached to examine the situation. The Shaoyin revitalization pill was said to possess the power to revive the dead and heal grievous wounds. It should have thoroughly remedied the ailment. Why had it come to this? Master Fingu found himself at a loss, unable to discern the cause. After attempting several other methods to no avail, he could only reluctantly declare the death of Prince Kong Liang. "No, father cannot die. He would never abandon me like this." The Princess Pingyang was utterly heartbroken. In a desperate bid, she retrieved the small jade vial that Shen Liangcai had given her, under the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd. She administered the pill to Prince Kong. "Master has departed this world. Sister, what are you doing? Do you not allow him to rest in peace even in death?" Jiang Qichuan lamented sorrowfully to him. Administering Shen Liangcai's medicine felt like desecrating the master's remains. However, mere moments after Prince Kong Liang ingested the pill, a miracle unfolded once again. Not only did he regain autonomous breathing, but the ominous aura enveloping him rapidly dissipated in that moment. Although he had yet to fully awaken, his breathing grew steady, and his complexion even regained some semblance of vitality. The effect was astonishingly immediate. The onlookers were left in utter shock, their gazes fixated on the small jade vial. Liang Juntian, brimming with excitement, turned to the Princess Pingyang and asked, "Pingyang, what pill did you just give to uncle that had such remarkable effects?" The Princess Pingyang, exhilarated, replied, "The pill was a gift from Master Shen. I am not entirely sure of its nature." "Which Master Shen? Quickly tell this prince." Liang Juntian pressed on. The Princess Pingyang recounted the events that transpired at the dock that day in detail. As she spoke, her expression revealed her astonishment. Although she had previously acknowledged Shen Liangcai's extraordinary alchemical skills, she had never anticipated their magnitude. Not only had he accurately predicted the outcome of her father taking the Shaoyin revitalization pill, but he had effortlessly produced a pill that resolved the issue. This completely upended the Princess Pingyang's understanding. Such composure, capable of strategizing from afar, she had never witnessed in anyone. Liang Juntian's face reflected his shock as he immediately declared, "Where is Master Shen? Quickly summon him." "No, I shall personally visit to implore the master to treat my uncle." The Princess Pingyang stated without hesitation that that moment, she understood that to truly heal her father, only Shen Liangcai's intervention could offer a glimmer of hope. What was happening? Could it be that the so-called charlatan was truly a master alchemist? Jiang Qichuan thought to himself, still reluctant to accept such an outcome. Soon, several palanquins departed from the prince's residence, heading towards a remote area in the capital where Shen Liangcai and his companions resided. Thanks to the token gifted by the Princess Pingyang, they pinpointed their destination with remarkable accuracy. In just half an hour, the palanquins halted on a secluded street, at the end of which lay the courtyard where Shen Liangcai resided. "Third brother, this should be the place," remarked the Princess Pingyang. "Your Highness, please wait. I shall go knock," said the armed attendant, stepping forward, only to be stopped by Liang Juntian. "This prince shall go personally. You may step aside." With that, Liang Juntian disembarked from the palanquin and gently knocked on the weathered model door. "I am Liang Juntian, the third prince of the great Liang kingdom, seeking an audience with Master Shen." Liang Juntian did not dare to be negligent, lowering his stance as a royal prince. Chapter 38. Master Fingu's apprenticeship. "The door is not locked. Come in," came Shen Liangcai's somewhat languid voice from within the courtyard. Liang Juntian and the Princess Pingyang entered, while Jiang Qichuan remained outside. Shen Liangcai had just finished his cultivation and was reclining in a grand chair beneath a ginkgo tree, resting with his eyes closed. upon seeing Liang Juntian and the Princess Pingyang arrive. A hint of surprise crossed his features. However, even in the presence of a royal prince, Shen Liangcai showed no intention of standing, remaining languidly reclined in the chair. The arrival of Liang Juntian rendered Yuanan and Wu Huiyue exceedingly tense. Seeing Shen Liangcai still so relaxed, the two women felt a tightening in their chests, fearing that the prince might impose consequences. "You must be Liang Juntian, the third prince?" Shen Liangcai inquired, noticing Shen Liangcai's youth and his complete lack of deference. Liang Juntian's gaze sharpened slightly. Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on it and smiled, replying, "Indeed, I am Liang Juntian, and I have come uninvited to visit the master. I hope for your forgiveness." Shen Liangcai took a sip of tea and asked Liang Juntian, "Speak, what brings you to find me?" Since embarking on the path of cultivation, Shen Liangcai had undergone a significant shift in mindset. The notions of identity, power, and status would all fade into nothingness over the passage of time. Only the supreme path could endure eternally. Therefore, in his eyes, even a prince like Liang Juntian was merely a mortal. Liang Juntian replied, "I earnestly request Master Shen to come to the prince's residence to treat my uncle's old ailment. I express my gratitude once more in seeking to heal Prince Kong." Liang Juntian disregarded his royal status. As he spoke, he performed a deep bow to Shen Liangcai. Yuanan and Wu Huiyue's eyes widened in astonishment. How many could claim the honor of receiving such respect from a royal prince? Shouldn't my junior brother heed the third prince's command and proceed to the prince's residence? They thought. However, Shen Liangcai's expression remained unperturbed, and he calmly stated, "I have just arrived. I shall not be going to the prince's residence." Liang Juntian's brow furrowed slightly, his heart tightening with anxiety. Yet, he then witnessed Shen Liangcai retrieve ink and paper, swiftly writing out a prescription. Soon, he handed it to Liang Juntian, saying, "Take this prescription and concoct 7 pills according to the ingredients listed. Consume 1 precisely at noon each day. After 7 days, the ailment shall be cured." Upon hearing this, Liang Juntian and the Princess Pingyang exchanged glances, both filled with astonishment. They quickly accepted the prescription with gratitude. As a prince of the great Liang kingdom, Liang Juntian possessed a certain level of knowledge in pharmacology. Although the ingredients in Shen Liangcai's prescription were not particularly rare, the combination and proportions were exquisitely crafted. Liang Juntian could not help but marvel at its brilliance. More importantly, the prescription was meticulously detailed, leaving no aspect overlooked, from the ratios of the ingredients to the various intricacies of the concoction process, including timing and heat. With such a comprehensive and ingenious prescription, even an ordinary alchemist could easily produce these 7 pills. That it was truly a case of turning stone into gold. "Master, this is the mark of a true master." Liang Juntian grew increasingly astounded. If he had previously harbored some dissatisfaction towards Shen Liangcai's seemingly arrogant demeanor, now, all such feelings had vanished. What remained was sheer astonishment and admiration to Shen Liangcai. However, this was merely a trifling task. He possessed tens of thousands of recipes for elixirs from the supreme Qiankun furnace. By casually selecting one, he could effortlessly cure the long-standing ailment of Prince Kong. After all, the prince was a distinguished figure in the Liang kingdom. Moreover, given that Princess Pingyang had repeatedly aided him, it was only natural for Shen Liangcai to respond in kind. Upon Princess Pingyang's return to the Prince Kong's residence, Master Feng Gu successfully refined all 7 elixirs. During the process, Master Feng Gu raised various questions regarding the recipes. Yet, as he entered the refining stage, he increasingly recognized the profound intricacies involved. The effects experienced by Prince Kong after consuming the elixirs left Master Feng Gu utterly astounded. On the first day of taking the elixirs, Prince Kong Liang Wenjung awoke from his coma. By the second day, he was able to walk unaided. On the third day, his spirit was fully restored. By the fourth day, he moved with remarkable agility. On the 5th day, he exhibited great vitality. On the 6th day, he walked with the grace of a dragon and the strength of a tiger. By the 7th day, he seemed completely rejuvenated, as if reborn. This news swiftly spread throughout the capital of the Liang kingdom, leaving countless individuals in shock. Who would have thought that the ailing Prince Kong, previously believed to be nearing his end, could recover in just 7 days? "Have you heard? Prince Kong has been cured of his long-standing ailment." "How incredible! I heard that General Qi Yin, Prince Kang's personal disciple, invited the esteemed Master Feng Gu from the Qingyun realm. With Master Feng Gu's intervention, it was only natural for the illness to be cured." Indeed, Master Fenggu is as legendary as they say, worthy of being the foremost master of alchemy in the Qingyun realm. As this news circulated through the capital, similar sentiments echoed in every corner. Consequently, it was only logical for everyone to credit Master Fenggu for Prince Kang's miraculous recovery. In no time, Master Fenggu's reputation soared to new heights within the capital. Pingyang, tell me, who is the alchemical master that rescued my father? Prince Kong Liang Wenzheng inquired of Princess Pingyang. It is Master Shen, though it seems he prefers to avoid external disturbances, replied Princess Pingyang. Prince Kang's eyes shimmered thoughtfully. That is to be expected. A person of Master Shen's caliber has long transcended the mundane realm, wholly devoted to the pursuit of the Tao, and naturally would not wish to be disturbed by others. However, since he has saved my life, I must express my profound gratitude. Unbeknownst to Shen Liangcai, events transpiring outside had eluded him. For the past 7 days, he had been immersed in diligent cultivation within the courtyard, refraining from venturing out. With the dual nourishment of Gui Yuan Dan and Yang Shen Dan, Shen Liangcai's cultivation level had ascended to the 6th stage of qi refinement. His celestial consciousness continued to rise steadily. Although he had no clear concept of celestial consciousness levels, he was confident that he had far surpassed others of the same realm. With a mere thought, he could extend his celestial consciousness to encompass a radius of several dozen miles, perceiving every subtle movement within that expanse. All of this was made possible by the substantial supply of elixirs, which had left him with nothing but empty shelves of refining materials. That he planned to visit the trading market the following day to procure additional supplies. As his cultivation progressed, Shen Liangcai noticed that the effectiveness of the Gui Yuan Dan was diminishing. In fact, it had become less potent than the effects he had witnessed when treating Wu Huiyu. This posed a considerable dilemma for him. It seemed that the practice of Yin-Yang 6 harmony relied heavily on dual cultivation with a female partner, and he had no desire to become a heart thief. Moreover, as the Grand Martial Arts tournament approached, the capital grew increasingly lively. Young talents from various nations within the Qingyun realm began to arrive in droves, creating a vibrant atmosphere throughout the city. On the second day, just as Shen Liangcai intended to leave the courtyard for the trading market, he noticed several figures appearing on the street outside. Leading the group was an elderly man, his hair and beard completely white, clad in a flowing gray robe that exuded an aura of ethereal grace. This man was none other than the esteemed Master Fenggu of the Qingyun realm. Are you Shen Liangcai? Master Fenggu inquired. Indeed, I am, Shen Liangcai replied, having never met Master Fenggu before. And you are? I am Fengjiu. It is an honor to meet you, Master Shen. Your alchemical prowess has left me in awe, and I humbly request to become your disciple. Chapter 39. I do not wish for this child to see the light of tomorrow. Master Fenggu unexpectedly bowed deeply to Shen Liangcai, his weathered face brimming with respect. Shen Liangcai's gaze sharpened in surprise as he asked, Are you the legendary alchemical master from the Qingyun realm? Upon hearing this, Master Fenggu displayed an expression of great trepidation, his body nearly bending at a 90-degree angle. With my master present, I dare not claim such a title. I beseech you to accept me. As he spoke, Master Fenggu bowed deeply once more, demonstrating utmost sincerity. Having witnessed Shen Liangcai's remarkable ability to awaken Liang Wenzheng from his backlash and the subsequent successful healing, he was utterly convinced of Shen Liangcai's alchemical mastery. Having traversed the realm of alchemy for decades, Master Fenggu had never encountered anyone with such extraordinary talents. His lifelong dedication to the study of alchemy bordered on obsession. After witnessing Shen Liangcai's transcendent skill, he resolved to pay any price necessary to become his disciple, believing that only by doing so could he advance further in his alchemical pursuits, while to the world, he was revered as a master of alchemy. Only he understood how utterly insignificant he was in the presence of Shen Liangcai. Thus, he had come resolutely. However, Shen Liangcai raised a hand and said, I am but a wandering soul. Accustomed to a leisurely life, I have no intention of taking on disciples. Upon hearing this, Master Fenggu's expression fell in disappointment. Nevertheless, he remained bowed, continuing, Regardless of whether you accept me as your disciple, I shall consider myself your apprentice. Shen Liangcai glanced at Master Fenggu and replied, As you wish. With that, he turned and departed. Shen Liangcai's refusal was not born of cruelty, but rather necessity, as he had far too many matters to attend to and no time to impart the intricacies of alchemy to another. Furthermore, as a cultivator, he would eventually journey to the realm of immortals, a departure from which he might never return. It was ill-advised to sow too many seeds of consequence in the mortal realm. Watching Shen Liangcai's retreating figure, Master Fenggu's expression grew somber. He understood that gaining entry into the circle of such a transcendent being would not be an easy feat nevertheless. He remained undeterred, as long as he maintained his sincerity. He believed that one day his wish would be fulfilled. Hongyun Merchant Association, the largest trading organization in the Qingyun realm, had its business sprawling across every corner of the Six Nations. Its influence was unparalleled, making it the most formidable entity in the Qingyun realm. More importantly, the individuals behind the Hongyun Merchant Association were shrouded in mystery, their true identities unknown. This enigmatic and deeply rooted organization represented a force that could not be overlooked, even by the royal families of the Six Nations. At the headquarters of the Hongyun Merchant Association in the Deliang Kingdom, the Grand Hall exuded an ancient yet imposing aura. The leader of the headquarters sat at the top position. Flanked by Li Huaili, Tang Min, and several other high-ranking officials. Do you have any further matters to discuss? If not, you may disperse, the leader commanded with authority, preparing to leave that moment. Li Huaili stepped forward. Bowing slightly, I wish to report on an individual. The leader raised an eyebrow. Who do you wish to report? Tang Min. The crowd's attention sharpened. Tang Min was a promising star of the younger generation within the Hongyun Merchant Association. Receiving special cultivation from the organization. It was unclear what wrongdoing had led Li Huaili to publicly accuse him. The leader was equally taken aback. Subsequently, Li Huaili recounted in detail the events that transpired on the ship that day. Upon hearing this, the leader's brow furrowed, his gaze fixed on Tang Min. Is what Li Huaili said true? Tang Min's brow furrowed slightly as he nodded. Indeed, it is true. Suddenly, a wave of pressure emanated from the leader. Descending upon Tang Min. As a member of the Merchant Association, you disregarded the lives of your colleagues and aided the enemy. You were guilty. Tang Min's complexion paled as he struggled against the overwhelming force. But Shen Liangcai is no ordinary person. My actions were entirely for the benefit of the association. If we were to make an enemy of him, it would inevitably establish a potential foe for the association. In light of reason and sentiment, I should not have acted rashly. Li Huaili, however, scoffed. He is merely a junior at the blood exchange stage, even if he possesses some strength, and perhaps has the backing of a powerful figure. What does it matter? He has openly harmed a member of our Hongyun Merchant Association. If we let this go unpunished, how can we maintain our standing in the Qingyun realm? As he spoke, Li Huaili bowed deeply to the helmsman. Beseeching, I earnestly request the helmsman to issue a death warrant for Shen Liangcai, to provide solace to the souls of our departed comrades. Absolutely not. Tang Min interjected loudly. I can assure you, Shen Liangcai's prowess is far beyond what it appears on the surface. If we provoke him carelessly, it will undoubtedly bring catastrophic consequences to our merchant guild. I implore the helmsman to exercise caution. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of the helmsman and Li Huaili, along with others present, momentarily shifted in surprise. They could not fathom why she would utter such nonsensical remarks. Their Hongyun Merchant Guild was the largest mercantile organization in the Qingyun realm. Not even the Six Nations of Qingyun dared to provoke them lightly. The depth of their foundation was beyond the comprehension of even their own members. How could such a colossal entity be shaken by a mere junior in the blood exchange stage? Tang Min's statement was undeniably absurd, and several high-ranking individuals could not help but chuckle aloud. The helmsman's expression transformed from one of mockery to pride as he declared, Tang Min, cease your foolish talk. Considering your past contributions to the guild, I shall overlook this matter. Tang Min's countenance darkened. And just as she attempted to defend herself, the helmsman interrupted. No need to say more. Regardless of your relationship with Shen Liangcai, this child has dared to offend our Hongyun Merchant Guild, and there is only one path for him: death. With that, the helmsman commanded Li Huaili, you shall handle this matter. I do not wish for this child to see the light of another day. Li Huaili accepted the order, casting a provocative glance at Tang Min. Her face turned ashen. She understood that this conflict was now inevitable, and all she could do was strive to minimize the losses on both sides. Meanwhile, Shen Liangcai had arrived at the nearest trading market. Purchasing materials for several hundred refining return essence pills and spirit nurturing pills. It must be said that the capital was indeed far richer in cultivation resources compared to Luyuan City. In any random shop, one could procure the materials for these two types of pills. Even for higher-grade pill materials, larger shops had them in stock. This abundance allowed Shen Liangcai greater choices in alchemy. He planned to refine the materials he had on hand before turning to concoct other pills. Consuming higher-grade pills would undoubtedly enhance his cultivation speed. before venturing into the immortal realm. Shen Liangcai needed to elevate his cultivation to the 9th layer of qi refining, thereby bolstering his self-preservation capabilities. Buzzing. Before he could enter his courtyard, several figures clad in black flickered into view from the opposite end of the street. These individuals exuded an exceptionally powerful aura. The leader among them had even reached the master realm, while the others were all above the mid-stage of the innate realm. Shen Liangcai's gaze flickered, and among the group, he recognized a familiar figure, Li Huili. "You wish to kill me?" Shen Liangcai asked, hands clasped behind his back. Li Huili sneered, "You killed a member of our Hongyan merchant guild. Were it not for Tang Min's protection that day, I would have long since taken your life. Allowing you to live a few more days has already been a mercy." Previously, Li Huili had witnessed Shen Liangcai's strength firsthand. He had slain an innate realm expert in a single blow, which had left him astonished. To ensure safety, Li Huili had specifically invited a master realm expert from the guild to assist him. With this, Shen Liangcai would find it nearly impossible to escape. "Should I not say that it was Tang Min who saved your life?" Shen Liangcai retorted coldly. "Arrogant," Li Huili bellowed, his eyes filled with derision. He had encountered countless arrogant individuals, but none had ever been as presumptuous and oblivious to their own limitations as Shen Liangcai. "I shall ask you once more, does your Hongyan merchant guild truly wish to be my enemy?" Shen Liangcai inquired of Li Huili. Through their interactions over the past few days, he had forged a certain friendship with Tang Min. Unless absolutely necessary, Shen Liangcai was reluctant to engage in conflict with the Hongyan merchant guild. "Enough of your prattling. Prepare to die," Li Huili replied coldly. The other Hongyan merchant guild experts began to release their auras, sharp and menacing. "This place is too cramped. Let us find a more spacious area to settle this," Shen Liangcai suggested, unwilling to spill blood in front of his residents. He then walked towards the other end of the street. Li Huili exchanged glances with those beside him, and they followed closely behind Shen Liangcai, wary that he might attempt to escape. However, their concerns were unfounded. Shen Liangcai not only did not flee but led them to an open area, desolate and seldom visited. Stopping in his tracks, Shen Liangcai surveyed them with a calm demeanor and said, "Who among you wishes to come forward and meet their demise first?" Upon hearing this, the Hongyan merchant guild expert's eyes glinted with ferocity. One individual stepped forward first, addressing Li Huili and the others, "A mere junior in the blood exchange stage. I can easily take his life alone. Watch how I will eradicate him." This man possessed mid-stage innate realm cultivation and wielded immense strength, controlling 2 elemental forces, wind and thunder. As he stepped forward, the wind and thunder energy swirled around him, causing the space to tremble. "For killing a member of the Hongyan merchant guild, I must tear your corpse to pieces. To die at my hands is your honor," he declared, releasing a surge of fist energy as he spoke, a cold smile on his lips. This punch gathered formidable wind and thunder power, warping the space around it, unleashing a fearsome gale that roared towards Shen Liangcai. What a terrifying thunderstorm fist. Even I might struggle to withstand it. That junior in the blood exchange stage is undoubtedly doomed. One of the Hongyan merchant guild experts mused as they witnessed the devastating strike. Li Huili's eyes were filled with derision. The officer Shen Liangcai had previously slain, Wu Guozhong, only had early-stage innate realm cultivation and had just recently advanced. His strength was incomparable to that of the one attacking now. Thus, Li Huili believed Shen Liangcai would be unable to withstand this blow. After all, the disparity in their realms was too great. However, as the Hongyan merchant guild expert unleashed his thunderstorm fist, Shen Liangcai met the attack with a palm strike. Channeling his spiritual power into a radiant imprint. In an instant, the two forces collided, producing a deafening shockwave. To everyone's astonishment, one figure was sent flying, blood spewing from their mouth mid-air. Li Huili and the others, their smirks only deepening, initially believed the one who had been repelled was Shen Liangcai, having underestimated the strength of the Hongyan merchant guild expert. Is this the strength of your Hongyan merchant guild? Truly pathetic. Shen Liangcai's voice rang out, and only then did Li Huili and the others realize their error, their smiles freezing in place. This individual, who seemed merely to be in the blood exchange stage, exhibited such formidable strength, it appeared they would need to tread carefully. We must all attack together, leaving him no chance, Li Huili commanded, his voice low, and I see why. This. The other Hongyan merchant guild experts nodded in agreement. In an instant, apart from the master realm expert, the rest moved in unison, releasing their auras and quickly encircling Shen Liangcai. Yet, Shen Liangcai remained calm, hands still clasped behind his back. As a 6th layer qi refining cultivator, Dealing with these mortal martial artists felt akin to a robust man confronting a group of toddlers just learning to walk. Such a disparity in power could not be compensated for by mere numbers. Soon, with a command from Li Huili, several Hangyun merchant guild experts launched their assault on Shen Liangcai. He met their strikes with his own palm imprints, regardless of how violently they attacked or the strength of their techniques. They proved utterly ineffective. In mere moments, all the members of the Hangyun merchant guild lay defeated on the ground. Some suffered internal injuries, dying instantly, while others exploded into a gruesome display, leaving no intact remains. The atmosphere thickened with the stench of blood, the ground littered with dismembered limbs and flesh, a gruesome sight indeed. The Master Realm expert furrowed his brow, casting a deep glance at Shen Liangcai. "What kind of technique are you employing? Do you possess some form of treasure?" he inquired. "Regardless, you are destined to die today." As a Master Realm expert, he held absolute confidence. Even though Shen Liangcai had just demonstrated overwhelming power against a group of innate realm experts, he believed he could easily eliminate him. While speaking, the Master Realm expert launched a desperate attack against Shen Liangcai. This strike was executed without reservation, aiming to directly suppress and kill him. However, facing such a terrifying assault from a Master Realm expert, Shen Liangcai remained unperturbed. He merely flicked his fingers, unleashing a burst of spiritual light that tore through the air. A deafening sound of impact echoed as the Master Realm expert's attack was instantly shattered. While the spiritual light descended with unyielding might, the Master Realm expert's head was crushed in a moment of despair, his life extinguished in an instant. The entire process was even more decisive than the slaughter of those innate realm experts. This left Li Huili, who had narrowly escaped death previously, with a racing heart. He could hardly believe that Shen Liangcai's power could be so terrifying. Slaying masters was akin to butchering chickens and monkeys. Such might was something even the high-ranking individuals in the merchant guild might struggle to achieve. Chapter 41. The 9-tripod rune record. Shen Liangcai's gaze shifted and landed upon Li Huili, causing the latter's body to tremble slightly as flickers of fear danced in his weathered eyes. It seemed that I have still underestimated your strength. Watching Shen Liangcai approach with measured steps, Li Huili's face betrayed a hint of despair as he tentatively proposed. "If you would spare my life, I would be willing to comply with any of your requests." Shen Liangcai let out a cold laugh. "I have offered you opportunities before, yet you remained obstinate. Now you turn to plead for mercy. Do you believe that is feasible?" A chilling light flickered within Li Huili's eyes. Suddenly, he produced a yellowed piece of paper from his pocket, engraved with intricate red runes that exuded an ancient yet eerie aura. With a forceful gesture of his fingers, the paper ignited, releasing a surge of spatial power that enveloped Li Huili's form. In an instant, under the influence of that spatial force, Li Huili vanished without a trace. Shen Liangcai's gaze sharpened. He recognized that Li Huili had just shattered a talisman imbued with spatial attributes. Such talismans, through special runes, draw energy from the heavens and earth, allowing for instantaneous spatial movement, a critical means of preserving life in dire moments. Generally, these talismans are widely utilized within the realm of cultivation, making it exceedingly rare for ordinary martial artists in the mortal world to master the art of engraving such talismans. Thus, this item was quite uncommon in the mundane realm. To his astonishment, Li Huili, a mere innate realm warrior, possessed such a talisman. This indicated that the connection between the Qian realm and the realm of cultivation was far closer than Shen Liangcai had anticipated. From the nascent soul practitioner summoned by Gong Yang Yuba to the enigmatic meteor sea, and now to the spatial talisman that Li Huili had shattered, all bore intricate ties to the realm of cultivation. Li Huili attempted to utilize the spatial talisman to escape. Although the talisman was of a low grade, it still managed to transport him 100 zhang away. Under normal circumstances, this distance would suffice for Li Huili's retreat. Yet, misfortune struck, for the person he encountered was Shen Liangcai, a cultivator who commanded formidable celestial consciousness. Upon releasing his celestial consciousness, Shen Liangcai effortlessly enveloped an area spanning several hundred zhang. Li Huili was instantaneously locked onto. Before he could flee far, a beam of spiritual light shot forth like an arrow from behind him. Li Huili's expression turned to one of horror. With no time to evade, his body was pierced by that beam of spiritual light. With a gasp, Li Huili's eyes widened in despair and unwillingness, as life was stripped away from him. Gazing at the corpse on the ground, Shen Liangcai felt no pity. He detested the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. But he would never show mercy to those who sought to take his life. After collecting the storage rings of Li Huili and his companions, Shen Liangcai departed from the scene. These individuals, with the weakest being of innate realm cultivation, surely possessed considerable wealth. This was his bounty, and he intended to take it all. That it appears I have arrived a moment too late. Not long after Shen Liangcai's departure, a graceful figure clad in tight-fitting attire appeared at the scene. Observing the gruesome aftermath of the battle, Tang Min couldn't help but sigh upon seeing the corpse of the master realm expert. Surprise flickered in her eyes. Over a dozen innate realm experts, alongside a master, had been effortlessly annihilated. Such power was far greater than Tang Min had previously predicted, while this left her in shock. It also stirred concern for the Hongyun Merchant Guild. In Tang Min's view, the guild still possessed the strength to eliminate Shen Liangcai, but it would come at a tremendous cost. Moreover, if they failed to eradicate him swiftly, once he grew stronger, he would pose an even graver threat to the Hongyun Merchant Guild. As a member of the guild, Tang Min naturally did not wish to see it suffer a significant blow. Simultaneously, as a friend of Shen Liangcai, she was also averse to the notion of witnessing his demise. For the past few days, Tang Min had been caught in a state of contradiction, struggling internally. Shen Liangcai did not delay and returned directly to his residence. He took out the recently acquired storage rings and began to unlock them one by one. As expected, just as Shen Liangcai had predicted, the individuals from the Hongyun Merchant Guild were all exceedingly wealthy, especially the Master Realm expert, who alone possessed several million taels of gold, not to mention countless elixirs, weapons, and materials. However, the quality of these items was not particularly high. Holding little value for Shen Liangcai, he planned to sell them at the trading market for liquid assets. The combined total from the several storage rings amounted to over 10 million taels of gold, an undeniably substantial fortune. This would perfectly satisfy Shen Liangcai's needs for refining higher-grade elixirs. Yet, according to his estimates, this sum would only cover half a month's worth of his cultivation requirements. Living off elixirs like they were candy was indeed delightful, but it was also exceedingly costly. Had it not been for this unexpected windfall, Shen Liangcai would have had to start preparing to refine elixirs for profit once more. Aside from gold, elixirs, and various materials, 2 items within Li Huarui's storage ring caught his attention. They were 2 yellowed books. To be precise, one was a book, and the other was Li Huarui's manuscript notes. Shen Liangcai picked up the manuscript and skimmed through it briefly. It roughly documented some significant experiences and insights from Li Huarui's cultivation journey. The other book was surprisingly a tome on runes, titled the 9 Tripod Rune Record. This volume contained numerous techniques for engraving runes. Filled with profound intricacies, Shen Liangcai, having merely perused its contents, found himself captivated by the 9 Tripod Rune Record. According to the text, runes could not only be inscribed onto talismans but could also be applied in weapon forging, array formation, and other areas. A skilled rune master could even alter landscapes and reshape mountains and seas through their craft. Shen Liangcai was deeply impressed, developing a keen interest in the art of rune engraving. However, it was unfortunate that the 9 Tripod Rune Record was merely a fragment. Based on Shen Liangcai's estimation, it was only 1/5 of the original text. Yet, even this fraction was sufficient for Shen Liangcai to study for quite some time. Additionally, he was able to ascertain that the 9 Tripod Rune Record likely belonged to the realm of cultivation. Li Huarui must have studied its contents to engrave that spatial talisman, though he had only just begun. It was already quite a remarkable feat for a mortal. Shen Liangcai mused silently, pondering how a mere mortal warrior could possess a rune manual from the realm of cultivation. Later, he discovered the answer within Li Huarui's manuscript notes. According to the records, 20 years prior, Li Huarui had ventured to the fringes of the Meteor Sea, where he acquired the 9 Tripod Rune Record. This indicated that, aside from Prince Kong and his few friends, many others had likely secretly journeyed to the Meteor Sea region, though such information remained largely unknown to outsiders. Shen Liangcai pondered in silence what secrets lay hidden within the Meteor Sea. Just as Shen Liangcai immersed himself in reading the 9 Tripod Rune Record, a heavily armored cavalry unit marched in, swiftly surrounding the courtyard where he was located. Chapter 42. Accusations Without Grounds. The leader of the group, clad in gray armor and appearing to be in his 50s, was robust and imposing. That a golden-backed broadsword rested upon his back, exuding an aura of grim authority. This man had sunken eyes, and upon closer inspection, one was blue while the other was black, revealing an unusual heterochromia that glimmered with an air of strangeness. It was none other than Zhou Hong, the commander of the Grand Preceptor's Manor. Previously, on the ship, his son Zhou Hao had been subdued by Shen Liangcai, forced to kneel for 7 days and nights. Although skilled physicians managed to save his knees, as the commander of the Grand Preceptor's Manor, Zhou Hong could not swallow this humiliation. Once the ship docked, he dispatched Deputy General Wu Guozhong to apprehend Shen Liangcai at the wharf. Wu Guozhong met a grim fate at Shen Liangcai's hands, igniting Zhou Heng's wrath. Not only was Zhou Heng a commander, but he also possessed mid-tier master realm cultivation. Countless formidable warriors had perished at the hands of his golden-backed broadsword. This time, Zhou Heng personally led his men, determined to eliminate Shen Liangcai on the spot. "Shen Liangcai, the commander is here. Come out and meet your demise," shouted a powerful figure beside Zhou Heng. Shen Liangcai furrowed his brow, putting away the 9-tripod rune record as he stepped out of the courtyard. Yu Anan and Wu Huiwe followed closely behind, their hearts filled with trepidation. "Are you Shen Liangcai?" Zhou Heng's gaze swept over Shen Liangcai, his tone frosty as he inquired. Upon discovering that Shen Liangcai possessed only the cultivation of the blood exchange realm, Zhou Heng was taken aback, even speculating that an adept might be guiding Shen from the shadows. Nonetheless, he was not overly concerned. In the Great Liang Kingdom, the Grand Tutor's manor held unparalleled authority. No matter how formidable an adept might be, they would not dare to easily provoke the Grand Tutor's manor. This was precisely the foundation upon which Zhou Heng boldly marched forth with his troops. "Are you Zhou Heng?" Shen Liangcai retorted, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. In the face of a formidable army, he remained calm and unperturbed. "Impudence! Do you think you can address the Grand Commander so casually?" A powerful figure beside Zhou Heng immediately reprimanded, incensed by Shen Liangcai's blatant disregard for hierarchy. Yet, before the words could fully escape the man's lips, an invisible palm strike descended from the void, sending him flying off his horse with a pained cry upon landing. "I was conversing with him. When did it become your turn to interrupt?" Shen Liangcai remained motionless, merely utilizing a wisp of spiritual energy to cast down a postnatal realm powerhouse from his mount. The spectacle left the onlookers momentarily frozen in astonishment. Zhou Heng, too, was taken aback. As a mid-stage master, he had failed to discern how Shen Liangcai executed his move. "I come with my troops, yet you dare to harm someone in public. You do possess some courage. However, that courage will become your death warrant." Zhou Heng remarked coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Enough idle chatter. I wish to inquire when your Grand Tutor, Qin Xingzhou, will return." Shen Liangcai, disinterested in Zhou Heng's banter, pressed on. He had been closely monitoring news regarding Qin Xingzhou these past few days. Once the latter returned to the Grand Tutor's manor, Shen would not hesitate to seek vengeance for his parents' deaths. "Youngster, you are truly ignorant of your own insignificance. How could a nameless wretch like you involve himself in matters concerning the Grand Tutor?" Zhou Heng's eyes glinted with a deeper frost upon hearing Shen Liangcai's words. With a wave of his hand, he commanded his subordinates, "Seize this boy and take him back to the Grand Tutor's manor for punishment." The soldiers accompanying Zhou Heng were all seasoned veterans of countless battles, each having faced life and death. Even if Shen Liangcai exhibited remarkable strength, he would find it impossible to escape their grasp. Hearing this, the powerful figures of the Grand Tutor's manor immediately took their orders, their weapons gleaming with a chilling light as they attempted to apprehend Shen Liangcai on the spot. "Zhou Heng, with the Grand Tutor absent, I didn't expect your audacity to have grown." At that moment, a voice, frigid and authoritative, echoed from a distance. The tone was not loud, yet it exuded a palpable sense of majesty that caused a tremor in the hearts of those present. A wave of oppressive energy seemed to envelop the space, rendering the atmosphere exceedingly tense. With many breaking into cold sweats, they turned to behold a group approaching, led by a middle-aged man clad in a yellow python robe. His long beard swaying in the wind and his chiseled features radiating righteousness. He strode forward with the majesty of a dragon or tiger, emanating an undeniable authority. "It is Prince Kong. Prince Kong has actually arrived." A voice emerged from the crowd, and the onlookers exchanged uncertain glances. Zhou Heng's expression revealed a hint of confusion, uncomprehending why Prince Kong would suddenly appear here. Alongside Prince Kong was Princess Pingong and Jiang Qichuan. "I, Zhou Heng, mobilized my own troops. What crime have I committed? I implore the prince to clarify." Although Zhou Heng was uncertain of Prince Kong's intentions, he sensed malice in the air. With the backing of Grand Tutor Qin Xingzhou, he exhibited little reverence toward Liang Wenzheng, the only surviving prince of the Great Liang Kingdom. Instead, he felt a sense of confrontation brewing. "Your own troops? Is every soldier under your command not a subject of the Great Liang Kingdom? You have unlawfully mobilized troops without permission. Such is your crime. As the Grand Commander of the Grand Tutor's manor, knowing your guilt yet persisting in your actions only compounds your offense." Prince Kang's gaze was piercing, his spirit invigorated. After 7 days of treatment, not only had he fully recovered from his long-standing ailments, but he had also made a slight advance in his cultivation. years ago, he had reached a bottleneck. His progress stagnating, yet this treatment had not only saved him but had also shattered the shackles of his cultivation. This left Prince Kong increasingly grateful toward Shen Liangcai, prompting him to personally express his thanks. Coincidentally, he encountered the confrontation between Zhou Heng and Shen Liangcai and felt compelled to intervene. Zhou Heng, Grand Commander of the Grand Tutor's Manor, disregards the laws of the Great Liang Kingdom, unlawfully mobilizing troops on a grand scale. You lot, do not hesitate. Apprehend him at once. During peacetime, no individual was permitted to mobilize troops without authorization. The law of the Great Liang Kingdom undoubtedly existed, and Prince Kang's stance was both justified and rational. Zhou Heng's subordinates exchanged glances, momentarily bewildered by Prince Kang's unexpected maneuver. Although they did not immediately obey the command, their morale had begun to waver, casting a wary glance at those around him. Zhou Heng coldly declared, to fabricate a crime, there is no shortage of pretexts. Even if I, Zhou Heng, am guilty, it should be the Grand Tutor to dispense judgment, not for you, Prince, to meddle. At this, a proud smirk graced Zhou Heng's face. His heterochromatic eyes gleaming with arrogance. The royal uncle has no authority to interfere, but what of the prince? At that moment, another voice resonated through the air. The crowd turned to see a lavish palanquin had appeared nearby. The third prince, Liang Juntian, descended from the carriage and approached with determined strides. Chapter 43. Into the dungeon, everyone's hearts raced. They had not expected the third prince, Liang Juntian, to also arrive, and judging by his demeanor, he seemed to be targeting the Grand Commander. It was well known that the Grand Commander was affiliated with the Grand Tutor's Manor. Previously, both Prince Kong and Prince Liang Juntian had shown deference to him. What had changed so drastically today? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhou Heng felt a sense of foreboding. Just as he was about to speak, Liang Juntian addressed him directly, as a mandated official of the Great Liang Kingdom. You, Zhou Heng, not only break the law but also openly defy the prince. Are you aware of your transgressions? Zhou Heng's countenance darkened. The moment the third prince arrived, he had been burdened with a heavy accusation. If Prince Kong had no authority over the internal affairs of the Grand Tutor's Manor, then Liang Juntian, as a prince tasked with governance, indeed held such rights. Before Zhou Heng could offer an explanation, Liang Juntian commanded the crowd. What are you waiting for? Seize this man at once. Do you wish to share in Zhou Heng's fate? With these words, Zhou Heng's subordinates appeared increasingly despondent. The third prince was forcing them into a corner. Though they were reluctant, they had no choice but to comply with the order. Filled with resentment, Zhou Heng refrained from resistance, allowing himself to be bound. Take him away. Throw him into the dungeon. Liang Juntian gestured with a sweeping motion. His tone icy. Zhou Heng was unceremoniously pulled away by several men. Today, he had intended to eliminate Shen Liangcai to avenge Zhou Hao and Wu Guizhong, yet unexpectedly, not only was Shen unharmed, but he found himself captured and thrown into the dungeon by the third prince, a true case of shooting oneself in the foot. Zhou Heng understood that both Prince Kong and the third prince stood in opposition to the Grand Tutor's Manor. They were seizing this opportunity to suppress him. Any struggle would be futile, and he could only await rescue from the Grand Tutor. However, Zhou Heng was perplexed as to why Prince Kong and the third prince had collectively appeared here, and with such resolute intentions against him. The crowd shared similar sentiments of confusion. Just as they were mulling over the situation, they witnessed Liang Juntian approach Shen Liangcai directly. Under the watchful gaze of all present, he respectfully bowed to Shen Liangcai. Greeting him, I, Liang, have arrived late and caused Master Shen undue alarm. Master Shen, the youth appeared to be merely in his late teens. Even with considerable prowess, how could he merit such a title? More astonishing was the sight of the esteemed third prince showing such deference to this young man. Not only speaking humbly but also taking the initiative to bow. What on earth was happening? It was utterly incomprehensible. Yet, this was not the end. As soon as Liang Juntian finished speaking, Prince Kong Liang Wenjing stepped forward, clasping his fists in greeting to Shen Liangcai. I have previously heard my daughter, Pingyang, speak of Master Shen's remarkable talents. Today, I am fortunate to witness it firsthand. Truly, you are youthful and talented, a paragon of excellence. Shen Liangcai raised an eyebrow, having already surmised the intentions of the two princes. That he coolly replied, if you have matters to discuss, let us speak within. Having spoken, he took the lead in walking towards the courtyard, with Yuanin and Wu Huiwe hurrying to follow closely behind. Reflecting on the Shen family from a month ago, Shen Liangcai had been nothing more than a blind and broken man. Yet now, Even royal relatives such as Prince Kong and the third prince were compelled to speak with him, an astonishing contrast indeed. Although the two women had nearly witnessed Shen Liangcai's rapid rise to prominence, they found it difficult to accept the transformation in such a short span of time. As Shen Liangcai and the others entered the courtyard, the third prince commanded the troops to withdraw, leaving the crowd still engulfed in shock. Lifted up, upon entering the courtyard, Prince Kong waved his hand to his subordinates. Soon after, a dozen strong men carried several enormous wooden chests into the courtyard. The chests contained not only gold and silver treasures but also numerous spirit stones, herbs, and other precious items. "What is the meaning of this, Your Highness?" Shen Liangcai inquired. "This king's old ailment has resurfaced, and my life hangs by a thread. Without Master Shen's miraculous intervention, I would have long since met my end. Today, I have come specifically to express my gratitude for your life-saving grace." Prince Kong bowed deeply to Shen Liangcai, his expression imbued with appreciation. He continued, "Such a debt of gratitude cannot merely be repaid with these trinkets. I only wish to convey my heartfelt intentions that I hope Master Shen will graciously accept them." Shen Liangcai replied, "It was merely a trivial effort. Your Highness need not take it to heart. As for these items, I must insist you take them back." Seeing Shen Liangcai's insistence, Liang Juntian quickly interjected, "Your Highness's kind intentions must be accepted by Master Shen. Otherwise, His Highness will be troubled." "Indeed, Master Shen, please accept them," Princess Pingyang added at that moment. In that case, I shall graciously accept these items." Faced with the united insistence of the three, Shen Liangcai found it difficult to refuse any longer. Roughly estimating, the gold alone in the chests amounted to several million taels, not including other treasures. It was evident that Prince Kang's visit was filled with sincerity. Although he had obtained considerable spoils from eliminating Li Huili and others, given Shen Liangcai's extravagant consumption of medicinal pills, the gold would barely cover expenses for half a month. With the funds from Prince Kong, he could at least avoid financial worries for a month. More importantly, the chest contained a significant number of spirit stones. Spirit stones, born of the earth and sky, often harbored powerful spiritual energy, greatly benefiting martial practitioners in their cultivation. Furthermore, spirit stones could be employed in formations, alchemy, talisman crafting, and the activation of large magical artifacts. However, due to the scarcity of spiritual energy in the mortal realm, spirit stones were exceptionally rare, primarily controlled by the hands of the affluent. Their rarity made them extraordinarily valuable. To express his gratitude towards Shen Liangcai, Prince Kong had brought forth all the spirit stones he had accumulated over the years, which took Shen Liangcai by surprise. Whether these mortal realm spirit stones would aid Shen Liangcai in his cultivation remained to be verified. "Your visit to my humble abode is not merely for the purpose of bestowing gifts, is it?" Shen Liangcai inquired. Prince Kong and the third prince exchanged glances, and finally, Prince Kong spoke candidly. "To be frank, I am planning a banquet at my residence tomorrow evening in honor of Master Shen. I sincerely hope you will grace us with your presence. My gratitude would be boundless." The third prince quickly added, "My uncle's intentions are my own. I humbly request Master Shen to attend the banquet." Although the two had arrived in succession, it was indeed mere coincidence. The emergence of a master alchemist like Shen Liangcai would undoubtedly cause a stir, not only in the Great Liang Kingdom, but in any nation or corner of the Qingyun realm. All major factions, including the royal families of various nations, would eagerly seek to pay their respects. They understood very well what the presence of a formidable alchemist entailed. Take Master Fenggu, for instance, revered as the leading alchemist of the Qingyun realm and admired by countless individuals, even commanding respect from royal families. Yet, Shen Liangcai surpassed Master Fenggu in prowess. With such a figure before them, it was only natural for them to strive to cultivate a favorable relationship. Securing his allegiance would bolster their chances against the crown prince and the likes of Minister Chen. Chapter 44. The banquet. Shen Liangcai initially intended to decline the invitation, but upon recalling the events concerning the Meteor Sea, he acquiesced. This was largely because Prince Kong was the sole survivor who had ventured to the Meteor Sea years prior, and Shen Liangcai hoped to glean some information from him. Upon hearing Shen Liangcai's acceptance, Prince Kong, the third prince, and Princess Pingyang all expressed their delight, while Jiang Qichuan remained sullen. Watching Shen Liangcai receive such favor from his master and the third prince stirred a sense of imbalance within Jiang Qichuan. The admiration Princess Pingyang occasionally cast toward Shen Liangcai was like a thorn, piercing deeply into his heart, igniting an inexplicable resentment towards Shen Liangcai. The group engaged in light conversation for a while before Prince Kong. The third prince and others took their leave. After their departure, Shen Liangcai returned to his chamber and retrieved the 9-tripod rune record to begin his study at present. He bore an immense burden of pressure. Even if he chose not to pursue vengeance for the pure young true monarch, he could not guarantee that he would not be discovered by the fairy Biao one day. Acquiring additional skills equated to securing another means of survival. Through his studies, Shen Liangcai discovered that the 9-tripod rune record was particularly suited for the cultivation of immortal practitioners in multiple aspects. The 1/5 of content obtained by Li Huili was merely an introductory section. Shen Liangcai completed the reading of all the contents in less than an hour and committed them to memory. He then began to attempt inscribing runes. After 2 hours of relentless practice, he had failed numerous times at inscribing runes on paper. Finally, he succeeded in carving his first talisman. With a flick of his fingers, the talisman shattered, and vivid crimson patterns materialized, floating in midair. Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted, shooting forth in an instant. The nearby wooden bench ignited, turning to ash in the blink of an eye, and this was merely a simple fire attribute talisman, due to Shen Liangcai's inexperience in the inscribing technique. The talisman's power was considerably restricted. Nevertheless, such power was still formidable that it was evident that if he mastered higher-level talisman inscribing methods, the resulting might would be even more terrifying, potentially capable of achieving the earth-shattering feats described in the 9-tripod rune record. Li Huili had devoted over a decade to mastering talisman inscribing before he achieved success, while Shen Liangcai accomplished what Li Huili had taken years to achieve in merely 3 hours. Of course, this could be attributed to his identity as an immortal practitioner. Excluding this advantage, Shen Liangcai's comprehension was equally remarkable. In the following period, Shen Liangcai immersed himself in the art of rune inscribing. After familiarizing himself with the fire attribute rune, Shen Liangcai began to learn how to inscribe runes onto weapons. According to the 9-tripod rune record, runes not only enhanced the rank of weapons, but could also inscribe attribute powers within them. For instance, a fire attribute rune, once inscribed onto a weapon, would endow it with fire properties. During an attack, in addition to the weapon's inherent damage, the fire attribute's power would also inflict considerable harm on the opponent. Coincidentally, Prince Kang's wooden chest contained several weapons. Shen Liangcai took out a longsword and began inscribing runes upon it. In just half a stick of incense, he completed the inscription. The surface of the longsword seemed to emanate a wave of fire attribute power. Scarlet runes flickered, their designs both ancient and magnificent. Accompanied by a gentle glow, the runes melded entirely into the sword's body, ultimately vanishing from sight. Shen Liangcai raised the longsword and made a casual slash. With a swish, a blade of energy erupted forth, akin to a soaring phoenix descending. A piece of calligraphy hanging on the wall was silently severed in two. As the sword energy dissipated, flames began to rise once more, bathing the entire room in a crimson glow. Had Shen Liangcai not reacted swiftly to extinguish the flames, it would have surely resulted in a calamity. The power of these runes is indeed formidable, Shen Liangcai exclaimed, his eyes alight with astonishment. He had not anticipated that a chance act of violence would pave the way for his journey into the realm of runes. It seemed that collecting spoils after battle was indeed of great necessity. Time flew swiftly, and before he knew it, it was the morning of the second day. Throughout this time, Shen Liangcai had inscribed countless runes. As time progressed, not only did the quality of his inscriptions improve, but his success rate also rose steadily. It was not until the afternoon of the second day that Shen Liangcai reluctantly concluded his training. Through a day and night of practice, his command over the power of runes had reached a new level. Inscribing had become effortless, yet he could unleash formidable might. Shen Liangcai was in high spirits. As the sun began to set, approaching the time of the banquet, he left the courtyard and made his way towards Prince Kang's residence. At the Hongan Merchants Guild, within the Grand Hall, a high-ranking official sought an audience. The authoritative voice of the guild leader resonated as he inquired, "Has Shen Liangcai been dealt with? When will Li Huili and the others return?" The high-ranking individual, with a grim expression, reported, "I must inform the helmsman that the operation has failed. Li Huili and his companions have all perished in a gruesome manner." Upon hearing this, a sharp glint flickered in the helmsman's eyes as he inquired, "Is this truly the case?" "Absolutely certain," replied the high-ranking individual. "From the battlefield, it is evident that this person employs exceedingly brutal methods, leaving Li Huili and his companions to meet a most tragic end." Yet, the adversary left no trace behind. The helmsman's face darkened, and he questioned, a master, and over a dozen innate experts have all met their demise. Could it be that this individual has a formidable ally? The high-ranking individual conceded, such a possibility exists, though we lack sufficient evidence. Upon hearing this, the helmsman revealed a hint of ferocity, declaring, regardless of the existence of powerful entities behind Shen Liangcai, he must be eliminated. Otherwise, he will inevitably bring endless misfortune to my Hongyun trading company. Unbeknownst to all of this, Shen Liangcai was strolling through the streets of the capital as dusk descended. The sidewalks were bustling with vendors peddling a myriad of goods, and the throngs of people created a vibrant atmosphere. Just as Shen Liangcai reached a street corner, he heard the sounds of a scuffle nearby. Surrounded by a crowd of onlookers, murmurs of discontent arose sporadically. How dare they brazenly assault someone on our territory in Daliang? These brutes from Dawei are utterly intolerable. Indeed, emboldened by their nation's might, they feel free to rampage unchecked in Daliang. Fortunately, Li Hongyan intervened. Otherwise, that old man would have been beaten to death by those Dawei ruffians. Despite his often frivolous demeanor, Li Hongyan displayed commendable valor in such significant matters, stepping forward. Shen Liangcai peered through the gaps in the crowd and witnessed the unfolding scene. A group of Daliang citizens was grappling with a few individuals clad in Dawei attire. The Dawei side, possessing greater overall strength, clearly held the advantage that in just a few exchanges, they had brought the Daliang citizens to the ground, leaving only a young man in splendid robes still standing strong. Chapter 45, The Flying Dragon General. The young man in splendid attire, of a similar age to Shen Liangcai, was strikingly handsome. Yet his expression betrayed a certain air of nonchalance. They say one should not judge a book by its cover, but the descriptions from those around suggested that this young man's character resonated closely with his appearance. His name was Li Hongyun, the son of the esteemed Flying Dragon General, Li Shioda. Spoiled and pampered, Li Hongyun had grown into a character known for his arrogance and lack of knowledge, infamous as a second-generation heir in Daliang. Unable to tolerate the Dawei intruders' public display of violence, Li Hongyan had recklessly engaged them. At this moment, however, his subordinates lay defeated, and he himself bore the marks of a brutal beating, his face swollen and bruised. The decline of Daliang's national power has left it at the bottom of the Qingyun realm. If your ranks are filled with such useless individuals, it would be no surprise if your nation were to perish. Mocked a Dawei youth wielding a sword, his gaze sweeping over Li Hongyun with derision. Despite being under 20, he sported silver hair, and an aura of sword intent swirled around him. Though young, he had reached the mid-stage of postnatal cultivation and, judging by the energy emanating from him, he appeared to be a genuine swordsman. In the Qingyun realm, many wielded swords, yet few could truly be called swordsmen, as it required a profound understanding of the sword arts. Before the first youth could finish speaking, another Dawei individual fixed his gaze on Li Hongyan, taunting, "Useless fool, what are you staring at? With your level of skill, how dare you stand up for others? If all of Daliang is filled with such ineptitude, it truly disappoints me." With that, he erupted into a mocking laughter, exuding arrogance to the highest degree. "Damn it, I'll fight you," Li Hongyun roared, charging towards the group of Dawei individuals. Though often frivolous, he demonstrated commendable spirit, willing to confront them even knowing he was outmatched. Naturally, facing stronger opponents, he met a dire fate, receiving a barrage of blows. "You truly are seeking death, were we not preoccupied? Killing you would be as easy as squashing an ant." The silver-haired youth dusted off his clothes, speaking with an air of superiority. "Let us hope that those representing Daliang at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament are not as pathetic as you." A Dawei individual immediately chimed in agreement. With those words, the Dawei warriors departed, leaving behind a crowd of furious onlookers, yet no one dared intervene. Li Hongyun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gritting his teeth as he stood up. "Young master, are you all right?" An attendant, stifling his pain, approached with concern. Li Hongyun had been badly beaten but remained silent. Just then, a medicinal pill was tossed his way, which he instinctively caught. "Take it for your injuries," Shen Liangcai instructed. Li Hongyun's gaze flickered. He did not recognize Shen Liangcai as he opened his mouth to express gratitude. He noticed that Shen Liangcai had already walked away. Dismissing the encounter, Li Hongyan unconsciously swallowed the pill. However, within mere moments, he felt a surge of potent medicinal energy coursing through him, rapidly spreading throughout his body. Before long, he realized that the majority of his injuries had miraculously healed, and the pain had nearly vanished. This unexpected turn of events astonished Li Hongyun. He never anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous young man possessed such miraculous elixirs. The banquet at the Wang residence is about to commence. We must hurry. Li Hongyun urged his attendants. However, they appeared confused by his intent, moving ahead without comprehension. You lot, return immediately and carry me. If I am late in meeting Master Shen, I shall break your legs. Li Hongyun bellowed, reverting to his brash and arrogant demeanor. The attendants, frightened and sweating profusely, scrambled back to lift Li Hongyun, hastening their pace. For Shen Liangcai, the earlier incident was merely a trivial episode, and he paid it no mind as he continued to meander towards the residence of Prince Kang. Outside the Prince Kang's estate, Liang Wenzhong, the prince, along with the third Prince Liang Juntian, Princess Pingyang, and Jiang Qichuan, led the officials of the Prince Kang's residence to await his arrival. Among them was Li Xiuda. The Flying Dragon General.A.'s core figures of the Prince Kang's residence. They were acutely aware that the princess' chronic ailment had been treated by Shen Liangcai. They held profound respect for such a master of alchemy. Capable of miraculous feats, though Shen Liangcai had yet to arrive, the officials, including Li Xiuda, maintained their decorum, standing upright and solemn, not daring to show any signs of laxity at that moment. Li Hongyun, carried by several attendants, entered the site of the assembly. Due to the earlier conflict with the Dawei individuals, he appeared utterly disheveled. Particularly, Li Hongyun looked a sight, although the medicinal pill had healed much of his internal injuries. The bruises on his face remained, and his clothing was tattered. Witnessing this scene, the officials found it somewhat absurd, and a few could not suppress their laughter. Li Xiuda's face darkened, nearly spitting blood in frustration. This disgraceful wretch, if he were to squander his time idly, that would be one thing, but now he has brought shame upon the Prince King's residence. Had it not been for his incessant pleas to meet Master Shen, I would never have allowed him to come here to humiliate us. Father, am I late? Where is Master Shen? Li Hongyun, seemingly oblivious to his own disheveled state, rushed forward to inquire. You are not late. Li Xiuda snapped, pulling Li Hongyun behind him, whispering sternly, when Master Shen arrives, you better behave yourself and refrain from speaking. Do not embarrass me again. Understood? Rest assured. Father, I understand. Li Hongyun immediately assured, straightening his posture. At that moment, a figure clad in white appeared before the crowd. This individual, approximately 17 or 18 years of age, was tall and handsome, exuding an aura of serenity and detachment. It was none other than Shen Liangcai. Upon witnessing this, Prince Kang Liang Wenzhong, the third Prince Liang Juntian, and Princess Pingyang prepared to step forward to greet him. However, Li Hongyun was the first to approach Shen Liangcai, a broad smile breaking across his face. Brother, what brings you here? I must say, that medicinal pill of yours works wonders. By the way, I didn't catch your name earlier. My father is the Flying Dragon General, Li Xiuda. Once I inform him of your generosity, he will undoubtedly reward you handsomely. Mentioning his father filled Li Hongyun with pride, leaving Prince Kang, the third prince, and Princess Pingyang momentarily stunned. Chapter 46, A Bold Intrusion into the Royal Residence. When did this arrogant wretch become acquainted with Master Shen? Not only did he pat Master Shen on the shoulder, but he also addressed him as a brother, exhibiting an air of familiarity that was utterly audacious. One must bear in mind that even figures like Prince Kang, Liang Wenzhong, and the third prince, Liang Juntian, would not dare to be disrespectful in front of Shen Liangcai. This Li Hongyun is certainly courting disaster. Witnessing this scene, the valiant General Li Xiuda felt as though darkness enveloped him. Nearly fainting on the spot, he rushed forward, yanking Li Hongyun aside, and admonished him fiercely. Wretched child, silence yourself at once. If you utter another word, I shall have your tongue severed. Li Hongyun, bewildered and somewhat aggrieved, responded, Father, I was merely expressing gratitude to this brother for his prior assistance. Why are you so enraged, brother? Li Xiuda nearly burst into laughter from the sheer folly of his own son. Oh, you even know who he is? I do not. Li Hongyun shook his head. This brother has yet to reveal his name to me. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiuda declared, This is Master Shen. You insolent wretch, kneel and apologize to Master Shen at once. Boom! Those words struck Li Hongyun's eardrums like thunder. Master Shen. You are indeed Master Shen. He stared blankly at Shen Liangcai. Disbelief etched across his face. Until that moment, he had only heard tales of Shen Liangcai's miraculous feats, but had not realized he was merely a youth of similar age. Consequently, upon hearing his father's words, Li Hongyun felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground. However, before his knees could touch the floor, an unseen force gently lifted him back up. My son is blind to the truth and has inadvertently offended Master Shen. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Li Xiuda, drenched in cold sweat, bowed deeply to Shen Liangcai. This was a figure held in the utmost reverence by even Prince Kong and the third prince. Should he incite the master's displeasure, his position as a general would be untenable in the court. There's no need for such formality. Your son is quite commendable, Shen Liangcai reassured Li Xiaoda. He did not harbor any animosity toward Li Hongyun. At the very least, the young man had not yielded in the face of several adversaries from the Dewei and possessed a forthright demeanor. More importantly, Shen Liangcai had discerned that despite being born in the mortal realm, Li Hongyun possessed a spiritual root of considerable quality, an upper-grade spiritual root. Such talent was hardly ordinary, even in the realm of cultivation. Li Xiaoda was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend Shen Liangcai's words. However, noticing that Shen Liangcai was not angry, he felt relieved. Subsequently, accompanied by Prince Kong, the third prince, and Princess Pingyang, Shen Liangcai entered the residence of Prince Kong at that moment. The estate was adorned with lanterns and festive decorations, a clear indication of meticulous preparation. In a grand hall, an array of fine wines and delicacies awaited. As the guests took their seats, Prince Kong intended to relinquish the position of honor, but was met with Shen Liangcai's polite refusal. Li Hongyun, too, sat at the same table as his father, Shen Liangcai, Prince Kong, and Princess Pingyang. Among such esteemed company, Li Hongyun no longer dared to act so brazenly. He kept his head bowed, refraining from speech. Prince Kong, the third prince, and Princess Pingyang took turns toasting Shen Liangcai, expressing their gratitude. The hall resonated with songs and dances, creating a harmonious atmosphere that quickly reached a peak of festivity. However, at that moment, a guard rushed into the hall, addressing Prince Kong Liangwensheng. Your Highness, envoys from the 5 nations have arrived, accompanied by the talented youth of their respective realms. At this announcement, the attendees were momentarily stunned. The 5 nations comprised Dewei, Deqin, Deqi, Deyin, and Dejiao. These 5 realms, along with Deliang, were collectively known as the 6 nations of the Qingyun realm. Given that this year's Grand Martial Arts Tournament was hosted in Deliang, individuals from various nations had been arriving to witness the grand spectacle of martial prowess. The envoys were responsible for leading their nation's champions to the tournament. Upon their arrival, they were met with high-caliber hospitality from Deliang, being accommodated in the finest exclusive inns and attended by dedicated staff. Unexpectedly, today, the envoys from the 5 nations collectively sought an audience at Prince Kang's residence. Many sensed an unusual tension in the air. On the surface, the 6 nations of the Qingyun realm appeared harmonious. However, beneath the facade, disputes were rife as each sought to elevate their own status and secure the maximum benefit for their realms. Among the 6, Dewei possessed the strongest overall strength, leading the others in terms of territory, population, economy, and military scale. The overall strength of Deqin, Deqi, Deyin, and Dejiao was relatively comparable, with Deliang being the weakest. It was precisely for this reason that the other 5 nations often instigated conflicts along Deliang's borders. Were it not for Prince Kang's presence, Deliang might have already been ousted from the ranks of the 6 nations of the Qingyun realm. Upon hearing the guard's report, Prince Kong Liangwensheng furrowed his brow and instructed, "Inform them that I have important guests to entertain tonight. They should return on another day." The guard acknowledged the command and was about to exit the hall when, bang! A loud crash echoed as the doors were forcibly kicked open. Many gazes turned toward the commotion, only to find that before Prince Kong could agree to meet them, the envoys from the 5 nations had barged in uninvited. This blatant disregard for decorum provoked disapproving glances from those present, their expressions betraying a sense of hostility. The audacity of the 5 nations' envoys to intrude uninvited was a clear sign of disrespect toward Prince Kong. Their brazen entrance into the residence was nothing short of a provocation against the dignity of Deliang. "What is the meaning of your intrusion into Prince Kang's residence?" Jiang Qichuan rose, his gaze icy as he surveyed the envoys from the 5 nations. "We have come to congratulate His Highness on the recovery from his old ailment. I ask this how Deliang's Prince Kong treats his guests." A Dewei envoy retorted with a derisive sneer. Among them was the silver-haired swordsman, now revealed to be part of the Dewei faction. Li Hongyun felt a flash of coldness in his eyes upon seeing him. While Prince Kong was equally incensed, he maintained a calm demeanor. He gestured for Jiang Qichuan to take a seat once more. Reluctantly, Jiang Qichuan complied, his eyes gleaming with dissatisfaction. "Guests are here. Prepare the wine." At Prince Kang's command, the servants swiftly added more tables and chairs, along with fine wines and delicacies. The envoys from the 5 nations wasted no time in seating themselves. They first toasted Prince Kong Liangwensheng and the third Prince Liang Juntian in turn. Then, the envoy from Dewei spoke. It is well known that De Liang is a realm of martial prowess, with everyone from the elderly to toddlers aspiring to the martial arts. Surely, their strength must be astonishing. Why not engage in a friendly contest? This would allow us to witness the talents of De Liang's younger generation while also providing entertainment for our drinking. It is mutually beneficial. What say you? Your Highness and Third Prince. Chapter 47. No longer a turtle in its shell, Prince Kong Liang Wenzheng, the third Prince Liang Juntian, and Princess Pingong exchanged glances, instantly comprehending that the envoys from the 5 nations had come prepared. This was evident from the caliber of the champions they had brought with them. For instance, the short-haired woman from the De Yin faction, the burly youth from the De Qin faction, and the silver-haired swordsman from De Wei were all extraordinary talents. Notably, the silver-haired swordsman not only possessed mid-level postnatal cultivation but also exhibited exceptional swordsmanship. Just his mere presence exuded a terrifying aura of sword intent, as if he were a blade itself, sharp to the utmost degree. In contrast, De Liang's side had only a few notable figures besides General Jiang Qichuan and Princess Pingyang at My Lord, Third Prince. Have you heard my proposal? The De Wei envoy prompted when Prince Kong and the Third Prince remained silent. What kind of contest do you propose? Prince Kong inquired. It's quite simple. The contest will follow a challenge format, allowing champions from the 5 nations to take the stage. The challenged party may not refuse unless they concede voluntarily. The battles will be to a point, and though injuries may occur, they will be considered exceptions, and neither side shall pursue accountability. What do your Highness and the Third Prince think? The De Wei envoy articulated confidently. This set of rules, while seemingly fair, inherently favored the stronger party. Those with greater strength could challenge at will, while the weaker side could only either respond or concede. Regardless of the outcome, it would always benefit the stronger faction. Moreover, the De Wei envoy was astute. By stating that injuries would be treated as exceptions, it implied that even if their fighters harmed or accidentally killed someone from De Liang would have no grounds for grievance. A clear disclaimer. In such a scenario, even knowing that the rules were heavily biased, De Liang could only brace themselves for the challenge. They could not appear to shrink back from provocation. Otherwise, they would be the subject of ridicule. What would become of De Liang's dignity? Prince Kong and the Third Prince, upon reaching a consensus, were immediately confronted by a challenger from the Great Wei. This individual, with a dark complexion and robust physique, wielded a mountain-splitting axe, exuding an aura of malevolence. In his early 20s, he had already attained the initial stage of the acquired realm, making him one of the formidable forces within the Great Wei faction. His gaze was sharp, and as soon as he ascended the stage, he directed it towards the Great Liang camp, his expression brimming with arrogance. You, step forward for a duel. The challenger was a young man of comparable cultivation to the Great Wei fighter. As the battle was poised to commence, within less than 3 exchanges, the youth from Great Liang was violently sent flying by the mountain-splitting axe, landing with a mouthful of blood. Had it not been for his armor, that strike surely would have cost him dearly. Pathetic, utterly unable to withstand a single blow, the Great Wei youth scoffed, his expression laced with mockery as he regarded the recently defeated Liang youth. The latter, wiping the blood from his mouth, was filled with resentment. The 5 nations erupted in cheers for the Great Wei champion, while the faces of Prince Kong, the Third Prince, Princess Pingong, and the officials of Great Liang displayed a range of displeasure. Their faction had suffered a defeat in the very first battle, and such a thorough one at that. Embarrassed by being vanquished in less than 3 moves, the Great Wei warrior, however, appeared unwilling to relent. His gaze remained fixed on the Great Liang camp, swiftly selecting a second opponent. In this encounter, the Great Wei fighter seemed to achieve victory even more effortlessly, defeating his adversary with a single punch, leaving them bloodied and compelled to concede prematurely. This was far from over. In a relentless display, the Great Wei youth triumphed in 5 consecutive battles, each victory more decisive than the last. Alarmingly, none of his opponents managed to last even 3 exchanges against him. It was only in the 6th match, when Great Liang dispatched a mid-stage acquired realm expert, that they barely secured a W. It should be noted that the Great Wei youth, despite being at the initial stage of the acquired realm and having just endured 5 battles, was still a formidable adversary. Thus, even in victory, the people of Great Liang could not find joy. The envoy from Great Wei derisively remarked, I had thought that the people of Great Liang were gifted by both heaven and earth, producing a plethora of talents, with the younger generation standing out in extraordinary fashion. Yet, it appears that such a grand nation as Great Liang can only rely on cultivation superiority to achieve a single victory. And that too against an opponent who has just fought 5 matches and is utterly exhausted. Truly lamentable. The envoy from Great Qin chimed in, as one of the 6 nations of the Azure Cloud realm. The decline of Great Liang is indeed a subject for introspection. Hearing the derisive comments from the 5 nations, the people of Great Liang were filled with indignation. Prince Kong, the 3rd prince, Princess Pingyang, Jiang Qichuan, and others clenched their fists, their faces reflecting intense outrage. However, on the arena, strength reigned supreme. Lacking in skill, they could only swallow their grievances. The proud youth from Great Liang could not bear the humiliation and disdain. With an expression full of fury, he scanned the Great Way champions before finally settling on a silver-haired sword cultivator, declaring, "You and I are of equal cultivation. Step forward for a duel." He sought a victory over an opponent of the same realm to prove himself and demonstrate that not all from Great Liang were inept. The silver-haired sword cultivator, taken aback, replied, "Are you certain you wish to challenge me?" The Great Liang youth retorted, "If you are afraid, you may concede." With a peculiar expression, the silver-haired sword cultivator responded, "Concede? I truly do not understand what gives you the audacity to utter such foolish words. If you seek your demise, I shall oblige." As he spoke, the silver-haired sword cultivator moved with blinding speed, stepping forward as though he were a flying sword, appearing right before the Great Liang youth. The latter, momentarily stunned by the swiftness of his opponent, instinctively launched a punch, fierce and overwhelming. However, the silver-haired sword cultivator merely smirked, and before the punch could connect, a flash of sword light erupted like lightning. In the next instant, an arm was severed and sent flying. The Great Liang youth let out a piercing scream. According to the rules, if someone was unexpectedly injured, the battle should cease immediately. Yet, the silver-haired sword cultivator seemed disinclined to adhere to such regulations. A playful smile appeared on his face as he seized the Great Liang youth's body, lifting him above his head and taunting, "A waste like you dares to challenge me? Is there truly no one left in Great Liang?" Before his words could fade, a surge of potent sword energy erupted from his body, instantly transforming into a flurry of sword lights that enveloped the Great Liang youth. The air was filled with the sound of severing. As the Great Liang youth's body was reduced to fragments, blood splattering across the ground. With such a waste as you, living in this world is a mere gazing upon the still fresh bruises adorning Li Hongyun's face. The silver-haired sword cultivator scoffed. Li Hongyun's visage turned a shade of iron, as the crowd began to realize that the injuries on his face were inflicted by this very silver-haired swordsman. "What? You refuse to accept this? If that is the case, I shall grant you an opportunity for vengeance. If you are a man, step forth and engage me in battle. Should you lack the courage, then silence yourself immediately. This is no place for cowards to speak." The silver-haired swordsman taunted. Several others who had previously clashed with Li Hongyun were also present in the Dawei camp. Witnessing this spectacle, they could not help but sport mocking smiles. One of them remarking, "This man is nothing but an utterly useless second-generation heir. Brother, why waste your breath on him? It is simply unbecoming." Another chimed in, "Indeed, this fellow cannot even best us. How could he possibly dare challenge brother? It is nothing short of a farce." Following this, the members of Dawei erupted into peals of derisive laughter. Li Hongyun's fists clenched tightly, the veins on his forehead protruding ominously. His eyes blazed with fury. It was the first time in his life he had been subjected to such humiliation. For a fleeting moment, he nearly lost control, yearning to charge at the silver-haired swordsman. Yet, upon contemplating his father, he quelled that thought. His own demise mattered little, but his father had no other son to carry on the family line. If he were to perish without fulfilling that duty, his father would undoubtedly crumble under such a blow. How does it feel to be humiliated? At that moment, Li Hongyun heard Shen Liangcai's voice reach him. He paused momentarily, instinctively responding, "It feels terrible. I want to ascend the stage and slay that wretched scoundrel right now." Shen Liangcai replied, "Follow me." With that, he stepped outside the grand hall. Although Li Hongyun did not grasp Shen Liangcai's intentions, he nonetheless trailed behind. "Hand me your weapon," Shen Liangcai instructed as they stood outside the hall. Li Hongyun's gaze sharpened, and he promptly drew a long sword from his waist, offering it to Shen Liangcai. This was the defensive weapon bestowed upon him by his father. Though it was not a remarkable artifact, Li Hongyun had worn it for many years, never once discarding it. In the next moment, Shen Liangcai's fingers danced fluidly, and in the span of a mere tea's brew, he inscribed a rune upon the sword blade. Intricate patterns emerged, merging seamlessly with the sword's body, empowered by the rune's potency. The long sword emitted a soft hum, shimmering with extraordinary radiance. "Use this sword to defeat your adversary." Shen Liangcai returned the long sword to Li Hongyun. Speaking with a calm demeanor, Li Hongyun accepted the sword. Feeling somewhat perplexed but nodding vigorously in trust of Shen Liangcai, The two made their way back into the grand hall. The silver-haired swordsman immediately mocked. I thought you, this worthless fool, had fled in cowardice. To my surprise, you dare return. I challenge you, Li Hongyun declared with unwavering resolve. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the audacity of this brazen individual. Li Xiuda's face turned ashen. Just as he was about to intervene, Li Hongyun had already positioned himself before the silver-haired swordsman. Chapter 49. A Sword's Execution. The silver-haired swordsman had effortlessly dispatched 5 prodigies from their own ranks. Was this arrogant individual not courting death? This fellow is merely destined to be cannon fodder. I am eager to witness how he meets his end. Many murmured, casting scornful glances at Li Hongyun. Logically, as fellow citizens of Deliang, they ought to support Li Hongyun's courageous endeavor. Yet, the abysmal reputation of the adversary left no one believing that Li Hongyun possessed the qualifications to challenge the silver-haired swordsman. Unfilial son, cease your foolishness and return immediately. Li Xiuda's countenance was a mask of fury. Had he known his unruly son would act so recklessly, he would never have brought him here, for the current situation transcended mere embarrassment. No one understood his son's capabilities better than Li Xiuda. Although Li Hongyun had cultivated to the early stages of the postnatal realm, his combat prowess paled in comparison to others of the same level. Let alone the silver-haired swordsman. Father, I must fight this battle. If I cannot emerge victorious, it is but a testament to my own inadequacy, and I shall not blame anyone else, Li Hongyun declared with unwavering conviction. The humiliation he had endured was unbearable. He believed that should he suppress his anger this time, he would be unable to hold his head high for a long time to come. The prospect of nurturing a heart demon that could hinder his future martial path loomed large. Bolstered by the confidence Shen Liangcai had instilled in him, Li Hongyun resolved to take the plunge. The silver-haired swordsman licked his lips, a bloodthirsty glint flashing across his face. I never imagined you, this worthless fool, would dare to seek your own demise. Since you are intent on courting death, I shall oblige you. Make your move. With these words, the onlookers from the 5 nations cast derogatory glances at Li Hongyun. They were eager to witness how this fool would meet his end. Prince Kong, the 3rd prince, Princess Ping'ong, and Jiang Qichuan held little hope for Li Hongyun. They were all too aware of his shortcomings. How could he possibly stand a chance against the silver-haired swordsman, as Li Xiuda recognized the precariousness of the situation? He braced himself to rescue Li Hongyun. Li Hongyun stared at the long sword in his grasp, a flicker of uncertainty surfacing within him. Nevertheless, a glimmer of resolute light remained in his eyes. Damn it, I'll give it my all. If I die, so be it. With that thought, Li Hongyun raised the long sword high above his head and brought it down. The sword light carved an arc through the air, hurtling towards the silver-haired swordsman. To be frank, this strike was not only devoid of swiftness, it could be described as lacking any form or technique. In comparison to others at the same level, it fell woefully short. Not to mention, it posed no threat to a powerhouse like the silver-haired swordsman. The citizens of Deliang were filled with disappointment. Many even closed their eyes and turned away, unable to bear witness to the impending carnage. The onlookers from the 5 nations wore expressions of derision. With such feeble strength, he dared to challenge. Truly, Deliang was bereft of capable warriors in the early stages of the postnatal realm. I had thought your swordsmanship would pose some threat. It seems I overestimated you. The silver-haired swordsman sneered. As he spoke, he raised his longsword, poised to deliver a lethal blow to Li Hongyun. However, before the silver-haired swordsman could make a move, the crowd beheld an astonishing sight. Radiant brilliance erupted from Li Hongyun's longsword. Fiery red runes flickered along the blade, manifesting an overwhelming binding force that ensnared the silver-haired swordsman's body in the blink of an eye. The silver-haired swordsman furrowed his brow, instinctively struggling, but it proved futile. The binding force was formless yet relentless, tightening inexorably until the silver-haired swordsman found himself utterly immobilized. What is happening? Yet before he could ponder further, Li Hongyun's long sword surged with power once more. With a whoosh, accompanied by that resonant sound, the runes on the blade transformed, ultimately coalescing into an incomparably terrifying fire attribute force. The temperature of the entire space spiked sharply, enveloping the silver-haired swordsman's body in an instant. This left the crowd in a state of shock. They could scarcely believe that Li Hongyun's seemingly inept strike concealed such formidable strength. The expressions of the 5 nations shifted dramatically. Yet before they could comprehend the situation, the fiery force engulfed the silver-haired swordsman's form completely. The silver-haired swordsman let out a piercing scream, desperately thrashing about, but it was all in vain. The fire attribute force was too overwhelming. In mere moments, the silver-haired swordsman ceased to struggle. When the flames extinguished, a charred corpse lay upon the ground. Everyone stood frozen in disbelief, their faces etched with incredulity. The silver-haired swordsman was dead. Li Hongyun had executed him with a single stroke. The entire sequence of events felt utterly unreal, yet it had transpired before their very eyes. How could Li Hongyun's seemingly clumsy strike unleash such devastating power? This scene was unprecedented for all present. Prince Kong, the third prince, Princess Pingong, and Jiang Qichuan were equally struck by astonishment. Some even doubting the evidence of their own eyes. It was imperative to note that the silver-haired swordsman was a formidable warrior of the mid-postnatal realm. With an unparalleled mastery of swordsmanship, he had previously dispatched 5 formidable opponents from De Liang with ease. Yet now, he lay lifeless at Li Hongyun's hands, vanquished in a single blow. This shattered their understanding of reality. Li Xiuda rubbed his eyes repeatedly, convinced he was witnessing an illusion. He won. Hongyun, he won. Upon confirming the truth of it all, tears of joy streamed down his face. As the esteemed general of De Liang, Li Xiuda had achieved significant accolades and held great esteem within the military. Yet he often endured criticism due to his unruly son. He had borne the weight of too much scorn. In that moment, it felt as though all the ridicule and grievances of the past had evaporated into thin air. Li Hongyun stared at the charred corpse of the silver-haired swordsman on the ground and the long sword in his hand. Rendered utterly speechless, though he unconditionally believed in Shen Liangcai, he never anticipated that the latter could so casually inscribe a few strokes upon the sword's blade, rendering it so formidable. Li Hongyun was even bold enough to assert that in this battle, even a person utterly lacking in strength could effortlessly vanquish their opponent. This implied that his ability to defeat the adversary was not a reflection of his own prowess, but entirely reliant on Shen Liangcai. The members of the Great Wei Kingdom glared at Li Hongyun with ashen faces and icy gazes, demanding, "What sorcery have you employed to warrant such a killing?" Following his victory, Li Hongyun seemed to exude newfound confidence. Standing tall and addressing the Great Wei individual, "What techniques I employ are of no concern to you. He slaughtered 5 of my compatriots from the Great Liang Kingdom, and his demise is merely the consequence of his own actions. For you to question me is truly laughable." Upon hearing this, many from the Great Liang Kingdom nodded in agreement. Regardless of how overbearing Li Hongyun had previously been, he undeniably provided them with a sense of vindication. Indeed, several individuals had begun to reassess their opinions of him. The Great Wei individual, taken aback, turned crimson, at a loss for words in rebuttal. Chapter 50. Donggong Xiangwen. Due to the overwhelming might of Li Hongyun's sword, no one from the 5 nations dared to ascend the stage for a challenge. The silver-haired swordsmen had been dispatched in a single strike, and they were unwilling to suffer the same fate. Meanwhile, some astute observers had discerned that Li Hongyun's sword was no ordinary weapon. Yet, how could a sword made of seemingly mundane materials and crafted with mediocre techniques possess such extraordinary power? This left them in a state of perplexity. At that moment, a sharp and resounding cry echoed across the heavens. The crowd turned their gazes toward the source of the sound and beheld a colossal figure hurtling toward the Prince Kang's residence from the distant horizon. It was a giant sculpture, entirely black, with wings spanning several yards and piercing crimson eyes. Like a ruler of the skies, it surveyed all beneath it, stirring up fierce winds in its wake. The giant sculpture emitted another cry, its otherworldly presence sending tremors through the hearts of all creatures in the vicinity, instilling a sense of submission. On the back of this giant sculpture stood a figure, a young man clad in a black robe. Bearing an ancient sword. He stood tall and composed, his ink-like hair flowing in the wind. With sharp features and deep, penetrating black eyes, he exuded an innate pride and confidence simply by standing there. His aura resembled that of an unparalleled warrior, commanding an unexplainable sense of awe among onlookers. Upon the appearance of this young man, expressions of shock spread across many faces, while others were filled with admiration and reverence. "It is Donggong Xiangwen. Donggong Xiangwen has arrived," a voice called out from the crowd, causing hearts to tremble. Seeing this young man, even many from the Great Liang Kingdom could not help but feel a sense of trepidation. Donggong Xiangwen, the nephew of the Empress of the Great Wei Kingdom, was widely recognized as the foremost prodigy of the nation. At merely 20 years of age, he had attained the late stage of the innate realm and mastered 3 elemental powers. His swordsmanship was unparalleled among his peers in the Qingyun realm, rendering him virtually invincible. In this current iteration of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, Donggong Xiangwen was the most formidable contender for the top position. Even elite figures such as Chao Hongyi of the Great Qin, Ke Yuan of the Great Yin, Ling Gaofei of the Great Qi, Feng Xingwen of the Great Zhao, and Jiang Qichuan of the Great Liang fell slightly short in comparison to him. At this moment, as Donggong Xianwen rode the giant sculpture, his aura had shifted once more. Not only had he reached the pinnacle of the late innate realm, but his mastery of the three elemental powers had also ascended to a higher level. Compared to a month prior, the potency of his presence was markedly more formidable. With Donggong Xianwen's arrival, the spirits of the Great Wei camp surged. It is no exaggeration to state that he was the pride of the Great Wei Kingdom. Originally the leading contender for the top position in the martial arts tournament, his return from seclusion came with a notable enhancement of his strength. This signified that the contest for the top position was now virtually devoid of suspense. The giant sculpture descended gracefully, hovering above the Prince Kang's residence. The powerful gust of wind it generated compelled the onlookers to shield their eyes, standing upon the back of the giant sculpture. Donggong Xianwen surveyed everything below like a sovereign. Great Wei's Donggong Xianwen has come to pay his respects, he proclaimed, his voice resonating with clarity, each word striking the ears of the crowd like a bell. Though Donggong Xianwen had descended upon the Prince Kang's residence under the guise of a visit, he remained on the back of the giant sculpture, adopting a condescending posture. The Prince Kang's residence, as the abode of a royal family, exuded immense authority. For many years, no one had dared to approach the royal residence in such a manner. This action by Donggong Xianwen was undeniably arrogant, seemingly disregarding the dignity of the Prince Kang's residence, and could even be seen as a provocation to the Great Liang Kingdom's prestige. The people of the Great Liang Kingdom were incensed. How could Donggong Xianwen display such a blatant lack of decorum? It was indeed infuriating. This is the Prince Kang's residence. If Donggong wishes to pay his respects sincerely, he ought to come down and speak. Jiang Qichuan stepped forward, frowning as he spoke. Donggong Xianwen continued to stand with his hands clasped behind his back, looking down at Jiang Qichuan. That depends on whether Brother Jiang possesses the capability. His words dripped with provocation, exuding an air of dominance. In the Qingyun realm, where martial prowess reigned supreme, everything was dictated by strength. Donggong Xianwen's descent upon the Prince Kang's residence, disregarding figures such as Liang Wenzheng and the third Prince Liangjun, and directly challenging his peer, General Jiang Qichuan, was a testament to his absolute might. Faced with Donggong Xianwen's challenge, Jiang Qichuan's expression darkened profoundly, but he stepped forward, fully unleashing his aura as a late-stage innate realm expert. A terrifying fist radiating the power of destruction surged forth. As it passed, the very air shattered, and an overwhelming force seemed to transform into a blazing sun, crashing down upon Donggong Xianwen. The crowd quivered in anticipation, never expecting Jiang Qichuan to directly strike at Donggong Xianwen. It is important to note that both were the top prodigies of their respective nations, frequently compared by those in the Qingyun realm for years. Their rivalry was meant to unfold upon the stage of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, yet here it was, occurring ahead of schedule. How could the audience not be thrilled? Jiang Qichuan's fist was extraordinarily domineering, reaching Donggong Xianwen in the blink of an eye. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Donggong Xianwen's eyes, yet his demeanor remained unfazed. In the face of Jiang Qichuan's fearsome blow, he merely raised his arm and made a gentle motion before him. A powerful surge of sword energy coalesced, manifesting as an invisible giant sword, slicing through the air with lightning speed. In the next moment, a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens and earth, under the might of the invisible giant sword. Jiang Qichuan's fist crumbled inch by inch before erupting in a dazzling display of light. The cataclysmic force of the backlash surged forth like a hammer, crashing down upon Jiang Qichuan's body. He let out a muffled groan, his feet retreating uncontrollably, appearing exceedingly disheveled. Under the impact of the backlash, he felt his blood surge violently within him, and he nearly choked on a mouthful of blood, which he forcefully swallowed back down. Donggong Xianwen showed no intention of striking again. Instead, he smiled at Jiang Qichuan and remarked, "It has been several months since we last met. Yet I am surprised to find that Brother John's strength has not improved in the slightest." Truly disappointing. The crowd shuddered. They could see that Jiang Qichuan's punch was earth-shattering and had nearly utilized all of his strength. Yet, before Donggong Xianwen, it appeared utterly feeble. The disparity between them was beyond description. Jiang Qichuan clenched his fists in furious indignation. The rapid advancement of Donggong Xianwen's strength had far exceeded his expectations. He understood that if he recklessly attacked again, the outcome would undoubtedly be even more tragic. "I have heard that this banquet is held in honor of a master of alchemy. May I inquire who it is?" Donggong Xianwen no longer regarded Jiang Qichuan, directing his gaze toward Prince Kong and the others as he asked. Chapter 51. The 36 cities of the north. Upon hearing this, a member of the Great Liang Kingdom glanced at Shen Liangcai, introducing him to Donggong Xianwen. We are hosting this banquet for Master Shen. Even the renowned master of alchemy, Fenggu, holds Master Shen's skills in high esteem. Dongong Xiangwen turned his attention towards Shen Liangcai, noticing the youth's appearance and his cultivation at merely the blood exchange realm. A hint of disdain crept onto his face. A master of alchemy at the blood exchange realm. This is the first time I've encountered such a phenomenon. Your kingdom's actions continue to surprise me. With that, the giant sculpture flapped its wings once more, accompanied by a powerful gust that swept through the area. Dongong Xiangwen's figure vanished into the distant sky. The crowd trembled in awe. The first prodigy of the Great Wei Kingdom was indeed extraordinary. He descended upon the Prince Kang's residence, a lone figure with a sword, suppressing General Jiang Qichuan and departing with an air of nonchalance. As the saying goes, a lone swordsman traverses the world, illuminating the land with unparalleled brilliance. The appearance of Dongong Xiangwen rendered all that had transpired previously pale in comparison. Prince Kang's countenance darkened to an extreme degree, provoked so brazenly by Dongong Xiangwen. Liang Wenjing felt a pent-up frustration within him. However, as the prince of the Great Liang Kingdom and a figure of esteemed standing, he could not afford to take matters into his own hands nor act in a manner unbecoming of his station. Under the circumstance that Jiang Qichuan was easily subdued, Prince Kong Liang Wenjing could only swallow his indignation. With merely half a month remaining until the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, he was prompted to inquire. Might I ask, my lord, if your esteemed nation is adequately prepared? Almost simultaneously, the envoy from the Great Wei fixed his gaze upon Prince Kong, posing the question. Prince Kang's expression flickered, and he replied, "What do you wish to convey? Please speak plainly." The envoy from Great Wei smirked coldly, stating, "I propose a wager with your lordship. Would you be interested?" Prince Kong's expression soured, having discerned the ulterior motive behind the words. Yet, given the circumstances, he felt compelled to ask, "What manner of wager do you propose?" The envoy chuckled and responded, "It is quite simple. Should your nation falter against the prodigies of Great Wei on the tournament stage, then the 36 cities of the northern frontier shall be governed by my Great Wei. I firmly believe that with the prosperity of my nation, these cities will flourish, and the citizens will enjoy peace and prosperity. What say you, my lord?" Upon uttering these words, the crowd's expressions turned grave. No one had anticipated that the envoy from Great Wei would dare to propose such terms. The 36 cities of the northern frontier are vast and fertile, rich in resources, serving as the dual lifeblood of the Great Liang Kingdom's economy and resource extraction, accounting for over 60% of the nation's resource production and taxation. Strategically, these cities represent the last bastion defending Great Liang from Great Wei. Should they relinquish control over these 36 cities, Great Wei could, at any moment, march southward and strike at the heart of their realm. At that juncture, the very sovereignty of the Great Liang dynasty would be at grave risk. Thus, it was evident how audacious the envoy from Great Wei truly was. Upon hearing such words, many from the Great Liang were consumed with rage. The envoy, emboldened by the presence of the formidable Dongong Xiangwen, had the audacity to propose this wager, an affront beyond measure. The faces of Prince Kong, the third prince, Princess Pingong, Jiang Qichuan, Li Xiuda, and others were shrouded in dark clouds. In the face of the envoy's unreasonable demands, they found themselves at a loss for a response. "I have heard that your lordship's health has been less than ideal lately. I am only considering your well-being. If you wish to avoid this wager, you may simply surrender the 36 cities of the northern frontier to alleviate your mental strain," the envoy continued, his tone dripping with arrogance as he noted their silence. Prince Kong furrowed his brow, suppressing the fury within, and declared, "The 36 cities of the northern frontier have always belonged to the Great Liang Kingdom. There is no need for your nation to concern itself with them. What if, by a stroke of luck, we manage to win even a single bout?" Upon hearing this, the representatives of the 5 nations exchanged mocking glances. How could anyone in Great Liang hope to contend with the might of Dongong Xiangwen? Was Prince Kong merely indulging in fantasies? The envoy from Great Wei laughed derisively, displaying an expression of contempt as he retorted, "Should your nation achieve victory, I shall personally ensure that all territories previously occupied by Great Wei are returned to Great Liang." However, he continued, a haughty glint in his eye, "the probability of that happening is virtually nil. It would be prudent for your lordship to temper your expectations. After all, the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment." Ha. With that, the envoy took his leave, followed by the representatives of the other 4 nations. Watching the retreating figures of the 5 nations, Prince Kong, the third prince, Princess Pingong, Jiang Qichuan, Li Xiuda, and Li Hongyun wore expressions as dark as storm clouds. With merely half a month remaining until the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, should they suffer defeat, they would have to see the 36 cities of the northern frontier. A palpable pressure descended upon them, rendering it difficult to breathe. Shen Liangcai had witnessed all that transpired. He paid little mind to Donggong Xiangwen's earlier disparaging remark directed at him. His attention was primarily focused on the confrontation between Donggong Xiangwen and Jiang Qichuan. Although their exchange had lasted but a single round, Shen Liangcai had already identified several issues. Qichuan, with merely half a month remaining, do you possess the confidence to defeat Donggong Xiangwen? Prince Kong inquired of Jiang Qichuan, his weathered visage perpetually shadowed by a frown. The third prince and Princess Pingyang also turned their gazes toward Jiang Qichuan, eagerly anticipating his response. After all, he was virtually the last hope of the great Liang kingdom in contending with Donggong Xiangwen. Jiang Qichuan was a man of considerable confidence. Yet, when faced with Prince Kang's question, he hesitated. The opponent he was to confront was none other than Donggong Xiangwen, a figure of seemingly insurmountable prowess. Rest assured, Master, I shall endeavor with all my might, Jiang Qichuan declared. Nevertheless, a hint of uncertainty lingered in his tone. While Donggong Xiangwen's strength was formidable, he was not beyond defeat. At that moment, Shen Liangcai interjected. Drawing the attention of the group, Prince Kong was the first to inquire, Master Shen, what insights do you possess? Shen Liangcai's gaze settled upon Jiang Qichuan as he articulated. Donggong Xiangwen possesses not only mastery of the sword but also wields powers of flame, thunder, and tempest, each renowned for their ferocity. This results in an overwhelming attack capability that appears unmatched, rendering those of similar cultivation level nearly powerless against him. However, his greatest flaw lies in his lack of specialization due to the multitude of attributes he has attempted to comprehend. Should one of your disciples possess comparable cultivation and also excel in similarly ferocious martial arts, focusing solely on honing his fist techniques within this half-month could yield a path to victory. As Shen Liangcai finished speaking, the crowd fell silent, their expressions a mix of skepticism and contemplation. While Shen Liangcai was indeed a rare talent in alchemy, his own cultivation level was but that of the blood exchange realm. How could he advise someone of Jiang Qichuan's caliber? Even Princess Pingyang, who had witnessed Shen Liangcai's considerable abilities, found herself questioning his counsel. Chapter 52. Jiang Qichuan's jealousy. After all, both her senior brother Jiang Qichuan and Donggong Xiangwen were far superior in cultivation to Shen Liangcai. Even with Shen Liangcai's extraordinary ability to challenge opponents beyond his level, he had only bested those at the initial stages of the innate realm, leaving a vast chasm between him and the likes of Jiang Qichuan and Donggong Xiangwen. Hearing Shen Liangcai's words, Jiang Qichuan's brow furrowed further as he retorted, I acknowledge your remarkable expertise in alchemy, but you are merely at the blood exchange realm. Is it not somewhat inappropriate for you to offer me guidance? Previously, he had already lost face before everyone when he faced defeat at the hands of Donggong Xiangwen, and especially with his junior sister present, Jiang Qichuan could not permit himself any semblance of failure. In his view, Shen Liangcai's actions were transparently self-serving, aimed at elevating his own reputation at Jiang Qichuan's expense, which caused Jiang Qichuan's impression of Shen Liangcai to plummet. The glances of admiration his junior sister cast upon Shen Liangcai only fueled his resentment. Shen Liangcai remained unfazed, casting a calm glance at Jiang Qichuan as he replied, I merely offer a kind reminder. Whether you choose to heed it is entirely your prerogative. He then turned his attention back to Prince Kong, stating, I have come with some matters I wish to discuss with your majesty. Might you have a moment? As the sole survivor of the expedition to the Starfall Sea, Prince Kong undoubtedly possessed knowledge pertaining to that enigmatic realm. Shen Liangcai had intended to inquire about it prior to his visit to the royal palace. Upon hearing this, Prince Kong immediately smiled and responded, Of course, there is no issue. However, I must attend to a few matters first. Would Master Shen be willing to wait a moment? Very well, Shen Liangcai nodded. For him, gaining insight into the Starfall Sea was of utmost importance. Subsequently, Prince Kong arranged for Shen Liangcai to a private chamber within the royal palace. Princess Pingyang was about to accompany him when Jiang Qichuan interjected, Junior sister, please stay behind. Jiang Qichuan's action baffled Princess Pingyang, who inquired, Master Shen is a guest. We must treat him with courtesy. Why does senior brother wish to impede my attendance? Jiang Qichuan frowned slightly and replied, While Shen Liangcai may have achieved some success in alchemy, do you not think you're excessively enthusiastic toward him? This statement had been pinned up within Jiang Qichuan for quite some time, and he finally mustered the courage to voice it. Upon hearing this, Princess Pingyang's frown deepened. Master Shen is the savior of my father. Is it not natural for me to be warm toward him? What do you mean by this, senior brother? Jiang Qichuan asserted. Natural? Your warmth toward him has likely exceeded the bounds of gratitude. Thus, I must intervene. Jiang Qichuan's words were blunt enough for Princess Pingyang to comprehend. The rare beauty concealed beneath her veil now bore an unusual chill as she retorted. Whether my warmth is as you say is my own affair, is it not? Senior brother, it would be prudent for you to manage your own matters. Having spoken, Princess Pingyang turned away, leaving Jiang Qichuan standing in place, his expression dark and contemplative. From the demeanor of Princess Pingyang, his suspicions were nearly confirmed. Jiang Qichuan could not fathom what merits Shen Liangcai possessed that could evoke such feelings in his junior sister. This significantly ignited Jiang Qichuan's fighting spirit. He silently vowed that at this upcoming Grand Martial Arts tournament, he would showcase his true capabilities. He intended to make it abundantly clear to everyone that he, Jiang Qichuan, was the one most deserving of Princess Pingyang's affections. No one could rival him. Meanwhile, Prince Kong and the third prince had summoned Li Xiuda and his son, Li Hongyun, to a private chamber. I ask you, where did that sword of yours come from? Prince Kong inquired of Li Hongyun. Previously, it was this very sword that had allowed Li Hongyun to effortlessly dispatch the silver-haired swordsman. At that moment, both Prince Kong and the third prince had taken note of this and decided to inquire further, replying to Your Highness, this sword was given to my son for self-defense. I can attest that it is merely an ordinary weapon, lacking any extraordinary qualities. Li Xiuda promptly reported as a seasoned official with years of experience. Li Xiuda understood that at this juncture, nothing was more advantageous than complete honesty. Since it is an ordinary weapon, why does it exhibit such formidable power? Dare you deceive your royal uncle, Li Xiuda? The third prince, Liang Juntian, questioned, his gaze growing colder. Li Xiuda trembled, nearly collapsing to the ground. His forehead drenched in cold sweat. With 100 lives, I would not dare deceive Your Highness and the third prince. My words are nothing but the truth. That I implore Your Highness and the third prince to see it clearly. Seeing that his father was about to be punished, Li Hongyun immediately stepped forward, stating, I can attest that my father has not lied. The reason this sword has suddenly become powerful is entirely due to Master Shen. At this revelation, both Prince Kong and the third prince exchanged astonished glances. Li Hongyun recounted in detail his interactions with Shen Liangcai, leaving the two esteemed figures in utter shock. Are you implying that Master Shen merely traced the sword's surface and transformed it completely? Prince Kong asked, disbelief etched on his face. Every word I speak is the truth. I dare not lie. Li Hongyun bowed respectfully. He vividly remembered the miraculous scene that in his heart. Shen Liangcai was akin to a divine being. He was also the only one present who truly believed in Shen Liangcai's guidance to Jiang Qichuan. Could it be that Master Shen, in addition to his alchemical prowess, is also adept in the power of runes? That would be truly terrifying, Prince Kong murmured, his weathered eyes flickering with uncertainty. The third prince trembled in his spirit. As a prince of the great Liang kingdom, he was well aware of the legends surrounding rune masters. In the third prince Liang Juntian's understanding, rune masters were typically elusive figures, rarely seen. Yet Shen Liangcai, at merely 17 or 18 years of age, had already achieved unparalleled success in alchemy and now wielded such formidable rune power. This was utterly inconceivable. This left both Prince Kong and the third prince rendered speechless with astonishment. Li Xiuda had also heard whispers about rune masters. Had he not witnessed his son unleash that devastating strike, he would have found it difficult to associate Shen Liangcai with a rune master. Given the sword's formidable power, there was over a 90% certainty it stemmed from rune power, and Master Shen achieved such might with just a casual inscription, indicating that his mastery of runes had reached an extraordinary pinnacle. It is truly hard to imagine that this is the accomplishment of a mere 17 or 18-year-old boy. The third prince Liang Juntian sighed after a moment. Shen Liangcai had provided them with an abundance of surprises and shocks. Prince Kong took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. Chapter 53. The mysterious elderly woman in another chamber within the royal residence. Shen Liangcai sipped tea while awaiting Prince Kong Liang Wenzheng. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Please enter. The graceful figure of Princess Pingyang appeared before Shen Liangcai. As she entered, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air. Refreshing and invigorating. What brings the princess here? Shen Liangcai inquired. Princess Pingyang smiled radiantly. I have come to await my father alongside Master Shen. Her voice was melodious, her expressive eyes as clear and bright as autumn waters. As she spoke, she took a seat across from Shen Liangcai and poured him a cup of tea. Shen Liangcai regarded the princess, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the great Liang kingdom, with admiration and a hint of curiosity. This was because she had always veiled her face, never revealing her true visage. Sensing Shen Liangcai's gaze upon her, Princess Pingyong felt a touch of unease and asked, "Is there something on my face? Why do you look at me so?" Shen Liangcai smiled gently. "Indeed, there is, and it conceals certain exquisite qualities." Upon hearing this, Princess Pingyong immediately understood, her fair cheeks tinged with a subtle blush. "I did not expect Master Shen to be quite the flatterer." Shen Liangcai chuckled. "The princess is hailed as the most beautiful in the great Liang kingdom, yet never reveals her true face. Does that not weigh such exquisite qualities?" Princess Pingyong's bright eyes sparkled as she lowered her head slightly, saying, "I am merely an ordinary woman. It is the world that has misjudged me. The reason I veil my face is merely to avoid startling Master Shen." Shen Liangcai remained silent, continuing to gaze at Princess Pingyong. Feeling the intensity of his gaze, she grew somewhat flustered. Upon reflection, Shen Liangcai's words seemed to hold some truth. Not revealing her true face indeed felt somewhat impolite. Just as Princess Pingyong was about to remove her veil, the door swung open, and Prince Kong entered. Immediately, Princess Pingyong halted her actions, and this scene did not escape Prince Kang's notice. This girl was actually about to unveil her face. He thought, finding it quite unusual. Could it be? If it were truly so, it would not be a bad thing. A knowing smile crept upon Prince Kang's lips. However, he chose not to comment on it and instead addressed Shen Liangcai with a smile. "I apologize for my tardiness. I hope Master Shen has not been kept waiting." Shen Liangcai waved his hand dismissively. "Not at all. Having not seen the beauty's true face leaves me somewhat disappointed. What matters does Master wish to discuss? I shall divulge everything I know without reservation," Prince Kong stated, getting straight to the point. "I wish to learn about the meteor sea. I hope your highness can enlighten me." Shen Liangcai replied. Upon hearing this term, Prince Kang's expression suddenly shifted, turning exceedingly grim that a hint of unmistakable fear flickered in his eyes. After a moment, he sighed deeply. "This is a matter I had preferred not to revisit. But since Master Shen wishes to know, I shall recount it. Many years ago, several friends and I encountered continuous bottlenecks in our cultivation. After numerous failed attempts, we entertained the notion of venturing into the forbidden area of the Meteor Sea. Prior to our departure, we made ample preparations and secretly entered the Forbidden Zone in early spring that year. According to our original plan, we intended merely to search for opportunities at the periphery of the forbidden area before returning. However, a series of fortunate events led us astray, and we abruptly altered our course, delving deeper into the forbidden area than we had intended. Little did we know, a calamity was silently descending upon us. Prince Kang's account was vivid, transporting listeners into the heart of the experience. What calamity was it? Please, Your Highness, elaborate, Shen Liangcai urged eagerly. As we ventured deeper into the Meteor Sea, we were captivated by a towering altar. At the moment of contact with the altar, we felt as if enlightenment had struck us, and our cultivation surged. However, the instant we ascended the altar, all but myself were swept away by an incomprehensibly terrifying force. It was as if they had never existed in this world, completely vanishing. Had I not been a step behind in ascending the altar, I too would have surely perished. Even now, the screams of those who were taken echo in my mind, haunting me for years. Upon hearing these words, Shen Liangcai appeared to ponder deeply. After a brief moment, a glimmer of clarity shone in his eyes, and he felt a surge of excitement within, based on the description provided by Prince Kong. Shen Liangcai's interest in this forbidden place grew increasingly intense. The towering altar deep within was highly likely the grand teleportation array leading to the realm of immortals. That if that were the case, the friends of Prince Kong must have been swept into the chaotic space currents by the spatial forces of the teleportation array, resulting in their demise. However, the Meteor Sea resided within the mortal realm, and since the world had never encountered spatial forces, it was mistakenly regarded as a place of great peril. After a thorough contemplation, Shen Liangcai had essentially unraveled the mystery. According to the records of the Ascension Order, there remained less than 2 months until the closure of the teleportation array. This indicated that if Shen Liangcai wished to venture into the world of immortals, he must reach the depths of the Meteor Sea within this time frame. Due to the fact that the Meteor Sea was classified as a place of great danger by the Qiankun realm and remained in a state of prohibition for many years, it would only reopen after the current Grand Martial Arts tournament concluded. Shen Liangcai planned to enter at that time to explore further. Subsequently, He engaged in casual conversation with Prince Kong for a while before taking his leave from the prince's residence. Regarding his inquiry about the Meteor's Sea, Prince Kong did not probe further, which only served to endear him more to Shen Liangcai, who appreciated such a person with a sense of boundaries. As he departed from Prince Kang's residence, night had already enveloped the city, and a gentle rain began to fall from the sky. Holding a paper umbrella, Shen Liangcai wandered the streets of the capital, his mind consumed with thoughts of the Meteor's Sea. Just as he passed a street corner, two figures cloaked in black appeared. Both were women. One was an elderly crone with a face full of wrinkles, and beside her stood a young woman in her early 20s. Grandmother. This person carries the aura of spiritual demonic blood. Could it be that he has encountered the young lady? The younger woman said, her dark eyes flashing with doubt. The old woman squinted slightly and replied, indeed, it is the aura of spiritual demonic blood. Let us follow him. With that, the two figures flickered and trailed after Shen Liangcai. Shen Liangcai naturally sensed that someone was following him, but he paid it no mind and continued on his way home. Half an hour later, upon returning to his courtyard, he was taken aback to find that Yuanan and Wu Huiwei were already missing. On the ginkgo tree trunk, a note was left behind, inscribed with a line of blood-red characters. If you wish for the lives of the two young ladies, come alone to the headquarters of the Hongyuan merchants. Upon witnessing this scene, a cold glint flashed in Shen Liangcai's eyes. Chapter 54. The Blood Flame Heavenly Slaughter Array. Initially, he did not wish to engage, but the Hongyuan merchants had continuously crossed his boundaries. Now, they had even captured Yuanan and Wu Huiwei to use as leverage against him. Even Shen Liangcai's temper, usually quite placid, could not withstand this provocation. He set off directly for the headquarters of the Hongyuan merchants. As for the old crone and the young woman who had been stealthily following him, Shen Liangcai temporarily had no time to consider them. The only certainty was that they were indeed cultivators, and their powers likely far exceeded his OWN.AT. The headquarters of the Hongyuan merchants, within a secret chamber, Yuanan and Wu Huiwei were bound to stone pillars, their bodies marred with injuries. Several members of the Hongyuan merchants continued to torture the two women mercilessly. Though they appeared fragile, they exhibited remarkable resilience in this moment. To resort to such despicable tactics against my junior disciple. You are indeed the epitome of cowardice. Yuanan spat at the powerful figures of the Hongyuan merchants. Slap. A Hongyuan merchant's elder struck Yuanan across the face, sneering as he said, shut your mouth. You wretched creature. Your junior disciple has killed many of our members. The Hongyuan merchants will not let him go. It won't be long before your junior disciple arrives here to reunite with you too. Ha ha. The other members of the Hongyuan merchants echoed with derisive laughter, reveling in their perceived triumph. Previously, Shen Liangcai had slain over a dozen powerful figures from the Hongyuan merchants, inciting furious wrath from their leader, who had issued a death warrant against him. This time, not only had they captured Yuanan and Wu Huiwei, but they had also set a trap throughout the merchant house. Once Shen Liangcai arrived, he would surely meet his doom. Reporting to the elder, Shen Liangcai has arrived. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in to announce. The elder of the Hongyuan merchants inquired, how many have come? Only Shen Liangcai alone. All 9 elders, including the leader, have mobilized, the subordinate replied, visibly excited. The elder's eyes sparkled with interest as he remarked, with the leader and all 9 elders in attendance, I shall go and witness how Shen Liangcai meets his end. With that, the elder disregarded Yuanan and Wu Huiwei, striding out of the secret chamber. Within a training ground at the headquarters of the Hongyuan merchants, Shen Liangcai made his entrance. The leader of the Hongyuan merchants and all 9 elders had assembled, presenting a formidable array. Kid, I never expected you to truly dare to come. One of the 9 elders scanned Shen Liangcai with a mocking gaze and said, I advise you to hand over my senior sister immediately. Otherwise, none of you shall leave here alive. Shen Liangcai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the high-ranking members of the Hongyuan merchants, his voice icy, since Yuanan and Wu Huiwei had followed him. They were under his protection. Anyone who dared to harm Shen Liangcai's people must pay a heavy price. Ha ha. Upon hearing this, the 9 elders of the Hongyuan merchants all laughed coldly, their expressions rife with scorn. Do not think that by killing some of our powerful members, you have earned the right to challenge us. With his words barely spoken, the elder waved his hand, and the 9 elders moved into action. Encircling Shen Liangcai at the center, the 9 of them positioned themselves at different angles, releasing waves of potent blood flame energy from their bodies. A torrential heat surged forth, casting the sky into a blood-red hue, reminiscent of a hellish inferno. It is the blood flame heavenly slaughter array. To think that they would deploy such a formidable array against a single Shen Liangcai. They truly overestimated him. Indeed, the Blood Flame Heavenly Slaughter Array is our strongest formation. Shen Liangcai is undoubtedly doomed. Upon hearing of Shen Liangcai's arrival, numerous powerful members of the Hongyan merchants gathered to witness the spectacle, chattering amongst themselves. They had previously heard tales of Shen Liangcai's prowess, having single-handedly shattered the encirclement of over a dozen of their strongmen and forcefully slain a master-level cultivator. His might was deemed monstrous. Yet, the 9 elders before them were all late-stage master cultivators, far superior to those who had fallen to Shen Liangcai before. With all 9 joining forces, their combat strength would multiply, further bolstered by the Blood Flame Heavenly Slaughter Array. From any perspective, it seemed impossible for Shen Liangcai to survive. Kill. Almost simultaneously, one of the Hongyun merchants' elders launched an attack on Shen Liangcai. The others followed suit, unleashing their strongest auras as they launched a fatal strike from 9 directions, fueled by the Blood Flame Heavenly Slaughter Array. Their assaults were akin to a sea of blood flames, scorching and otherworldly, immediately enveloping Shen Liangcai's figure. For an ordinary martial arts master, he would likely have been unable to withstand such an onslaught. Yet, Shen Liangcai remained unfazed at this moment. His cultivation had reached the 6th level of Qi refinement. Against ordinary martial artists, regardless of their strength or tactics, all would be in vain. The gap between ordinary martial artists and cultivators was not something external factors could bridge. In the blink of an eye, the attacks from the elders of the Hongyan merchants arrived. A terrifying force of destruction swept forth, threatening to completely engulf Shen Liangcai. Shen Liangcai activated his Yin-Yang 6 Harmonies technique, unleashing a series of palm strikes to collide with the incoming assaults. In the next moment, a series of thunderous explosions resonated, shattering the void. Amidst the showers of light, figures were sent flying, their bodies crumbling like dried leaves in a tempest. In mere moments, the proud Blood Flame Heavenly Slaughter Array of the Hongyan merchants had been utterly decimated by Shen Liangcai's might. In fact, 2 of the Hongyan merchants' elders could not even withstand a single strike from Shen Liangcai and were directly obliterated. This scene left all present in a state of stupefied shock. Even though they were aware of Shen Liangcai's formidable strength, they had never anticipated he would be this powerful. To be aware, the Blood Flame Heavenly Slaughter Array is the prized treasure of their merchant guild, meticulously arranged by 9 late-stage Grandmaster elders. Even early-stage Grandmaster powerhouses would find it impossible to escape its grasp. Yet, before Shen Liangcai, the Blood Flame Heavenly Slaughter Array was as fragile as paper, effortlessly dismantled. Witnessing this scene, the expression of the helmsperson of the Hongyan Merchant Guild darkened. However, Shen Liangcai did not cease his assault. He unleashed several palm strikes, simple in appearance yet horrifyingly precise in execution. The elders of the Hongyun Merchant Guild were struck by terror. Having witnessed Shen Liangcai's formidable strength, they had already lost the will to fight. Yet, at that moment, attempting to flee was futile. Shen Liangcai's palm strikes descended upon them like death warrants, causing the elders of the Hongyun Merchant Guild to be struck down one after another. Rogue, you are pushing your luck. The helm person of the Hongyan Merchant Guild could no longer remain composed. As his words fell, everyone beheld him releasing his own aura. A tremendous pressure enveloped the surrounding space, rendering everything within it unbearably oppressive, as if time itself had ceased to flow. A mid-stage Grandmaster. The helmsperson's cultivation had indeed reached the mid-stage of Grandmaster. Many felt a tremor in their hearts. It was their first encounter with the helmsperson's released aura, and it was utterly terrifying. Although Shen Liangcai's power was immense, he could not possibly contend with a mid-stage Grandmaster. Chapter 55. Corpse puppets, I had no intention of intervening. Yet you have forced my hand, so do not blame me. The helmsperson spoke coldly, his gaze towards Shen Liangcai brimming with unmasked killing intent. Even though Shen Liangcai's strength far exceeded his expectations, he did not regard him with any respect. With a furious roar from the helmsperson, an endless aura of blood flames converged from all directions, coalescing into an enormous vortex of blood flames before him, seemingly capable of devouring all. In the next moment, the helmsperson struck out with a palm, the terrifying blood flame vortex howling as it surged towards Shen Liangcai. The power of this palm was already formidable, and when combined with the blood flame vortex, its might surpassed everyone's imagination. Shen Liangcai raised an eyebrow slightly. As the helmsperson of the Hongyan Merchant Guild, his strength was indeed extraordinary, though merely a mortal warrior. The attack he unleashed transcended the realm of mortals. Had he not been a cultivator himself, it would have been exceedingly difficult to withstand. The horrifying blood flame vortex descended with lightning speed. Yet, Shen Liangcai merely nonchalantly unleashed a punch. This punch Shen Liangcai furrowed his brows deeply, his gaze fixed upon the soul banner. At long last, he comprehended the origins of those corpse puppets. Although he was not a paragon of virtue, he held a profound disdain for such malevolent entities. With a swift motion, he summoned a long sword from his storage ring, its cold gleam striking. The blade emitted a soft hum, as if a rune flickered on its surface. Waves of fiery energy surged forth, causing the temperature in the vicinity to rise dramatically. This sword had been bestowed by Prince Kong, later inscribed with flame attribute runes by Shen Liangcai, enhancing its potency to an extraordinary level. In the face of the relentless assault from the corpse puppets, Shen Liangcai spared no effort, but a brilliant arc of sword light cleaved through the air, sweeping across the battlefield with an overwhelming force. Descending upon several corpse puppets in an instant, those puppets were split asunder, the terrifying power of the flame attribute radiating forth with the sword light, engulfing the remaining puppets. Within mere moments, they were reduced to ashes. Simultaneously, from behind Shen Liangcai, a master-level corpse puppet lunged, its hand striking with astonishing speed and formidable might. However, Shen Liangcai's reaction was remarkably swift. He countered with a slash of his sword, and with a sound akin to a wet thud. The head of the master-level corpse puppet was sent flying, dark blood gushing from its neck, exuding a foul stench. The sheer number of corpse puppets and their impressive combat prowess would have overwhelmed an ordinary individual. Yet, Shen Liangcai remained unperturbed. As a 6th-level Qi refining cultivator, having mastered the perverse Yin-Yang 6 harmonies technique and wielded the power of runes, dispatching these mindless creatures was merely a matter of time. As he witnessed the corpse puppets falling in succession before him, akin to cutting through melons and vegetables, the helmsman looked on in horror, disbelief etched across his features. These corpse puppets were his trump card. Even in the face of the imperial family of the Daliang kingdom, he had shown no fear. Yet now, before a mere youth of 17 or 18, they were rendered utterly impotent, with every strike of Shen Liangcai's sword. Multiple corpse puppets were slain on the spot. This spectacle extinguished the helmsman's desire to fight. Seizing the opportunity while the corpse puppets distracted Shen Liangcai, he attempted to flee. With a flicker of movement, he darted away like a specter, swiftly making his escape into the distance. Shen Liangcai seemed to have anticipated the man's intentions. With a slash of his sword, he dispatched the corpse puppet before him and launched into pursuit. "You shall not escape," Shen Liangcai bellowed, his spiritual energy coalescing into an invisible hand, descending from the heavens in an attempt to capture the helmsman once and for all. The helmsman, aghast, panicked in his flight, narrowly evading the grasp of the ethereal hand. Yet, Shen Liangcai's hand transformed into a palm, striking the helmsman's back in an instant. The helmsman let out a muffled groan, blood spewing from his mouth. At that moment, a plume of inky black smoke erupted behind him, rapidly spreading. Shen Liangcai furrowed his brow, reaching out once more, but only grasped the man's clothing. As the smoke dissipated, the helmsman had already vanished without a trace. He had escaped. Shen Liangcai felt a surge of frustration. He noticed that in his hasty retreat, the helmsman had inadvertently dropped the black soul banner. With a swift motion, he summoned an unseen force that lifted the soul banner into his palm. Immediately, a wave of deathly energy permeated his being. Instinctively, he sent his spiritual sense into the soul banner, only to discover that it was imbued with countless wailing souls. Faced with Shen Liangcai's spiritual sense, the souls emitted mournful cries, as if pleading for help. Shen Liangcai withdrew his spiritual sense and unlocked the restrictions of the soul banner. Countless souls surged forth, drifting away at will. He understood that these souls were victims. If they were to remain trapped within the soul banner, they would be condemned to eternal suffering. By granting them freedom, he was allowing them the right to reincarnate, which he deemed a benevolent act. Shen Liangcai struggled to fathom the dark sorcery that could forge such a malevolent artifact as the Black Soul Banner. The souls of the living were imprisoned within, their essence drained to animate the corpse puppets. The nefarious dealings of the Hongyan Merchant Guild surpassed his wildest imagination. Although the helmsman had escaped, the horde of corpse puppets continued their relentless assault on Shen Liangcai. One by one, he severed the heads of these puppets. While searching for the whereabouts of Yuanan and Wu Huiwei within the Hongyan Merchant Guild, meanwhile, all that transpired was being meticulously recorded by a figure clad in tight-fitting garments, a young woman named Tang Min. Witnessing Shen Liangcai single-handedly infiltrate the Hongyan Merchant Guild, shatter the blood flame, heavenly slaughter array, slay 9 elders, and decisively defeat the helmsman, she was left utterly speechless in shock. Previously, she had sensed that Shen Liangcai was no ordinary individual, thus repeatedly cautioning the helmsman against provoking him to AT that time. Tang Min had thought of Shen Liangcai as merely someone who had practiced a certain cultivation method, posing a potential threat to the Hanyun Merchant Guild. Now, she suddenly realized how gravely she had underestimated his abilities. This was far beyond simply having cultivated a method of immortality. She was certain that even a genuine immortal cultivator might not possess such prowess. Tang Min chose to remain concealed, silently withdrawing from the scene. Half an hour later, Shen Liangcai finally located the secret chamber where Yuanan and Wu Huiwei were held captive, seeing the two women bound and battered against stone pillars. A wave of guilt washed over him. Their faces lit up with joy upon his arrival, though they were profoundly shaken. The strength of the Hongyan Merchant Guild was such that it had failed to inflict any harm upon him. Just how formidable had his abilities become? For a moment, the two women found themselves at a loss for answers. Noticing their injuries, Shen Liangcai produced 2 pills and administered them to the women. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the effects began to manifest. They were astonished to witness their injuries healing at a visibly rapid pace. The visual impact left them in awe of Shen Liangcai's capabilities. "Junior brother, it is our inadequacy that has caused you trouble," Yuanan said, her face etched with guilt as they exited the chamber. "Do not speak of it. It is I who failed to protect you, but I assure you, it shall never happen again," Shen Liangcai replied, shaking his head. Having made too many enemies, he realized that in their inability to seek revenge against him, Yuanan and Wu Huiwei had become prime targets. From this experience, he understood that wherever he went, he must prioritize the safety of those dear to him at the same time. Atop a towering pavilion of the Hanyun Merchant Guild, 2 figures cloaked in black stood shrouded in mystery under the night sky. It was none other than the old crone and the young woman who had appeared at the street corner previously. "I never expected this individual to be a cultivator," the young woman remarked, watching Shen Liangcai single-handedly vanquish so many powerful foes within the guild. Her eyes glittering with intrigue. As the barriers between the realms of cultivation and the mortal world began to weaken. Some entry-level cultivation methods had seeped into the mortal realm. Furthermore, certain sects sought to expand their influence, infiltrating the mortal world to siphon its resources. All of this could potentially give rise to a new breed of cultivators among the mortals. This individual's cultivation is merely at the Qi refining stage. He is likely one of those I speculated about. Not worthy of a second glance, the old crone mused, her gaze sweeping over Shen Liangcai below. "It seems the young lady has endured considerable hardships under this person's watch," the mysterious woman continued. "Should we not retrieve her back to the realm of cultivation? The eldest young lady has long coveted the spirit demon blood tiger." "Now is not the time to bring her back," the old crone replied, her weary gaze resting on Wu Huiwei beside Shen Liangcai, a glimmer of helplessness flickering in her eyes. "That makes sense." The young woman nodded, feeling a sense of relief as she remarked, "It is already quite fortunate that we managed to uncover the whereabouts of the young lady this time. This matter must not be disclosed to the young lady." The old woman nodded. Immediately, the figures of the two vanished into the rainy night. Shen Liangcai sensed the surveillance from the old woman and the young girl right away. He was uncertain of their intentions in following him. But one thing was clear. These two harbored no immediate malice towards him. Nevertheless, today's experience left Shen Liangcai on high alert. It is well known that there exists a certain barrier between the realms of cultivation and the mortal world. This makes it difficult for ordinary cultivators to traverse between the two realms, causing them to be regarded as legendary beings in the mortal world for a considerable time. Recently, however, it seems that this situation is beginning to change. From the shadowy figure in a black cloak that Shen Liangcai first encountered, to the celestial thoughts of a golden core stage expert from the Seven Profound sect, and now to the two who were trailing him. He has already established connections with the world of cultivation in such a brief span of time. This has made him increasingly aware that while he resides in the mortal realm, the distance to the realm of cultivation may not be as great as he once thought. It is certain that other cultivators exist in the Qiankun realm. Shen Liangcai understood that while the old woman and her companion posed no threat today, it did not imply that others would be similarly benign. With his current cultivation at the 6th level of Qi refining, he remains too weak in the eyes of true cultivators. To attain a certain level of self-preservation, he must hasten his cultivation progress. In addition to practicing the Yin Yang 6 Harmonies technique, he must also thoroughly study the 9 Tripod Rune Manual. In his recent battle with the strongman from the Hongyan Commerce, without the power of runes, it would have been significantly more challenging for Shen Liangcai to vanquish those corpse puppets. If he can master even a fraction of the 9 Tripod Rune Manual, it would undoubtedly elevate his combat prowess several tiers. Furthermore, Shen Liangcai needs to concoct more elixirs. Apart from his pure young physique, he possesses little remarkable talent, even his spiritual root being of the lowest grade. In such circumstances, he can only rely on consuming a substantial amount of elixirs to compensate for his inherent shortcomings. Under unlimited access to elixirs, what extraordinary prodigy or chosen one could possibly stand before him except to kneel? Junior brother, why do your eyes keep glancing backwards? Is there something there? Noticing Shen Liangcai's unusual gaze, Wu Weiwei inquired with curiosity. It's nothing, Shen Liangcai replied with a slight shake of his head, choosing not to disclose the matter of the old woman and her companion. Although he was unsure of their intentions, he could roughly guess that their pursuit was related to Wu Weiwei. The night was as dark as ink, with visibility reduced to nothing. The rain, however, continued to pour heavily. The rainwater mingled with the blood on the ground, seemingly reigniting the previously subdued scent of blood, permeating the entire space. Crack! A bolt of lightning pierced the sky, illuminating the night for a fleeting moment. This brief brightness allowed Yuanan and Wu Weiwei to discern the grim state of the training grounds. Bodies lay strewn across the field, while the rain fell like blood, suffused with an overwhelming aura of death. Witnessing this SCE upon hearing this, Tang Min immediately nodded in agreement. Her stance on the matter aligned perfectly with her grandfather's. This was not an act of betrayal, rather. It stemmed from a desire to shield Hongyan Trading Company from being swept into turmoil. However, the heartfelt intentions of the grandfather and granddaughter duo went unrecognized by the sovereign. Prior to this, the leader of Hongyan Trading Company's headquarters in the Great Liang Kingdom had returned and reported Shen Liangcai's transgressions to the sovereign. As the most prominent trading organization in the Qingyun realm, Hongyan Trading Company could not tolerate such a blatant affront to its dignity. It is worth noting that their foundation extended far beyond mere mortal realms. Shen Liangcai remained oblivious to the events that transpired. Following the incident involving Hongyan Trading Company, he came to a profound realization regarding the importance of protecting those around him. Yet, with an overwhelming number of tasks to attend to each day, he found it impossible to remain by Yuanan and Wu Wenyu's sides at all times. Thus, the only solution was to aid the two women in enhancing their own strength. However, both were merely ordinary martial artists, and Shen Liangcai had not made significant progress in martial arts himself. Therefore, he sought alternative avenues. Through studying the Yin Yang 6 Harmonies technique, he discovered that its application was far more extensive than he had initially imagined. In addition to serving as a cultivation method for immortals, a simplified version of the technique existed, allowing mortal martial artists to rapidly elevate their ranks. This perfectly addressed Shen Liangcai's dilemma. He approached Yuanan and Wu Wenyu, imparting the simplified version of the technique to them. While it paled in comparison to the complete Yin Yang 6 Harmonies technique, for the two women at the bone tempering stage, it was nothing short of miraculous. More importantly, they not only welcomed the practice, but also embraced it with enthusiasm. Under Shen Liangcai's meticulous guidance, within just 3 days, they had mastered the technique. Wu Wenyu, with her exceptional talent, even reached the threshold of proficiency, advancing her cultivation to the later stage of bone tempering. Such progress was equivalent to the results she had achieved over several months of prior training. As the two women delighted in their newfound abilities, they also threw themselves into their training with renewed vigor. For several consecutive days, both were entirely absorbed in cultivating the Yin Yang 6 Harmonies technique. Whenever they encountered confusion, Shen Liangcai would patiently clarify their doubts. By the 7th day, Yuanan also attained a similar level of proficiency, progressing to the later stage of bone tempering. However, as their training deepened, the two women gradually became aware of a matter that left them at a loss for words. Each session of practicing the Yin Yang 6 Harmonies technique left them feeling restless and hollow, even causing uncomfortable sensations of heat throughout their bodies. Despite their innocence regarding such matters, initially, they believed it was a fleeting discomfort that would pass. Yet, as time wore on, they realized their assumptions had been overly simplistic. The more they cultivated, the more intense these sensations became, particularly at night. The feeling of emptiness would envelop their entire beings, rendering their training sessions a form of torment. Yet, Shen Liangcai remained unaware of their plight. He had assumed that the Yin Yang 6 Harmonies technique, designed for the practice of yin and yang, would only affect men. Little did he know that its impact on women was equally profound. Even in its simplified form, the technique was still tormenting the two women. Out of a sense of modesty, they refrained from disclosing their struggles to Shen Liangcai. One day, oblivious to the situation, Shen Liangcai prepared to assess their progress after a training session. He arrived at Yuanan's door, but just as he approached, he heard enticing sounds emanating from within. Shen Liangcai raised an eyebrow, curiosity urging him to peek inside. The door was not fully closed, and through a small crack, he caught a glimpse of the scene within. Chapter 59, Senior Sister, Why is your voice hoarse? Inside the room, Yuanan reclined on her bed, her delicate form shrouded in sheer fabric. Yet her alluring curves remained. Yuanan's eyes were rimmed with red, and her words were imbued with genuine emotion. Though she was born into an ordinary family, she possessed remarkable insight into many matters. Yuanan understood that someone like Shen Liangcai would inevitably soar to great heights. She harbored no desire to possess him. She merely wished to have experienced their connection. Suddenly, Shen Liangcai felt a pang of sympathy and hurriedly wiped away her tears. Yet, Yuanan grasped his hand firmly and pressed her lips against his. In that fleeting moment, Shen Liangcai felt as if struck by lightning, his mind rendered blank, under the influence of the Yin-Yang Six Harmonies technique. He could no longer suppress his inner impulses, rolling over to pin the beautiful woman beneath him. What followed was a night of indescribable joy and unending intimacy. As Yuanan was inexperienced and Shen Liangcai lacked tenderness. The room soon resounded with a cacophony of sounds amidst the tumult of passion. Meanwhile, next door, Wu Huiwei was deeply engrossed in her practice of the Yin-Yang Six Harmonies technique. However, a sudden, urgent, and high-pitched sound faintly drifted through, causing her enchanting eyes to narrow slightly. Practicing the Yin-Yang Six Harmonies technique was already quite taxing, and upon hearing that sound, Wu Huiwei's delicate face flushed crimson, instantly realizing what was transpiring next door. She had thought the turmoil would soon subside, but to her surprise, it persisted, only extinguishing in the early hours of the following morning. That night was sheer torment for her. She had intended to ignore the sounds and sleep. Yet slumber eluded her. Each time she closed her eyes, unsightly images would invade her mind. Wu Huiwei contemplated getting up to practice, but the technique itself induced certain inexpressible thoughts, compounded by the incessant clamor from next door, making it a true ordeal. Consequently, she tossed and turned in bed, scarcely managing to sleep through the night. The following morning, with the sun already high in the sky, Shen Liangcai finally awoke from his slumber. Yuanan was no longer in the room. Perhaps due to their wild night, Shen Liangcai had slept quite soundly. He stretched lazily and rose from the bed, where a conspicuous patch of crimson on the sheets stood out starkly. Last night, he had not solely indulged in pleasure. While engaging in dual cultivation with Yuanan, he had diligently operated the Yin-Yang Six Harmonies technique, resulting in a significant breakthrough to the 7th level of Qi training. It was evident that dual cultivation with a woman yielded the most potent results. Previously, despite consuming numerous pills, none had proven as effective as a single instance of dual cultivation. Acknowledging the changes within his body, Shen Liangcai couldn't help but exclaim, especially noting that the effect was even more pronounced due to Yuanan's virginity. This session of dual cultivation had greatly benefited Yuanan as well, not only solidifying her Yin-Yang Six Harmonies technique but also advancing her cultivation to the acquired realm. It should be noted that Yuanan's innate talent was rather ordinary. Prior to practicing the Yin-Yang Six Harmonies technique, she was merely at the mid-stage of bone tempering. Yet, in just a few days of training, she had leaped across 2 realms to reach the acquired stage. This pace of cultivation was, without a doubt, astonishing, even when compared to the most exceptional talents of the Qingyan realm. "Junior brother, have you risen? It's time for breakfast," came Yuanan's voice from outside the door. Shen Liangcai opened the door and stepped out. Yuanan was clad in a simple white dress, accentuating her graceful figure exquisitely. Perhaps due to the night's indulgence, her complexion appeared rosy and radiant. However, she avoided making eye contact with Shen Liangcai out of shyness. "Senior sister, why is your voice hoarse?" Shen Liangcai inquired curiously. Typically, Yuanan's voice was clear and melodious, but now it sounded notably rough. Could this be a result of practicing the Yin-Yang Six Harmonies technique? Why had he not experienced a similar reaction? Surely, it must be due to the differences between men and women. Just as Shen Liangcai was pondering various possibilities, Yuanan's face flushed crimson. Why, you know why? Why do you ask? The young woman, gentle and pure, with her bashful demeanor incited Shen Liangcai's desire to kiss her again. Yet, Yuanan did not afford him the chance to speak, hastily attempting to flee from his grasp. However, for reasons unknown, her movements appeared quite peculiar as she walked. Normally, she kept her legs tightly together, but now her gait resembled that of a waddling duck. With each step, she bit her lip, as if enduring some form of pain. What was wrong with her today? Shen Liangcai scratched his head, utterly perplexed. "Third sister, why are your eyes so dark? Did you not rest well?" During breakfast, Shen Liangcai noticed Wu Huiwei's lackluster appearance and inquired with concern. Upon hearing this, Wu Huiwei appeared somewhat uncomfortable and forced a smile. "It's nothing. Perhaps I stayed up late practicing last night and didn't rest well." While she said this, her thoughts were quite different. How could I possibly rest well with the two of you causing such a commotion? "Oh, as long as you're fine, Shen Liangcai replied, oblivious to Wu Huiyue's inner thoughts, and he felt relieved. Wu Huiyue was astonished to discover that despite their night of revelry, Yuanen's cultivation had indeed advanced to the acquired realm. It was known that Yuanen's talent was relatively ordinary, yet since being by Shen Liangcai's side, she had continuously broken through her cultivation, which was rather remarkable. It must be a coincidence, Wu Huiyue mused. Having just experienced a night of chaos, she thought she could finally enjoy a good rest. However, little did she know that her trials were only just beginning. In the days that followed, the ruckus next door continued unabated. Especially at night, the tantalizing sounds would faintly drift through, severely disrupting Wu Huiyue's rest and causing her practice to become lackadaisical. She couldn't fathom where Shen Liangcai found the energy to indulge all day without feeling the slightest bit fatigued. To Wu Huiyue's astonishment, in just a matter of days, Yuanen's cultivation had surged once more, directly reaching the mid-stage of the acquired realm. Her pace of growth had now surpassed that of Wu Huiyue, who had a better innate talent. It wasn't that Wu Huiyue felt jealousy, she was merely curious. Why was Yuanen, with her ordinary talent, able to cultivate so rapidly? It seemed that everything began with their nocturnal escapades, compounded by the feelings of shame induced by practicing the yin-yang 6 harmonies technique, leading Wu Huiyue to further doubt the situation, seizing the opportunity when Yuanen went out to buy groceries. Wu Huiyue finally couldn't hold back and entered Shen Liangcai's room. Third sister, is there something you need? Shen Liangcai was studying the 9-tripod rune manuscript in recent days, aside from dual cultivating with Yuanen. He had not neglected his studies of the manuscript. Now, Shen Liangcai was not only well-versed in weapon runes and talisman carving, but had also dabbled in rune formations. Through his studies, he discovered that utilizing runes to arrange formations was vast and profound. A skilled formation master could even create a formation with a mere thought, striking enemies from afar. Just by relying on formations, one could establish themselves as a dominant force. Although the 9-tripod rune manuscript in his possession was incomplete, it still contained hundreds of recorded rune formations, each with its distinct purpose, knowledge that was previously inaccessible in the mortal realm. Li Huili had evidently not mastered the 9-tripod rune manuscript. Otherwise, even with his innate cultivation, Shen Liangcai would not have found it easy to defeat him. Furthermore, during the day, he would concoct various elixirs to support his cultivation, with more and more hidden cultivators emerging in the Qingyun realm. The situation was becoming increasingly complex, especially with some potential enemies he had made. Shen Liangcai intended to elevate his cultivation to the 9th level of Qi training before the commencement of the Grand Martial Arts Conference, ensuring he had greater capacity for self-preservation when venturing to the Meteor Sea. Moreover, the current Grand Tutor, Chen Xingzhou, had yet to return to the capital. This individual had previously held connections with cultivators, making the quest for vengeance for his parents potentially more complicated than he had imagined. Ultimately, everything was aimed at providing himself with more trump cards, whether it was avenging his parents, his future endeavors in the cultivation realm, or reclaiming what belonged to him for pure young true monarch. He aspired to secure his position. All of this stemmed from strength. Shen Liangcai's singular goal now was to exert every effort to become stronger. I want to know why second sister's cultivation has been advancing so rapidly lately, Wu Huiyue stated directly. The changes in Yuanen over the past few days had left her feeling envious. Do you really want to know? Shen Liangcai raised an eyebrow and asked. It was strange. Ever since practicing the yin-yang 6 harmonies technique, the chill within Wu Huiyue had not manifested again, leaving Shen Liangcai without the need to treat her for quite some time. Come on, junior brother, don't keep me in suspense. Teach me as well. I want to be like second sister. I don't want to be a burden to you. Wu Huiyue, with a resolute expression, spoke up. The young girl clenched her small fists, her delicate face resembling a finely crafted jade sculpture. Although she appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years of age, certain aspects of her form were surprisingly ample. Although Shen Liangcai had seen everything he needed to see, every encounter with Wu Huiyue still stirred his most primal thoughts. Shen Liangcai found himself at a loss for words. Yet, Wu Huiyue grasped his arm and playfully urged, "Junior brother, do speak up." Noticing the situation, Shen Liangcai felt a tinge of embarrassment but ultimately revealed the reason. Upon hearing this, Wu Huiyue's charming face flushed instantly as she softly inquired, "Does the term dual cultivation mean that engaging with you would enhance my abilities?" "You mustn't deceive me." Shen Liangcai nodded. Initially, when he acquired the yin-yang 6 harmonies technique, he found it difficult to accept the existence of such a perverse method. However, as time passed, his perspective gradually shifted. For cultivators, the physical body is merely a vessel. What does it matter compared to reaching the pinnacle of existence, living in harmony with the cosmos, as long as he did not act against the will of others? There was nothing inherently wrong with it. Then I, too, wish to experience the pleasures of dual cultivation, junior brother. Let us cultivate together, Wu Huiwei said shyly, her countenance brimming with youthful allure. This was not indicative of her inherently wanton nature. Wu Huiwei had already been intimate with Shen Liangcai, and her admiration for him ran deep. Entrusting herself to such a man left her with no regrets. The significance of this was amplified by her desire to swiftly enhance her own strength. Not wishing to become a burden to Shen Liangcai, Wu Huiyue's sudden boldness caught Shen Liangcai off guard. What? Is the junior brother unwilling? Wu Huiyue's expression dimmed slightly upon his silence, before Shen Liangcai could respond. She placed his large hand upon a soft area. You are the only man who has seen my body. Since the moment you aided me in my recovery, I have deemed myself yours. Wu Huiwei gazed into Shen Liangcai's eyes, her youthful face betraying a serious demeanor. She then leaned closer. Shen Liangcai could no longer restrain himself, forcefully laying Wu Huiwei upon the soft bed. Junior brother. You are quite barbaric, but I like it, Wu Huiwei purred, her voice soft and enticing. Shen Liangcai was taken aback by how, beneath her seemingly innocent and adorable facade, Wu Huiwei unleashed a captivating side once she let go of her inhibitions. The Yin-Yang 6 Harmonies technique was already operating at its peak. Until now, they had never reached the final step. This time, Shen Liangcai experienced a sensation entirely different from that with Yuanan. Yuanan was gentle, akin to a neighborly girl, with a more reserved and conservative nature. Even after multiple encounters, she remained somewhat restrained. In stark contrast, Wu Huiwei appeared diminutive yet was fiercely passionate, comparable to a ravenous wolf or tiger. Without the enhancement of the Yin-Yang 6 Harmonies technique, it would have been impossible for her to yield. Naturally, Shen Liangcai seized this exceptional opportunity, fully activating the technique and immersing himself in the experience. This silent battle continued for an hour before finally subsiding. Under the influence of the technique, Shen Liangcai's cultivation broke through to the 8th level of qi refinement, resulting in a qualitative shift in his aura. Though it was merely a minor breakthrough, its impact on his combat prowess was substantial. Previously, when Shen Liangcai infiltrated the headquarters of the Hongyan Trading Company in the Dalian Kingdom, he had to rely on a rune-etched longsword to dispatch the corpse puppets. Requiring considerable effort, now, he could effortlessly slay all the puppets without any weapon, achieving even greater efficiency than before. It could be said that after advancing to the 8th level of qi refinement, Shen Liangcai had transformed into an entirely different person. As the second beneficiary, Wu Huiwei also reaped significant rewards. With just one session of cultivation, her abilities surged to the mid-stage of the acquired realm. It is noteworthy that although Yuanan also possessed mid-stage prowess, she had undergone several sessions of dual cultivation to achieve her breakthrough. Wu Huiwei, however, achieved comparable results with just a single experience, highlighting her exceptional talent. This was hardly surprising, considering Wu Huiyue's identity was likely more complex than it appeared at first glance. The elderly woman and the young lady who had been following Shen Liangcai were likely there because of Wu Huiwei. Both individuals clearly had the status of cultivators, with their abilities surpassing the foundation establishment stage, which was telling in itself. An hour later, Wu Huiwei was utterly spent. Her complexion was flushed, her fragrant sweat glistening, and her cherry lips slightly parted as she breathed softly like an orchid. Shen Liangcai found himself once again stirred with desire. Junior brother, may I ask you a question? Wu Huiyue's large, glistening eyes looked up at Shen Liangcai. Speak, he replied. Wu Huiwei fixed her gaze on him. Between me and second senior sister, whom do you prefer? I like both, he answered. No, truly, whom do you prefer? I promise I won't be upset, she said, pouting and playfully shaking his arm. I genuinely like both. I'm not deceiving you. I wish you preferred second senior sister more, Wu Huiwei said, her cheeks flushed. Why is that? Shen Liangcai asked, somewhat puzzled. Because you are too formidable, and I find it a bit overwhelming. I truly cannot fathom how second senior sister has managed these past few days. Wu Huiwei bit her lip, her eyes suddenly sparkling. How about we all join together another day? Shen Liangcai's expression darkened. It seemed this woman was bolder than he had anticipated. It was their first encounter, and already such audacious words had been exchanged. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. Only 3 days remained until the commencement of the world's first martial arts conference. During these 7 days, Shen Liangcai had not ventured outside the courtyard, ever since breaking through that barrier with Wu Huiwei. He had scarcely returned to his own room at night. He spent the first half of the night in one room and the latter half in another. Had it not been for his cultivation of the Yin-Yang 6 Harmonies technique, he would have surely been exhausted by now. Initially, Shen Liangcai worried that the two women would compete for his attention due to his presence. However, he soon realized that his concerns were unfounded. The two seemed to have coordinated their efforts, distributing their time with him quite evenly. More astonishingly, on a night of the full moon, Wu Huiwei indeed fulfilled her promise. That night, the three engaged in numerous encounters that Shen Liangcai had previously only dared to dream of. After 7 days, both women had elevated their cultivation to the late stage of the acquired realm. Such prowess would mark them as formidable opponents among ordinary martial artists, considering their ages, both under 20. They would be regarded as top-tier prodigies even in the capital. Such a frenzied rate of advancement would have been unfathomable for them before that on this day. As Shen Liangcai contemplated stepping out to procure materials for refining elixirs, Prince Kong Liangwenjing and Princess Pingong arrived for a visit. Liangwenjing intruded uninvited, disrupting the tranquility of Master Shen's seclusion, and expressed his hope that Shen would not take offense. Not at all. Shen Liangcai replied, sitting in a chair beneath a ginkgo tree, waving his hand dismissively. What brings you here, Your Highness? Prince Kong and Princess Pingong exchanged glances upon witnessing the current cultivation levels of Yuanan and Wu Huiwei. Their expressions were filled with astonishment. It was noteworthy that they had seen these two women merely half a month prior, distinctly recalling that they had only possessed mid-stage prowess at that time. Yet, in just half a month, their cultivation had surged from mid-stage to the late stage of the acquired realm. Such a rate of advancement was indeed extraordinary. Even seasoned individuals like them had never encountered such a phenomenon. They struggled to comprehend how the two had achieved this, undoubtedly attributing it to Shen Liangcai's influence. Having momentarily regained their composure, the princess produced a portrait, which unmistakably depicted Shen Liangcai's image after the bloodbath at the Hongyuan Trading Company. Pardon my boldness, but may I inquire if this person is Master Shen? Shen Liangcai raised an eyebrow, surprised that he had been captured in such a manner. However, he did not conceal the truth. Nodding to affirm, no need to ask. I was indeed responsible for the incident at the Hongyuan Trading Company. Upon hearing this, both Prince Kong and Princess Pingyong were momentarily taken aback, their expressions reflecting disbelief. The princess, unable to suppress her astonishment, confirmed with Shen Liangcai, her voice trembling slightly, "You jest, Master. Is this truly your doing? My junior brother never lies. Both I and second senior sister were present at the scene and can attest to his actions." Before Shen Liangcai could utter a word, Wu Huiwei took the initiative to speak. Ever since they had breached that fragile barrier, Wu Huiwei had regarded Shen Liangcai as entirely her own man. Regardless of what Shen Liangcai undertook, she wholeheartedly supported him and felt a swell of pride in his accomplishments. Yuanan chimed in beside her. Upon hearing this, Princess Pingong was rendered utterly speechless. Her mind a blank slate, Prince Kong widened his eyes, a tumultuous wave of emotion surging within him. It is crucial to recognize that Hongyuan Trading Company is the largest commercial organization in the Qingyuan realm. Even at the headquarters of the Dalian Kingdom, masters abound, including several of the Grandmaster tiered ASA member of the royal family. Liang Wenjing placed significant importance on this matter and had previously speculated on the identity of the perpetrator alongside Princess Pingyong and the third prince. Even when Princess Pingong presented a portrait that day, Liang Wenjing did not believe the culprit could be Shen Liangcai. In Liang Wenjing's mind, although Shen Liangcai possessed strength far beyond that of his peers, he could not possibly rival the might of Hongyuan Trading Company. In fact, Liang Wenjing believed that even a single master from Hongyuan Trading Company would be beyond Shen Liangcai's capabilities. Yet, at this moment, Shen Liangcai openly confessed to being the perpetrator. This completely shattered Liang Wenjing's understanding. It was difficult for him to fathom that a youth who appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old could possess such formidable power. A solitary figure, he had obliterated Hongyuan Trading Company, slaughtering master-tier warriors as easily as chopping vegetables. Even Liang Wenjing, a grandmaster himself, lacked such combat prowess. Liang Wenjing thought he might be dreaming or experiencing a hallucination. Nevertheless, regardless of how he confirmed it, the scene before him was undeniably real. He was compelled to accept the truth. Liang Wenjing earnestly beseeched Shen Liangcai for assistance. Suddenly, he bowed deeply to Shen Liangcai, his expression grave and sincere. Shen Liangcai slightly raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What matter prompts such deference, Your Highness?" "I wish to request Master Shen to represent the Dalian Kingdom at the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament. I hope you will acquiesce." Prince Kong inhaled deeply, a hint of excitement in his demeanor. Initially, he and Princess Pingong had come to seek Shen Liangcai's help in inscribing weapon runes for Jiang Qichuan. In preparation for the tournament 3 days hence, during the recent banquet at the Royal Palace, where envoys from 5 nations had gathered, Prince Kong had made a wager with the envoy from the Great Way. Should they be defeated at the World Martial Arts Tournament, They would have to cede 36 cities in the northern territories. The crown prince of the Great Wei, Qiankun, was regarded as the foremost prodigy in the Qingyun realm, vastly outpacing the other prodigies from the Five Nations. Even with Jiang Qichuan representing Daliang, it was highly likely that they would not stand a chance against Xiong when Dada defeat would equate to relinquishing half of the Daliang kingdom. Should this come to pass, Liang Wenzheng would be condemned as a historical traitor. After exhausting various options to no avail, Prince Kong had turned his thoughts to Shen Liangcai's extraordinary rune abilities, hoping to leverage them for a victory and thereby nullify the wager. However, upon confirming Shen Liangcai's massacre of Hongyuan Trading Company, Prince Kong altered his proposal. He directly invited Shen Liangcai to fight on behalf of the Daliang Kingdom at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Regardless of how formidable Xiongwen might be, Prince Kong was firmly convinced that Shen Liangcai possessed the strength to subdue him. This was far more reliable than merely asking Shen Liangcai for assistance in inscribing runes. What folly! An individual capable of slaying master-tier warriors with such ease could hardly be weaker than Xiongwen. Should Shen Liangcai agree, not only would the crisis of the Daliang Kingdom be resolved, but they could also reclaim the territories seized by the Great Wei, an opportunity too advantageous to overlook. Observing her father's earnest request, Princess Pingong regained her composure and also bowed deeply to Shen Liangcai. Her gaze filled with sincerity as she implored, "I earnestly request Master Shen to fight for the Daliang Kingdom." Shen Liangcai's eyes flickered with surprise at the actions of this father-daughter duo, and he replied nonchalantly, "I am but a wandering soul and have no desire to partake in the conflicts of nations, nor have I ever contemplated participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament." Sensing Shen Liangcai's hesitation, Prince Kong quickly interjected, "Master Shen is a recluse, and such sentiments are entirely understandable. I can ensure that you attend the tournament as a distinguished guest. Should we miraculously secure even a single victory, you would not need to engage in any arena combat. Should we face defeat, you would simply take the stage to conclude matters. If Master Shen consents, the Daliang Kingdom will certainly offer substantial rewards." After sipping his tea and contemplating briefly, Shen Liangcai spoke, "I seek no compensation. If your highness is willing to agree to a single condition of mine, I would be glad to assist." Upon hearing this, Prince Kang's eyes brightened, and he eagerly asked, "What condition? Please, speak freely." Shen Liangcai replied, "I require 2 slots to the Meteor Sea." Prince Kong and Princess Pingong exchanged glances, utterly astonished that Shen Liangcai would propose such a condition. The top 10 of the World Martial Arts Tournament would earn slots to the Meteor Sea, yet Shen Liangcai sought 2. One could only wonder for whom the other was intended. However, this was not a difficult request for Prince Kong, who promptly agreed. The 2 parties quickly reached an agreement. Previously, through Prince Kang's descriptions, Shen Liangcai had surmised that there existed a teleportation formation within the Meteor Sea. Moreover, this formation was likely the very one Shen Liangcai had been tirelessly seeking. According to the records of the Ascension Order, the passage to the realm of cultivation would completely close in 1 month. This meant that Shen Liangcai had to locate its precise location within that time frame. Thus, the Meteor Sea became his paramount objective. As for the other slot, Shen Liangcai sought it for Tang Min of Hongyuan Trading Company. Had it not been for her enlightening him, he might still be unaware of the Meteor Sea's existence. Now, with an opportunity to journey there, he would certainly not forget her. Just then, a resounding cry echoed from the distant horizon. The crowd turned their gazes toward the sound, witnessing a colossal figure soaring toward them from afar. It was a magnificent, entirely black giant eagle. Upon its back stood 2 figures, both youthful men and women. The young man was ruggedly handsome, with a tall, straight stature and long ink-black hair billowing in the wind. His facial features were sharp, and his deep, piercing black eyes radiated an extraordinary aura of power. He was none other than Xiongwen, the foremost prodigy of the Qingyun realm from the Great Wei. Beside Xiongwen stood a tall young woman, her hair cascading like a waterfall, her skin fair and rosy, her features exquisite as if painted by an artist, clad in a striking red phoenix tail gown, exuding an air of grace and beauty that was otherworldly. Particularly, the unique aura she emanated was something ordinary women could hardly attain. In a few simple words, she could be described as noble and elegant, yet imbued with an undeniable air of authority. Although she appeared to be of a similar age to Xiongwen, her presence completely overshadowed the renowned prodigy. "I have come to seek the guidance of the young rune master from the Daliang Kingdom." A voice issued from the young woman. Immediately, her elongated eyes sparkled, and her gaze fell directly upon Shen Liangcai. Chapter 63. Resolving matters in the blink of an eye. That gaze, seemingly calm, yet imbued with a sharp glimmer, appeared intent on piercing through Shen Liangcai entirely. It was her. She had also arrived in the Daliang Kingdom. Observing the elegantly attired woman on the back of the giant eagle, Princess Pingyang's eyes widened in shock. Fifth Ran, this name may not resonate loudly among the ordinary populace of the Qingyun realm, but within the circles of top-tier figures, it carried considerable weight. At merely 23 years of age, she had already attained a late stage of the Master Realm. Serving as the youngest elder of the Great Way's foremost sect, the Qixia sect, appointed as the national protector by the Emperor of the Great Way, she was a paragon of exceptional talent and unrivaled grace. Proving that women could stand shoulder to shoulder with men. More importantly, Fifth Ran not only possessed remarkable martial talent and formidable strength but also demonstrated profound mastery of runes, earning her the title of the foremost rune prodigy of the Great Way. Coupled with her breathtaking beauty, she had become an undeniable goddess in the hearts of the people of the Great Way. Fifth Ran had exhibited an extraordinary affinity for runes from a young age. Immersing herself in rune studies with fervor. 5 years ago, having achieved a modicum of success in her rune mastery, she began to traverse the realm in search of worthy opponents, under the guise of seeking guidance. She challenged various rune masters, achieving an unbroken string of victories. With the World Martial Arts Tournament imminent, upon arriving in the Dalian Kingdom, she had heard of the banquet at Prince Kang's residence. Through extensive investigation, Fifth Ran discovered that the silver-haired sword cultivator had perished due to rune power. Moreover, the seemingly simple runes could unleash such terrifying might. This revelation ignited Fifth Ran's interest. She was certain that the individual capable of inscribing such profound weapon runes must possess rune skills that were at least on par with her own. Through her inquiries, Fifth Ran ultimately set her sights on Shen Liangcai. "Are you the esteemed rune master?" Fifth Ran turned to Shen Liangcai and inquired, upon noticing that Shen Liangcai possessed merely the cultivation level of blood exchange realm. Her heart sank significantly. She never anticipated that the target of her arduous search would be a mere youth with such limited prowess. "You have mistaken me. I am but a wandering soul, not a rune master. Please, excuse yourselves," Shen Liangcai replied coolly, issuing an unequivocal dismissal. While Fifth Ran might hold considerable weight in the eyes of the world, Shen Liangcai remained unimpressed. He harbored a deep disdain for those who regarded themselves as superior. Regardless of the other's identity or status, it was of no concern to him. With these words, Donggong Qianwen furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze landing on Prince Kong as he spoke. "My esteemed master has traveled from afar. Do you not wish to invite us to sit?" Previously, at the residence of Prince Kong, Donggong Qianwen had encountered Shen Liangcai, exhibiting the same haughty demeanor as now, even mocking Shen Liangcai from the outset. This time, he bypassed Shen Liangcai entirely, directly engaging Prince Kong, demonstrating a blatant disregard for Shen Liangcai's presence. "This is Master Shen's private abode. I have no authority to make decisions on his behalf." "Please forgive me," Prince Kong remarked, his gaze sweeping over Donggong Qianwen and Fifth Ran with a hint of disdain for their rudeness. As the foremost prodigy of the Great Wei Kingdom and the entire Qingyun realm, Donggong Qianwen was a disciple of the Crimson Mist sect. By seniority, he ought to address Fifth Ran as Master Uncle. Since he refused to acknowledge this, do not blame me for being unreasonable. Fifth Ran interjected almost simultaneously. Since her arrival, her attention had been entirely fixated on Shen Liangcai, revealing the extent of her obsession with rune power. As her words faded, Fifth Ran gestured with her hand, summoning a cerulean longsword that materialized in her palm, its blade shimmering with a chilling radiance. With a delicate cry, she swung the sword down towards Shen Liangcai's position. This seemingly unadorned strike, however, swiftly transformed in the void. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of rune power erupted, manifesting an enormous cauldron in the air. The cauldron radiated blinding light, carrying an immense oppressive force that bore down on Shen Liangcai. This scene left Prince Kong and the Princess of Pingyang visibly startled. They had heard of Fifth Ran's extraordinary mastery of runes, but witnessing it firsthand was far more terrifying than the rumors suggested. With a mere flick of her sword, she could wield rune power to conjure a colossal cauldron. Such prowess was unfathomable. Even Prince Kong, who had seen much of the world, had never encountered such formidable rune power. Even Donggong Qianwen, who was intimately familiar with Fifth Ran, could not help but widen his eyes. After several months apart, it appeared his master uncle's rune mastery had advanced significantly, reaching a level where it was as seamless as a shadow moving with the heart. "Master Shen, be careful," Prince Kong warned loudly, preparing to rescue Shen Liangcai at any moment. Yet Shen Liangcai remained unfazed. He first sipped his tea before casually gesturing with his finger. Whoosh, a beam of light, the size of a broad bean, shot forth from his fingertip, faintly emanating rune power. The onlookers then witnessed the light rapidly morphing into razor-sharp arrows. In a flash, it collided with the colossal cauldron. A thunderous roar resounded throughout the heavens and earth. An overwhelming and terrifying rune power intertwined, distorting the void itself, and the next moment, cracks appeared on the surface of the massive cauldron, which ultimately shattered into pieces. Prince Kong, the princess of Pingong, and Donggong Xiangwen were all left in astonishment. None could have anticipated that Shen Liangcai would effortlessly neutralize 5th Ran's rune-infused cauldron while engaging in light-hearted banter. His mastery of runes seemed to be on par with 5th Ran's. 5th Ran cast a deep glance at Shen Liangcai. The rune attack she had just unleashed, though considered ordinary among her extensive repertoire, was still something many self-proclaimed rune masters struggled to withstand. Yet this youth managed to counter it with ease, compelling 5th Ran to reassess her perception of talent in the great Liang Kingdom. It seems my long journey here was not in vain. I shall not disturb you any further. With that, 5th Ran's gaze shifted back to Donggong Xiangwen. Let us depart. Donggong Xiangwen nodded, preparing to summon his great eagle to leave. Wait, however, before they could take action. Shen Liangcai's voice interrupted. 5th Ran frowned slightly and asked, "Do you have something to say?" Shen Liangcai toyed with his teacup, his gaze sweeping over 5th Ran with indifference, stating, "Is my abode a place where you may come and go at your leisure? Since you have arrived, you must provide me with an explanation." Chapter 64. Suppression and Kneeling. With these words, Shen Liangcai rose to his full height, a faint aura of rune power swirling around him. His fingertips began to inscribe intricate patterns in the air. With each stroke, a line emerged in the void, countless lines transformed and shifted, and within mere moments, they coalesced into an ancient rune totem. This totem, approximately 2 feet in diameter, bore intricate and complex patterns that seemed to resonate with a unique rhythm, capable of communicating with the forces of heaven and earth. Go, as Shen Liangcai uttered this command. The rune totem began to drift outward. Its movement appeared slow, yet it possessed an uncanny ability to traverse space, swiftly descending above 5th Ran's head. 5th Ran's expression shifted to one of alarm as she felt the terrifying power contained within the rune totem. She leaped into the air, attempting to escape its grasp. However, the totem expanded exponentially in an instant, unleashing an overwhelming force of confinement that enveloped 5th Ran's body in the blink of an eye. 5th Ran felt an unprecedented pressure, completely immobilizing her. This is a rune formation. A glimmer of disbelief flashed through 5th Ran's elongated eyes. As a fervent researcher of rune power, she understood the significance of being able to inscribe a rune formation alone. Runes are generally classified into 3 categories: weapon runes, talismans, and rune formations, with the latter being the most profound. Only those who have attained a significant level of mastery in runes can engage with the realm of rune formations. In the Qingyan realm, it is exceedingly rare for someone to independently complete an entire set of rune formation inscriptions. Even 5th Ran, hailed as the greatest rune talent in the Qingyan realm, could not accomplish this feat alone. Yet this youth not only inscribed a complete rune formation by himself, but did so with such ease and fluidity that his movements resembled a flowing stream. More importantly, the power of the rune formation he inscribed was astonishingly formidable. This realization sent a tremor through 5th Ran's heart, altering her perception of Shen Liangcai. Under the influence of the rune formation's confinement, she felt her body being violently compressed, her bones producing dislocated sounds, and her breathing becoming increasingly labored. As a late-stage master, she was confident in her ability to forcefully break the formation with her cultivation. However, 5th Ran refrained from doing so, attempting to contend against the rune formation solely with her rune power. Yet Shen Liangcai's rune formation was far stronger than she had anticipated. 5th Ran exerted all her strength, but could not break free. The terrifying force of confinement only intensified. This scene left Prince Kong, the princess of Pingong, and Donggong Xiangwen utterly petrified. They could scarcely believe that Shen Liangcai's rune mastery had reached such extraordinary heights. Boom! Almost simultaneously, Shen Liangcai stepped forward once more. As his foot made contact with the ground, the rune formation radiated brilliant light. An even greater force of suppression descended, pressing down upon 5th Ran's back like a mountain. 5th Ran let out a muffled groan. Her body trembled violently, emitting a series of dislocated crackling sounds. She could no longer maintain her stance, and her body was forced to kneel, causing the stone slabs beneath her to crack and sink with spiderweb-like fissures. In that moment, 5th Ran's complexion turned pale, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, rendering her utterly disheveled. Kneeling on the ground, she raised her head only to find Shen Liangcai standing before her, looking down upon her. If you cannot even withstand a casually inscribed rune formation, it would be wise for you to refrain from drawing attention to yourself in the future. His words struck a severe blow to 5th Ran's confidence. She looked up at Shen Liangcai, her beautiful eyes reflecting a mix of defiance and stubbornness. I admit my defeat, but that does not mean I will always be defeated. Before long, I shall surpass you and stand above you. Shen Liangcai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze calm as it swept over Fifth Ran, stating, "Do not waste your effort. You have no chance." Arrogance thought it was sheer arrogance. With a mere gesture, he had subdued the first talent of the Qingyun realm, Fifth Ran, into submission. Who else could achieve such a feat aside from Shen Liangcai? Especially with Shen Liangcai's final words, Prince Kong and the Princess of Pingyang felt an overwhelming sense of dominance. Do not waste your effort. You have no chance. This sentence undoubtedly affirmed Shen Liangcai's absolute confidence in his own runic mastery. Fifth Ran's complexion turned ashen, just as he was about to speak. Shen Liangcai had already stepped away. "Master Uncle, how are you?" Donggong Xiangwen stepped forward to assist Fifth Ran, but was met with rejection. Fifth Ran offered no response, his gaze fixed on Shen Liangcai's retreating figure as he gritted his teeth and declared, "The humiliation of today, I, Fifth Ran, shall remember, and one day I shall repay it in kind." Shen Liangcai strode into the courtyard, followed closely by Prince Kong and Princess Pingyang. The shocking scene still echoed in their minds. Just days prior, at the royal banquet, Shen Liangcai had utilized his runic power to slay the silver-haired sword cultivator, Li Hongyuan. At that moment, Prince Kong had realized Shen Liangcai's exceptional runic prowess. Yet, he had not anticipated that even the renowned Fifth Ran of the Qingyun realm would be no match for Shen Liangcai's runic mastery. A mere boy of 17 or 18 years, not only skilled in alchemy but also possessing the strength to effortlessly slay masters, and wielding a runic talent that could only be described as extraordinary. Such an individual was unheard of in Prince Kang's lifetime. If his previous deference towards Shen Liangcai was primarily due to a debt of gratitude for saving his life, at this moment, Prince Kong was utterly captivated by Shen Liangcai's miraculous abilities. He was willing to follow closely behind Shen Liangcai, resembling a subordinate. Princess Pingyang found nothing amiss in this scene, having witnessed Shen Liangcai's runic prowess. She had come to regard him as a deity, even believing that he might not belong to this world. Regarding the earlier runic competition with Fifth Ran, Shen Liangcai had not given it much thought. Runes were originally conceived by cultivators, making them inherently more suited for cultivation by practitioners. In this aspect, he held an insurmountable innate advantage over Fifth Ran. Even though Fifth Ran was perceived by many in the Qingyun realm as a once-in-a-thousand-years runic genius, he could not compare to a cultivator. Furthermore, the 9 tripod runes he practiced originated from the cultivation realm. Even with only 1/5 of its contents, it was more than enough to handle a mundane warrior like Fifth Ran. As he stepped into the courtyard, Shen Liangcai suddenly felt himself locked onto by a powerful celestial thought. Although it was quite distant, it still enveloped the entire courtyard. This caused Shen Liangcai to furrow his brow. Instantly realizing that he might be in trouble, he turned to Prince Kong and said, "I must step out for a moment. I would appreciate it if your highness could have my 2 senior sisters temporarily stay in the royal residence." His greatest concern was for Yu Anan and Wu Huiwa. Very well, Prince Kong nodded, not inquiring further. At this point, he was eager for Shen Liangcai to assign him more tasks, believing that this would help solidify their relationship. After leaving this message, Shen Liangcai leapt into action, swiftly heading in the opposite direction of the celestial thought, attempting to shake it off. However, the celestial thought seemed to possess a form of sentience, tracking him relentlessly no matter where he went. By gauging the level of the celestial thought, Shen Liangcai could ascertain that the wielder's cultivation was likely above the 9th level of Qi refinement, and they might very well be a foundation establishment expert. Before long, Shen Liangcai had exited the capital city. Now, he found himself at the foot of a desolate mountain, where the celestial thought not only remained strong but seemed to be drawing closer. Shen Liangcai quickly understood that the individual had likely locked onto his aura. Once his aura was locked, there would be no place for him to hide. Thus, he decided to halt his retreat. This person's cultivation might have already surpassed his, and to secure his own safety, it was best to prepare thoroughly in advance. With a flicker in his eyes, Shen Liangcai spoke inwardly, judging by the speed at which the celestial thought moved. It would not be long before the pursuer arrived. He first sought out a secluded spot and began inscribing a runic formation. Given his current proficiency with the 9 tripod runes, inscribing several formations was quite effortless. In less than half an hour, he had completed 4 runic formations, each embodying a different elemental effect: water, fire, earth, and wind. Should the pursuer arrive with the enhancement of these 4 formations, even if they were a foundation establishment expert, he would still have the capability to fight back. Chapter 65. Ample curves. Having completed these preparations, Shen Liangcai did not seek to evade. Instead, he sat cross-legged on a nearby piece of blue stone and began his cultivation. Approximately a stick of incense later, a terrifying pressure descended from the heavens, enveloping the space in an instant. Shortly thereafter, Two figures descended from above. This caused Shen Liangcai to furrow his brow slightly. It was already challenging enough to deal with one cultivator, yet here were two. Moreover, both possessed foundation establishment cultivation. One of them, a voluptuous woman with ample curves, had even reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Upon their arrival, their gazes landed on Shen Liangcai. Seeing that he not only showed no intention of fleeing but was also calmly cultivating, their expressions turned serious. The voluptuous woman let out a cold laugh and spoke with a teasing tone. "I didn't expect this little fellow to be so composed, not even attempting to run away." The man smirked derisively and said, "Haha, senior sister, you misunderstand. A little chi refinement brat like him can't run far. This is simply a demonstration of knowing his place. He realizes his life is forfeit and has no heart left for struggle." As he spoke, the man's gaze once again settled on Shen Liangcai, his demeanor subtly shifting to one of seriousness. "Speak. Is it you who destroyed a fragment of my master's celestial thought within the Qiyun sect of Luyun City? You had best not attempt to quibble. Otherwise, I will ensure you pay a far more painful price." This man was named Gao Feiyu, a disciple from the Tianji sect of the cultivation realm, and a student of Lingguang Zun's, a peer of the Tianji master. The voluptuous woman beside him was named Ling Zhuwei, who was also a disciple of the Tianji master. Upon learning that her celestial thought had been damaged, the Tianji master had been furious and immediately ordered his disciple, Ling Zhuwei, to investigate in the mortal realm. Since Gao Feiyu had previously visited the mortal realm, he volunteered to accompany her. Through extensive investigation, they had pinpointed Shen Liangcai's location and pursued him here. Shen Liangcai's expression was somewhat peculiar as he raised an eyebrow and said, "Who said I was going to quibble? It was indeed I who destroyed that celestial thought." Upon hearing this, both Ling Zhuwei and Gao Feiyu were momentarily taken aback. Not expecting this chi refinement stage youth to show no signs of fear in the face of two foundation establishment experts. "Little brat, I didn't expect your courage to be so great. Truly, the fearless boldness of youth." Gao Feiyu scrutinized Shen Liangcai anew and continued, "Given your arduous cultivation in the mortal realm, you should now take your own life as an apology. After death, you may still enter the 9 paths of reincarnation. Otherwise, I will ensure your soul is scattered, never to find peace." Gao Feiyu's voice brimmed with arrogance. In his eyes, Shen Liangcai was no different from a fish on a chopping block, entirely at their mercy. However, just as his words fell, a chilling glint of light sliced towards his throat. This sudden turn of events caught Gao Feiyu off guard. Instinctively, he attempted to dodge backward. Swoosh! The cold light grazed his throat, leaving a shallow blood mark. Had it not been for Gao Feiyu's foundation establishment cultivation, this strike could have easily sealed his throat. At the same time, Shen Liangcai, wielding his sword, had already retreated several paces. With faint drops of blood trickling from the sword's tip, seeking death, a cold glint flashed in Gao Feiyu's eyes, and the might of a foundation establishment expert erupted entirely. A powerful palm strike, imbued with tremendous force, surged towards Shen Liangcai. Even before the palm arrived, the destructive energy howled towards him. Sensing the overwhelming power behind Gao Feiyu's strike, Shen Liangcai was greatly shaken. This was his first battle against a cultivator, and his opponent had already attained foundation establishment. Their strength was indeed far superior to the chi refinement stage, even with his training in the Yin-Yang 6 Harmonies technique. It remained challenging for him to contend with Gao Feiyu at his current cultivation of the 8th level of chi refinement. Thus, as Gao Feiyu unleashed his palm strike, Shen Liangcai seemed to have anticipated it, swiftly retreating while simultaneously executing a horizontal slash with his sword. This stroke appeared simple and unadorned, but was incredibly sharp and delivered at an exceedingly cunning angle. At the moment the sword light was unleashed, the weapon's runes erupted in power, amplifying the sword's might significantly. The force of this strike was sufficient to pose a threat to Gao Feiyu. Not daring to confront it head-on, Gao Feiyu could only evade to the side. Seizing this opportunity, Shen Liangcai retreated once more. At the same time, Ling Zhuwei also moved, launching a palm strike from behind Shen Liangcai. As a mid-stage foundation establishment expert, Ling Zhuwei's power exceeded that of Gao Feiyu. Both the speed and force of her strike were markedly superior. Shen Liangcai realized he could not evade in time and could only counter with a sword strike. Attempting to withstand the force of her palm, boom. A terrifying explosion reverberated as the sword light clashed with the palm strike, even with weapon runes inscribed on his sword, under the vast disparity in cultivation levels. Shen Liangcai was still jolted, his arms going numb, nearly losing grip on his sword. The overwhelming shockwave coursed through his limbs and body, causing his blood to surge, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. "I wonder how long you can endure." Gao Feiyu seems intent on providing Shen Liangcai with no opportunity to catch his breath. Once again, a ferocious assault descends. the horrifying spiritual energy pierces through the air, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds. Even without employing any techniques, the force of this strike is still sufficient to claim Shen Liangcai's life. Taken aback, Shen Liangcai retaliates with a palm imprint. Boom! At the moment of collision between the two palm imprints, Shen Liangcai is jolted backward, staggering. Just this one clash has already inflicted significant injuries upon him. Shen Liangcai realizes that if this continues, it won't be long before he faces certain death. After all, the disparity in cultivation levels between the two sides is too great. Moreover, it is a 1-against-2 situation. It seems the only chance for survival lies in luring them into the rune array. A grave expression crosses Shen Liangcai's face as he contemplates. Almost simultaneously, Ling Zhiyue's attack arrives. Her jade-like hand dances in the void, and boundless spiritual energy converges from all directions. It coalesces in her palm, forming a vibrant, swirling vortex. With a swift motion, she unleashes the colorful vortex, which shoots forth, manifesting countless lotus flowers in the air at a speed visible to the naked eye. Each petal of these lotus flowers is as sharp as a blade, ruthlessly slicing toward Shen Liangcai's body. Shen Liangcai's expression turns horrified as he desperately slashes out several beams of sword light, the explosive sounds echoing as numerous lotus flowers are severed, gritting his teeth. Shen Liangcai forces his way through the gap. Though he manages to break free, his body is still marred with numerous lacerations from the cuts, with trickles of blood seeping out. Ling Zhiyue furrows her delicate brows and coldly remarks, "I never expected that such a small fry in the Qi refining stage would be so tenacious. Junior brother, it seems we have underestimated him." Feeling a sharp pain in his throat, Gao Feiyu emanates a chilling aura. The more he struggles, the more tragic his end will be. I shall shatter his corpse into pieces. Shen Liangcai, with his sword tip touching the ground, gasps for breath, trying to recover his strength while the two have yet to launch another attack. Seeing Ling Zhiyue and Gao Feiyu closing in, he quickly conjures several talismans and hurls them at the two. In an instant, the light of the runes flares up, and various elemental forces bloom in the void, showering down as a cascade of luminous rain, instantly enveloping Ling Zhiyue and Gao Feiyu. Ling Zhiyue and Gao Feiyu frown, not expecting this Qi refining stage brat to possess such an abundance of talismans. More importantly, the quality of these talismans is not low. The engraving techniques are remarkably refined, likely crafted by a master of runes. However, as these talismans are only suitable for Qi refining cultivators, their lethality is limited. As long as they are cautious, they pose no threat to their lives. While Ling Zhiyue and Gao Feiyu are preoccupied with the talismans, Shen Liangcai has retreated to the central position of the 4 rune arrays. Chapter 66. Killing a mid-foundation establishment expert. Death. Ling Zhiyue presses her advantage, her jade hand waving, summoning an array of fiery lotuses that rapidly descend from above Shen Liangcai, seemingly intent on reducing him to ashes. Sensing the terrifying power contained within these flaming lotuses, Shen Liangcai's expression turns grave. In comparison to Ling Zhiyue, who is at the mid-foundation establishment stage, his cultivation level is far too weak to confront her directly. Yet, if he does not engage in close combat, he cannot lure her into the rune array. At this moment, Shen Liangcai finds himself ensnared in a dilemma. Faced with the terrifying fiery lotuses, he can only continuously unleash talismans in defense. The thunderous sounds of explosions resound incessantly. As with the aid of the talismans, Shen Liangcai barely manages to withstand the assault of the fiery lotuses. Thankfully, he had previously cultivated the 9-tripod rune record and crafted numerous talismans for self-defense. Otherwise, in the face of the combined assault from 2 foundation establishment experts, he would have met with certain death. "Little brat, let me see how many talismans you have left to resist me." Ling Zhiyue taunts as she observes Shen Liangcai relying solely on talismans for defense. 2 foundation establishment cultivators attacking a mere Qi refining practitioner, yet still unable to subdue him, resorting to such despicable means. Truly laughable. If you have the skill, come and engage me in close combat. If not, kindly shut your mouth, Shen Liangcai retorts while unleashing his talismans. Ling Zhiyue's brows furrow as she responds, "A Qi refining junior. Do you truly believe I cannot kill you? Since you wish to die quickly, I shall oblige." With that, Ling Zhiyue attempts to directly suppress Shen Liangcai to death. However, Gao Feiyu hesitates and interjects, "Sister, do not act impulsively." Ling Zhiyue's gaze sharpens. "I fear this person may have a trick up his sleeve. Caution is wise," Gao Feiyu warns. Ling Zhiyue scoffs, "A mere Qi refining junior, even if he tries to play tricks. What can he possibly do? If I wish to kill him, it is but a simple task." Seeing Ling Zhiyue so confident, Gao Feiyu dismisses any lingering doubts. "Then I shall accompany you, sister." With that, The two of them soar toward Shen Liangcai's position. "Junior, come and meet your demise." Ling Zhui's voice is cold as she unleashes a devastating palm imprint toward Shen Liangcai. This palm is imbued with a terrifying killing intent, causing the very space it traverses to quiver, echoing with horrifying explosions. Witnessing this scene, a decisive light flashes in Shen Liangcai's eyes. Faced with Ling Zhui's palm imprint, he no longer seeks to evade. Instead, he swiftly mobilizes his Yin-Yang 6 Harmonies technique to its utmost limit, channeling all his strength to release a counterattack against her. Seeking death, seeing Shen Liangcai daring to meet her attack with his physical form, Ling Zhui's lips curl into a mocking smile. At the moment their attacks collide, Shen Liangcai feels his body enveloped by an indescribable force of destruction. His body shakes violently, and it feels as though his meridians and bones are being thoroughly torn apart. As he stumbles backward, he spits out a mouthful of blood. Simultaneously, Ling Zhui and Gao Feiyu arrive at the core area of the 4 rune arrays. Shen Liangcai dares not hesitate for a moment. He raises his right hand, the light of the runes bursting forth as he snaps his fingers. In a flash, the 4 rune arrays are fully activated. Buzz, buzz. In an instant, countless ancient patterns emerge on the ground, converging into 4 distinct rune totems. Each totem possesses its own unique power. Water, fire, earth, and wind intertwine like ferocious beasts, enveloping the sky above, containing the lethal might to annihilate everything. Ling Zhui and Gao Feiyu feel themselves engulfed by the terrifying aura of destruction. Their expressions turn pale, and they are utterly shocked by the scene before them. Not good. It's a rune array. We've fallen into a trap. Sister, retreat quickly, Gao Feiyu shouts. However, before his voice can fade, the 4 rune arrays simultaneously unleash their destructive attacks toward their position. In an instant, the area of the rune arrays is dominated by the powers of the 4 elements, the terrifying might of annihilation descending like heavenly judgment, resembling a hell on earth. Ling Zhui's body is the first to be engulfed by the elemental forces. She desperately unleashes her spiritual energy in an attempt to resist. The sounds of explosions resound continuously, under the suppression of the water, fire, earth, and wind powers. Ling Zhui's attacks crumble as easily as paper, being swiftly obliterated. Her expression turns horrified as she strives to break free alongside Gao Feiyu, but it proves utterly futile. Despite her mid-foundation establishment cultivation, against the combined onslaught of the 4 rune arrays, it is of no avail. "Junior brother, save me." Ling Zhui cries out for help, her figure entirely consumed by the torrent of destruction. Witnessing Ling Zhui being engulfed, Gao Feiyu's face turns even more horrified. He can no longer concern himself with anything else and frantically flees toward the outskirts of the rune array. Ling Zhui emits piercing screams as she struggles desperately within the rune array. As the torrent of destruction intensifies, her voice ultimately fades into silence. That voluptuous figure is completely swallowed, never to be seen again. Gao Feiyu suffers greatly as well, under the assault of the 4 torrents of destruction. His clothes are tattered, his body covered in various wounds, blood pouring forth in a pitiful state. Yet perhaps due to Ling Zhui absorbing most of the destructive force from the rune array, Gao Feiyu miraculously breaks through the encirclement. Even though he is on the brink of death, he does not dare to linger, desperately fleeing to a safer area. At this moment, he can think of nothing else. Preserving his life is paramount. The image of Ling Zhui's recent demise fills him with dread that he casts a sideways glance at Shen Liangcai within the rune array, his expression tinged with deep resentment, mixed with a hint of trepidation. Gao Feiyu never imagined that a mere Qi refining stage youth could set up 4 such terrifying rune arrays. Such scenes are exceedingly rare, even within the realm of cultivation. As for Shen Liangcai, he is merely a self-taught cultivator from the mortal world. Individuals of this nature are referred to as rogue cultivators in the cultivation community, typically existing at the lowest strata of society. Gao Feiyu finds it hard to fathom how Shen Liangcai has managed to achieve this. Observing Gao Feiyu's disheveled retreat, Shen Liangcai refrains from pursuing him, though the latter is grievously injured as a foundation establishment expert. His combat prowess remains formidable. More critically, Shen Liangcai himself bears significant wounds from the earlier skirmish and, deprived of the rune formation support, would find it arduous to eliminate Gao Feiyu. Nevertheless, Shen Liangcai is confident that Gao Feiyu, at this moment, is akin to a startled bird. Having fled, it is likely he will not return for a considerable time. Just as Shen Liangcai surmised, Gao Feiyu appears utterly terrified, even after escaping a great distance from the area. He continues to flee without respite, frequently glancing back as if fearing that Shen Liangcai might pursue him. Given my injuries, it would be exceedingly difficult to endure crossing the spatial barrier back to the cultivation world. It seems I must seek out Chen Xingzhou once more, requesting his assistance in procuring a few mortal women as sustenance. I should be able to recuperate swiftly, Gao Feiyu muses silently. Chapter 67. Countless beauties to indulge in after Gao Feiyu's departure. Shen Liangcai could not help but cough up a mouthful of blood. The earlier battle had already left him severely injured. The recent simultaneous activation of 4 rune formations drained an immense amount of energy, rendering him utterly exhausted. This compelled Shen Liangcai to drag his weary body in search of a secluded location to recuperate. Fortunately, I possess the supreme Qiankun furnace, having previously concocted numerous healing elixirs. Otherwise, my injuries would be exceedingly difficult to mend. Shen Liangcai thought to himself as he activated the yin-yang harmony technique within him, circulating the forces of yin and yang throughout his body. He then proceeded to consume several healing pills, combining their effects with the yin-yang energy to continuously restore his internal injuries. Once he had thoroughly exited the area, Gao Feiyu retrieved a magical artifact. This artifact, shaped like a disc and reminiscent of a compass, bore intricate and ancient designs on its back. The front featured engravings of the 8 trigrams: Kun 1, Sin 2, Dui 4, Jin 6, Jin 8, Li 3, Can 7, with the central arrangement depicting the numbers of the 8 trigrams. The compass emanated waves of profound light, as if capable of connecting with the myriad phenomena of heaven and earth. As Gao Feiyu chanted an obscure incantation, the markings on the compass began to whirl madly. The cosmic principles, the 5 elements, and the primordial universe surged and transformed within in mere moments. The compass accurately indicated a specific location. Gao Feiyu's eyes gleamed with determination as he retrieved a leaf from his storage ring. The leaf floated in midair, and with a single leap, Gao Feiyu stepped onto it, which swiftly propelled him through the void. Several hours later, Gao Feiyu found himself beyond the borders of the Great Liang Kingdom, arriving in the southern mountain ranges of the Great Wei Kingdom. Piercing through layers of mist, he descended upon a sheer cliff, where a deep cave awaited him. Within the cave stood 2 figures, an elderly man in a flowing black robe, his hair and beard white as snow, and a slender, beautiful woman. The elder sat cross-legged upon a stone, his eyes closed, enveloped in a shroud of dark energy. The woman stood beside him like a guardian. At this moment, Gao Feiyu stepped inside. Noticing the elder meditating, he stood with arms crossed, his expression transforming into one of arrogance. Chen Xingzhou, why have you left the Great Liang Kingdom, causing me such distress in my search for you? Go and procure some mortal women for me. I intend to replenish my strength. His words were laced with an authoritative tone. Years prior, when he and his master, the Spirit Light Sovereign, descended into the mortal realm, it was Chen Xingzhou who welcomed them. At that time, to curry favor with the Spirit Light Sovereign, Chen Xingzhou had gathered countless beauties from across the land for his master's indulgence. Now, Gao Feiyu yearned to experience the same pleasures his master once enjoyed. The thought of countless beauties to savor was intoxicating, causing him to momentarily forget the perilous situation he had just escaped. His heart swelling with anticipation. However, just as his words hung in the air, Chen Xingzhou, still seated, slowly opened his eyes, a flash of crimson light flickering within his pupils. You dare to command me? Gao Feiyu's gaze sharpened. What else would you have me do? Yet, Chen Xingzhou paid him no further heed, addressing the woman beside him. Subdue him. Upon utterance of those words, the woman sprang into action, with a single step forward. Her form multiplied into countless phantoms, and in an instant, she appeared before Gao Feiyu. Before he could react, her right hand gripped his throat. Gao Feiyu's brow furrowed as he attempted to retaliate, but under the woman's vice-like grip, he found himself utterly immobilized. You possess late-stage foundation establishment cultivation. Upon sensing the aura emanating from her, Gao Feiyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could utter another word, her palm struck his dantian, releasing a resounding thud. With a terrifying destructive force penetrating him, Gao Feiyu's body trembled as his dantian shattered, leaving him utterly incapacitated. The woman maintained her grip on his neck, as if treating him like a mere animal, and tossed him before Chen Xingzhou. Throughout the entire ordeal, she uttered not a single word, her lovely visage betraying not a hint of emotion, resembling a lifeless automaton. Just as Gao Feiyu attempted to rise, a terrifying force of devouring energy enveloped him. At that moment, Chen Xingzhou gazed at him like a demon. His crimson pupils radiated a malevolent light, and as he opened his mouth, the terrifying force of absorption intensified. The dark energy completely ensnared Gao Feiyu. He felt his internal energy drain away furiously, flowing into Chen Xingzhou's gaping maw. Chen Xingzhou's expression twisted into a savage grin, his red eyes gleaming with unrestrained fervor as he consumed voraciously. Gao Feiyu's face was one of despair. He could scarcely believe he would meet such a fate. Even more unfathomable was that Chen Xingzhou, once merely a mortal martial artist, had transformed into this fearsome entity over the years. Under the influence of that dreadful force, Gao Feiyu's eyes gradually dulled, his skin and flesh withering before his very eyes, and within less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. He was completely devoured, reduced to a mere desiccated corpse. Chen Xingzhou, satisfied, licked his lips and commanded the woman, "The Grand Martial Arts Tournament is approaching. I must return to the great Liang Kingdom. Go, and assist me in finding more sustenance. I intend to re-enter the path of cultivation before the teleportation array closes." The woman said nothing, lifting her feet and departing the cave. Unbeknownst to all this, Shen Liangcai remained engrossed in his recovery. After consuming several healing pills, his meridians brimmed with potent medicinal energy. Yet even so, it was not until the third morning that Shen Liangcai had fully restored his injuries. At this moment, he placed his hands over his dantian and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Following the restoration of his injuries, Shen Liangcai's cultivation level ascended to the 9th level of qi refinement, which came as a surprise to him. He had not anticipated that surviving this dire predicament would lead to unexpected fortune and an elevation in his cultivation. However, upon revisiting certain passages of the yin-yang harmony technique, he found clarity. It was explicitly noted that individuals could tap into potential beyond their usual limits when faced with adversity, unleashing their greatest capabilities. Shen Liangcai had indeed ignited that spark of potential, enabling his breakthrough. Considering the time, today should mark the commencement of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. I must hasten my return to the capital. Shen Liangcai pondered. He had previously promised Prince Kong to represent the great Liang Kingdom at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, and he would not go back on his word. As the tournament drew near, powerful figures from all corners of the Qingyun realm began to arrive in the capital of the great Liang Kingdom. Chapter 68. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament. This influx resulted in an unprecedented prosperity within the capital. Inns, tea houses, and taverns were filled to capacity, the streets thronged with people, and the sounds of bustling carriages echoed throughout. The royal family of the great Liang Kingdom placed immense importance on this event, investing substantial resources, manpower, and finances into its organization, with Prince Kong Liang Wenjing personally overseeing the arrangements. As the administrative prince, the third prince, Liang Juntian, also played a pivotal role. The royal extreme peak, located directly to the north of the capital, sprawled across 1,000 miles, towering several thousand zhang high. Its steep and imposing cliffs soared into the clouds, embodying the essence of grandeur and majesty, offering a panoramic view of the surrounding mountains. Legend has it that the founding emperor of the great Liang dynasty was irresistibly drawn to the majestic Huangji Peak, which ultimately became the capital. Even to this day, many citizens of the great Liang regard Huangji Peak as the sacred nexus of dragon energy. At the foot of Huangji Peak, dozens of colossal battle platforms have been erected. Each platform stands 2 zhang high and measures 10 meters square, suffused with an intense aura of combat, providing a venue for competitors to showcase their prowess. Surrounding the platforms are circular spectator stands, densely packed with the capacity to accommodate hundreds of thousands of onlookers. By constructing the battleground for the Grand Martial Arts Tournament upon this dragon vein, it is evident how much the great Liang values this grand event. This iteration of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament is the largest in history, with all indicators reaching unprecedented heights. The 6 nations of the Qingyun realm, including the host Great Liang, have dispatched their most illustrious representatives. Notably, the nations of Dewei, Deqin, Deyin, Dezhao, and Deqi are led by their respective princes. The foremost martial sects of each nation, such as the Qixia sect of Dewei and the Jinyuan sect of Deqin, have sent numerous formidable figures to the Great Liang. The overall strength of the competitors is unparalleled, elevating the level of competition to an unprecedented height. The top 10 positions not only carry substantial rewards but also grant access to the mystical realm of the Meteor Sea, a place shrouded in mystery within the Qingyun realm. It is said that the Meteor Sea harbors numerous extraordinary opportunities, inciting boundless yearning among the populace. With the allure of the Meteor Sea, the stakes of this martial arts tournament have reached a new pinnacle. Among the most exceptional talents from the 6 nations are Xiangwen of Dewei's Eastern Palace, Chao Hongyi of Deqin, Ke Yuan of Deyin, Ling Gaofei of Deqi, Feng Qinwen of Dezhao, and Jiang Qichuan of Deliang, all of whom are formidable contenders for the top 10 positions. Notably, Xiangwen of the Eastern Palace is widely acknowledged as the strongest, rightfully earning the title of the foremost prodigy of the Qingyun realm, with many believing he is destined to claim the top spot in this tournament. Just days prior to the tournament, news emerged that 6 individuals had broken through to the Master Realm, further intensifying the competition and promising exhilarating battles ahead. In recent days, establishments such as inns, tea houses, and taverns have been bustling, but the most frequented venue has undoubtedly been the casinos. Most patrons are placing bets on the outcomes of the tournament, eager to capitalize on the opportunity for substantial gains. As the leading favorite for the top position, Qiankun has naturally attracted a plethora of bettors. Many have spared no expense, with some even liquidating assets to place their bets on Qiankun, convinced that it is a surefire investment. The more one wagers, the greater the potential return, with Qiankun's acknowledged strength. He is viewed as the most formidable contender for the top position, leaving little room for competition. Consequently, even with the significant wager between the Great Liang and Dawei regarding the 36 cities in the Northern Territories, many citizens of the Great Liang still chose to bet on Qiankun. "I wager 500,000 taels of gold on the Great Liang," exclaimed a young man as he placed a silver note on the counter of a casino in the capital. Dressed in splendid attire, he exuded an air of nobility, though his handsome visage bore a hint of a carefree smirk. Upon hearing his declaration, the patrons of the casino were momentarily stunned, although the martial arts tournament had yet to commence. The outcome seemed almost predetermined. In recent days, no one had chosen to place bets on the Great Liang, and here was this young man, not only backing the Great Liang but also wagering an astonishing 500,000 taels of gold. An act bordering on madness. The casino staff hurriedly confirmed the bet with the young man, who nodded resolutely before striding away. Who was this reckless spendthrift, wagering such a fortune on the Great Liang? Surely, it's money down the drain. Indeed, with Qiankun in the mix, the Great Liang stands no chance. Even General Jiang Qichuan won't be a match for him. I feel like I've seen that young man before. Ah, he must be Li Hongyun, the son of General Li Xiuda. No wonder he's being so foolish. Seems Li Xiuda will have to foot the bill for his son's folly. 500,000 taels of gold is no trifling sum. And the consensus among the casino patrons was that Li Hongyun was merely gifting his money away. However, Li Hongyun's thoughts diverged sharply from the crowd's perspective upon learning that Shen Liangcai would be participating in the tournament. He felt assured that the Great Liang would secure the top position. To him, Shen Liangcai was an unparalleled force. Even with top-tier opponents like Qiankun, he believed they could not possibly rival Shen Liangcai. Li Hongyun couldn't explain his unwavering confidence in Shen Liangcai, but he felt an inexplicable trust in him. Driven by this trust, he had urged his father to wager all their family wealth on the Great Liang. At this moment, the hour had passed the midpoint of Qinshi. Beneath Huangji Peak, the area was teeming with people, with the stands filled to capacity with representatives from various nations. In the coming hours, they would witness the greatest martial arts spectacle in the entire Qingyun realm. On the main viewing platform sat high-ranking officials from each nation. As the host, Prince Kong engaged in cordial exchanges with these dignitaries. Among them were the third Prince Liang Juntian, the Pingong Princess, and General Li Xiuda. Li Hongyun stood beside his father, scanning the crowd below, seemingly awaiting a particular individual's arrival. Li Hongyun also intended to compete in the tournament, but due to his limited talent and strength, his father did not set high expectations for him. Just breaking into the top 100 would be a cause for gratitude. The Crown Prince Liang Zhuhong had also arrived. Despite his youth, he exuded a regal aura, embodying the presence of a true dragon among men. Accompanying him were two figures, an elderly man clad in a black robe with white hair and a strikingly graceful woman. They were none other than the esteemed Prime Minister Qin Shingzhou and the woman who had previously appeared beside him in the Dawei's desolate mountain cave. The woman, possessing late-stage foundation cultivation, stood silently by Qin Shingzhou's side, her identity as a cultivator unnoticed by outsiders. As the Prime Minister, Qin Shingzhou wielded immense power and enjoyed considerable prestige in the Great Liang. However, due to differing political stances, he often found himself at odds with Prince Kong, who supported the third Prince Liang Juntian. Upon the arrival of Crown Prince Liang Junong, he immediately became the focal point of attention among those present. Many approached to pay their respects, expressing their deference. Additionally, numerous high-ranking members of the Qixia sect occupied the main viewing platform, led personally by the inner elder Dine Yinjin, dressed in a gray robe and adorned with an elegant hairstyle. Dine Yinjin, though over 40, retained an air of timeless beauty, exuding an otherworldly charm. She was also the mentor of the Qingyun realm's foremost prodigy, Xiangyun. With her status as a grandmaster, she was already renowned. And having trained Xiangyun further elevated her reputation. Fifth Ran was also present among the Qixia sect's entourage. As the most outstanding rune genius in the Qingyun realm, Fifth Ran's appearance caused quite a stir. Perhaps accustomed to excessive adulation, she appeared indifferent to the crowd's reaction, her gaze occasionally drifting toward the Great Liang's camp, as if searching for a particular figure, having heard much about the Great Liang's exceptional talents. Witnessing them firsthand certainly validated the reputation. From the direction of the Dawei camp, the leading prince surveyed the Great Liang's prodigies, offering his praise. Before Prince Kong could respond, the Dawei prince continued. Today, both of your nation's crown princes are present. I hope Prince Kong will not forget the wager made with our Dawei envoy on that day. Upon these words, the atmosphere on the main platform shifted. With all eyes drawn to the speakers, they were well aware of the series of events that had transpired at Prince Kang's residence, particularly the significant wager that had garnered much attention. According to the terms of the wager, should the Great Liang fail to defeat the Dawei in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, they would have to cede the 36 cities in the Northern Territories. If such an outcome were to occur, it would spell catastrophic repercussions for the Great Liang. Therefore, this wager has become a focal point of the tournament. Beyond the two nations involved, the remaining four were equally invested in the outcome. Given the overwhelming strength of Dawei's delegation, coupled with Xiongwen's presence, many believed the outcome of this wager was a foregone conclusion. At the mention of the wager, Prince Kang's expression darkened slightly as he replied. Of course I remember. Since Shen Liangcai agreed to compete, I had some confidence in this wager. Yet, the prolonged absence of Shen Liangcai caused his heart to sink further. Since you remember, I hope your nation will honor the wager when the time comes. The Prince of Dawei declared with a smug expression. Naturally, Liang Wenjing nodded, inhaling deeply, and remarked, in the grand contest of Liang, I hope that the Prince of Dawei can uphold his promise. The wager at that time included another stipulation. Should the kingdom of Liang emerge victorious, Dawei would return all territories previously occupied. However, due to the vast disparity in strength between the two parties, this latter condition was scarcely regarded. Thus, as soon as his words fell, laughter erupted from various corners of the main viewing platform. Filled with palpable derision, no one believed that Liang would triumph. They were merely waiting to witness the host's humiliation. Observing this scene, Li Hongyun, standing beside his father, seethed with indignation, ready to confront them, but was restrained by Li Xiuda. Fearful that this unruly individual might incite further trouble. Subsequently, the representatives of the five kingdoms took their seats, awaiting the moment the martial arts conference would commence. In the Liang faction, Crown Prince Liang Junhong's gaze settled upon Prince Kong. A cold smirk gracing his lips as he said, knowing full well our disadvantage, how can my uncle wager the fate of Liang? Should we fail, the millennia-long foundation of our kingdom may be obliterated in an instant. Is my uncle prepared to bear such responsibility? Liang Junhong's demeanor was one of accusation. His words were primarily aimed at undermining Prince Kong. The circumstances had compelled his uncle to agree to the wager. Did the crown prince wish to see Liang humiliated before the five kingdoms? The third prince, Liang Juntian, with a piercing gaze, continued, if the wager fails, I am willing to share the burden with my uncle. Upon hearing this, Crown Prince Liang Juhong could not suppress his applause, exclaiming, good, splendid, simply marvelous. Although Chen Xingzhou remained silent, a barely perceptible cold smile played at the corners of his mouth after overhearing their exchange. At a certain moment, Crown Prince Liang Junhong's eyes fell upon the vacant space between Prince Kong and the third prince, his brow slightly arched as he inquired, may I ask, uncle, whom is this position reserved for? And why has that person yet to arrive? From the layout, it was evident that this position was notably superior to those of Prince Kong and the third prince, not even inferior to that of Crown Prince Liang Junhong himself, who, indeed, possessed the qualifications to occupy such a prestigious seat. This question piqued Liang Junhong's curiosity. As he spoke, many others also became intrigued. In the kingdom of Liang, apart from the emperor, there was scarcely anyone who could stand on equal footing with Crown Prince Liang Junhong. They too were eager to discover for whom the vacant position was reserved. It is reserved for Master Shen. He must be delayed by some matter and will arrive shortly, Prince Kong replied. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of mild surprise. The name Master Shen seemed somewhat familiar, yet most could not recall its significance at that moment. Previously, Shen Liangcai's treatment of Prince Kong had indeed stirred considerable commotion in the capital. But the lack of follow-up and the rarity of anyone having seen Shen Liangcai's true visage led to the fervor dissipating swiftly. Some even speculated that Prince Kang's recovery had other causes. As time passed, the uproar caused by Shen Liangcai was scarcely mentioned. Thus, hearing the name again from Prince Kong felt somewhat foreign to the crowd. Even more astonishing was the fact that this individual had been assigned such an esteemed position, standing on par with the Crown Prince. Indeed, it was quite incredible. Crown Prince Liang Junhong's gaze flickered, and after a moment, he recalled, he is merely a wandering sorcerer. yet my uncle treats him with such reverence. Would this not invite ridicule from other nations? Prince Kong responded, Master Shen is a remarkable figure of our time. It would be a slight to him to sit here, even occupying the seat of honor. I would find no fault with it. When Master Shen arrives, Crown Prince, please refrain from any intentional provocation. At these words, Crown Prince Liang Juanhong's expression darkened. He was about to speak when, at the entrance of the venue, a young man clad in white strolled in. Upon witnessing this scene, Prince Kong, the third prince, Princess Ping'ong, and Li Xiuda all rose to greet him. Chapter 70. I must make you remember, the master has finally arrived. Upon seeing Shen Liangcai's appearance, a long-lost smile graced Liang Wenjing's face. I have promised the prince, and I shall not go back on my word, Shen Liangcai said with a smile, his white robe billowing in the wind, exuding an air of nonchalance. After 3 days of recuperation, his injuries had nearly healed. Having consumed cost-ignoring elixirs, his cultivation had advanced to the 9th level of qi refinement, compared to his previous state at the 8th level. His strength had surged dramatically, resulting in a complete transformation, though he still had a distance to cover before reaching the foundation establishment stage. Should Shen Liangcai encounter Ling Zhuwei or Gao Feiyu now, he would not be as beleaguered as before. Master, please, right this way. Prince Kong hastily gestured for Shen Liangcai to proceed. As Shen Liangcai stepped forward, he acknowledged the third prince, Princess Ping'ong, and Li Xiuda with a nod before ascending to the main platform. The crowd's attention sharpened. No one had anticipated that Prince Kong Liang Wenjing would show such courtesy to this youthful figure. It could even be deemed excessive reverence. The princes leading the 5 kingdoms wore faintly mocking smiles. They could not comprehend what merit this young lad possessed that warranted such deference from Liang Wenjing. Crown Prince Liang Juanhong's gaze fell upon Shen Liangcai, noticing that he only possessed the cultivation of blood exchange, a flicker of scorn manifesting in his eyes. However, Shen Liangcai did not even glance at Liang Junhong, his focus directed entirely at Chen Xingzhou and the woman by his side. Instantly, Shen Liangcai sensed something amiss with Chen Xingzhou. Though merely an ordinary martial artist, he emanated a faint, sinister aura. This dark energy was exceedingly malevolent, vaguely hinting at a bloodthirsty nature. This was entirely abnormal. More critically, a late-stage foundation establishment practitioner accompanied him, which made Shen Liangcai acutely aware of the potential threat. Given his current strength, without resorting to unorthodox methods, he would undoubtedly be no match for them. Therefore, he chose not to act rashly, opting instead to wait for the conclusion of the Grand Martial Arts Conference to seek an opportunity for resolution. Simultaneously, Chen Xingzhou and the woman appeared to notice Shen Liangcai's distinctiveness. Their spiritual senses swept over him. However, Shen Liangcai deliberately concealed his aura, rendering their attempts at probing utterly futile. Meanwhile, in a certain section of the Dawei faction, the 5th individual also observed Shen Liangcai. Recalling the day she was subdued by him, a deep sense of humiliation welled within her. She was eager to see what this individual sought at the Grand Martial Arts Conference. In her view, although Shen Liangcai's mastery of runes was unparalleled, it did not imply that his martial prowess was equally formidable. Should he foolishly step onto the stage to fight, he would undoubtedly be crushed mercilessly. The thought of his pitiful appearance after being defeated brought her a sense of satisfaction. Junior brother, where have you been these past few days? We were so worried. A melodious voice rang out. Shen Liangcai turned to see Yuanan and Wu Huiwei approaching swiftly, their faces alight with excitement. Before his departure, Shen Liangcai had entrusted Prince Kong to return the 2 young women to his residence. Seeing them safe and sound brought him comfort as he replied with a smile, "What is there to worry about? Am I not here in good health?" Before he could finish, the 2 young women leaped into his embrace. Both were stunningly beautiful, and their affectionate display towards Shen Liangcai evoked envy from many onlookers. Once seated, Shen Liangcai noticed a familiar figure in another section, Tang Min from the Honyun Trading Company. She was seated among her faction, and upon catching Shen Liangcai's gaze, she smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. After days apart, there was a noticeable change in Tang Min's aura. In addition to an elevation in her martial cultivation, her presence felt dense and profound, subtly exuding a trace of spiritual energy. This indicated that her cultivation of the breathing technique had progressed further. Such an aura was nearly indistinguishable from that of an immortal cultivator. This demonstrated that even without spiritual roots, practicing breathing techniques yielded significant results. Soon, after the presiding official announced the rules, the Grand Martial Arts Conference commenced. The first batch of prodigies took to the stage to compete, and the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. After several rounds of combat, champions emerged from the 5 kingdoms, yet on the side of Liang, apart from General Qian Jiang Qichuan's relentless advance, others scarcely achieved victory. Especially against the warriors of Dawei, they suffered near total defeat. This led several Dawei individuals present to involuntarily smirk. Just as they had previously surmised, Liang possessed only Jiang Qichuan as a worthy contender. Though Jiang Qichuan was remarkable, facing Donggong Xianguan, he would stand no chance whatsoever. A nation's grandeur, yet it could not produce a single formidable contender. How lamentable! The Dawei prince spoke with mockery, his words dripping with arrogance. Many others followed suit, revealing sarcastic smiles. After numerous bouts, Liang's victories amounted to less than 2/10 of any single one of the other 5 nations. That it was utterly disgraceful. The expressions on the faces of Prince Kong and his companions were decidedly grim. However, the Grand Prince of Wei continued to speak. In my view, there is no need to continue this wager. The great Liang should simply cede the 36 cities north of the pass and withdraw from the martial arts conference to avoid further disgrace. This remark was saturated with profound disdain and contempt, inciting immense anger among those present from Great Liang. Li Hongyan could no longer contain himself. He stepped forth from behind his father, Li Xiuda, and addressed the Grand Prince of Wei with indignation. The battle is not yet concluded, yet you demand that Great Liang relinquish its cities. Truly, you are shameless. Allow me, Li Hongyan, to experience the prowess of the Wei prodigy. No sooner had he finished speaking than he leaped onto a nearby combat stage. Observing this scene, the Grand Prince of Wei sneered and issued a command to a nearby youth. The young man immediately complied. Confronting Li Hongyan on the combat stage, this youth's cultivation was on par with Li Hongyan's, yet he exuded an aura of lethal intent, clearly a battle-hardened veteran. Such individuals were typically survivors forged through countless skirmishes. In terms of combat skills, experience, and fighting spirit, they were leagues ahead of a young dandy like Li Hongyuan. As the battle commenced, Li Hongyan found himself thoroughly suppressed by his opponent, faced with the relentless onslaught of the Wei youth. He was forced to retreat step by step. Sweat beaded on Li Hongyan's forehead, and his expression darkened considerably, despite his fierce courage, which momentarily allowed him to regain an advantage. He was still unable to withstand the Wei youth's ferocious offensive tactics. Boom! With a dull thud, Li Hongyan was sent flying by a punch from the Wei youth, nearly tumbling off the combat stage. Just as he attempted to rise, the Wei youth descended upon him, his foot pressing down mercilessly, pinning Li Hongyan firmly to the stage. Such a worthless fool dares to show disrespect to a prince. I must teach you a lesson. With that, the Wei youth increased the pressure of his foot, causing Li Hongyan to spit out blood once more. Do you see? Before me, you are nothing more than an ant. Henceforth, best not to boast in front of those from Wei. Now, begone. The Wei youth sneered as he trampled Li Hongyan, his eyes glinting with mockery. Before his words could fade, he kicked Li Hongyan off the combat stage, leaving him in a most disgraceful state. Witnessing this, Li Xiuda in the main viewing area nearly erupted in fury. While the other members of Great Liang wore expressions of ire, the Wei youth was utterly arrogant, showing no regard for their nation. Struggling to rise from the ground, Li Hongyan directed a defiant gaze toward the Wei youth on the stage, his eyes shimmering with an indomitable spirit. He remained silent. The words of a defeated man are but hollow echoes, and only by vanquishing his opponent could he deliver a true retort. Master Shen, I have disappointed you. Upon returning to the main viewing area, Li Hongyan approached Shen Liangcai first, a hint of shame evident on his handsome features. Now, do you understand the importance of strength? Shen Liangcai inquired, leisurely sipping his tea. I understand. Li Hongyan nodded emphatically. Previously, in the Grand Tutor's residence, he had relied on Shen Liangcai's talismans to defeat the silver-haired youth from Wei with a single blow, which had inflated his ego somewhat. But now, it was clear that all of that was an illusion. Only through his own strength could he stand undefeated. Failure is the mother of success. Your talent surpasses that of everyone present. Do not be disheartened, Shen Liangcai reassured, patting Li Hongyun's shoulder. His words were not mere consolation. He had already discerned that this young man possessed superior spiritual roots. Such talent, not only in the mortal realm but also within the realm of cultivation, was truly exceptional, though it remained unrecognized in this world. Thank you, Master Shen, for your guidance. After the martial arts conference concludes, I shall personally oversee my son's martial training. Li Xiuda stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Shen Liangcai. Ha, him, a worthless wretch, and he dares to speak of talent. Truly, a baseless boast. At that moment, a voice of mockery echoed from the Wei camp. Many nodded in agreement, their faces adorned with derisive smiles. One Wei expert, fixing his gaze on Shen Liangcai, scoffed. Why take the words of a mere blood exchange realm practitioner seriously? With such cultivation, to be revered as a guest of honor by Great Liang, one wonders how much skill he truly possesses. The mere cultivation of blood exchange realm holds no real worth. At best, he is a charlatan. Numerous individuals from Wei directed their scornful gazes toward Shen Liangcai, their words dripping with derision. Yet, Shen Liangcai chose to disregard their insults, continuing to savor his tea while observing the battles unfold. "Your Highness, what should we do next?" At that moment, a Wei youth leaned in to consult the Grand Prince of Wei. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in the Grand Prince's eyes as he declared solemnly, "On the combat stage, if we encounter anyone from Great Liang, let them be incapacitated if possible, or eliminated if necessary." Upon hearing this, the Wei youth's eyes gleamed with intensity as he took his leave. In the ensuing battles, all the Wei prodigies became exceedingly ruthless whenever they faced someone from Great Liang. After numerous bouts, at least a dozen young talents from Great Liang met a tragic end on the combat stage. Those who managed to survive were left in horrid conditions, suffering severed limbs or even crippled cultivation. Many gasped in shock. The brutality of the Wei prodigies was beyond measure, leaving no room for the people of Great Liang to survive. The expressions of Prince Kong, the third prince, Princess Pingong, Li Xiuda, and Li Hongyan were all grim. Yet, they found themselves powerless to intervene. In the arena, the rules of combat dictated that life and death were of no concern. A long-standing principle of the martial arts conference. It could be said that before the Wei prodigies, all individuals from Great Liang appeared utterly defenseless. Only General Qian, Jiang Qichuan, maintained an undefeated record. His spirit had been greatly ignited after being suppressed by the Eastern Palace's Xiongwen at Prince King's residence. He worked diligently, and within a mere fortnight, he broke through to the Master Realm, grasping two martial arts principles along the way, his combat prowess soaring. In the subsequent battles, Jiang Qichuan triumphed over top prodigies such as Chao Hongyi, Ke Yuan, Ling Gaofei, and Feng Qingwen, astonishing all. He ascended to become the leading contender for the top seed alongside Eastern Palace's Xiongwen. This filled the hearts of the people of Great Liang with hope. If Jiang Qichuan could defeat Xiongwen, not only would he claim the title of the greatest prodigy in the Qingyan realm, but Great Liang would also emerge as the biggest victor of this martial arts conference. Bang! With a resounding thud, Jiang Qichuan vanquished his final opponent. That moment, he stood on the combat stage, his robes billowing, his deep-set eyes fixed upon Xiongwen, who stood not far away. He declared loudly, "Only we two remain. Whoever prevails shall claim the top seed of this martial arts conference. Come, let us battle." As these words left his lips, the crowd trembled with anticipation, their eyes reflecting a fervent eagerness. The battle for the top seat was about to begin. This would be the pinnacle confrontation of this martial arts conference and would determine the true heir of the title of the greatest prodigy in the Qingyan realm. However, Jiang Qichuan's ascent to this stage had taken many by surprise. Even Prince Kong, Jiang Qichuan's mentor, wore a look of satisfaction. Yet, despite Jiang Qichuan's miraculous achievements, standing upon this stage of ultimate confrontation, no one believed he had the qualifications to contend with Xiongwen. As the foremost prodigy in the Qingyan realm, Xiongwen had consistently maintained a significant lead over the other exceptional figures. The disparity was not something that Jiang Qichuan's sudden enlightenment could bridge. Thus, even with Jiang Qichuan's triumph over all his opponents, the Wei crowd remained unperturbed. Like Jiang Qichuan, Xiongwen had also maintained an unblemished record. However, Xiongwen's victories were distinct, for he had yet to engage in combat since the martial arts conference commenced. Those who faced him recognized their inferiority and voluntarily conceded, including top figures such as Chao Hongyi, Ke Yuan, Ling Gaofei, and Feng Qingwen, all of whom surrendered outright. At this moment, Xiongwen sat cross-legged on another combat stage. Surrounded by an air of profound mystery, upon hearing Jiang Qichuan's words, he slowly opened his eyes. "Brother Jiang, out of consideration for our past ties, I advise you to concede gracefully. I do not wish to embarrass you. I hope you can recognize the futility of your struggle and refrain from making any unnecessary sacrifices." His voice was soft yet resonated clearly with everyone present. Xiongwen, the foremost prodigy of the Qingyan realm, exuded absolute confidence through his words. Even though Jiang Qichuan displayed strength beyond his previous self, Xiongwen remained unfazed, as if the title of the top seat was custom-tailored for him, with no one capable of contesting it. Jiang Qichuan's brows knitted tightly, feeling as though his dignity had been trampled upon. He roared, "Xiongwen, how dare you be so arrogant? I acknowledge your strength, but I, Jiang Qichuan, shall step upon your head to claim the top seat. Prepare yourself." Before his words could fade, the spectators beheld Jiang Qichuan take a decisive step, his body soaring into the air, unleashing a palm strike imbued with tremendous destructive power towards Xiongwen. Feeling the overwhelming power of Jiang Qichuan's palm strike, many found their hearts trembling. The force of this blow was evidently far more formidable than any of his previous attacks. Yet, Donggong Xianwen remained seated cross-legged on the stage, his expression remarkably calm and unperturbed. The instant Jiang Qichuan's palm imprint descended, a gentle radiance enveloped Donggong Xiangwen's body. This light appeared ordinary, yet it seemed to resonate with the grand forces of heaven and earth. The power of the cosmos was at his disposal, transcending the realm of martial artists. With a thunderous roar, Jiang Qichuan's palm imprint crashed down, only to be repelled by the luminous aura surrounding Donggong Xianwen. Unmoved, Donggong Xianwen remained still, while Jiang Qichuan staggered backwards, his complexion pale, breath unstable, and even sustaining a hint of injury. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. Such a terrifying palm strike from Jiang Qichuan could not even breach Donggong Xianwen's defenses. It was simply astounding. They struggled to comprehend the level of Donggong Xianwen's prowess at this moment. Brother Jiang, I do not wish to harm you. It is not too late to regret now. Concede. Donggong Xianwen slowly rose, his angular features devoid of emotion, his black robe billowing with the wind, graceful and nonchalant. Although his words were meant to persuade, to someone like Jiang Qichuan, who placed immense value on personal honor, it was nothing short of an affront. If you wish for me to concede, then defeat me on this stage. With a resonant declaration, Jiang Qichuan moved again. He stepped forward with force, charging at Donggong Xianwen like a fierce tiger. A terrifying aura of fists erupted, entwined by two martial truths, one of ice and the other of fire. The combined essence of ice and fire twisted together like two colossal dragons, coiling around the might of Jiang Qichuan's strike. As it passed, the void erupted and distorted. The unleashed power rivaled that of a mid-level master. Even from a distance, the spectators could feel the dreadfulness of Jiang Qichuan's punch. Incredibly, Jiang Qichuan had grasped two martial truths in a mere half-month. This was truly formidable. Even many from the Great Wei camp were left astounded by the might of Jiang Qichuan's punch. However, Donggong Xianwen showed no intention of evasion. His sharp features remained expressionless, just as Jiang Qichuan's fist was about to descend. Donggong Xianwen raised his right hand and gently pointed forward with his index finger. In the next moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. Jiang Qichuan's fist, imbued with the martial truths of ice and fire, abruptly halted. Everything seemed to freeze, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Jiang Qichuan's eyes widened in shock, his face awash with disbelief. He could not fathom what technique Donggong Xianwen had employed to effortlessly neutralize his fist, which contained two martial truths. More importantly, at that moment, he too was rendered immobile, utterly unable to move. The onlookers were all agog with trepidation. A venerable elder from the Great Qi camp trembled as he spoke. It is the force of heaven and earth. Donggong Xianwen has grasped the power of the heavenly momentum. This is simply unbelievable. At this proclamation, the crowd shuddered anew. The heavenly momentum was a mysterious force that transcended martial truths. Throughout history, no more than 3 individuals in the Qingyan realm had comprehended such power. Each was a legendary figure of unparalleled renown. Now, on the stage of the world's foremost martial arts tournament, Donggong Xianwen had displayed this force before the eyes of all. This left the audience utterly petrified. Their expressions filled with astonishment and disbelief. If martial truths were the distilled essence of attribute power, unleashing the most potent attacks, then the heavenly momentum was the ability to harness the grand forces of heaven and earth for oneself. The two were not even comparable. It was no exaggeration to say that even if Jiang Qichuan comprehended multiple martial truths, they would be of no use in the face of the heavenly momentum. In that moment, Jiang Qichuan found himself utterly powerless against the heavenly force unleashed by Donggong Xianwen. Yet, he still seemed unwilling to yield, struggling with all his might. However, no matter how he fought, it was futile. Donggong Xianwen cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Qichuan, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Brother Jiang, to comprehend 2 martial truths in half a month is indeed commendable. Alas, you encountered me. It can only be said that you were simply out of luck." As his words fell, an invisible force erupted from Donggong Xianwen's body, instantly crashing into Jiang Qichuan. Bang! Jiang Qichuan let out a muffled groan. His body hurtling down from the stage like a kite with its string cut, blood spurting from his mouth, his complexion ghastly pale. Witnessing this scene, the faces of the great Liang people darkened. Previously, Jiang Qichuan's meteoric rise had filled them with hope. They had believed that with his mastery of 2 martial truths, he could contend with Donggong Xianwen. Yet, they never imagined the gap between them remained so vast. Indeed, they were no longer on the same level. Throughout the entire confrontation, Donggong Xianwen had effortlessly dismantled Jiang Qichuan's most potent attack with a single move and used invisible force to send him plummeting from the stage. Such prowess was truly worthy of the title of the greatest talent in the Qingyan realm. Who among the audience could achieve such a feat? The Great Wei camp erupted in cheers. Although they had anticipated the outcome, none expected Donggong Xianwen to win so effortlessly. It was a complete dimensional crushing. After defeating Jiang Qichuan, Donggong Qianwen faced no further challengers, ascending to the throne of the foremost position in the World Martial Arts Tournament. He stood with hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor unwavering even under the scrutiny of all. Perhaps for him, everything was as it should be, hardly worthy of celebration. Donggong Qianwen fixed his gaze on Prince Kong in the main viewing stand, inquiring loudly, "Might I ask, Your Highness, do you still remember the wager between our two nations?" Liang Wenjing's complexion darkened, and he could only grit his teeth and nod. "Of course I remember." "Then, as per our earlier agreement, the 36 cities of Beibei will henceforth be governed by our Great Way, and from now on, there shall be no further ties with Great Liang," Donggong Qianwen continued. Although he did not care for the title of the foremost position in the martial arts tournament, he was still keen to secure benefits for his nation. "Your Great Liang lacks the skill. I hope your Highness will not renege on this. Otherwise, I shall personally lead troops southward to reclaim justice." The Prince of Great Way spoke with a tone of triumph, laced with a hint of threat. Upon hearing this, many began to murmur. They understood the significance of the 36 cities of Beibei to Great Liang. Losing this natural barrier would mean the eventual demise of Great Liang was inevitable. The expressions of the Great Liang people turned ashen, revealing their panic and helplessness. "Who says Great Liang lacks skill? I shall be the first to disagree." However, at that moment, a calm voice resonated through the crowd. All eyes turned to the speaker, who turned out to be Shen Liangcai. Upon seeing him speak, Prince Kong, the third prince, Princess Pingong, and Li Hongyan all appeared excited, as if they had glimpsed hope once more. Yet, the Prince of Great Way merely scoffed derisively, his expression one of disdain. "Disagree? Do you wish to step onto the stage and challenge Donggong Qianwen?" Upon these words, the crowd fell momentarily silent. Then quickly reacted, their faces adorned with mocking smiles. Two young men from the Great Way camp began to ridicule. "Ha ha, the prince has quite the sense of humor. This fellow is merely at the blood exchange stage. What could he possibly use to challenge Donggong Qianwen? Even Jiang Qichuan was not a match for him. With 100-fold courage, he would not dare step onto the stage. Indeed, a mere blood exchange waste dares to come forth and embarrass himself. Who does he think he is? How could he possibly compare to a figure like Donggong Qianwen?" Shen Liangcai, however, paid no heed to their reactions, his demeanor still as tranquil as ever, unaffected by the tumultuous waves around him. Addressing the Prince of Great Way, he declared, "Your Highness truly possesses foresight. I, Shen, indeed harbor such intent." Upon hearing this, the Prince of Great Way's gaze sharpened, hardly believing his ears, before he could fully comprehend. Shen Liangcai lightly tapped his toes, his body gracefully descending onto the stage. Is this fellow mad? As this scene unfolded, many were momentarily stunned, surprise flickering in their eyes. Among the team of Qixia sect in the main viewing stand, Diwu Ran's lips curled into a playful smile. Though Shen Liangcai's mastery of runes was unparalleled, the foremost martial arts tournament focused on martial prowess. In Diwu Ran's view, Shen Liangcai stood no chance against Donggong Qianwen. Ascending the stage at this moment was akin to courting death. She even began to anticipate the scene where Shen Liangcai would be suppressed by Donggong Qianwen. Donggong Qianwen's thoughts mirrored those of Diwu Ran. In terms of pure martial prowess, he was confident he could subdue Shen Liangcai within a single exchange. Seeing Shen Liangcai voluntarily court death, Donggong Qianwen scoffed coldly, asking, "Are you certain you wish to challenge me?" Shen Liangcai stood with his hands behind his back, gazing intently at Donggong Qianwen. "You have two choices, concede or be subdued by me. The choice is yours. At this, Donggong Qianwen laughed, a scornful smile gracing his face. "I fail to comprehend from whence your confidence stems to speak to me thus. Do not presume that because you possess some runic power, you are entitled to contend with me. Here lies the martial arts tournament, where the prowess of martial arts is put to the ultimate test. Even if one possesses unparalleled skills in runes, they are rendered utterly ineffective here. Prepare to meet your demise." No sooner had the words left his lips than the spectators witnessed Donggong Qianwen raise his hand again. His finger pointing with deliberate precision, an invisible wave of energy shattered all barriers, hurtling towards Shen Liangcai with astonishing speed. The seemingly mundane gesture commanded the very forces of heaven and earth to their utmost potential. Enveloped in a chilling aura of lethal intent on severing Shen Liangcai from life itself, as the people from the 5 nations stood in shock, their disdainful laughter echoed in the air. Shen Liangcai, so oblivious to the gravity of the situation, had drawn their eager anticipation to witness his impending doom. A glint of mockery flickered in the beautiful eyes of 5th Rand. She could sense the might of Donggong Qianwen's strike. Though he possessed only the cultivation of a grandmaster, he exhibited formidable capabilities to challenge those beyond his rank, augmented further by the forces of heaven and earth. This strike posed a genuine threat to the lives of late-stage grandmasters. Even if Shen Liangcai harbored hidden strengths, his age rendered him incapable of withstanding such an onslaught. Behold, such a manipulation of the forces of heaven and earth is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Even grandmasters cannot touch this threshold. To witness such mysterious power before your demise is a privilege in itself. Donggong Xiangwen sneered, unleashing his attack. He stood upon the battle platform, merging seamlessly with the very fabric of the world around him. This signified that his comprehension of the forces of heaven and earth had indeed reached extraordinary heights. Yet, no matter how formidable the forces he wielded, they could not conceal the fact that he was merely a mortal martial artist. In the presence of true cultivators, all was rendered futile. In the face of the assault unleashed by Donggong Xiangwen, Shen Liangcai merely lifted his hand and pressed down gently. In an instant, the spiritual essence of heaven and earth converged, manifesting as an invisible hand in the void. As Shen Liangcai's palm descended, that intangible hand descended with an unparalleled might, and the next moment, the onlookers beheld, under the overwhelming suppression of that invisible hand, Donggong Xiangwen's proud attack crumbled to dust without resistance. The intangible hand remained unscathed, continuing its path of annihilation towards Donggong Xiangwen's form. With a resounding thud, a deep, resonant sound echoed through the arena. Donggong Xiangwen let out a muffled groan, feeling as if his spine was bearing the weight of 1,000 pounds. His bones cracked and shifted under the unbearable force, and he could no longer withstand it. Collapsing to his knees in submission, the ground beneath him fractured violently, splintering outward from the point of impact. In that moment, every gaze was fixed, filled with disbelief and horror. No one had anticipated that a youth seemingly only at the blood exchange stage could unleash such terrifying power. Even a figure as esteemed as Donggong Xiangwen could not endure his strike. Truly unfathomable. How can this be? You are but at the blood exchange stage. How could you so effortlessly dismantle my manipulation of the forces of heaven and earth? What sorcery is this? Donggong Xiangwen knelt, his deep-set eyes filled with incredulity. He had never imagined that Shen Liangcai, with such lowly cultivation, could possess such terrifying strength, yet he seemed unwilling to accept defeat. With a fierce roar, he summoned all his energy, attempting to rise once more. Suppression. Shen Liangcai's palm pressed downward again. An even more formidable force of suppression descended like divine retribution, before Donggong Xiangwen could rise. He was forcibly brought down to the ground. His complexion flushed, veins bulged on his forehead, and blood seeped from the corners of his mouth. He was utterly disheveled, the pride of the Azure Cloud realm. Donggong Xiangwen had fallen, brought to his knees by the mere whim of Shen Liangcai. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, no one would dare believe such a spectacle could be real. You scoundrel, how dare you harm my disciple? Prepare to pay with your life. Seeing Donggong Xiangwen's pitiful state on the stage, his master, Dainyanjin, could no longer remain seated. He leapt into the air, the overwhelming aura of a grandmaster erupting forth. Even before his feet touched the ground, he unleashed a devastating palm strike. The sheer force of the palm was cataclysmic, imbued with a terrifying intent to kill. The very air around them cracked and twisted as it aimed to obliterate Shen Liangcai entirely. Prince Kong and the others wore expressions of grave concern. They had never anticipated that Dainyanjin would disregard the tournament's rules to strike at Shen Liangcai. Elder Dai has made his move. Truly a grandmaster of unparalleled might, such a fearsome palm strike. Even if Shen Liangcai possesses immense strength, he is unlikely to withstand this blow. As this unexpected turn unfolded, murmurs of agreement rippled through the crowd. Many nodded, acknowledging the truth in these words. As the esteemed inner elder of the Crimson Cloud sect, Dainyanjin ranked among the top 5 in the Great Way. He was a true master of his craft. Shen Liangcai's humiliation of his disciple would surely exact a price. Chapter 74. I claim your flesh. How dare you challenge me in my presence, given your paltry standing? Upon witnessing Dainyanjin's intervention, Shen Liangcai's brows furrowed in discontent. He paid no heed to Dainyanjin's impending palm strike, instead launching forth a colossal hand with astonishing force. In an instant, that hand transcended all, rendering Dainyanjin's palm strike futile. Where the hand passed, all was obliterated in its wake. As it barreled toward Dainyanjin's throat, Dainyanjin's expression turned to one of sheer horror. She attempted to evade, but it was too late. The colossal hand clasped around her throat like a vice, rendering her motionless in midair. No matter how she struggled, it was to no avail. Under such overwhelming power, Dainyanjin felt utterly insignificant, a mere lamb awaiting slaughter. As a grandmaster, you violate the tournament's rules and intervene in this battle. Do you not know your crimes? Shen Liangcai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sharp and piercing as he regarded Dainyanjin's reddening face. His voice chilling. Who are you? How can you possess such strength? Dainyanjin clutched her throat, terror etched across her features. As a grandmaster, She had never encountered such a soul-crushing sense of despair. She could not fathom that this was the power wielded by a mere youth. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, their hearts trembling violently. Previously, Shen Liangcai's single strike that suppressed Dong Xiangwen had left them reeling with shock. They had not anticipated that this was merely an appetizer. Even Dine Yinjin, a grandmaster, had been easily defeated, truly astonishing. Fifth Ran clenched her fists, her expression grim. She could scarcely believe that Shen Liangcai not only possessed extraordinary rune mastery but also horrifying personal strength. Even her senior sister was no match for him, easily subdued and restrained. That scene transcended Fifth Ran's understanding. Previously, she had felt humiliated by her defeat at Shen Liangcai's hands and had vowed to train diligently for revenge. Yet now, both the shame of the past and the last vestiges of her fighting spirit had been grounded dust. It could be said that Fifth Ran had lost all hope of avenging herself against Shen Liangcai. His might extinguished any flicker of confidence she had in herself. Release Elder Dai at once. This wager is for the victory of the Great Liang. Seeing Dine Yinjin in dire straits, the Prince of the Great Way hurriedly rose to address Shen Liangcai. Shen Liangcai turned his gaze towards the Prince of the Great Way. The wager for the victory of the Great Liang is entirely justified. Your people of the Great Way have violated the rules and must face the consequences. Before his words had fully settled, the invisible hand tightened its grip, causing Dine Yinjin's complexion to turn a deep shade of purple, perilously close to passing out. Observing this, the Prince of the Great Way's face turned ashen. What do you want? Shen Liangcai replied. Aside from the return of lost territories, the Great Way must cede the 8 prefectures of the southern frontier as compensation. If not, prepare for this one as funeral. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated with undeniable authority. The assembled crowd trembled at his words. The 8 prefectures of the southern frontier were rich lands bordering the Great Liang, an indispensable part of the Great Way's territory. At this moment, Shen Liangcai demanded not only the return of lands once occupied by the Great Way, but also the cession of the southern 8 prefectures. An audacious demand indeed. The Prince of the Great Way clenched his fists, the sound of cracking bones echoing as his brow furrowed deeper. The Crimson Cloud sect was the foremost sect in the Great Way, with a foundation that rivaled even the imperial family. Should anything happen to Dine Yinjin, he would have to answer to the Crimson Cloud sect. After a brief moment of weighing the pros and cons, the Prince of the Great Way begrudgingly declared, I accept your terms. Release her. Upon hearing the acceptance, Shen Liangcai withdrew his hand. Dine Yinjin collapsed weakly to the ground, her gaze toward Shen Liangcai filled with dread. Excellent. A tide of jubilant cheers erupted from the people of the Great Liang. From the inception of the first martial arts tournament, they had endured countless humiliations and oppressions. Their pent-up fury had reached a boiling point. Yet, due to their inferiority, they had been forced to endure. Even facing the disgrace of ceding 36 cities in the northern territories, a near-national catastrophe. Yet, unexpectedly, Shen Liangcai had emerged at the crucial moment, forcefully suppressing both Dine Yinjin and Dong Xiangwen. Not only did it allow them to regain their dignity, but it also helped the Great Liang secure vast territories. This exhilarating sensation, unless experienced firsthand, could hardly be comprehended. Prince Kong, the third prince, Princess Pingong, Li Xiuda, Yu Anan, Wu Huiwei, and Li Hongyan were all visibly elated. Li Hongyan was so overwhelmed with excitement that he began to dance with joy. In this moment, Shen Liangcai undoubtedly emerged as a hero in the hearts of the people of Great Liang. Shen Liangcai did not cast a single glance at Dine Yinjin and walked directly off the arena. Observing Shen Liangcai's departing figure, Dong Xiangwen appeared dazed, his eyes hollow and devoid of spirit. Not only had Shen Liangcai easily defeated him, but even his master had been effortlessly crushed. This undoubtedly shattered Dong Xiangwen's confidence. Similar to Dong Xiangwen's expression was Jiang Qichuan. He had once harbored profound doubts regarding Shen Liangcai's alchemical prowess and had disdainfully dismissed Shen Liangcai's advice at Prince Kang's residence. Furthermore, he had harbored resentment over Princess Pingyang's excessive admiration for Shen Liangcai. However, after witnessing Shen Liangcai's godlike prowess, Jiang Qichuan realized how foolish his previous thoughts had been. It could be said that Shen Liangcai was entirely on a different plane from him. From beginning to end, Shen Liangcai had never regarded him with any seriousness. Consequently, no matter how overtly Jiang Qichuan expressed his hostility towards Shen Liangcai, the latter remained utterly indifferent. This indifference was tantamount to disdain for being on the same level as him. At this moment, Jiang Qichuan's heart was a tumult of emotions, and he even began to doubt himself. Reflecting upon his past thoughts, he realized that everything had been a self-directed performance. Shen Liangcai had never considered him a worthy opponent. Master, you have worked hard. Shen Liangcai paid no heed to the thoughts of the crowd and leisurely returned to the main viewing platform. There, Prince Kong Liang Wenzheng, the third Prince Liang Juntian, Princess Pingong, Li Xiuda, Li Hongyun, and numerous civil and military officials all rose to greet him. Liang Wenjing even bowed deeply before Shen Liangcai in front of everyone present. Shen Liangcai assisted Liang Wenjing to his feet and waved his hand, saying, "This is our agreement. I have merely done what I was supposed to do. Your Highness need not go to such lengths." Unlike the others, Shen Liangcai exhibited no emotional fluctuations. His purpose was straightforward: to assist the great Liang in winning the wager, thereby securing 2 spots to enter the Meteor Sea. Other matters were of no concern to him. Today, Master Shen has elevated our national prestige and aided Great Liang in expanding its territories. Truly a hero for the ages, this prince will immediately petition the emperor to reward the master handsomely. The third Prince Liang Juntian spoke with a smile, his demeanor still gracious despite his excitement. Shen Liangcai's intervention had turned the tide for Great Liang in this martial arts tournament. While some rejoiced, others found it hard to smile, namely, Crown Prince Liang Zhuhong. Liang Zhuhong had anticipated that Great Liang would lose the wager, allowing him to denounce Prince Kong and the third prince before the emperor, thereby solidifying his position as heir apparent. Little did he expect that Shen Liangcai would thwart all his plans. This young man possesses the pure young immortal body. With his physical form, I can be reborn and cultivate anew. Almost simultaneously, Grandmaster Qin Xingzhou's gaze fixated on Shen Liangcai, his pupils flashing with intense fervor as he spoke to the woman beside him. Chapter 75. If the young lady is willing. The woman nodded. She cast her eyes toward Shen Liangcai, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly, a dangerous glint flickering within. Shen Liangcai's celestial awareness was vastly superior to that of his peers. Every whisper of the wind and every rustle of grass within a radius of several miles could not escape his notice. Naturally, he had also perceived the woman's menacing gaze, with Shen Liangcai's victory over Dai Nianjin and Donggong Xiangwen's disciples. This year's Grand Martial Arts Tournament was drawing to a close. If Donggong Xiangwen had dazzled the audience, then Shen Liangcai's performance had been revolutionary, revealing to all what true power entailed. From this moment on, Shen Liangcai's name would undoubtedly resonate throughout the Qingyan realm, becoming known to all. Yet, Shen Liangcai remained indifferent to such accolades. He did not even participate in the final rankings of the martial arts tournament. Hence, the first place still belonged to Donggong Xiangwen. The 2nd to 5th positions were claimed by Jiang Qichuan, Chao Hongyi, Ke Yuin, and Ling Gaofei. Some of the most exceptional young talents in the Qingyan realm. Their performances were commendable. According to the rules of the martial arts tournament, the top 5 winners, in addition to their regular rewards, would also obtain qualifications to enter the Meteor Sea. To Shen Liangcai's surprise, Tang Min from the Hongyan Trading Company had also made it into the top 20. It was noteworthy that her cultivation level was not high. She had only recently broken through to the innate realm. Yet, despite her inferior cultivation, she had forcefully surged into the top 20, demonstrating her uniqueness. Shen Liangcai understood that this was related to Tang Min's practice of the breathing technique. It was no exaggeration to say that in the realm of cultivation, any powerful breathing technique far surpassed the so-called ultimate martial arts of the mortal world. Not only did Tang Min possess the breathing technique, but she had also cultivated a trace of spiritual energy, greatly enhancing her combat prowess. "My friend, congratulations." At that moment, Tang Min approached Shen Liangcai. Gazing at Shen Liangcai's handsome visage, her elongated eyes sparkled with intrigue. Tang Min was more aware of Shen Liangcai's strength than anyone else present, for she had witnessed him decimate the headquarters of the Hongyan Trading Company in Great Liang. In that battle, Shen Liangcai had sent the leader of the Great Liang headquarters fleeing in all directions, single-handedly turning the tide. Yet, after witnessing Shen Liangcai's current prowess, Tang Min was even more astonished. She could distinctly sense the significant change in Shen Liangcai's strength. Compared to before, it had surged dramatically. This left Tang Min both in awe and increasingly curious about Shen Liangcai. She yearned to know how he had achieved such power at such a young age and embarked on the path of a cultivator. It's merely a trivial matter, not worthy of concern. Shen Liangcai waved his hand dismissively, adopting an air of indifference. As a cultivator, if one could not easily overpower mere mortal warriors, what would be the point of their title? Shen Liangcai preferred to avoid the spotlight. Were it not for the opportunity to enter the Meteor Sea, he might not have even attended this Grand Martial Arts Tournament. By the way, here, take this. Shen Liangcai handed a beautifully crafted, ancient-looking token to Tang Min. Tang Min's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Upon recognizing the token's appearance, she gasped and covered her mouth with her delicate hand, asking Shen Liangcai, "Is this the token for entering the Meteor Sea?" "Indeed," Shen Liangcai affirmed with a nod. The meteor sea will open in half a month. Only those possessing this token may pass through the barriers to enter the meteor sea region. Previously, had it not been for Tang Min enlightening Shen Liangcai, he might still be oblivious to the matters concerning the meteor sea. This was something Shen Liangcai remembered deeply. Having secured 2 spots, he offered one to Tang Min as a token of gratitude. "Are you certain you wish to give this to me?" Tang Min asked, slightly incredulous. She had always held an infinite yearning for the meteor sea, but its extreme mystery, opening only once every 500 years, made it a place many coveted yet few ever had the chance to explore. This made Tang Min feel as if she were living in a dream. "Of course," Shen Liangcai said, "if the young lady is willing. We may travel together in half a month." Upon hearing this, a radiant smile spread across Tang Min's face as she tightly clutched the token, lifting her chin to Shen Liangcai and saying, "Then I shall gladly accept." With the conclusion of the martial arts tournament, everyone began to exit. Shen Liangcai did not linger, leaving Yuanan and Wu Huiwei at Prince Kang's residence before departing. At this point, dusk was approaching, and the streets were gradually becoming less crowded. As Shen Liangcai walked into an alley, a long sword was suddenly pressed against his throat. "Don't move, or I'll kill you." Shen Liangcai raised an eyebrow. Emerging from the shadows of the alley was a figure wearing a conical hat. It was none other than the woman who had previously accompanied Grandmaster Chen Xingzhou. This individual was a late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator, her cultivation level significantly surpassing Shen Liangcai's. "What do you want?" Shen Liangcai asked calmly. "Come with me," the woman said coldly, her eyes glinting with menace beneath the hat. Shen Liangcai made no resistance and followed her out of the alley under her control. "That I wish to know where you intend to take me?" Shen Liangcai inquired. The woman's delicate face remained expressionless, her voice as frigid as ever. "You'll find out when we arrive." Even if the woman remained silent, Shen Liangcai had an inkling of the answer in his heart. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the foot of a mountain outside the capital. By this time, darkness had fully descended, and the echoes of beastly roars reverberated through the mountains. After traversing several towering peaks, they entered a cave situated halfway up the mountainside. The cave was exceedingly deep, appearing pitch black from the outside, yet within, flickering flames illuminated the interior. A pungent stench of blood filled the entire cave. Through the firelight, Shen Liangcai discerned a figure seated upon a slab of blue stone not far away. It was none other than the current Grandmaster Chen Xingzhou. At this moment, Chen Xingzhou had his hands placed over his dantian. As the two figures approached, Chen Xingzhou slowly opened his eyes. The ancient, deep red glow in his pupils shimmered with an overwhelming fervor, revealing an uncontrollable zeal. Indeed, it is a pure young celestial body, and it has already stepped into the threshold of immortality cultivation. Such a physical form is a rarity encountered once in a millennium, and I have managed to find it. Truly, heaven assist me. Ha ha ha, bring him forth. Witnessing this scene, Shen Liangcai furrowed his brow, unable to restrain his curiosity. Who exactly are you? Since the martial arts conference of the world's number 1, he had noticed Chen Xingzhou's peculiarity. The words uttered by the latter now were far from those of an ordinary martial artist. A mere junior. What right do you have to inquire about my name? Chen Xingzhou scoffed disdainfully. To have your body taken by me is a privilege. Before his words faded, a more terrifying dark aura erupted from Chen Xingzhou's form, enveloping Shen Liangcai like a dark demon. Subsequently, a formidable devouring force descended. Chapter 76. The Heroine Immortal sect. Shen Liangcai felt his body instantly ensnared by that dreadful devouring power. The force fused with the dark aura, transforming into a consuming prison that sought to completely subdue him within its confines. Shen Liangcai's expression turned alarmed. A terrifying punch surged forth, crashing down upon the devouring prison. Boom, the prison trembled violently but quickly settled. Shen Liangcai's strike failed to leave any mark upon it. Simultaneously, countless dark tendrils began to sprout rapidly from the surface of the devouring prison, coiling towards Shen Liangcai from all sides. His countenance grew grave. With a swift motion, a longsword materialized in his palm. Swish, 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 several beams of sword light sliced forth, severing numerous tendrils in half. Yet more tendrils emerged in their stead. No matter how swift Shen Liangcai's sword light was, it could not keep pace with the growth of the tendrils. In the blink of an eye, his limbs and body became ensnared. The tips of the tendrils, sharp as daggers, pierced into Shen Liangcai's flesh like roots of a plant. Shen Liangcai's brow furrowed deeply, the excruciating pain causing cold sweat to bead upon his skin. Child, there is no need to struggle. The more you resist, the more you shall suffer. Before me, you shall have no chance. It would be better to surrender willingly. Chen Xingzhou sneered coldly at Shen Liangcai's frantic struggles. The tendrils continued to extend, quickly covering Shen Liangcai entirely. An even more terrifying devouring power was unleashed through the myriad of tendrils. Shen Liangcai's body trembled violently as he felt his very soul being rapidly stripped away. Darkness clouded his vision, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. With gritted teeth, Shen Liangcai persevered, channeling his celestial consciousness to its utmost limit to contend with the devouring force. However, Chen Xingzhou proved to be far more formidable than he had anticipated. The dark aura emanating from his opponent could even erode his celestial consciousness. Despite Chen Xingzhou possessing the cultivation of a grandmaster, he was still merely a mortal martial artist. Yet the abilities he displayed transcended the realm of ordinary mortals. This realization dawned upon Shen Liangcai. The Chen Xingzhou before him likely had only this corporeal form remaining. His soul surely did not belong to this world. Still daring to struggle? You might as well perish. Chen Xingzhou gritted his teeth. Among those he had devoured recently, Shen Liangcai was undoubtedly the most troublesome, causing him to lose patience. With a furious roar, the blood-red light surrounding him fused with the dark aura, transforming into an invisible blood curse that enveloped Shen Liangcai's form. The blood curse, imbued with a curse's power, accelerated the decay of Shen Liangcai's soul. His vision dimmed, and his mind felt as though it were shattering. As he stood on the brink of death, Shen Liangcai ceased to hold back, summoning the Yin-Yang Six Harmonies technique. In an instant, the power of Yin and Yang intertwined within him, meeting the devouring force with an unmatched vigor. The two powers clashed violently. The resounding force of their collision echoed throughout. Explosive sounds erupted within Shen Liangcai's body. For a time, the two forces remained locked in a fierce stalemate. What is this Yin-Yang power? How can you wield the Yin-Yang Six Harmonies technique? Chen Xingzhou's eyes widened in astonishment as he sensed the transformation within Shen Liangcai's body. This is a matter between me and the pure Yang Senior. You have no right to know. Shen Liangcai's gaze sharpened, and he never expected that Chen Xingzhou would not only recognize the Yin-Yang Six Harmonies technique at a glance, but also possess knowledge of the pure Yang true monarch. Even if you refuse to speak, I can deduce that you must be the disciple of that old curmudgeon pure Yang. Years ago, that old fool destroyed my body, forcing my remnant soul to wander for centuries without a home. Today, I shall seize the body of his disciple, ensuring that old fool finds no peace even in the underworld. Seeing Shen Liangcai remain silent, Chen Xingzhou's agitation mounted. He unleashed his devouring force in a frenzy, attempting to completely engulf Shen Liangcai's soul. Shen Liangcai let out a cold laugh, a glimmer of clarity flashing in his eyes as he retorted, "The pure Yang Senior is upright and just. Having only slain the wicked throughout his life. No wonder you resort to such despicable means against a mere junior like myself. A villain such as you deserve to be struck down by the pure Yang Senior long ago." As he spoke, he pushed the Yin-Yang Six Harmonies technique to its utmost limits. He also swallowed several pills, rapidly restoring his strength. Chen Xingzhou was infuriated, howling in rage. Simultaneously, a flicker of shock crossed his blood-red eyes. He had never anticipated that Shen Liangcai, despite being merely at the qi refining stage, had cultivated the Yin-Yang Six Harmonies technique to such a level. More astonishing was the fact that this individual seemed to have an endless supply of pills. Were it not for the support of these pills, he would have already subdued Shen Liangcai. Yet now, this youth's strength seemed to be increasing rather than waning. Meanwhile, his own stamina began to decline. If he did not subdue this boy quickly, it would become exceedingly disadvantageous for him. What are you standing there for? Seal his vital points. Chen Xingzhou commanded the woman standing not far away. The woman nodded, her eyes glinting beneath her hat as she approached Shen Liangcai. This is bad. Shen Liangcai's brow furrowed deeply. He could barely contend with Chen Xingzhou. If this woman intervened, he would undoubtedly face death. As the woman drew closer, Shen Liangcai found himself powerless to resist. However, to his surprise, the woman did not halt before him but continued forward, circling behind Chen Xingzhou. Thud. A muffled sound followed. Shen Liangcai was astonished to discover a long sword had pierced through Chen Xingzhou's heart. Chen Xingzhou's eyes widened in disbelief as he slowly turned his head, asking, "Wretched woman, how dare you ambush me?" Before he could finish his words, his corpse fell straight to the ground. A wave of dark aura erupted from the body, coalescing into a swirling cloud of darkness that swiftly fled the cave. "You little thief, wretched woman, wait. One day, I shall make you both pay dearly." The voice faded along with the dark cloud until it vanished from sight. Shen Liangcai gasped for breath, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He turned to the woman opposite him and inquired, "Why did you help me?" The woman remained expressionless, sheathing her longsword, and replied, "I did not help you. I helped myself." Shen Liangcai's gaze sharpened. "What do you mean by that?" The woman explained, "He placed a restriction on me. As long as the restriction remains, I must obey his commands. If not, I will perish unless he dies. Hearing this, Shen Liangcai understood. It turned out that this woman was coerced. After speaking, she walked towards the exit of the cave. Moments later, she stopped, still facing away from Shen Liangcai, and said, "Without you, I could not have killed him. My name is Yu Miaofu. In the future, should you encounter trouble in the realm of cultivation, you may seek me at the Hongwan Immortal sect." With that, the woman did not linger any longer and quickly vanished from Shen Liangcai's sight. Chapter 77. Marrying Master Shen Hongwan Immortal sect. Yu Miaofu as Shen Liangcai watched the woman's departing figure. His gaze flickered. He knew that had it not been for her, he would have perished at Qin Xingzhou's hands today. Yet even with his life preserved, the recent struggle had drained him significantly, leaving him with considerable injuries. In this moment, Shen Liangcai appeared disheveled, his complexion pale, and his entire demeanor exuded exhaustion. If he did not recover promptly, he could potentially inflict permanent damage upon his body. Shen Liangcai settled upon a nearby blue stone, beginning the arduous process of healing. The events of the day had caught him utterly off guard. Qin Xingzhou had, astonishingly, been possessed by another, coincidentally. The individual who had usurped Qin Xingzhou was acquainted with the pure young true monarch. Through the descriptions conveyed by this person and various distinctive traits, Shen Liangcai was able to surmise their identity. This individual was likely none other than the Blood Demon Emperor, one of the 6 formidable beings who had besieged the pure young true monarch during the past. In that battle, the Blood Demon Emperor had his physical form annihilated by the pure young true monarch, leaving behind only a remnant soul that survived by sheer chance. This lingering soul had wandered into the mortal realm, usurping Qin Xingzhou and coercing Yu Miaofu into servitude, draining the lifeblood of the innocent in an attempt to restore itself. Little did it know, the Blood Demon Emperor, in his quest for rebirth, would encounter Shen Liangcai, the disciple of the pure young true monarch. Perhaps this was fate. Now, with Qin Xingzhou deceased, Shen Liangcai had effectively avenged his parents by slaying their first enemy. However, according to Qirong's memories, there was another instigator behind this matter aside from Qin Xingzhou. After concluding his healing, Shen Liangcai picked up Qin Xingzhou's storage ring and began to sift through its contents. In addition to gold, elixirs, weapons, and other valuables, he discovered a handwritten manuscript by Qin Xingzhou, chronicling significant events from his life over the years. Notably, it contained an account of the immortal master descending to the mortal realm 8 years prior. As Shen Liangcai read through it carefully, his brows furrowed, and an inferno of hatred ignited within him. It turned out that the immortal master was named Lingguang Shangren, an elder of the inner sect of the Tianji sect in the realm of cultivation. 8 years ago, he, along with his disciple Gao Feiyu, had descended to the mortal realm to oversee the maintenance of the 49 statues left by the sect master Tianji during their stay in the Great Liang Kingdom. Lingguang Shangren had commanded Qin Xingzhou to gather beautiful women from across the nation for his own indulgence. Shen Liangcai's mother was among those who fell victim. Meanwhile, he had received an ascension order from that sect. This revelation reignited a blaze of fury within Shen Liangcai. Only by slaying Lingguang Shangren would Qin Xingzhou truly avenge his parents. Now that the truth was laid bare, it was only a matter of time before Shen Liangcai ventured into the realm of cultivation to exact vengeance upon Lingguang Shangren. Though the Grand Martial Arts tournament had concluded, its fervor showed no signs of waning. Numerous classic battles continued to be recounted throughout the entire Qingyan realm. Particularly, Shen Liangcai's confrontation with Donggong Xianwen was hailed as a classic by the people of Qingyan realm. He single-handedly battled the disciples of Dai Nianjun and Donggong Xianwen, overwhelming them with sheer force. Few in the entire Qingyan realm could achieve such a feat. This battle would undoubtedly be inscribed in the annals of history, celebrated by future generations. However, prior to this, Shen Liangcai's name had not been widely recognized. No one had anticipated that this previously obscure youth would suddenly rise to become the most dazzling figure in the entire Qingyan realm. In a certain gambling house within the capital of the Great Liang Kingdom, the patrons wore expressions of dejection as they reacted to the outcome of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. All had placed their bets on the Great Wei Kingdom, and Shen Liangcai's formidable performance had turned the predetermined outcome on its head. This led to a chorus of lamentations echoing through the gambling establishments. Alas, my 10,000 taels of gold have vanished into thin air. Had I known this would happen, I would have rather died than wager on the Great Wei Kingdom. Indeed, my 8,000 taels of gold are also lost. This was my hard-earned fortune accumulated over many years. Truly unfortunate. It is not our fault. Who else in the Great Liang Kingdom possesses a prodigy like Shen Liangcai? With such an unexpected outcome, I believe no one in the entire Qingyan realm has emerged victorious. As the words of several patrons faded, a figure clad in resplendent attire pushed open the door. It was Li Hongyun, the son of Li Xiuda. What could this wastrel be doing in a gambling house? Some recognized his identity. and upon learning it was Li Hongyun, disdainful expressions emerged among the crowd. Could this wastrel have lost a substantial sum as well? Following this remark, mocking smiles deepened on the faces of the onlookers. They all knew that Li Hongyun was also a gambler, having nearly depleted his father's fortune in the past. Wait, I remember now. Li Hongyun bet on the great Liang kingdom and wagered 500,000 taels of gold. At that moment, one exclaimed in disbelief. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a jolt of incredulity. One voice trembled as it asked, "Is that true?" "Absolutely. I was present at the scene, and I recall the odds were 20 to 1 that day." The previous speaker nodded in confirmation, their astonishment growing stronger. Good heavens. 500,000 taels of gold at 20 to 1 odds. Doesn't that mean he stands to win 10 million taels of gold? This is simply too outrageous. This wastrel has truly struck it rich. Upon hearing this figure, the crowd's composure shattered. They regarded Li Hongyun with a myriad of complex emotions: shock, surprise, resentment, and envy. Li Hongyun paid no heed to the murmurs of the crowd and directly approached the gambling counter, presenting his betting slip. Upon seeing this document, the attendant's expression turned uneasy. After multiple confirmations, they ascertained its authenticity. Thanks to the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, their establishment had reaped immense profits. But now, all of it was being plundered by this wastrel. In the Great Liang Kingdom, gambling houses operated under strict regulations, and fulfilling betting agreements was a necessary condition. Although the attendant was unwilling, they had no choice but to comply and pay out the winnings. A satisfied smile crept onto Li Hongyun's lips as he prepared to leave with his 10 million taels of gold and silver notes. The envy among the crowd was palpable. They knew that the money Li Hongyun had won was their hard-earned wealth, and many ground their teeth in frustration. One person angrily remarked to Li Hongyun, "Hey, how in the world did you win such a fortune? It's as if a blind cat stumbled upon a dead mouse." Li Hongyun glanced at the speaker with disdain and replied, "Do you know why you lost your money?" That person looked dubious as he asked, "Why? You don't trust your own country, yet you place bets on an enemy nation. Who else but you would lose?" After leaving this parting shot, Li Hongyun swaggered away, leaving the crowd seething with anger. Could it be that they were truly mistaken? At the residence of Prince Kong, the prince summoned his daughter, Princess Pingyang, to his chamber. "Father, do you have something to discuss with me?" Prince Kong sipped his tea and replied, "There are certain matters I wish to discuss with you." Princess Pingyang took a seat, and soon after, Prince Kong inquired, "What do you think of Master Shen?" Instantly, the image of Shen Liangcai's handsome yet slightly devilish face emerged in Princess Pingyang's mind. "He is remarkable." Prince Kong continued to ask, "If given the opportunity to marry Master Shen, would you be willing?" "I only wish to hear the truth. I hope you can express your true feelings." Chapter 78. Bewitching Words. Upon hearing her father's words, Princess Pingyang fell silent. She was unsure how to respond to this question. As the undisputed first beauty of the Great Liang Kingdom, she was not only extraordinarily gifted, but also possessed a breathtaking beauty. From the moment of her birth, it was evident that her life would be anything but ordinary. As she matured, she became the object of pursuit for many young talents throughout the Great Liang Kingdom, including exceptional figures like her senior brother Jiang Qichuan. Yet, upon introspection, she realized she had never truly been moved by any man until Shen Liangcai's arrival. From the moment she and Lan'er journeyed to Luoyuan City, to the instant Shen Liangcai subdued her with a glance, and to the moment he rescued her father, Princess Pingyang felt a stirring within her heart. Subsequently, Shen Liangcai continued to create miracles of his own. He suppressed the fifth-ranked Ran with the power of runes. He single-handedly annihilated the headquarters of the Hongyan Trading Company in the Great Liang Kingdom. He decisively defeated the disciples of Dai Nianjin and Donggong Xianwen at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, astonishing all. One miraculous feat after another, which others deemed impossible, Shen Liangcai accomplished with ease. In Princess Pingyang's heart, Shen Liangcai transcended the realm of ordinary mortals. He was a true divine being, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. To claim that Princess Pingyang held no affection for such a heroic figure would be a lie. From the very beginning, Shen Liangcai had planted a seed within her heart. Thus, whenever she found herself in moments of leisure, the image of Shen Liangcai lingered persistently in her mind. Having never engaged in matters of romance, she was unaware of what such feelings entailed. Yet, Princess Pingyang was certain that she had developed feelings for Shen Liangcai. However, given that he now stood at the pinnacle of the Qingyan realm, Princess Pingyang felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy in his presence. Consequently, when posed with her father's question, she found herself at a loss for words. "As a father with experience, I can see through your silence," Prince Kong said earnestly. "Individuals like Master Shen are rare throughout the history of the Qingyun realm. If you have feelings for him, seize the opportunity. lest you regret it in the future. Princess Pingong gently bit her crimson lip, her beautiful eyes shimmering as she softly uttered, I understand, my daughter. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though she had grasped a profound realization. An earnest desire to meet Shen Liangcai surged within her, to voice the sentiments she had long harbored within her heart. Yet, this feeling vanished as swiftly as it had come, allowing Princess Pingong to gradually regain her composure. Shen Liangcai's injuries were not solely physical. His soul had also endured significant trauma. Due to the severity of his wounds, the healing process stretched over several days, consuming a substantial quantity of his elixirs. Furthermore, his reckless consumption during the contest against Qin Xingzhou had left his storage ring utterly depleted. To achieve a complete recovery, he was compelled to concoct several batches of elixirs within his cave dwelling, eventually restoring himself to his former state. Through this ordeal, Shen Liangcai became increasingly aware of the paramount importance of celestial consciousness. Had he not fervently enhanced his celestial awareness for the purpose of mastering the soul search technique, he would undoubtedly have been unable to withstand Qin Xingzhou's possession. Additionally, the role of elixirs proved crucial. Without them, his physical stamina would have been insufficient to endure such an intense contest. After all, his cultivation level remained rather feeble, being merely at the 9th level of the Qi refinement stage. Such a level is considered the lowest tier within the realm of cultivation. If he wished to better safeguard himself, he must swiftly elevate his cultivation. Moreover, the study of the 9 tripod runes was of utmost importance. Although he had only grasped 20% of its content, the knowledge it encompassed was vast and profound, providing ample material for Shen Liangcai to diligently study for an extended period. It could be said that he had gained considerable insights into weapon runes and talisman engraving. The only aspect he lacked was the ability to carve more intricate rune formations, which necessitated further practice. Meanwhile, as Shen Liangcai recuperated, an unprecedented turmoil erupted at the headquarters of the Hongyun Merchant Guild. Within the Grand Hall, numerous high-ranking officials of the guild had gathered. Tang Min's grandfather, Tang Shanhe, was among them. However, several unfamiliar faces occupied the prominent positions at the head of the hall. They sat casually, exuding a faint aura of spiritual energy, all of whom were cultivators. Before these individuals, the once mighty leader of the Hongyun Merchant Guild could only occupy a subordinate seat, his expression betraying reverence. The high-ranking officials below dared not even breathe audibly. The strength of Shen Liangcai had transcended that of ordinary martial artists. It was an inability on the part of his subordinates that compelled them to beseech these esteemed envoys to take charge. The leader of the Hongyun Merchant Guild bowed respectfully toward the middle-aged man seated at the head. Transcending the realm of martial artists, at best, he is but a junior in the Qi refinement stage. Fear not, I shall take charge of your matters. The middle-aged man replied dismissively, his words laced with disdain. Possessing a cultivation level in the late foundation establishment stage, he naturally held little regard for those in the Qi refinement stage. Thank you, esteemed envoy. The leader of the Hongyun Merchant Guild immediately expressed his gratitude, a hint of joy lighting up his face. Esteemed envoy, you must not. At that moment, an incongruous voice rang out in the grand hall. Everyone turned to see that it was Tang Shanhe, Tang Min's grandfather. The middle-aged man's expression hardened as he inquired, what is it? Tang Shanhe replied, that Shen Liangcai is no ordinary Qi refinement practitioner. I urge the esteemed envoy to consider this matter with caution. The middle-aged man's gaze sharpened as he asked, on what grounds? Tang Shanhe continued, at such a young age, Shen Liangcai possesses this level of strength, indicating that he is not an ordinary individual. It is highly likely that a formidable powerhouse stands behind him. I advise that we cease hostilities to prevent bringing endless troubles upon our guild. Upon hearing this, the eyes of those present narrowed, and many scoffed at Tang Shanhe's words. The leader of the Hongyun Merchant Guild interjected. Nonsense, that Shen Liangcai is but a Qi refinement practitioner. If he truly had a powerful backing, he would have long since ascended to the cultivation world, rather than remaining in the mortal realm. Moreover, with our esteemed envoys to oversee matters, even if Shen Liangcai has support, the envoys will handle it. Tang Shanhe, you are simply sowing discord. With that, the leader of the Hongyun Merchant Guild cast a sweeping glance at the crowd and declared loudly. As a senior elder of the guild, Tang Shanhe has repeatedly attempted to sway the morale of our ranks, raising suspicions of treachery. Seize him immediately and imprison him in the Sky Prison. After the esteemed envoys eliminate Shen Liangcai, we shall deal with him. As those words fell, several high-ranking officials of the Hongyun Merchant Guild unleashed their auras, surrounding Tang Shanhe in the center. Tang Shanhe's expression darkened. He scanned the crowd, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the leader. I, Tang Shanhe, have served the Hongyun Merchant Guild for over 50 years, dedicating myself tirelessly, never once acting against the interests of the guild. I stand unblemished before heaven and earth. Today, you refuse to heed my warnings, seeking to imprison me. What is your true intention?" The leader of the Hongyun Merchant Guild sneered. "You are suspected of treachery. And you still have the audacity to question me. Seize him." Several high-ranking officials exchanged glances and moved to bind Tang Shanhe. Tang Shanhe produced a token, raising it high above his head, proclaiming, "I possess the Hongyun Celestial Order bestowed upon me by the former leader. Who dares to lay a hand on me?" The Hongyun Celestial Order represented the highest authority of the Hongyun Merchant Guild, akin to a death reprieve. Unexpectedly, Tang Shanhe revealed the Hongyun Celestial Order at such a critical moment. However, the high-ranking officials merely exchanged glances before one disregarded the order and struck first against Tang Shanhe. The others quickly followed suit. They understood the prevailing situation well. Tang Shanhe often questioned the leader's decisions, and the leader had long viewed him as a thorn in his side. Until now, the opportunity to act had not presented itself. Now, with the backing of the esteemed invoice, even the Hongyun Celestial Order was of no use to Tang Shanhe. Several high-ranking officials of the Hongyun Merchant Guild unleashed devastating attacks simultaneously. In an instant, the entire Grand Hall was enveloped in an overwhelming aura of lethal intent. Tang Shanhe's face turned ashen. Yet he did not yield easily. He too released his aura and engaged in battle. Each of them possessed the strength of great masters, and their unleashed attacks wielded earth-shattering power, causing the Grand Hall to tremble with boundless destructive force. Faced with the assault of multiple high-ranking officials, Tang Shanhe surprisingly did not falter. After unleashing his renowned technique, the Diamond Destruction Palm, he even began to gain the upper hand. Observing that several guild officials struggled to subdue him, the leader of the Hongyun Merchant Guild furrowed his brow, a glimmer of danger flashing in his eyes. Seizing the opportunity while Tang Shanhe was off guard, he leaped into the air like a bolt of lightning, delivering a palm strike upon him. Bang! Tang Shanhe's body shuddered violently, staggering backward as he coughed up blood. That single strike inflicted sign child. Make haste. Should your grandfather and I, two frail old bones, fail to survive this calamity, remember to burn paper offerings for us. The elderly man with the surname Chen spoke with a gentle smile, his weathered face radiating kindness. Before he finished speaking, he stepped towards Nie Chengping and the others. As a close friend of Tang Shanhe, their bond was akin to that of brothers. Having watched Tang Min grow up, the elderly Chen had evidently come to regard her as his own granddaughter. He braved perilous dangers to stop her, fully resolved to face death. Watching the old man's retreating figure, Tang Min was overcome with grief. Struggling to suppress her sorrow, she turned and hurriedly departed in the opposite direction. "That girl, don't let her escape. Pursue her," a voice echoed faintly from a distance. Just as Nie Chengping and the others were about to give chase, they were halted by the elder Chen. Enraged, Nie Chengping immediately attacked the elderly man. Although Chen possessed great master-level prowess, he was quickly outnumbered and, after sustaining severe injuries, was subdued by Nie Chengping and his companions. "Master, we have received word that Shen Liangcai has gone missing after attending the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. How shall we locate him?" inquired a strong man from Hongyun Merchant Association. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Nie Chengping commanded, "Relay my orders, from this day forth. Conduct a thorough investigation within the Qinyan realm regarding all individuals associated with Shen Liangcai, and capture them all to bring back to Hongyun Merchant Association. I refuse to believe that Shen Liangcai will not show himself." "Understood, my lord. I shall see to it at once." The strongman of Hongyun Merchant Association promptly took his leave. Chapter 80. The Search for Diverse Dual Cultivation Partners. Hongyun Merchant Association, the largest trading organization in the Qinyan realm, had a vast network of influence that was beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Investigating someone's background was a mere trifle for them. Soon, every detail about Shen Liangcai was laid bare. Upon discovering that he hailed from a second-rate family in Luyun City, the members of Hongyun Merchant Association displayed disdain. Clearly, their master was correct. Tang Shanhe was merely spreading falsehoods to mislead the masses. How could a youth from such a remote little town possibly possess any extraordinary background? Having confirmed the veracity of this information, the members of Hongyun Merchant Association became even more reckless, launching attacks on anyone associated with Shen Liangcai. Unbeknownst to Shen Liangcai, all of this transpired after 7 days of healing. His physical functions had finally returned to normal, albeit at the cost of a significant amount of medicinal pills. Yet, since he had broken through to the 9th level of Qi refinement over 10 days prior, his cultivation had stagnated, regardless of how many pills he consumed. Shen Liangcai deduced that this stagnation was closely tied to his lack of dual cultivation recently. The yin-yang harmony technique was a dual cultivation method aimed at balancing yin and yang, nourishing yin to enhance yang. and absorbing the powers of both to elevate oneself. Solely relying on medicinal pills and meditation would only enhance yang energy unilaterally, leading to an excess of yang and an imbalance between yin and yang. This not only rendered any progress in cultivation futile but also posed a risk of permanent damage to his physical body. Shen Liangcai had considered compensating with yin-based medicinal pills, but this proved entirely ineffective. Women were the finest carriers of yin energy in the world, and the essence they embodied could not be replaced by any pill. Thus, the most crucial aspect of practicing the yin-yang harmony technique remained the necessity of dual cultivation with women. Any amount of pills or meditation would merely be supplementary. Through multiple encounters with different women for dual cultivation, Shen Liangcai discovered that the effects were most pronounced with the first partner, diminishing with each subsequent encounter. This was especially true when the partner was a maiden, yielding immediate results. This left Shen Liangcai in a quandary. Where would he find so many women for dual cultivation? And as a pure yang true monarch at the tribulation stage, how many women had he encountered in his lifetime? Merely contemplating this sent shivers down his spine. If he wished to attain that level, he would need to continuously seek diverse partners for dual cultivation. Shen Liangcai felt a headache coming on. He understood that having cultivated such an extraordinary technique as the yin-yang harmony technique, he might never experience pure love in this lifetime again. Exiting his cave abode, Shen Liangcai resolved to return to the capital for a few days of rest before heading to the Meteor Sea region. However, before he could enter the city, he spotted a familiar silhouette darting through the dense forest. It was none other than Tang Min. At that moment, Tang Min appeared disheveled and anxious, swiftly navigating the underbrush while frequently glancing back over her shoulder. Behind her, several figures wielding long knives were in pursuit, all of them strongmen from Heroines Merchant Association. Their cultivation levels were all above the innate realm, with the leader being a master-level expert. You won't escape, wench. It would be better for you to return with us and accept your fate. As the pursuers closed in, Tang Min prepared to change directions to evade them. Whoosh! A long knife whizzed through the air, embedding itself deeply into a tree trunk in front of her. Startled, Tang Min was forced to halt. At the same moment, one of the pursuers leaped into the air and landed directly in front of her. Tang Min's face contorted in fear as she attempted to turn away again, only to feel a large hand reaching for her body. In desperation, she unleashed an attack in resistance, but it merely sent her flying backward, blood spilling from her mouth upon landing. I told you, you can't escape. Yet you refused to listen. The leading master stepped forward, his voice cold. Before he could grasp Tang Min from the ground, a streak of destructive light shot forth from the void. The master had no time to react before a gaping wound the size of a bowl appeared in his forehead. He stared wide-eyed, disbelief etched across his face as his body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The onlookers were taken aback, quickly turning to see a figure in white approaching, enveloped in swirling spiritual energy, exuding a demeanor that was both elegant and composed. Fellow Taoist, Tang Min exclaimed, her beautiful eyes shimmering with excitement upon recognizing the familiar figure, only for it to shift into concern. Do not speak. I shall handle everything. Shen Liangcai offered Tang Min a reassuring glance before turning his attention to the Heroines Merchant Association strongmen. How do you wish to meet your demise? The strongmen of Heroines Merchant Association exchanged dubious glances, clearly unfamiliar with Shen Liangcai. One of them coldly stated, do you not fear for your life when you kill members of Heroines Merchant Association? However, before he could finish his sentence, Shen Liangcai delivered a powerful punch, exploding the man's head in an instant, killing him on the spot. The remaining strongmen of Heroines Merchant Association were left dumbfounded, utterly terrified by Shen Liangcai's prowess. Who are you? Shen Liangcai, he replied. Upon hearing his name, the expressions of the Heroines Merchant Association strongmen turned ghostly pale. They had never anticipated encountering this harbinger of death here and promptly scattered in panic. Yet, Shen Liangcai did not grant them the opportunity to escape. One after another, they fell victim to his devastating attacks, meeting their demise on the spot. Shen Liangcai turned to Tang Min and inquired, Miss Tang, why were you being pursued by these individuals? With reddened eyes, Tang Min recounted the tale of how her grandfather, Tang Shanhe, had been captured, how she had been rescued by the elderly Qin, and her subsequent flight to Dalian country. Upon hearing this, Shen Liangcai furrowed his brow in concern. I had not anticipated that Heroines Merchant Association would go so far as to imprison a figure as esteemed as Tang Shanhe. I have heard that in order to deal with you, the Merchant Association has summoned several envoys from the cultivation world. Their strength far exceeds that of ordinary martial artists. Fellow Taoist, you must leave quickly. Tang Min's face was filled with worry. Having grown up within Heroines Merchant Association, she was well aware of the envoy's terrifying power. It was no exaggeration to say that a casual strike from a Lord Envoy could easily overturn the entire Qingyun realm. Even if Shen Liangcai possessed the strength to easily subdue master-level experts, he would still be no match for a Lord Envoy. According to your words, it is evident that Hongyan Merchant Association has likely already targeted those around me. I, Shen Liangcai, cannot abandon them. Shen Liangcai's eyes gleamed with determination as he spoke coldly. Since Hongyan Merchant Association wishes to play games with me, I shall indulge them. Shen Liangcai was not one to seek trouble. But that did not mean he was afraid of it. He had previously suspected Hongyan Merchant Association's hidden connections, and it seemed he was correct. They indeed had intricate ties with certain forces within the cultivation world. Do not worry, Miss Tang. Your grandfather has fallen into this predicament due to my involvement. I will not turn a blind eye, and shall surely rescue him. He offered Tang Min a comforting glance. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Tang Min nodded gratefully. However, deep down, she harbored little hope for Shen Liangcai's words. With the presence of the Lord Envoy at Hongyan Merchant Association, it was not an exaggeration to say that Shen Liangcai might struggle to protect himself, let alone rescue her grandfather. Nonetheless, Tang Min felt deeply touched by Shen Liangcai's resolve. Shen Liangcai intended to escort Tang Min back to the capital of Daliang for further deliberation. However, he was unexpectedly met with the swift actions of Hongyan Merchant Association, which were far quicker than he had anticipated. Chapter 81. The Shock of Lu Hongxing. As Shen Liangcai and Tang Min were about to enter the city, they encountered a group of Hongyan Merchant Association strongmen escorting several prisoners. Preparing to board a ship at the dock to return to the headquarters of Hongyan Merchant Association, coincidentally, these prisoners were all from Luyun City, and Shen Liangcai recognized them. Among them were Lu Hongxing, the steward of Wanao Pavilion's Luyun City branch, Gong Liang Yuba, the leader of the Seven Shin sect, his son Gong Liang Hong, and several members of the Shin family from Luyun City. They were all shackled, tormented beyond recognition. Particularly, Lu Hongxing's plight was even more tragic. The once enchanting and alluring young matron who managed affairs had completely vanished, leaving behind a figure devoid of her former brilliance. Witnessing this scene, Shen Liangcai ignited with a flame of fury. He uttered not a single word of superfluous dialogue, his aura erupting as he unleashed his most ferocious attacks upon the formidable figures of the Hongyan Merchant Guild. In mere moments, all were struck down by Shen Liangcai's terrifying onslaught, including two masters of their realm. The entire process was overwhelming and decisive, devoid of any hesitation, due to the great distance between Luyun City and the capital. Separated by vast expanses of ocean, news had been scarce. Shen Liangcai's various deeds in the capital had not reached Luyun City. Consequently, upon witnessing Shen Liangcai's current terrifying prowess, Lu Hongxing, Gong Yang Yuba, and others were left utterly petrified. They even questioned whether their eyes deceived them. Young Master Shen, is it truly you? Lu Hongxing asked, her voice trembling with excitement. Lu, it is good to see you again, Shen Liangcai replied nonchalantly, his gaze hardening as he beheld the wretched state of those before him. Had he not fortuitously encountered them, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He harbored a profound disdain for those who dared to lay hands upon his companions. It could be said that the actions of the Hongyan Merchant Guild had thoroughly incensed Shen Liangcai. Regardless of the formidable allies they had summoned, this debt must be settled. To his astonishment, in just a short span of 2 months, Shen Liangcai's strength had burgeoned to such a degree that Lu Hongxing felt unworthy to even acknowledge him. Lu Hongxing appraised Shen Liangcai with awe, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. Gong Yang Yuba too was deeply shaken. Previously in Luyun City, Shen Liangcai had indeed exhibited a terrifying strength that surpassed the ordinary. He had effortlessly crushed those of innate cultivation like himself and single-handedly dismantled Xianshi Xinyan, forcing the Kixuanzong to submit. Yet Gong Yang Yubo maintained a clear understanding of his own limitations. He was merely of innate cultivation. Far from being comparable to a master, it was no exaggeration to say that a master could easily slay a group of innate cultivators with a mere flick of their wrist. Such a chasm in strength could not be bridged by numbers. In Gong Yang Yuba's eyes, any master was a being to be revered. To this day, he had not even earned the right to interact with individuals of such caliber. Yet at this moment, the two masters stood before Shen Liangcai, easily felled like mere straw. The shock was beyond description. Consequently, Gong Yang Yuba and his son Gong Yang Hong remained in a daze, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. What does this mean? He was the one who claimed the top position at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Even the esteemed elder Dainyanjin of the Qixia sect of the Great Way was no match for him. Tang Min stepped forward and remarked. Upon hearing this, Lu Hongxing, Gong Yang Yuba, Gong Yang Hong, and several members of the Shen family widened their eyes in astonishment. Even though they resided in Luyun City, they had certainly heard of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. It was a grand spectacle renowned throughout the Qiyun realm, showcasing the most exceptional talents from the 6 nations. The significance of claiming the top position was beyond their imagination. Even more astonishing was the revelation that Shen Liangcai had overwhelmed the esteemed elder Dai Yinjin. Lu Hongxing and Gong Yuba were familiar with this name, for he was a genuine master, a figure of immense stature. In just 2 months, Shen Liangcai had ascended to the point of being able to overpower a grandmaster. Shen Liangcai waved his hand dismissively, then addressed Lu Hongxing and the others, saying, "It is dangerous outside. Please accompany me back to the capital." Lu Hongxing and the others nodded in agreement. Thus, under Shen Liangcai's leadership, they set forth towards the capital. Along the way, Tang Min recounted in detail the remarkable events that had transpired in the capital over the past 2 months, leaving Lu Hongxing and the others profoundly astonished once more. Shen Liangcai escorted them to the residence of Prince Kong. "Since you are friends of Master Shen, you are friends of mine. The prince's residence is your home, and you may stay as long as you wish." Upon learning that these individuals were Shen Liangcai's friends, Prince Kong personally came forth to welcome them, extending the highest standard of hospitality. In the presence of Prince Kong, Lu Hongxing, Gong Yuba, Gong Hong, and several members of the Shen family displayed utmost reverence. Scarcely daring to breathe. In the kingdom of Daliang, Prince Kong Yongwenzheng held immense prestige, standing just beneath the emperor. In normal circumstances, individuals of their standing would have no right to meet Prince Kong. Yet now, due to Shen Liangcai, they were being received by the prince himself, leaving them somewhat flustered. Witnessing Prince Kang's profound respect for Shen Liangcai, addressing him as Master Shen, Lu Hongxing and the others were struck by an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Their hearts racing in tumult, they found it hard to fathom what had transpired in the past 2 months that could elevate a youth from Luyun City to such heights, commanding the respect of even Prince Kong. Gong Hong's gaze flickered, his mind consumed by various shocks. He vaguely recalled his initial disagreement with his father regarding the decision to abandon the pursuit of vengeance against Shen Liangcai. He had even thought his father increasingly weak with age, believing that had he been in charge, he would have made Shen Liangcai pay dearly. Now he understood the profound wisdom behind his father's choice. 2 months prior, Shen Liangcai had been in existence that they, the Kixuanzong, could not afford to provoke. Now, 2 months later, he had become a figure too formidable for all of Luyun City to contend with. News of the Hongyun Merchant Guild's failure to capture Lu Hongxing and the others swiftly reached their headquarters. The guild's leader, Nie Qingping, was seething with rage. He had assumed that Shen Liangcai would discover their intentions and act cautiously, yet he had not anticipated that Shen Liangcai would appear unfazed by any of their actions, brazenly showing himself and taking residence at Prince Kang's estate. Meanwhile, while the Daliang foreign envoy was proposing a territorial concession to the Great Wei in connection with the martial arts tournament wager, they encountered a vehement refusal. The Great Wei not only denied the validity of the wager but also executed the Daliang envoy, displaying his head publicly on the city gate for 7 days and nights. During times of war, envoys are not to be harmed. This act was a severe provocation to the Daliang side. In an instant, troops from both nations amassed at the borders, tensions escalating. The Great Wei quickly responded by dispatching envoys to the nations of Dian, Daqi, Dazhao, and Daqin. Through extensive negotiations, the 5 nations swiftly formed a pact, uniting to collectively pressure Daliang. As the largest commercial organization, the Hongyun Merchant Guild had always been an undeniable force within the Qiyun realm. The alliance of the 5 nations would naturally not overlook this power. The next day, they sent envoys to the Hongyun Merchant Guild to seek their stance. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Given Shen Liangcai's close ties with Prince Kong and the 3rd Prince of Daliang, the Hongyun Merchant Guild naturally chose to support the alliance of the 5 nations. Thus, a super alliance of the 5 nations and the Hongyun Merchant Guild was formed. Unprecedented in the history of the Qiyun realm, this development instilled an unprecedented sense of crisis in the already weakened Daliang side. Chapter 82. The Hidden Dragon. Soon, the super alliance collectively pressured the Daliang royal family, demanding the surrender of Shen Liangcai within 3 days, while amassing 1 million troops from the east, west, south, and north to encircle Daliang. This left the Daliang court in turmoil, with the populace gripped by fear. In the Golden Lawn Hall of the Daliang royal palace, the emperor, clad in a dragon robe, sat upon the throne, exuding an aura that seemed to be enveloped in purple mist, resembling a dragon coiling amidst tigers, embodying the regal demeanor of a sovereign. Yet, a hint of worry lingered in his brow. Below, the civil and military officials of Daliang stood in solemn rows, the atmosphere palpably oppressive. The Daliang emperor cast his gaze over the assembly and, In a grave tone, inquired, "The Great Wei and the other four nations, along with the Hongyan Merchant Guild, have formed a super alliance to exert pressure on our Daliang. What strategies do you propose?" My esteemed ministers, upon hearing this, the officials exchanged glances. It was the Crown Prince, Liang Junhong, who stepped forward first, bowing to the emperor as he spoke. "Father, the pressures from the five nations and the Hongyan Merchant Guild are all due to Shen Liangcai. What they desire most is his life. If we surrender him, the crisis will be easily resolved." As soon as Liang Junhong finished speaking, an elder statesman voiced his support. "The Crown Prince speaks wisely. I believe we should capture Shen Liangcai immediately and hand him over to appease their wrath." Upon hearing this, the officials' gazes flickered. Those who wished to avoid conflict expressed their agreement. Witnessing this scene, the Daliang emperor found himself swayed. As a ruler, maintaining stability and peace was of utmost importance. Naturally, he did not wish to plunge the entire nation into turmoil for the sake of one individual. To placate hostile forces by surrendering Master Shen, I shall be the first to object. Yet, before the Daliang emperor could reach a decision, the resounding voice of Prince Kong cut through the air. The Daliang emperor's gaze sharpened as he turned to Liang Wenzheng, asking, "What do you mean by that?" Liang Wenzheng replied, "At the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, Master Shen defeated Dai Nianjin and the disciples of the Eastern Palace, bringing great honor to our Daliang. He is the greatest contributor to our victory in the wager. To possess such remarkable individuals is indeed a fortune for our great Liang. How could we, as a nation, commit the treachery of betrayal and repay kindness with enmity?" The third prince, Liang Juntian, also stepped forward and remarked, "What the emperor uncle states is not without merit. If great Liang were to willingly surrender such loyal ministers, we would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the entire Qingyan realm, and my father might forever bear the ignominy of history." Nonsense. Before the third prince could finish, the crown prince interrupted him coldly, saying, "If it were not for that Shen Liangcai's annihilation of the Hongyan Merchant Group's headquarters in Great Liang and his audacious demands for the 8 prefectures of the southern frontier during the martial arts conference, how could we have provoked both the Great Wei and the Hongyan Merchant Group? All of this stems from him, and he must naturally bear responsibility for it. Moreover, how could the 1,000-year foundation of Great Liang be jeopardized for the sake of one individual? Even royal relatives such as the emperor uncle and the third brother do not carry such weight. What qualifications does Shen Liangcai possess?" Crown Prince Liang Junhong spoke with conviction, not only erasing Shen Liangcai's previous contributions but also attributing the ire of Great Wei and the Hongyan Merchant Group to him, a remarkable skill in turning truth into falsehood, difficult for ordinary individuals to attain. The third prince, Liang Juntian, however, scoffed and countered, "Surely, the Crown Prince does not believe that this incident is solely the doing of Master Shen," as he swept his gaze across the assembly. Liang Juntian declared loudly, "Throughout history, the five nations have gazed enviously upon our great Liang, merely awaiting the opportunity and justification to strike. The emergence of Master Shen has merely provided them with an excuse. I firmly believe that even in his absence, they would not relent. This battle is inevitable, and we in Great Liang ought to unite in our response." Crown Prince Liang Junhong sneered, "The five nations have amassed an army of 1 million, and their forces are already encroaching. In addition, there is the enigmatic Hongyan Merchant Group. Tell me, how shall we in Great Liang respond? Given such circumstances, once war commences, within 3 days, the armies of the five nations could breach our capital. At that point, Great Liang would be in peril. Furthermore, I have heard that to deal with Shen Liangcai, the Hongyan Merchant Group has summoned several formidable beings not of this realm, whose strength ordinary martial artists cannot hope to contend with. The only viable solution lies in surrendering Shen Liangcai to avert the crisis of national demise. I implore you, Father Emperor, to discern wisely." Following Crown Prince Liang Junhong's analysis, the civil and military officials swiftly recognized the gravity of the situation. Support soon tilted overwhelmingly in one direction. The Emperor of Great Liang pondered for a moment, seemingly arriving at a resolution. His gaze swept over Prince Kong and the third prince before he solemnly declared, "Your words are not without reason. I do not wish to be the one to repay kindness with enmity. However, as the sovereign of a nation, I must prioritize the greater good. If we do not surrender Shen Liangcai, the 1,000-year legacy of Great Liang shall be obliterated by my hand. How then shall I face my ancestors?" Upon uttering these words, when the emperor turned his gaze towards the crown prince, a sense of determination had taken hold. "Issue my decree. Immediately apprehend Shen Liangcai and deliver him to the five nations in the Hongyan Merchant Group. Should there be resistance, the Qianlong shall be deployed." The emperor's voice was not loud, yet it resonated with imperial authority, vividly reflecting the royal family's resolve and indifference. When the civil and military officials heard the term Qianlong, their hearts trembled involuntarily. It is no exaggeration to say that among the people of Great Liang, the term Qianlong is known to all. Legend has it that at the founding of the Great Liang dynasty, the founding emperor specifically trained 9 formidable protectors to safeguard the royal family's safety. These 9 individuals were the precursors of the Qianlong. Over generations, the Qianlong has been passed down, and to this day, it has evolved into the 49th generation. Regardless of the changes that occur, the Qianlong will always protect the royal family's safety in the shadows, unwaveringly loyal as members of the Qianlong. Their strength is undoubtedly the greatest in the entire realm of Great Liang. The Qianlong celestial array, formed by the union of these 9, is invincible. To this day, across the entire Qingyun realm, no one can dismantle it single-handedly. During the reign of Emperor Chang, the great-grandson of the founding emperor, there was once a powerful being who dared to challenge the imperial authority. No one in Great Liang could withstand him, and ultimately, it was the Qianlong that forcefully eliminated him. It can be said that the Qianlong is the guardian of the destiny of Great Liang. Ever since the founding emperor ascended to the throne, they would not be disturbed unless absolutely necessary. Yet now, to capture Shen Liangcai, the emperor of Great Liang has permitted Crown Prince Liang Zhuhong to mobilize the Qianlong. This underscores the emperor's determination. Once the Qianlong is deployed, even if Shen Liangcai possesses formidable strength, he would find it impossible to escape. No one believes that Shen Liangcai could contend with the Qianlong. Crown Prince Liang Zhuhong wore a satisfied smile as he took his leave. Prince Kong, the third prince, and others wore extremely grim expressions. After the court session, Prince Kong hurried back to his residence with utmost speed and immediately sought out Shen Liangcai. The emperor has issued an order to capture you and present you to the alliance of the 5 nations. This place is no longer safe. Master Shen, you must leave at once. The sooner, the better. Chapter 83. The emperor of Great Liang Shen Liangcai's gaze sharpened. He had naturally heard of the alliance between the 5 nations and the Hongyuan merchant group, yet he was taken aback that, faced with the collective pressure from both, Great Liang's first consideration was not a countermeasure, but rather the surrender of him, a benefactor to Great Liang. Master, you should leave quickly, if you do not depart soon. It may be too late. The crown prince and his men are already on their way here, with me and the emperor uncle standing guard. We will do everything in our power to ensure your safe departure from the capital. At that moment, the third prince, Liang Juntian, burst in, his handsome visage marked by urgency. Princess Ping'an, Li Hongyan, followed closely behind. However, the crown prince's speed was even faster than they had anticipated. Before Shen Liangcai could express his intentions, the residence of Prince Kong was already surrounded by thousands of armored cavalry, casting a suffocating atmosphere of dread over the entire area. The household was thrown into panic. Some timid maidservants and attendants were so frightened their faces turned pale. Trembling uncontrollably, Shen Liangcai, I come by command of the emperor to apprehend you. The residence is surrounded by the army. Why do you not step forward and surrender? Crown Prince Liang Junhong, seated upon his steed, boomed like thunder, exuding an air of arrogance. These thousands of soldiers were elite troops, with several grandmasters stationed among them. Bang! The door was violently kicked open. The expressions of Prince Kong, the third prince, Princess Ping'an, and Li Hongyan were grim. Only Shen Liangcai maintained his calm demeanor. As they stepped out of the room, the crown prince had already led several formidable figures to the square before them. His gaze was sharp as a blade, landing coldly on Shen Liangcai as he commanded, apprehend the criminal Shen Liangcai. With the signal of his hand descending, several formidable figures advanced rapidly towards Shen Liangcai's position. I am here. I wish to see who dares to act. Prince Kong unleashed his aura, directly intercepting these individuals. The order to apprehend Shen Liangcai comes directly from the emperor. Does the emperor uncle wish to defy the decree? Crown Prince Liang Zhuhong replied with a cold chuckle. Prince Kang's face reflected his resolve as he stated, as a prince of Great Liang, I cannot allow my royal brother to be misled by wicked men and bear the weight of eternal infamy. Even if it means facing the charge of defying the decree, I must act with a clear conscience. Liang Zhuhong displayed a sardonic expression. In that case, do not blame me for being ruthless. As he spoke, Liang Zhuhong's gaze swept the gathered experts, issuing a command. Prince Kong Liang Wenzheng defies the decree. Apprehend him alongside Shen Liangcai. At that moment, however, Shen Liangcai stepped forward, calmly stating, they seek to capture me. There is no need for the prince to involve himself. With that, Shen Liangcai's gaze fell upon Crown Prince Liang Junhong as he inquired, is the command to apprehend me issued by the current emperor? As a citizen of Great Liang, Shen Liangcai held a profound emotional connection to this nation, and he was eager to ascertain who had issued the order. Liang Zhuhong sneered, naturally, it is the emperor. I advise you not to resist futilely. The strength of the royal family is beyond your imagination. Surrender willingly. However, just as Liang Juanheng's words faded, everyone beheld Shen Liangcai stepping forth. His movements appeared unhurried yet were as swift as lightning. Racing directly towards Liang Juhong, protect the crown prince. Seeing this scene, the grandmasters beside Liang Juhong turned pale, attempting to protect the crown prince at once. Yet, it was utterly futile. Shen Liangcai's speed was astonishingly rapid. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached Liang Juhong. The crown prince's face turned ashen in fear. Just as he sought to retreat on horseback, he felt his throat grasped firmly. Shen Liangcai had forcibly pulled him from his steed, coldly stating, "With your mere self, do you dare to come and capture me? As long as I, Shen, am willing, I can take your life at any moment." Liang Juhong trembled violently, utterly unprepared for Shen Liangcai's astounding speed. Not a single one of the numerous grandmasters beside him had reacted in time. "Villain, release him at once. If you harm the crown prince's precious body, you shall surely meet a most terrible end." At that moment, a grandmaster nearby, an esteemed elder of the royal family with unfathomable strength, spoke to Shen Liangcai with an icy tone. Yet, before his words could fully emerge, Shen Liangcai flicked his finger, unleashing a beam of annihilation that erupted from his fingertip. The speed was unfathomable. The annihilating flow of light pierced through the chest of the elder figure as if traversing the very fabric of space itself. In the next instant, a muffled thud echoed, and the elder's eyes widened in disbelief. Instinctively lowering his gaze, he beheld a gaping wound the size of a bowl in his chest, his body collapsing rigidly to the ground. A sharp intake of breath resonated among the onlookers. With a single strike, a formidable grandmaster had been effortlessly slain. Such power was truly terrifying. Moreover, the casualness with which it was executed, extinguishing a grandmaster in the blink of an eye, hinted at a horror the likes of which had never graced the annals of the great Liang kingdom. "The command was issued by me personally. Why must you direct your ire towards others?" At that moment, a voice of authority resonated from the edge of the square. The crowd turned to see a grand azure dragon carriage approaching majestically. Seated within was none other than the current emperor of the Great Liang. Witnessing this spectacle, all present hastily set aside their affairs, collectively bowing in reverence to the emperor, their expressions imbued with utmost sincerity. With a grand gesture, the emperor signaled for the carriage to halt at the center of the square. Upon the emperor's arrival, the crown prince Liang Juhong cast a gaze filled with loathing towards Shen Liangcai, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "Father, do not spare him." Chapter 84. Breaking the celestial dragon formation amidst laughter. "I had assumed you would surrender without a fight. Who would have thought you would cause such a catastrophic disaster? Release him at once. I am willing to spare your life in light of your past contributions to the Great Liang. But should you refuse, do not blame me for being merciless." The emperor's expression darkened as he observed the crown prince Liang Juanhong's pitiful state, his throat in Shen Liangcai's grip. After all, he was the heir apparent of the dynasty. To be publicly humiliated like this was a blow to the dignity of the imperial family. The crowd's gazes flickered, many believing that the emperor was being excessively lenient towards Shen Liangcai. Had they been in his shoes, anyone daring to offend the crown prince would have met an immediate death sentence, just as they presumed Shen Liangcai would relent to save his own life. A playful smile emerged on his face as he remarked, "Since you say so, I am indeed curious to see how your majesty intends to show me no mercy. How dare he be so audacious?" The crowd gasped, incredulous, believing they had misheard. The emperor had offered him a chance at life, yet he not only disregarded it but also dared to utter such provocative words. It was as if he was willingly walking into his own doom. They acknowledged Shen Liangcai's formidable strength, capable of slaying grandmasters in an instant. Such individuals were exceedingly rare in the entire Qinyan realm. Yet now, he stood alone against the might of the great Liang imperial family. No one believed Shen Liangcai possessed the power to overturn royal authority. The emperor's countenance faltered. He had never imagined Shen Liangcai would be so ungrateful. It seemed that without experiencing hardship, he would never grasp the depths of the royal family's power. As the words left the emperor's lips, the crowd beheld 9 figures clad in black attire descending from the heavens, encircling Shen Liangcai. They exuded no discernible aura, yet upon seeing their features, the crowd's expression shifted to one of sheer astonishment. A middle-aged grandmaster trembled as he spoke. "It is the celestial dragon warriors. The emperor truly summoned them. I am eager to see how Shen Liangcai will escape this fate. I have heard that the 9 celestial dragon warriors have already reached the pinnacle of grandmaster level. Their lack of aura indicating they have attained a state of returning to innocence, a realm akin to the utmost in martial arts, beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners. Their celestial dragon formation can eradicate even those stronger than them. Shen Liangcai will undoubtedly find it impossible to escape." Upon hearing this, the crowd's hearts quaked, and they nodded in silent agreement as the guardians of the great Liang kingdom. The celestial dragon warriors seldom revealed themselves. Yet their strength was beyond dispute. The expressions of Prince Kong, the third prince, Princess Ping'an, and Li Hongyan darkened further, their concerns for Shen Liangcai growing. Yet, Shen Liangcai remained unfazed, his gaze sweeping over the 9 celestial dragon warriors before he disdainfully addressed the emperor. I had expected you to summon a truly formidable presence. Who would have thought it would only be these 9? This is utterly uninteresting. At these words, the expressions of the 9 warriors soured. One could not contain himself, declaring, arrogant and ignorant youth. Now, let me show you just how foolish your earlier words truly were. Before the final syllable left his lips, the 9 celestial dragon warriors collectively unleashed their aura. In an instant, the entire space was suffused with an overwhelmingly oppressive killing intent. Their bodies appeared to be enveloped by a mysterious force, causing their positions to shift rapidly. No one present could discern their movements. To be suppressed by the celestial dragon formation is your honor. Prepare to meet your end. As a cold voice echoed, 9 different attributes of attack erupted from within the formation, converging rapidly around Shen Liangcai. A storm of destruction, fueled by the 9 distinct powers, began to whirl violently. Shen Liangcai stood at its very center. Many felt their hearts tremble. Who could have anticipated that the 9 celestial dragon warriors would so swiftly establish the celestial dragon formation? They had long heard tales of its prowess. Yet witnessing its manifestation was far more terrifying than the legend suggested. Shen Liangcai, however, remained as composed as ever, his demeanor as calm as a placid lake. The accolades surrounding the celestial dragon formation were lofty, but to Shen Liangcai, this formation paled in comparison to the basic formations recorded in the 9 Tripod Rune Codex. Though the 9 warriors' positions seemed to shift erratically and their attacks varied, it was merely a ruse. Ordinary martial artists, even novice practitioners, might struggle to see through the formation's secrets, but for Shen Liangcai, it was child's play. In a mere heartbeat, he discerned the flaws in the formation and swiftly pinpointed the positions of the 9 celestial dragon warriors. Without even releasing his divine will, he accomplished all this with ease. In the next moment, his gaze sharpened like that of a hawk. In the blink of an eye, he locked onto one of the celestial dragon warriors, flicking his finger lightly. Whoosh! A stream of annihilating light shot forth, effortlessly bypassing the 9 attacks and descending upon that particular warrior. The celestial dragon warrior's expression turned to one of horror. In a panic, he attempted to counterattack, but it was already too late. The stream of annihilation struck him like a sledgehammer, causing his body to convulse violently. With a piercing scream, he was sent hurtling like a cannonball, crashing through several trees before landing on the ground, spitting blood. Simultaneously, Shen Liangcai's gaze shifted to another celestial dragon warrior, and he flicked his finger once more. The stream of annihilation transcended the boundaries of space, sending yet another warrior flying. And this was merely the beginning. Next, seizing the opportune moment, Shen Liangcai unleashed a barrage of annihilating streams. These streams were not only incredibly swift but also alarmingly precise, while it appeared as if he moved leisurely. The celestial dragon warriors found themselves unable to evade. Each attack struck its target without fail. In mere moments, all 9 celestial dragon warriors were sent sprawling. The entire sequence unfolded with the grace of flowing water, effortlessly and nonchalantly. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. They scarcely had time to react before the 9 celestial dragon warriors, the pride of the great Liang kingdom, lay on the ground, wailing in agony. Such power transcended the realm of their understanding. Were it not for the protective armor surrounding the celestial dragon warriors, a single strike could have claimed their lives. Incredible! It seemed impossible to find another like him throughout the Qinyan realm. Even Prince Kong, the third prince, Princess Ping'an, and Li Hongyan, who were more familiar with Shen Liangcai's strength, were left reeling. They knew he possessed the ability to slay grandmasters with ease, but they could scarcely believe that even the 9 celestial dragon warriors were no match for him. To dismantle the celestial dragon formation amidst just was a display of power that defied description. The emperor of the Great Liang and Crown Prince Liang Zhuhong could only widen their eyes in disbelief, their faces darkening with dread. They never dreamed that Shen Liangcai could be so powerful. With the celestial dragon warriors defeated one by one, it meant the imperial family had no means to restrain him. Chapter 85. Overturning Royal Authority. Is this the foundation you take pride in? Shen Liangcai cast a sweeping gaze at the emperor, his tone dripping with sarcasm. The emperor's face darkened as he inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Shen Liangcai smirked, glancing at the crown prince still ensnared by his grip, before turning back to the emperor and stating, "The words I spoke to him apply equally to you. Should I desire it, I can take your life at any moment." The emperor's body trembled. A flicker of fear crossing his authoritative visage. He no longer doubted Shen Liangcai's words. A man capable of effortlessly dismantling the celestial dragon formation could easily end his life from such close proximity. Although he is the son of heaven, a figure of immense wealth, in the face of absolute power, the notions of identity, status, and even imperial authority appear utterly insipid and powerless. The Emperor of Daliang might never have imagined that his life, as the exalted sovereign, would one day rest in the hands of a mere youth. In that fleeting moment, a tempest of emotion surged within him. He tilted his head back, eyes shut tight, as if awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. Witnessing this scene, the civil and military officials trembled in fear and trepidation, many grappling with the recollection of any past disrespect shown towards Shen Liangcai. If even the emperor's life lay at the mercy of this individual, what significance did they hold? However, before the Emperor of Daliang could voice his thoughts, the third prince unexpectedly approached Shen Liangcai, kneeling before him with a thud, his handsome visage imbued with respect and supplication. I beseech Master Shen to spare my father's life. Liang Juntian is willing to bear the punishment in his stead. Upon hearing these words, the Emperor of Daliang cast a profound glance at the third prince. He could hardly believe that, in his moment of utmost peril, it would be his third son who would plead for him. Shen Liangcai waved his hand, and an invisible force lifted the third prince from the ground. His gaze fixed upon the Emperor of Daliang as he declared, "Today, I spare your life not out of benevolence, but solely for the sake of the third prince. Remember, do not disturb me again. Should you transgress, I shall show no mercy." At these words, the Emperor of Daliang exhaled a sigh of relief, bowing slightly to Shen Liangcai. "I am grateful for your grace in sparing my life." Shen Liangcai cast the crown prince, Liang Juhong, down to the ground and stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking down upon the Emperor of Daliang. "There is no need for excessive words. Take your people and vanish from my sight at once." Yet the Emperor remained bent low, saying, "I dare to request one more thing. I hope you will grant it." Shen Liangcai inquired, "What is it?" The Emperor of Daliang replied, "Now, the 5 nations and the Hongyan Trading Company are collectively pressuring Daliang, and we are powerless to respond. The pain of national ruin is imminent. This is all my fault. The only thing I cannot bear to witness is the suffering of the Daliang people in the midst of war. I implore you to assist Daliang in overcoming this crisis." After speaking, the Emperor deeply bowed once more to Shen Liangcai. Shen Liangcai's eyes glinted sharply as he coldly stated, "I, Shen, will naturally deal with the 5 nations and the Hongyan Trading Company. This is my personal vendetta and has nothing to do with the Daliang royal family. Furthermore, you are advanced in years. If you truly care for the fortunes of Daliang, you ought to pass the opportunity to the youth." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the assembly flickered, clearly discerning the underlying implication in Shen Liangcai's words. This was a push for the current emperor to abdicate. The Emperor of Daliang's countenance darkened, but soon relaxed again. He sighed wearily and said, "You speak wisely. I have ruled for 43 years, with few significant achievements, and the strength of Daliang has waned. I am ashamed before my ancestors. It is time for me to step down." As he spoke, the emperor surveyed the crowd and announced loudly, "Proclaim my decree. Emperor Zhengde of Daliang, due to ill health, abdicates in favor of the third prince, Liang Juntian. Let it be made known to the world, and let the coronation ceremony commence in 3 days." At this pronouncement, the crown prince, Liang Junhong, paled, unable to restrain himself as he exclaimed, "Father, you must not pass the throne to the third prince." As the heir apparent, Liang Juhong had harbored dreams of emperorship since childhood and had never imagined that his father would bestow the throne upon another. This revelation nearly drove him to madness. Before the emperor could respond, Liang Juhong fell to the ground, clinging desperately to the emperor's leg, his body trembling as he cried, "I am the rightful heir. Father, you should pass the throne to me." Witnessing this display, the emperor's expression darkened immediately. With a kick, he sent Liang Junhong sprawling and coldly retorted, "Unfilial child, silence at once. Should you utter another word, I shall have your tongue severed." Liang Junhong lay half reclined on the ground, his complexion ashen. In that moment, he felt as though the heavens had collapsed upon him. Years of effort crumbled in an instant. A sensation more agonizing than death itself. The expressions of Prince Kong, Princess Pingong, Li Hongyun, and the civil and military officials were all filled with shock, especially Prince Kong, though the Emperor of Daliang had many offspring. Only the crown prince and the third prince were truly contenders for the throne. He had always sided with the third prince, yet the crown prince, as the designated heir, had always held the upper hand in the struggle for the throne. Unexpectedly, with a mere utterance from Shen Liangcai, the tides had turned, placing the third prince in direct succession to the imperial throne. The entire situation felt surreal and utterly incredible. The third prince, Liang Juntian, was momentarily stunned. It was only at Prince Kang's prompting that he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. He then turned to Shen Liangcai, bowing deeply, his voice filled with fervor. Liangjun Tian is profoundly grateful to Master Shen for his elevation. From this day forth, Master Shen shall be my mentor. Such a great favor shall forever remain etched in my heart. Shen Liangcai, however, waved his hand dismissively and replied nonchalantly, "There is no need for thanks. This is merely your due." The commotion had already sent ripples through the royal mansion. Yu Nan, Wu Huiwei, Tang Min, Lu Hongxing, Gong Yang Yuba, Gong Yang Hong, and several members of the Shen family had all witnessed Shen Liangcai's splendor. Their hearts raced uncontrollably, particularly those from Luyun City, such as Lu Hongxing, found it nearly impossible to reconcile with this shocking visual impact, leaving them petrified in place. After the crowd dispersed, the events that transpired in Prince Kang's residence swept through the capital like a whirlwind. Countless individuals trembled at the news. The Daliang royal structure had undergone such a monumental shift on what seemed to be an ordinary day. The Emperor Zhengde of Daliang, who had reigned for 43 years, suddenly announced his abdication, passing the throne to the third prince. Such an event had never occurred in the annals of Daliang's history, leaving the populace with a sense of foreboding. Soon, rumors began to circulate, detailing the entire sequence of events surrounding Shen Liangcai's conflict with the Daliang royal family, including every intricate detail. Fear gripped the hearts of all. Just days prior, Shen Liangcai's performance at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament had already left an indelible impression. To this day, his feats were still widely recounted. Little did anyone expect that just days later, this youth from Luyun City would directly upend the imperial authority of Daliang. Even the 9 hidden dragons were no match for him. His strength was exponentially greater than that displayed at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. It was difficult for anyone to fathom how Shen Liangcai had achieved this. Amidst the astonishment, the entirety of Daliang remained shrouded in the shadow of war. The 100,000-strong army of the Five Nations Alliance remained poised, bolstered by the Hongyan Trading Company. Daliang had never faced such a perilous crisis since its founding, even with a figure like Shen Liangcai on their side. Few believed Daliang could weather this storm. After all, the opposing force was formidable. Whispers circulated that the Hongyan Trading Company had enlisted the aid of numerous transcendent martial artists. In this light, the demise of Daliang seemed an inevitable fate. Should the Daliang army suffer a complete rout, the populace would likely descend into the ranks of the oppressed, subjected to the whims of foreign invaders. The third prince, Liangjun Tian, was likely to become the emperor with the shortest reign in Daliang's history. Consequently, some among the elite had begun plotting their escape from Daliang. Even among the common folk, many were hastening towards the borders, prepared to flee to foreign lands should war erupt. In the eyes of the world, Daliang appeared to be a nation devoid of hope. Relying solely on Shen Liangcai was insufficient to contend with the Five Nations Alliance and the Hongyan Trading Company. This sentiment was not only shared by the Daliang populace but echoed by figures such as Prince Kong and the third prince as well. Therefore, shortly after the departure of the Emperor of Daliang and his entourage, Prince Kong and the third prince visited Shen Liangcai's quarters, suggesting he retreat to avoid the ire of the Five Nations Alliance and the Hongyan Trading Company. Shen Liangcai understood their good intentions but firmly declined. The enmity he bore with the Five Nations and the Hongyan Trading Company could not be resolved through evasion. In fact, it could be said that this confrontation had become inevitable. Rather than cower like a turtle, he preferred the decisive nature of battle. He had already devised a preliminary plan for this conflict, opting not to strike first, but to await their approach. Shen Liangcai surmised that it would take a few days for the Five Nations and the Hongyan Trading Company to reach the capital in search of him. He could utilize this time to prepare adequately for the impending crisis. After Prince Kong and the third prince left, Shen Liangcai entered a state of cultivation, determined to elevate his prowess to the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi training before the adversaries arrived. He aimed to optimize his combat capabilities to enhance his chances of victory. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Shen Liangcai activated the yin-yang harmonization technique, enveloped in swirling energies. However, after several hours of relentless training, he found no progress in his cultivation. Even after consuming numerous medicinal pills, this frustrating situation had persisted for over 10 days, leaving Shen Liangcai deeply troubled. The yin-yang harmonization technique was a dual cultivation method, requiring continuous cultivation with a female partner to achieve optimal results. He was acutely aware that his stagnation was directly linked to his inability to find a new dual cultivation companion. Just as he wrestled with his frustrations, a knock sounded at the door. It is I, young Master Shen. I have prepared some bird's nest and lotus seed soup to nourish your health. The voice of Lu Hongxing wafted in from outside the door. This woman, whose voice was typically enchanting, now possessed a softness that was utterly captivating. With just a brief utterance, she evoked a sensation akin to tingling delight. Come in. Shen Liangcai had just begun to circulate his yin-yang six harmonies technique, a phase in which the energies of yin and yang were at their most vibrant. Upon hearing Lu Hongxing's alluring voice, he could not help but feel a stirring within. Lu Hongxing entered the room. Perhaps having recently bathed, she wore only a thin veil, her inky black hair cascading loosely over her shoulders, her alluring figure subtly discernible. Particularly, the pronounced curvature of her form suggested a grandiosity that could envelop the world. Noticing Shen Liangcai seated upon the bed, Lu Hongxing smiled sweetly and approached him, a beguiling fragrance enveloping the air and refreshing the senses. Young Master Shen has toiled throughout the day, and now must labor in training through the night. It pains my heart to see you so. Lu Hongxing set the tray down upon the table, her words growing increasingly tantalizing. Madam certainly possesses a way with words. Shen Liangcai's gaze roamed unabashedly over Lu Hongxing. Although she had surpassed her 30s, she exuded an undeniable charm. Had it not been for interruptions during their initial encounter in Luyun City, he might have already been well acquainted with her. Now, after 2 months apart, Lu Hongxing seemed to have added a touch of grace to her previous allure. Nonsense. I have always admired young Master Shen, Lu Hongxing retorted playfully, her eyes sparkling with mischief. This bird's nest and lotus seed soup has just been prepared. Do not move, I shall feed you. With that, Lu Hongxing audaciously settled herself upon Shen Liangcai's lap, beginning to feed him the delicacy. Although Shen Liangcai savored the soup, his gaze remained fixated on the enticing figure so close before him. Young master, you are quite the scoundrel, ever seeking to indulge in my charms. Are all men like this? Lu Hongxing was acutely aware of Shen Liangcai's scrutinizing gaze. However, she chose not to rise, even deliberately pausing to accentuate her alluring silhouette. This is no fault of mine. You, madam, are simply too irresistible, Shen Liangcai replied with a smile, his hand instinctively finding its way to where it ought to be. Lu Hongxing gasped softly, her already flushed cheeks deepening in hue. Resembling a ripe peach. If you treat me this way, young master, and I cannot contain myself, you must take responsibility. Lu Hongxing's arm draped over Shen Liangcai's shoulder, her lips brushing against his ear as she spoke. Her voice, sweet and enticing, was a temptation few men could withstand. Shen Liangcai turned to face Lu Hongxing, their faces mere inches apart, and he could feel her breath growing increasingly erratic. I recall, madam, you once mentioned that I, Shen, am ill-equipped to bear the consequences of reckless indulgence. I fear that provoking misfortune would be a loss not worth the gain. Lu Hongxing playfully covered Shen Liangcai's mouth, whispering, with your current strength, who in the great Liang would dare to provoke you? The woman you desire would scarcely refuse, let alone fear any vague threats. What do you mean, madam? Shen Liangcai feigned ignorance, despite Lu Hongxing's intentions being glaringly clear. Frustrated, she nearly jumped and stomped her foot. Oh, is young master pretending not to understand? Or truly does he not grasp the meaning? Because we were not familiar before, I spoke merely to placate you. If young master does not mind my age, I am willing to relieve your fatigue, even if it means serving as your bedchamber maid. With that, Lu Hongxing's face grew even redder, yet she boldly embraced Shen Liangcai. He was taken aback by the softness that enveloped him. This woman was even more enticing than he had imagined. Under the influence of the yin-yang energies within him, Shen Liangcai's desires surged, and he could no longer hold back, capturing Lu Hongxing's lips with his own. Lu Hongxing seemed unprepared as Shen Liangcai pressed her down. Chapter 87. Embracing Lu Hongxing. Young master, you are so impatient. After several exchanges, Shen Liangcai felt his entire essence elevate significantly, akin to a rebirth. After enduring a month of arduous training without progress, he had unexpectedly broken through in a single night of dual cultivation. Shen Liangcai mused inwardly, exhilarated by the transformation. Following this breakthrough, it seemed that some latent abilities within him had also been greatly enhanced. It was as if he had encountered a long-awaited rain after a drought, his body and spirit rejoicing. Half an hour later, tranquility returned to the room. However, it wasn't long before the flames of passion reignited. Perhaps lost in the moment, neither party showed any inclination to restrain themselves. The sounds of their fervor drifted through the window, reaching the ears of Tang Min, who had just intended to seek an audience with Shen Liangcai. Initially, she did not comprehend the situation, thinking Shen Liangcai was tending to someone in need. Yet, as the sounds continued, her instincts told her something was amiss. The window had not been tightly shut, and as she approached, she inadvertently caught sight of the scene within, her face instantly flushing as she hurriedly retreated from the courtyard. Unbeknownst to Shen Liangcai, he remained engrossed in his dual cultivation practice. Lu Hongxing, being experienced, possessed skills that were beyond the reach of younger maidens like Yuanan and Wu Huiwei. The two continued their passionate embrace until dawn. solidifying Shen Liangcai's cultivation foundation. This indicated that, with sufficient foundational pills, he could soon strive for the next stage of cultivation as the other participant in this dual cultivation. Lu Hongxing also reaped immense benefits. Previously, she had been at the late stage of bone-breaking realm, but following that night, she unexpectedly leaped 2 stages to reach the mid-stage of postnatal realm. This left Lu Hongxing both exhilarated and astonished. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she turned to Shen Liangcai and said, "Young Master Shen, it has been ages since I experienced the thrill of a breakthrough. How is it that I managed to leap 2 whole realms in one night? Could it be related to you?" Shen Liangcai felt a resurgence of desire within him and remarked, "Does this not indicate my prowess in that aspect?" Lu Hongxing's cheeks flushed, and she playfully punched Shen Liangcai's shoulder. Casting him a reproachful glance, "Young master, you are incorrigible. I was speaking seriously." Shen Liangcai chuckled, "I speak nothing but seriousness. If you doubt me, feel free to inquire with my senior sister, Wu Huiwei." Upon hearing this, Lu Hongxing's eyes widened in realization. When she had first arrived at the residence of Prince Kong, she had been astounded by Wu Huiyue's rapid cultivation speed. In mere 2 months, she had transformed into a formidable innate realm practitioner, a pace so extraordinary that it was rare even in the entire Great Liang. At that time, Lu Hongxing had wondered if Wu Huiwei had encountered a significant opportunity. Little did she know, it was also linked to Shen Liangcai. "Are you suggesting that as long as one engages with you in such a manner, they can rapidly enhance their cultivation?" Shen Liangcai replied, "Madam is truly perceptive. You are indeed teachable." Lu Hongxing shot him a skeptical glance, still half convinced. Shen Liangcai, however, did not give her time to ponder and swiftly rolled over to press against her. After their passionate encounter, though utterly fatigued, Lu Hongxing was astonished to discover that her cultivation had indeed progressed. While she had not achieved another breakthrough, she experienced significant improvement, more effective than 6 months of diligent training. This was simply astonishing. Shen Liangcai's mastery of alchemy and extraordinary combat prowess had already left Lu Hongxing deeply impressed. To think that she could gain such substantial benefits from their union. Lu Hongxing began to suspect that Shen Liangcai was no ordinary man, but rather a celestial being from the heavens. So, how about it? Now you must believe, Shen Liangcai inquired. Lu Hongxing's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "I believe. If I were to remain with young master in such a way, wouldn't I ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts without the need for training?" Shen Liangcai nodded. "In theory, that is indeed the case. However, one must still practice their techniques to maximize the effects for both parties." Lu Hongxing, intrigued, asked, "What techniques?" Shen Liangcai countered, "Would you like to learn, madam?" Without hesitation, Lu Hongxing nodded. Shen Liangcai continued, "If you learn this technique, you will need to engage in dual cultivation with me regularly. Would you be willing?" Lu Hongxing felt as though she had fallen into Shen Liangcai's trap, yet the allure of rapidly enhancing her strength was too enticing to resist. "Having already surrendered to you, why would I fear a few more encounters?" Shen Liangcai grinned mischievously. "You are indeed teachable." He then proceeded to impart a simplified version of the Yin-Yang 6 Harmonies technique to Lu Hongxing. Although her cultivation was not high, her memory and comprehension were remarkable. The primary reason for her stagnation had been the influence of her voice on her training. In just half an hour, Lu Hongxing had fully memorized the incantation and even demonstrated it to Shen Liangcai. It was the first time Shen Liangcai had witnessed a woman practicing cultivation before him unadorned, a feast for his eyes. He inwardly anticipated how it would feel to engage in dual cultivation with Lu Hongxing once she mastered the simplified technique. Chapter 88. The Grand Master of the Great Liang. Meanwhile, news of Emperor Zhengde of the Great Liang abdicating the throne in favor of the third prince swiftly reached the ears of the 5 nations in the Hongyan Trading Company. This incited collective outrage among them, leading to an ultimatum directed at the Great Liang. First, they demanded the surrender of Shen Liangcai within a stipulated time. Second, they insisted on the cession of territories exceeding twice what they had previously requested. This announcement plunged the entire nation of Great Liang into a state of panic. That evening, Prince Kong and the third prince convened to consult with Shen Liangcai. Shen Liangcai, however, spoke little, merely requesting 1,000 troops from the third prince, whom he would command at will. This left both Prince Kong and the third prince somewhat perplexed. Although Shen Liangcai was stationed in Daliang, they remained uncertain in their hearts that in fact, the uncle and nephew both harbored a sense of pessimism regarding the impending crisis. While Shen Liangcai's strength was formidable, he was to confront the might of the 5 nations and the 6 top-tier forces of the Hongyan Merchants Association. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Nevertheless, they refrained from questioning Shen Liangcai, maintaining at least a modicum of respect. Internally, Both were already resigned to the possibility of national ruin. Should the Five Nations and the Hongyan Merchants Association invade the capital of Daliang, they would have no choice but to share its fate. This sentiment was echoed not only by them, but also by the civil and military officials of Daliang, as well as the common folk. Relying solely on Shen Liangcai was hardly sufficient to alter the course of destiny. Soon, the 1,000 troops were assembled, led by Li Hongyun. Shen Liangcai had always held a favorable impression of this young man. Though somewhat hedonistic, he possessed a commendable perspective on significant matters. However, being raised in luxury had instilled in him certain entitled traits. With the Five Nations and the Hongyan Merchants Association likely to descend upon the capital imminently, why would he not seek a safe haven instead of coming here? Shen Liangcai inquired of Li Hongyun. He had heard that many officials had already chosen to leave the capital temporarily to avoid the impending chaos. Li Hongyun smiled and replied, "As a son of Daliang, how could I flee in the face of national peril? If I must, I would rather die valiantly on the battlefield. Moreover, I have faith in Master Shen's ability to turn the tide." Li Hongyun regarded Shen Liangcai with eyes full of deep admiration and reverence. He might be one of the few in Daliang who truly believed in Shen Liangcai's capabilities. "You, young man, possess some spirit," Shen Liangcai remarked, patting Li Hongyun on the shoulder. Li Hongyun continued, "This 1,000-strong troop comprises my father's elite forces, ever ready to heed your command." Shen Liangcai handed Li Hongyun a pre-prepared parchment, stating, "According to the totem patterns on this blueprint, enlarge and inscribe them proportionately within the palace. The specific locations for placing the spiritual stones have been clearly marked. Remember, no detail must be overlooked. Strive to achieve the utmost precision within your capabilities, and complete it before the coronation of the new emperor." Li Hongyun received the blueprint, scrutinizing it closely, though his expression remained somewhat bewildered. Nonetheless, he accepted the task. "Rest assured, master, I shall attend to it immediately." Shen Liangcai added, "Notify me as soon as it is completed. I wish to inspect it personally." Li Hongyun nodded vigorously before departing the Prince Kang's residence with the 1,000 troops. The blueprint Shen Liangcai had entrusted to Li Hongyun depicted a formidable array recorded in the 9-tripod rune codex. This array, known as the Burning Heaven Thunderfire Formation, would unleash countless bolts of thunder and fire once triggered, possessing immense destructive power. Any cultivator below the Dan formation stage who inadvertently entered would find it nearly impossible to escape alive. However, this formation was exceedingly intricate. Shen Liangcai had spent considerable time researching it and had only recently mastered its intricacies. Based on his calculations, the elite forces of the Five Nations and the Hongyan Merchants Association would likely arrive at the capital within the next few days. Thus, he prepared in advance, intending to envelop the entire palace with the Burning Heaven Thunderfire Formation. Should the enemy dare to approach, he would ensnare them all within this deadly trap. Li Hongyun's efficiency was remarkable. In less than 3 hours, he had led the 1,000 troops to inscribe the entire palace as a colossal Burning Heaven Thunderfire Formation according to Shen Liangcai's directives. Due to its vast area, the spiritual stones consumed exceeded 10,000, nearly equivalent to 3 months' worth of tax revenue for the capital. After Li Hongyun reported back, Shen Liangcai conducted an immediate inspection. Any oversights or deficiencies were personally rectified by him. It was not until sunset that the Burning Heaven Thunderfire Formation was completely set in place. With a slight exertion of spiritual energy, the vast runes within the formation ignited with brilliance. This indicated that the formation was now functional, awaiting the enemy's unwitting approach. That night, just as Shen Liangcai was about to slip into slumber, he felt 2 exquisitely soft bodies burrow into his bed. He jolted awake to find it was Yuan Nan and Wu Huiwei. "Sisters, what brings you here? Has our junior brother found a new love and forgotten us? If we don't come, we fear being replaced by another woman." "How could that be?" "Then tell us, who do you truly prefer? I like you both." "You fickle-hearted rogue." After a night of intense passion with Lu Hongxing, he had intended to rest, but unexpectedly, the 2 women had thrown themselves into his embrace. That night was naturally filled with indescribable intimacy and entanglement. The following morning, Shen Liangcai, struggling against exhaustion, rose from his bed. Today marked the coronation of the new emperor, and given his relationship with the third prince, it was imperative for him to attend. Under normal circumstances, a coronation would be a day of national jubilation. Yet, as the date approached, the atmosphere throughout Daliang remained stiflingly oppressive. In front of the Zhangde Hall, a vast square was filled with civil and military officials. Prince Kong, Princess Pingong, Jiang Qichuan, Li Xiuda, and representatives from major cities across Daliang had all gathered. Surprisingly, Crown Prince Liang Junhong was also present. However, in stark contrast to his former spirited self, Liang Junhong now appeared utterly dejected and disheveled. Emperor Zhengde of Daliang still sat upon the throne, exuding an air of authority.